Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Ace Newcomer. Part 1. In July, Alaska is typically a time when glaciers whisper and the cold wind cuts like a knife. Yet, in the summer of 2024, the air in the outskirts of Anchorage is thick, akin to overcooked syrup, weighing heavily upon the lungs with each breath, imbued with a searing intensity. The sun hangs high in the pallid sky, resembling a cruel silver coin, mercilessly scorching the earth below. The asphalt beneath his feet is soft enough to cling to his shoes, releasing a heat that distorts the horizon, while the distant birch trees droop with their leaves curling and yellowing at the edges as if on the verge of spontaneous combustion. The entire world feels ensconced within an immense, sealed sauna, with the very air itself groaning in discontent. Dove feels as though he is the shrimp on the verge of being perfectly cooked within this sauna. He stands before the massive, rust-streaked cast-iron gates of Frozen Academy, sweat cascading down his temples and neck like a small stream, soaking through the back of his inexpensive t-shirt, clinging to his skin and imparting a sense of despairing suffocation. He raises a hand to wipe his face, only for more sweat to emerge in a desperate rush, the briny taste seeping into the corners of his mouth. "Damn," he mutters under his breath, his voice hoarse, burdened by the fatigue of long flights and the torment of time zone changes, coupled with a deeper sense of bewilderment. Is this really Alaska? Are we certain we haven't been launched by a rocket to some secret base in the Sahara disguised as a university? At his feet lies a massive, severely worn suitcase, sprawled on the scorching ground like a lifeless dog. This is all he possesses. The frayed corners of the suitcase silently narrate tales of his tumultuous journey across the Pacific, stuffed to the brim. It contains not only clothes, but also a small jar of treasured Laogan chili, sauce's mental fortress against the unfamiliar world, and a cherished old gaming console that at this moment. All he longs for is a shaded spot to guzzle a bucket of ice water and then collapse. The email was unequivocal. New students at Frozen Academy, summer preparatory courses and internships, early registration. Just a few simple words sketching the hazy outline of his impending life. He had envisioned the place to be solemn, cool, perhaps even imbued with a certain reclusive independence. After all, the term academy should carry some semblance of the ivory tower's restraint and distance. The accompanying images merely depicted blurred silhouettes of Gothic spires and ancient stone buildings draped in vines, silently residing in Alaska's eternal twilight or dawn, exuding an aura of inscrutable mystique. However, the scene before him. He drags his heavy suitcase, inching through the cold, weighty iron gates, as if crossing an invisible, searing threshold. The world within erupts. Sound waves, colors, a kaleidoscope of people. It feels as though he has stepped into a boiling, surreal whirlpool of festivities. The vast, verdant central square has transformed into a kaleidoscopic fair at this moment. Countless vividly colored awnings, inflatable arches, and bizarre stalls, resembling mushrooms that have sprouted wildly after a rain, crowd every corner of the field of vision. Deafening music assaults the eardrums from at least 7 distinct directions simultaneously, with powerful electronic beats, piercing guitar distortions, and even an ethereal melody that scarcely resembles human voice, all chaotically entwined, forming a dizzying torrent of sound waves that crash against Dofu's fragile nerves. The air is saturated with a cacophony of sounds and an array of scents, teetering on the brink of explosion. The burnt aroma of cotton candy, the rich scent of freshly baked pizza, some pungent chemical odor, intense perfume, and the sour tang of sweat, all manner of fragrant molecules, collide in the sweltering air, indiscriminately invading his nostrils. The heat wave envelopes this mixed feast, crashing against his face in relentless waves. New student. Look here. Quantum Baking Society. A towering African-American clad in a vest adorned with sequins and LED tubes suddenly looms before Dofu like a moving wall of color, his voice booming. His palm, resembling a fan, smacks Dofu's shoulder, causing him to stagger. In his other hand, he holds an enormous, still steaming apple pie, its golden filling enticingly visible. Dofu scarcely registers his movements before a steaming piece of pie is thrust beneath his nose. Try it. It will completely redefine your taste perception. An instant displacement of sweetness. The pie emits an extraordinarily potent aroma, almost hypnotic in effect. Dofu instinctively swallows, his throat parched and aching. Before he can reach out to accept, a claw covered in fine scales, shimmering with a metallic sheen, darts out from the side, lightning fast, aiming for the pie. "Hey, Luke, mind the rules." The giant reacts swiftly, flipping his wrist, and the pie vanishes from his palm as if by magic. He glares at the short boy with lizard-like claws, who sheepishly retracts his hand, the scales glinting with an eerie green light in the sunlight. Is instantaneous movement so impressive? What we need in our topology debate team are elites whose minds can fold in an instant. The lizard-clawed boy retorts sharply, spittle nearly spraying the giant's face. "New student, join us. Let our opponent's logic tie itself in knots." He attempts to grab Dofu's arm, but the icy touch of the scales send a shiver down Dofu's spine, causing him to recoil abruptly. "Make way! Make way! Don't block the path!" An impatient shout rings out from below. Dofu looks down to see a small figure on roller skates, clad in goggles, darting with an agility that defies the laws of physics, almost gliding just above the ground, weaving swiftly through the gaps between the legs of the crowd, leaving only a blurred afterimage in its wake. Where he passes, the crowd parts like waves of wheat, automatically creating a narrow pathway. Time Planning Society. An efficient life begins with joining us. A sharply dressed young man in a tailored three-piece suit, his hair slicked back with an almost unnatural sheen, appeared abruptly beside Duff, as if he had traversed time from the financial streets of 19th century London. That a meticulously crafted smile, seemingly measured with a ruler, adorned his face while he held an antiquated brass pocket watch. With a decisive snap, he opened the watch's cover, shaking it in front of Duff. Duff instinctively glanced at the watch face, which seemed to bizarrely freeze for a moment. The cacophony surrounding them appeared to be momentarily filtered through an invisible barrier. The man's voice, imbued with a peculiar penetrating quality, burrowed directly into Duff's consciousness. "Seize every nanosecond. My friend, you deserve it." With an effortless motion, he slipped a weighty, subtly fragrant, gold-embossed invitation into Duff's hands. Duff's mind buzzed, as if he'd been thrust into a high-speed blender. Clutching the heavy invitation, his gaze instinctively drifted past the chaos of the battlefield before him, landing upon a massive poster wall at the edge of the square. This wall, composed of countless deep gray metal panels, loomed like a silent gravestone at the vortex of tumult. IT was plastered with an array of recruitment posters for various clubs, each designed in styles ranging from steampunk to cyber-psychedelic. His eyes, drawn by an unseen magnetism, fixated on a poster at the very top. The backdrop depicted a blurred, surging crowd, reminiscent of dark red flames. The focus centered entirely on a figure in the middle of the stage, lost in fervor. A girl, her back to the camera, presented a silhouette brimming with untold tension. She leaped into the air, her form liberated from the constraints of gravity. Cascading, voluminous curls of fiery red hair, pure in its intensity, danced in the spotlight, each strand resembling molten copper, soaring, swirling, and igniting the air around her. She wore a simple black tank top, with her shoulder blades prominently defined, her skin glowing brilliantly under the harsh light. Sweat soaked her top, clinging to her back. Her slender yet powerful arms were raised high, clutching an exaggeratedly shaped, deep purple electric bass that gleamed with a cold metallic luster. The bass angled toward the blinding stage lights, resembling a sword cleaving through chaos. The entire scene pulsated with an explosive vitality, nearly bursting forth from the confines of the paper. The vibrant red hair, taut lines of her body, the sheen of sweat, and the bass's heavy texture, every element screamed, roared, and blazed in silent unison. A raw, unadulterated energy, transcending the poster and the thrumming crowd, struck Duff's chest like an invisible hammer. He stood as if ensnared by an invisible spell, rooted in place. The cacophony surrounding him, the boisterous shouts of the Quantum Baking Society, the sharp retorts of the topology debate team, the precise pitches of the time management society's suit-clad salesman, the whoosh of rollerblades, and the suffocating amalgam of music was suddenly siphoned away. The world transformed into a silent film, leaving only the vivid image of a fiery mane and the bass she wielded as if poised to pierce the heavens. An indescribable thrill, mingled with a sense of diminutive inadequacy, surged uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. lodged in his throat, both sour and swollen. By all that is holy, this is exhilarating, he heard himself murmur, his voice a murky blend of sigh and involuntary musings. His heart raced behind his ribs, thudding audibly, nearly drowning out the surrounding clamor. A sudden parched sensation gripped his mouth, more intense than the sweltering heat of Alaska. He fixated on the fiery-haired apparition on the poster. His thoughts froze, leaving only a cacophony of disjointed, shame-inducing phrases in his mind. That silhouette is killing me. The silhouette assassin confirmed. Is that redhead, raised on chili? A calm yet jarring voice pierced through the molten chaos, precisely invading his ears. Mr. Dov? Dov jolted, akin to a thief caught red-handed, hastily retracting his gaze from the poster and instinctively tightening his grip on the gilded invitation from the time management. Society turned toward the voice that a young man had appeared, standing a mere step behind him. He appeared to be in his early 20s, tall and slender, clad in a perfectly tailored light gray summer suit, the fabric light and crisp, glistening softly in the harsh sunlight. Beneath it, a meticulously pressed white shirt was buttoned up to the collar. He stood there, relaxed yet graceful, a stark contrast to the sweat-drenched, eccentrically dressed crowd, as if enveloped in an invisible cooling aura. His golden hair was impeccably styled, and his azure eyes, reminiscent of a glacier lake deep in Alaska, were clear, serene, and unfathomable, currently adorned with a formulaic, gentle smile directed at Dov. "It's me," Dov instinctively replied, his voice tinged with the dryness and tension of just returning to reality. He rapidly searched his mind for the new student contact information mentioned in the email, but found nothing. Who was this person? A member of the admissions office? He seemed too youthful for that. A student leader? The aura didn't quite fit. "Allow me to introduce myself." The blond man smiled, deepened just enough to reveal his pristine teeth. He inclined his head slightly, his movements exuding an impeccable, precisely calculated sense of etiquette. "Edwin Warren, president of the Freshman Association at Flossen Academy." His voice, though not loud, was remarkably clear and steady, each syllable precisely delivered to Dov's ears, cutting through the surrounding clamor. "Welcome to Flossen, Mr. Dov. You must be weary from your journey." The president of the Freshman Association, doubt clouded Duofu's mind. The title sounded rather grand, yet it exuded an inexplicable, overly refined artificiality. It felt even more contrived than that suited gentleman from the Time Management Society. He mustered a dry, perfunctory smile that even he found unsatisfactory. Greetings, President Edwin. Quite warm, isn't it? This dreadful weather." Habitually, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, attempting to mask his unease. Alaska seldom experiences such extreme heat. Edwin's voice remained steady, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he were delivering an unrelated meteorological report. "The college sincerely apologizes for this. However, I am confident that the forthcoming arrangements will render this journey exceptionally worthwhile." He slightly inclined his body, gesturing invitingly. "Please, follow me, Duofu. The Academy has prepared a special welcoming ceremony for a select few outstanding freshmen, such as yourself. We shall embark on a unique orientation journey aboard the Starlit Express. The train is awaiting us." The Starlit Express? Orientation? A dedicated train? Duofu's mind was inundated with questions, bubbling forth like effervescent bubbles. Was the Flossen Academy's welcoming approach truly this extravagant? Was the summer prep course really this flamboyant? He glanced at Edwin's impeccably flawless face, and then at the club booths in the square, where a chaotic display of superpower battles unfolded. A towering figure from the Quantum Baking Club was attempting to teleport a piece of cake onto the head of a boy from the topology debate team, who bore lizard-like features. A profound sense of unreality seized him. President. Duofu licked his chapped lips, striving to articulate his thoughts. The email merely mentioned early registration, preparatory courses, and internships. This Starlit Express is. Where exactly does it lead for orientation? A day tour of downtown Anchorage? He endeavored to infuse his tone with a casual air, reminiscent of his usual banter, but the effort fell flat, revealing an undercurrent of apprehension. Edwin's smile remained unwavering, his icy blue eyes seemingly piercing through all of Duofu's doubts and grievances. He offered no direct answer, but instead raised his hand once more, pointing toward a shaded avenue flanked by towering trees. In the distance loomed an extraordinarily peculiar structure, resembling several massive, polished concrete cubes haphazardly joined at non-Euclidean angles, its surface adorned with expansive, dark glass facades that reflected the glaring sunlight, radiating a chilling sense of futurism and industrial strength. This stood in stark, bizarre contrast to the ancient stone buildings with their Gothic spires in the background. Our platform is located there. Edwin's voice took on a subtly persuasive tone. Trust me, Dwarfu, this journey will utterly redefine your understanding of boundaries. What Flosan can offer you exceeds your wildest imagination. Please. His gaze fell upon Dwarfu's enormous suitcase, and for a fleeting moment, a hint of concern crossed his brow, only to dissipate instantly into tranquility. Your luggage will be handled by dedicated personnel. Dov stood still, clutching the searing invitation from the Time Planning Society, beads of sweat trickling down his temples. Stinging his eyes, instinctively, he glanced again at the fiery red-haired silhouette on the poster wall. That figure continued to burn silently, exuding a nearly savage vitality, contrasting starkly with the refined, cold, and all-controlling Edwin before him. Damn it, having come this far, he sighed in resignation, feeling his curiosity ultimately overpowering the instinctual caution within him. Dragging his heavy suitcase behind him, he followed Edwin, whose stride was composed, his tailored trousers impeccably pressed towards the peculiar concrete cube structure. The scorching grass beneath his feet felt soft and yielding, akin to walking on clouds, further deepening his sense of unreality. The tree-lined path muted much of the plaza's clamor, leaving only the lethargic rustling of leaves in the warm breeze. Passing through a heavy, unadorned alloy door that almost melded with the concrete wall, a powerful blast of cold air met Dov, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Inside lay an extraordinarily vast space, astonishingly high, illuminated by a cold white light that cast no shadows. The floor, walls, and ceiling were composed of smooth, seamless light gray material, reflecting the cold luminescence, echoing the sound of his footsteps in the emptiness. At the core of this vast space rested an object that Dov's mouth fell agape as the golden invitation slipped from his grasp, landing with a crisp echo on the cold, smooth floor, unheeded by anyone. It was unlike any mode of transport he had ever conceived. It hovered silently about half a meter above the ground, devoid of wheels, wings, or any visible engine nozzles. Its form was sleek, exuding a strikingly futuristic aesthetic, with sharp and graceful lines. The exterior was a deep, matte black, seemingly capable of absorbing light, revealing faint, pulsing blue luminescent seams at precise junctions, reminiscent of a breathing entity. The front was sharply pointed, akin to a blade poised to pierce through space, that on either side of the vehicle were massive observation windows that nearly occupied a third of its height, composed of an unknown yet remarkably transparent material. Most striking was the enormous emblem etched onto the vehicle's Surfacia Phoenix, poised for flight, rendered in sharp lines and intricate circuit patterns, vividly illuminated by the blue glow as if it might at any moment soar away from the craft. Beneath the emblem, in elegant and chilling silver lettering, read, Phoenix Express Star Locus. A frigid atmosphere, infused with metallic and ozone notes along with an enigmatic energy, pervaded the space. Welcome aboard the Star Locus, Student Dov. Edwin's voice resonated distinctly in the vast hall, carrying an undeniable air of proclamation. The first lesson for the freshman of Flossen begins now. He stepped forward towards the hovering black giant, as a hatch on the side of the craft silently slid open, revealing a softly lit interior brimming with technological sophistication. Dorr felt certain that he had succumbed to heat stroke, or perhaps was still ensnared in slumber aboard the aircraft, lost in a bizarre and disconcerting nightmare. In a dreamlike state, he dragged the incongruous, tattered suitcase behind him, following Edwin with unsteady steps as they entered the cabin, which emanated a chilling luminescence. The interior was far more spacious and comfortable than it appeared from the outside. A soft, milky light diffused evenly throughout the space. The seats were generously proportioned, adorned with light gray fabric that felt warm and inviting, adapting seamlessly to the contours of the passengers, providing just the right amount of support. Vast panoramic windows dominated much of the sidewalls. Edwin gestured for Dorf to take a seat by the window, The cabin door closed silently, sealing them off from the stark, frigid expanse outside. There were no announcements, no rumble of engines. Dorf could only feel the faintest tremor beneath him, akin to the subdued vibrations of a luxury car starting up. Almost immediately, a gentle yet inexorable force pressed him back against the seat. Through the expansive window, he observed the gray walls of the vast platform hall outside begin to descend smoothly in silent lino. They were ascending. The speed increased. The gray walls vanished in an instant, replaced by a breathtaking aerial view of Flossin Academy, a harmonious blend of green and Gothic spires, resembling an exquisite model. Following that, the scenery filled with lush forests and winding roads, which quickly receded into a blur of colors. The sky transformed from cerulean to a deep indigo, ultimately fading into an inky black, speckled with eternal, frigid stars. The entire experience was breathtakingly swift, yet astonishingly smooth, with only the rapid changes in the landscape reminding Dorf that they were ascending at an unimaginable velocity, piercing through the heavens. Dorf clutched the armrests of his seat tightly, his knuckles turning white, his mouth agape yet silent. His heart raced as if it were attempting to break free from his chest. He gazed out at the boundless, profound cosmos adorned with eternally cold stars, feeling as though his mind had been plunged into liquid nitrogen, freezing in an instant, only to be shattered by an invisible hammer. The sweltering heat of Alaska, the absurd brawl of the superpower society at the entrance of Flossin, the fleeting glimpse of that fiery red-haired silhouette on the poster, all of it was cast aside to an unfathomable distance, as insignificant as a speck of dust. Yes, he stared vacantly at the vast, despair-inducing night sky, his thoughts blank, unable to muster even a trivial remark. A figure settled into the empty seat beside him. Out of the corner of his eye, Dorf caught a glimpse of a wean extraordinarily brilliant, flame-like red that was striking even in the cabin's gentle light. As if jolted by an electric current, he turned his head abruptly. It was she, the girl with the fiery red hair from the poster. She sat slightly ahead of Doff, her head bowed, as if she were adjusting a complex silver metal wrist device. Her iconic, thick, flamered hair cascaded like a waterfall, carelessly tied back, revealing the elegant contours of her long neck. The few rebellious strands fell delicately against her pale cheeks. The profile of her face was sharp and exquisite, with a straight nose and a stubborn curve defining her jawline. She was clad in a simple, dark gray hoodie, the sleeves rolled casually up to her elbows, showcasing her graceful and robust forearms. Though only her profile was visible, and despite the stark contrast in attire, that singular, fiery red hair, along with the vibrant vitality exuding from her very being even in. Her quietude instantly confirmed Doff's suspicions. The radiant figure from the poster was seated right beside him, so close that he could catch the faint, fresh scent of sun-kissed grass wafting from her hair. A wave of shock, incredulous joy, and a nearly suffocating tension enveloped Doff. The apparition from the poster had transformed into a living, breathing person. Here, aboard this interstellar train breaking through the atmosphere. Sitting beside him, a sense of destiny. This was akin to a comet colliding with Earth's script of cosmic proportions. His throat felt dry, and his heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. His mind, filled with incoherent thoughts, momentarily crashed and rebooted, only to be inundated by an overwhelming impulse. Speak. He had to speak. Say something. Anything. Hey, classmate, are you also a freshman? What a coincidence. Or I just saw you on the poster at the entrance. You were truly remarkable. Or he opened his mouth, feeling as though his tongue were knotted like a tangled rope, unable to produce a single syllable. His palms were slick with sweat. Just as he gathered every ounce of courage to shatter the suffocating silence with the most awkward of openings, the girl stood up, stretching lazily, and made her way toward the front of the train. I could see that moment. A well-groomed hand, marked by distinct knuckles and undeniable strength, gently yet firmly pressed down on his right shoulder. Doff froze, as if ensnared by an invisible spell. He looked up abruptly. Edwin Warren had silently appeared beside his seat in the aisle. The chair of the Freshman Association wore that familiar, formulaic, gentle smile, yet his icy blue eyes at that moment resembled the unyielding glaciers of Alaska, cold, hard, and unfathomably deep, devoid of any warmth. That he looked down at Dov, and within the depths of those azure pupils, there flickered an almost imperceptible, inhuman silver light, vanishing as swiftly as a mirage. Mr. Dov, Edwin's voice remained calm, flowing like cold water over smooth pebbles, not loud, yet clearly overpowering the barely audible hum of the interstellar train, instantly freezing any impulse Dov had to respond. The journey has only just begun. Please remain quiet and seated. His gaze drifted momentarily toward the retreating figure of the red-haired girl before locking firmly on Dov. The hand on his shoulder maintained its grip, offering a subtle yet unmistakable sense of warning. This marks the inaugural lesson for the fledgling at Florozen. Edwin's lips curled. Subtly, forming a nearly cruel arc, his voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, yet it resonated with undeniable authority, piercing through Dov's ears with chilling precision. Each word felt like a cold steel needle pricking his nerves. In the vacuum of the cosmos, he paused, and for a fleeting moment, the otherworldly silver gleam in his icy blue irises flickered once more. That the lung shall explode. Chapter 2. The ace newcomer makes an entrance. Part 2. Lunar Surface Monitoring Station. The room was modest in size, where a boy clad in a tank top slumbered with his head resting on the table. Scattered across the surface were remnants of consumed instant noodles and a half-empty bottle of whiskey labeled produced in Yantai. A few meticulously crafted figurines adorned the corner, dimly illuminated enough to identify as characters from the melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, namely Haruhi Suzumiya, Mikuru, Asahina, and Yuki Nagato. Were it not for the multitude of screens flickering with various displays on the walls, one might easily mistake it for the lair of a reclusive otaku. The door was kicked open, startling the boy into knocking over the whiskey bottle. Blinded by the harsh light flooding in, he shielded his eyes and mumbled, "My dear MS. Sakura, if your intention was merely to rouse me, you could have gently shaken my head and called my name in your softest voice, rather than blinding me with your infernal Porsche." High beams, striding in a room in a white t-shirt and jeans, the girl seized the boy by the ear, dragging him to the screen. "For heaven's sake, open your eyes and observe the current situation, you slacker." On the screen, a red dot blinked ominously, indicating an unidentified flying object approaching the moon. His previous fatigue vanished as he widened his eyes. Oh my goodness. Since he began working here, he had never witnessed any foreign spacecraft nearing the moon. Sakura, exasperated, delivered a swift kick to his rear. "Oh goodness, hurry and issue the alert." The boy snapped back to reality, furiously typing commands into the computer. Leaning against the table, Sakura surveyed the disheveled room, recalling how she had just tidied up this mess yesterday, only to find it resembling a scene of chaos. Sighing, she began to clear the clutter of bottles and containers from the tabletop. "Hey, I've told you countless times to refrain from consuming that Yane-produced garbage. Don't you feel a headache upon waking? And this is a workplace. You cannot display such risque anime merchandise here. You wish for Professor Saxton to grant you a failing mark on your internship? As long as you refrain from reporting me, how would the professor know the circumstances here? By the way, don't think you can boss me around just because you arrived a year earlier. You are at best my senior, and no wonder the Chinese say an elder sister is like a mother." Upon noticing the increasingly stormy expression on Sakura's face, he wisely ceased his stream of banter. She approached and tousled his hair into a messy nest. "Enough of your prattle. I, as your senior, am merely concerned that, post-graduation, no one will look after you, and you might find yourself unable to attract a girlfriend. Then, dear senior, do you happen to have any wealthy, somewhat naive friends you'd be willing to introduce me to? After all, it's only fair that the finest resources remain within our circle. You can vet their appearances. The books say a beautiful woman's judgment is seldom flawed. Spare me. How could a person who cannot even take care of themselves expect to attract a girl? It's only my benevolent nature that prevents me from watching you wallow in despair." After a brief commotion, the alert order was disseminated through the central processor to every agent's mobile terminal. At this point, the two individuals' tasks were considered complete, as they were merely students engaged in an internship. Before departing, Sakura reminded the boy to frequently ventilate the room, advising him not to live like a recluse. "By the way, senior sister, could you lend me your internship report for reference?" "Of course, junior brother. but you must treat me to a week's worth of late-night snacks. And a gentle reminder to fill in the name section of the report Charles von Capetto not, as you did last time, put my name on your report. With that, the roar of an engine echoed as it faded into the distance. Marapet landing site. The Marapet landing site was thoroughly encircled by armed agents clad in black tactical vests, their Uzi submachine guns hanging at their waists, all wearing expressions as if someone owed them money. At the forefront stood a man in a black trench coat, named Gonzalez, the newly appointed head of the agency's lunar division. Gonzalez's tactical boots crunched down on a piece of silicate crystal, producing a sound akin to shattering glass. A gust of wind lifted the hem of his coat, revealing the ceramic stock of his Uzi, engraved with the Gothic inscription "Awarded Weapon of the Lunar Division" in laser etching. Listen up, boys. Gonzalez suddenly rapped his knuckles against the tactical visor dusted with lunar soil, the metallic sound causing all agents to straighten their spines. If what emerges from the hatch is a Martian creature with squid-like tentacles, he abruptly recalled the roasted squid he had consumed recently and amended. I mean, even if a peace dove bearing an olive branch crawls out, you must be prepared to fire at a moment's notice. As the security team waited with vigilant eyes for the spacecraft to descend, a bicycle approached with a creaking sound. The man atop the bicycle raised a hand to part the ranks of the security team. "Excuse me, pardon the interruption, but I must interject. The Dolphin is not a suspicious vessel. It carries my precious student, Doff, a new enrollee this year. The Academy traditionally arranges for new students to travel by interstellar train for orientation. Unfortunately, the last section of the ship Doff was almost severed by turbulent storms. Fortunately, each section of the spacecraft is equipped with an independent power system, and he should be nearing the lunar atmosphere shortly. Good to see you, Professor Saxton. You look more radiant than ever after all these years. I am Gonzalez. I took your course on gigantic biological evolutionary phylogenetics." Gonzalez gazed at the middle-aged man, whose waistline had significantly expanded and whose hairline had receded noticeably. He reminisced about the days when the voice of Professor Saxton echoed in the classroom, allowing him to slip swiftly into slumber. Speaking of which, the Chinese girl seated beside him was undoubtedly beautiful. He had forgotten her name, but recalled she was the captain of the dance troupe, twirling gracefully in her ballet shoes like a noble swan. She had countless admirers, yet she remained indifferent to them, showing no regard for the array of wealthy suitors. Alas, Gonzalez himself was hardly a scion of wealth, merely a silent admirer of his deskmate's beauty, having never taken any concrete action. Reflecting on it now filled him with regret. How could he have missed the chance to seize the opportunity so close at hand? "I remember you, Gonzalez, the student who gives me the most headaches. Every time I teach, you're either dozing off or daydreaming about your beautiful deskmate," Professor Saxton exclaimed, slapping his forehead as though struck by a revelation. A few muffled chuckles emerged from the agents present. Gonzalez felt his ears burn with embarrassment, thinking, "Damn it, Professor, how can you expose my shortcomings in front of so many subordinates? How am I to maintain my authority?" He suddenly recalled vivid details from those classroom days. Professor Saxton's well-worn mug, stained with tea, used to hold down lecture notes scattered by the fan. The enchanting scent of honeysuckle wafting from the Chinese girl's hair, and his own clandestine copy of Playboy concealed beneath the textbook, the evolutionary lineage of colossal organisms, the bikini strap of the cover girl perfectly wedged at the location of the embossed school emblem. Professor Saxton, during the implementation of Project Zero, even mosquitoes that enter must be detained for examination, let alone unidentified spacecraft. "The Lunar Division will detain your students until the project concludes." Saxton meticulously secured his bicycle, treating it with the same care one would afford a cherished companion. That he managed to survive is a blessing from God. Conveniently, my two precious students are participating in summer internships at the Lunar Division. They can assist Dov with his orientation during this time. Meanwhile, Dov sat timidly by the porthole, surrounded by flashing alarm lights and the incessant, irksome beeping. Just 6 hours prior, he had been brimming with excitement, eager to embark on his orientation and discover what the acceptance letter referred to as the real world. Who could have foreseen that a wretched storm would unleash chaos upon their interstellar train, accurately tearing apart the last carriage in which Dov was seated? In despair, he despaired, thinking that he had yet to begin his journey and might perish before repaying his parents' nurturing. Just then, the screen directly in front of him illuminated. Ahem, Dov, how are you? It's a pleasure to see you. A comically expressive face filled the screen that I am Professor Saxton, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall be your mentor for the next 4 years. I hope our time together will be enjoyable, and once again, welcome to Flossin Academy. Dove gazed at his errant mentor with tears of despair, silently lamenting, "Oh heavens, is this truly the time for such discussions? Do you genuinely grasp the gravity of the situation? Here I am, adrift in the vastness of outer space, uncertain whether I shall perish from thirst or succumb to depressurization. Shouldn't you reassure me that all is well and that the Academy has dispatched assistance?" Sexton spoke with unbridled enthusiasm until he noticed the tears welling in Dove's eyes, at which point he recollected himself. "My sincerest apologies. I was simply overwhelmed with joy at your presence. You are a student of great significance to the principal, and our expectations for you are exceedingly high. Fear not, for the Academy has pinpointed your location, and we are endeavoring to remotely navigate the vessel you are aboard. However, the current fuel reserves are insufficient for your return to Earth. The plan now is to direct you to our lunar outpost. I shall personally assist you with your orientation upon arrival, and I eagerly anticipate our meeting. Now, I must attend to the antiquated fellows at the Lunar Division to facilitate your entrance. The remaining details will be conveyed to you by Vera. Wishing you the best of luck." Chapter 3. The Arrival of the Ace Newcomer? Part 3. An attempt to connect to the Dolphin is underway, with an anticipated wait time of 15 minutes. A projection resembling a young girl materializes before Dov. "Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Vera, the Academy's supercomputer humanoid virtual terminal and secretary." Dov scans the girl, adorned in a sailor uniform, from head to toe, marveling, "Wow, this two-dimensional beauty is truly stunning. Her figure is impeccable. Just look at those long, straight legs. Did no one inform you that such behavior is rather impolite, Mr. Pervert?" Vera quips, according to the freshman database. "You are described as a socially awkward individual who blushes at the mere thought of speaking to a girl, harboring a secret crush on the class beauty for 3 years without daring to confess. Could it be that the data is erroneous?" Dov feels his face flush with embarrassment, akin to a steak sizzling on a grill. "No, that's not quite it. You know, we otaku only dare to indulge in fantasies about two-dimensional characters. I admit, at first, I did perceive you as a virtual character." As he speaks, he cannot bear to meet Vera's gaze. "What a peculiar characterization. I shall spare you this time," Vera responds, rolling her eyes in a remarkably human manner. "On to business. This dolphin is expected to land at the Malapert drop zone in 6 hours. There, you will undergo a comprehensive orientation at the Lunar Division. During this interim, I will assist you in reconstructing your worldview." At this point, Vera's demeanor shifts from lightheartedness to seriousness, and her subsequent question leaves Dov perplexed. "Do you believe in the existence of superhumans in this world? Or do you believe in supernatural phenomena?" After a 3-second silence, Dov suddenly bursts into laughter. "I apologize, but Vera," with such a serious expression, "it is quite difficult for me to contain myself." Vera remains unfazed by Dov's jest, maintaining a serious expression as she awaits his response. Dov scratches his head, realizing he cannot evade the question. All right. I have always believed in the existence of superhumans. Moreover, I also believe in Santa Claus. But surely there must be more than one. Or how could all those gifts possibly be delivered? Or perhaps they outsource the work to delivery companies. Excuse me, is this what you call a rant? Vera's forehead is lined with irritation. You need not elaborate so extensively. A simple yes or no would suffice. Had I known earlier, I would have thought you posed such a philosophical question to assess my various qualities. Well, to be honest, I don't believe. Just to clarify, you won't package me as space debris and toss me out of the spaceship, will you? Because your current expression is rather frightening, with all those lines on your forehead. Vera, realizing that engaging in frivolous banter with this newcomer from China would only prolong the 6 hours, adopts a stern demeanor. Your answer is no. Then I shall proceed with the orientation as planned. Dov interjects, waving his hand before Vera. Wait. What if I had answered yes? According to the procedure, if you respond affirmatively, I shall have no further role here. The Lunar Division will conduct your awakening ritual directly. However, their method of awakening is rather primitive. so I implore you not to interrupt me again. Dofu, what I am about to say is no jest. It represents objective realities that exist and have transpired. Within this universe we inhabit, there exist beings of greater wisdom and power who incessantly draw energy from colossal celestial bodies, hastening their demise. Regrettably, Earth is among them. Should this persist, the consequence will be the demise of both our planet and its inhabitants. Fortunately, the energy absorbed by these predators is through certain channels, released into the atmosphere, where it is passively absorbed by select few humans. These individuals awaken special abilities akin to the superhumans depicted in films. However, such abilities seldom manifest voluntarily. They typically awaken in response to life-threatening situations or extreme emotional fluctuations, essentially triggered by significant stimuli to the brain. Our equipment has detected a potent energy fluctuation within you, indicating a promising potential for you to become a formidable Esper. Your admission to the Academy was not merely due to your meager score of a little over 500. Your participation in the college entrance examination was merely a formality. Even if you failed to qualify for a vocational program, we would still accept you. Do you comprehend? Wait, I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. Dofu clutched his head. Anxiety etched across his face. You know, I'm a true successor of socialism, having been schooled in materialist ideology since childhood. I applied to your esteemed institution far across in the United States, envisioning a gilded future to outshine my competitors, return home, secure a job, marry a beautiful wife, and raise an adorable daughter, leading a harmonious and blissful life. Yet, the reality is that I have applied to an academy that cultivates monsters, preparing to combat beasts upon graduation. Please, this is absurd. And by the way, will you guarantee job placement for such perilous work? Vera, having grown accustomed to this incessant chatter, replied, Indeed, job placement is assured upon graduation, though the nature of the work is as perilous as you described. One misstep could cost you your life, and that is the situation at hand. The confidentiality agreement for enrollment is in the drawer to your left. Ponder it carefully. Dofu read the agreement repeatedly, lifting and lowering the pen in his hand. What if I refuse to sign? Vera approached the window, gathering her hair into a high ponytail while experimenting with various poses. You've been a failure for 18 years. Haven't you had enough? Or is it that you are reluctant to part with that girl who has never regarded you with more than disdain, merely treating you as her lackey? What was her name again? Yang Yuan? Are you serious? You know about her? Are you stalking me? This is an invasion of my privacy. Do you realize? Dofu exclaimed. Vera smiled with a hint of pride. Oh, I know much more than that. For instance, Chapter 4, the debut of the ace newcomer, Part 4. Duo Fu's thoughts drifted back to that afternoon when the girls were engaged in a lively discussion about where to indulge in beauty spa treatments the following day, while the boys debated the latest trending games. As usual, Duo Fu rested his chin on his hand, infatuated with the figure before him. Yang Yuan was universally acknowledged as the class beauty, with suitors lining up from the classroom door to the school entrance. However, Duo Fu remained unfazed by the multitude of competitors, for he sensed a subtle difference in Yang Yuan's demeanor towards him compared to others. For instance, she would always greet him with a smile upon their encounters, and when she forgot her stationery, she would borrow from him. To Duo Fu, these moments were evidence of a unique bond share between them. Excuse me, everyone, please quiet down, Zhang Xiaolu, the class publicity officer, announced. As we prepare for the arduous college entrance examination, the class committee has decided to organize a barbecue outing. Those interested, please sign up with me. We will meet at New City Square at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Upon hearing about the outing, the students erupted into animated discussions. Suddenly, a boy's voice rang out. We'll only go if Yang Yuan is coming. The other boys immediately chimed in, while the girls rolled their eyes in disdain. Duo Fu couldn't help but think. I completely understand, my friend. As the evening wore on, the class group chat buzzed with excitement. Duo Fu opened a private chat with Yang Yuan, eager to inquire if she would be attending the barbecue. Duo Fu, are you going tomorrow? She messaged. His heart soared as he quickly replied, Of course. What about you? After a brief wait, her response arrived. That's wonderful. Could you do me a favor? Please bring 2 McDonald's breakfasts. It's too far to detour to my house. Thank you. Not a problem at all. See you tomorrow. Duo Fu closed his phone, amused by her hearty appetite. The next day, when Duo Fu arrived at the meeting spot, the bus was nearly ready to depart. Wow, you can actually be late for an outing? Is this McDonald's a tribute to me? He mused, spotting Zhang Xiaolu blocking the bus door. Save it, Fat Lu. If you eat any more, we won't be able to distinguish your height from your weight. Once aboard, Duo Fu found an empty seat beside Yang Yuanyuan and felt as though spring had arrived. He nonchalantly handed her the McDonald's breakfast. Thanks, Duo Fu, but this seat. Yang Yuanyuan's expression shifted slightly, her words trailing off. Move to the back. This is my seat. The commanding voice belonged to none other than the arrogant prince, Wang Jinsheng, another suitor vying for Yang Yuanyuan's affection. Unlike Duo Fu, Wang Jinsheng hailed from a family that owned a coal mine, arriving at school in a Bentley. His father, perhaps compensating for his absence, generously bestowed upon him a monthly allowance in the six figures. Wang Jinsheng was surrounded by a throng of sycophants eager to curry favor with him. If he was pleased, they might enjoy a pizza feast after school. His followers even referred to Yang Yuanyuan as sister-in-law in his presence. Did you not hear? I told you to sit at the back. Wang Jinsheng's tone grew more imperious. Under ordinary circumstances, Duofu would have retreated long ago. Yet the situation was different now. His beloved was watching. Today, it was a matter of life and death for anyone who dared to approach. Your Highness, do you not comprehend the order of precedence? He exclaimed. Besides, I do not see your name on this seat. This was undoubtedly the most gallant moment of Duofu's life. Just as tensions escalated, Yang Yuanyuan's soft voice broke through the silence. I'm sorry, Duofu, but this McDonald's meal is for Wang Jinsheng's breakfast. By the end of her sentence, her face had turned as red as an apple. The crowd fell utterly silent. Duofu gazed at Yang Yuanyuan while she looked at Wang Jinsheng, reminiscent of a queen from a distant land gazing at a monk. Ah, thank you for the McDonald's, Wang Jinsheng teased as he cast a mocking glance at Duofu. Duofu felt as if he were on the verge of shattering. Each bone in his body felt like precariously stacked blocks. Step aside, Duofu. Do not hinder Brother Chung and sister-in-law's good fortune. Wang Jinsheng's minions began to jeer. Slowly, Duofu rose to his feet, his vision blurring, and he clumsily made his way towards the bus door, lowering his head to avoid anyone's gaze. In his unsteady gait, he accidentally stepped on a girl's foot. Are you trying to kill me, Duofu? I just bought these new shoes. Before the bus set off, Wang Jinsheng leaned out, tossing a 100 yuan bill. We won't take advantage of you. No need for change. The morning breeze chilled him, and Duofu shivered as he picked up the money, seated himself by the roadside, clutching his stomach, reminded that he had yet to have breakfast. Chapter 5. The Emergence of a Promising Newcomer? Hey, stop daydreaming. I sincerely apologize for bringing up your sorrowful past. Vera twirled and approached off, declaring that the moment for decision had arrived. You now stand at the crossroads of life. The path lies beneath your feet, and the direction you choose is entirely yours. Of course, you may opt to retreat, but before you do, the Academy will erase your memories, leaving you devoid of this chapter of your life, allowing you to continue as an oblivious, ordinary person, living a tranquil and mundane existence. A mischievous smile spread across Vera's face. Oh, and perhaps in a few years, you might even attend the joyous wedding of Yang Yuanyuan and Wang Jinsheng. Enough. I'll sign, all right? I'll sign. Daf's eyes brimmed with tears. Think carefully now. Once you select a path, the other will be irrevocably closed, and you shall never turn back. Vera ceased her playful demeanor, fixing her gaze intently on Daf. He felt as if a door had truly shut behind him, emitting a somber sound, indicating his departure from a previously ordinary and leisurely life, plunging into the abyss from which there would be no return. A chill ran down his spine as he sensed Vera's unwavering stare. This silent exchange lasted for over a minute before Daf picked up the pen and meticulously signed the enrollment confidentiality agreement. Rest assured, I've made my decision. Since I've boarded your pirate ship, spaceship, what choice do I have but to sign? Setting aside the uncertainties of the future, there is something quite pleasant about feeling needed. Vera observed the boy, curious about the expression on his face. The feeling of being needed, indeed. Daf waved the signed agreement before Vera's eyes, his smile radiant and sunny. Moreover, prior to my arrival in America, I had quite the impressive presence in my class. What would it mean to return in disgrace? To continue as a loser? What is wrong with saving the world and becoming a hero? Wang Jincheng wishes to be a hero, but has yet to find his opportunity. Frolson Academy. Principal's office. The afternoon sun streamed through the ivy-covered window, casting a warm glow in the hazy air. The elderly principal reclined comfortably in a rocking chair, a cup of red tea in hand, dressed in a tailored black suit. His silver hair impeccably styled. Time had etched profound lines upon his face, yet his features remained sharply defined. Good afternoon, Vera. Do young girls nowadays favor sailor uniforms? It suits you exquisitely, radiating youth and vibrancy. Good afternoon, Principal. What do you think of our future star's performance? I trust he wasn't intimidated? Are you referring to Doff? He has just signed the enrollment confidentiality agreement and is en route to the Lunar Division. Quite commendable. He did not flee in fear, suggesting his resolve is rather steadfast. The elderly man's expression softened with satisfaction. Determining his steadfastness is complex. It is merely that his experiences during high school have rendered retreat impossible. My database categorizes him as timid, cowardly, lecherous, greedy, fearful of death, prone to daydreaming, and notably starved for affection, feeling a lack of understanding and companionship. Do you truly believe he embodies the future star we seek? You are not mistaken. He may indeed be riddled with shortcomings, unremarkable and indistinguishable in a crowd. However, data does not deceive, and he is likely a rare gem, a sixth-tier talent yet to awaken. His minor flaws are inconsequential, with proper guidance. He shall become a pillar of strength on the battlefield in due course. Vera paused for a moment. Perhaps you are right. What is Meili doing during her summer break? If she hasn't returned home, let her accompany Duo Fu. They both hail from China and should find common ground. Newly enrolled boys often admire beautiful senior sisters. Meili is currently engaged in a summer internship at the Lunar Division, but she is preparing to return to Chicago for her live debut in October. Her aspiration is to become an idol. Vera, could you kindly assist me in securing a ticket? As an educator, I must support the dreams of my students. After the summer break, let her return with Duo Fu. I worry that his constant companionship with Saxton may drive him to madness. You seem quite invested in this freshman. I must ask, is he your illegitimate child, or perhaps that of another professor? Is it truly so exaggerated? I care for each of my cherished students. They will all become formidable weapons on the battlefield, and Duo Fu shall be the sharpest among them. I merely hold higher expectations for him. Weapons, you say? The youth arrive with fervor to become heroes, unaware that their esteemed principal regards them as instruments of war. Vera chakol mokingli. There is nothing wrong with enthusiasm. It allows them to forget the brutality of the battlefield. My philosophy has always been to ensure they enjoy their time at the academy before they confront their destinies. The principal slowly rose and walked towards the door. People are perpetually fleeing from fate, only to unexpectedly encounter it along the way. Chapter 6. The Emergence of the Ace Newcomer. Part 6. At the landing site of the Dolphin, Sexton and Gonzalez, the minter and mentee, were seated on the ground, engaged in a game of tic-tac-toe. Oh ho! Gonzalez, a teacher is always a teacher. This marks your 43rd defeat to me. Honestly, it is my first victory, Sexton exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Those two little rascals, Sakura and Charlie, have wiped the floor with me every time. By the way, they are your junior colleagues. Gonzalez dusted off his hands and replied, I remember them. Interns sent by the Academy, Sakura Katori and Charlie Von Cape. Though he is a freshman, his remarkable talent earned him special permission to participate in Project Zero as an intern. As for Sakura, she is truly exceptional. This Japanese girl is prudent, intelligent, and already exhibits traits of a seasoned officer. Moreover, she possesses striking beauty and an impressive height, with legs that defy the conventional image of Japanese women. Such an admirable junior. If only I were a few years younger. Ha ha ha. Sexton playfully kicked Gonzalez, saying, Don't set your sights on my precious student. She is Charlie's girl. I ship their pairing. The dynamic of a foolish junior and a clever senior is simply delightful. Captain, the Dolphin requests permission to land. All units, please remain alert, came the call. 10 minutes later, the Dolphin landed smoothly, and Sexton excitedly rushed to open the hatch. Welcome, child. You worked hard on your journey. Have you signed the enrollment agreement? Vera loves to create a scare. Honestly, it's not as terrifying as you might think. Our academy is well equipped, boasts a strong faculty, and offers an array of courses. Nearly 200 clubs for you to choose from, with a perfect gender ratio of 5 to 5. That's enough, Professor. You might as well read from the prospectus, Gonzalez interjected, unable to endure any longer. He turned to Dov and introduced himself. I am Gonzalez, the head of the Action Bureau's Lunar Division at Flossen Academy, and a graduate of the Extraterrestrial Biological Sciences Department. Class of 09, consider me your senior. Dov, startled by the fully armed agents outside the hatch, replied, Senior Gonzalez. I am genuinely touched that you and Professor Sexton have come all this way to greet me, but I assume those heavily armed brothers aren't here to protect me, right? Ha ha ha. Gonzalez sighed. I'm afraid you must accompany me, Dov. We have reached a critical stage in Project Zero, and we need to conduct a thorough isolation check on you. Sexton, squeezed aback by the influx of agents, jumped up and said to Dov, Don't worry, child. You will be isolated for 168 hours, and your communication devices will be confiscated. During this period, you cannot have contact with anyone. Gonzalez will explain the specifics to you. They want to make things difficult for you. Just go with peace of mind. We shall meet again. What do you mean by go with peace of mind? Good grief. Lunar Division interrogation room. Dov, freshly awakened, was dragged into the interrogation room. Today was meant to be his day of liberation. During his isolation, he had engaged in 3 activities: eating, sleeping, and reading. I say, is it really necessary to be so serious? It's just a few questions, after all. Do you really need to illuminate the room so brightly for inquiries? Moreover, what lies beneath me? A tiger bench? Outside, the sound of a password being entered echoed, and the door swung open. The harsh glare of the interrogation room's spotlight rendered Dov unable to discern the face of the newcomer. It was not the towering Gonzalez. Judging by her stature, it was a girl. The object beneath him was certainly not a tiger bench, for that would be far gentler than this contraption. The girl tossed a can of cola at Dov and extinguished the blinding spotlight. Dov, standing at 5 feet 10 inches and weighing 143 pounds, was born in Shaanxi, China. After his birth, his parents inexplicably vanished, and the hospital entrusted him to a local institution known as the Tongxin Orphanage, where he remained until the age of 3 when he was adopted by his foster parents. Only then did Dov truly observe the girl before him. From the ground up, she wore a pair of black beach clogs, a deep brown plaid skirt, and a white tank top, with a shirt tied around her waist. Her long, dark hair was styled into a bun. Dov perceived her attire reminiscent of a college girl in a band, and the bright, tall girl regarded him with earnest attention. Chapter 7. The Emergence of the Ace Newcomer. From an external perspective, everything appears to be in order. Now we merely await the analysis results. The girl languidly sat opposite Dov, resting her chin on her hands, her voice laced with indolence. Mealy, a sophomore from the Extraterrestrial Biological Information Department at Flossen Academy, is currently conducting tests to confirm your identity as Dov. This precaution is necessary to prevent extraterrestrial mimetic organisms from impersonating you and infiltrating the Lunar Division. Dov felt his cheeks flush under her gaze, a reaction that plagued him since childhood whenever a beautiful girl looked his way. Nervousness rendered him incoherent. Sister, I have always been a law-abiding citizen, never engaging in any criminal activities, with absolutely no record whatsoever. I am certainly not the extraterrestrial mimetic organism you speak of. Pray tell, what prompted your application to Flossen Academy? Have you encountered Vera? There seems to be no rational individuals in this institution. Hasn't she made that clear? Sighing, he replied, the child is motherless. It's a long story. Dov took a sip of cola, the carbon dioxide mingling with memories to escape as a belch. The experimental high school is among the most prestigious in the city, its modern teaching facilities reflecting its academic prowess. Students engaged in various extracurricular activities on the playground, oblivious to a shadowy figure skillfully vaulting over the iron gate. This intruder, displaying a nonchalant demeanor and adept movements, was evidently a seasoned truant. Even taking a moment to glance back at the snoring guard. Goodbye, old Wang. I'm grateful today is your shift, which allows me to slip away so smoothly. Dov deftly removed his uniform, crumpling it into a ball and stuffing it into his bag, striding towards the Internet CAF across the street. Since the last school trip, where he felt humiliated on the bus. He had become like a mistreated kitten or puppy, trembling in a corner, convinced that everyone harbored ill intentions toward him. He refrained from engaging with anyone, feeling as though even breathing was a challenge within the school's confines, with no place to call his own in the classroom. This marked his third time skipping class this week. The genius lad has arrived. The Internet CAF manager, known as Huang Mao, a fervent League of Legends enthusiast, was well aware of Doff's exceptional skills and insisted on teaming up with him, offering free computer access as compensation. Just so you know, if you Haven T brought money, you ought to return to class like a good student. Who would allow someone to game on credit? Huang Mao waved dismissively at Doff. Hey, that's rather ungracious, Huang Mao. Have you turned your back on me just because I've reached master rank? Doff shrugged off the remark, placing a $50 note on the table. I'd like a cup of instant noodles with sausages, please. Unbeknownst to him, the evening glow had silently crept into the sky. As the screen displayed the final scene, where Kaisa detonated the enemy's crystal with a legion of super minions, Doff removed his headset and exhaled, only to realize that night had fallen. Nowadays, the bot lane is either Aphelios or Ziri. It's utterly uninspired, a man seated nearby remarked, his lips smacking in discontent. To be precise, he was a foreign man, fluently conversing in Mandarin. Your Kaisa gameplay is quite impressive. A genius is indeed a genius. Even in gaming, you outshine us mere mortals, he lamented. Doff, taken aback by the compliment, thought to himself that while he was indeed adept at gaming, he did not possess brilliance in any other domain. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fox, affiliated with Flossin Academy. A man presented Dov with a rose gold business card. We have been observing you for quite some time. After a meticulous and professional evaluation, we believe you meet the admission standards of Flossin Academy. It is with sincere enthusiasm that we invite you to join us at Flossin Academy, located in the outskirts of Anchorage, Alaska. With a rich history spanning 126 years, we have nurtured countless elite individuals. Here, you will receive the finest education, for we do not wish to overlook any genius, especially one as rare and exceptional as yourself. Fox's gaze was fervent, reminiscent of a cat enticed by a tempting morsel of dried fish. Chapter 8. The Emergence of the Ace Newcomer. Dofa mused that peculiarities abound daily, yet today seemed particularly rife with them. At the Internet CF, he encountered a foreigner, fluent in Chinese, who lavished praise upon him, proclaiming him a genius. Furthermore, this individual was a professor from an esteemed academy, currently extending an invitation for Dofu to join their ranks. While Dofu acknowledged that perhaps serendipity could bestow unexpected blessings, he was convinced that such fortune would never grace his own life. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Fox. No one has ever regarded me as a genius before. You are the first. However, my English is rather poor, and I have little inclination towards Western cuisine. I shall need to contemplate the prospect of going to America further. He replied, fully aware that these were but excuses. Dofu recognized his unremarkable appearance and average academic performance, belonging to that category of individuals who could be lost in a crowd, unrecognizable even to their own parents. Who would believe such an extraordinary opportunity could come his way? A flicker of suspicion crossed his mind, prompting him to consider whether Fox might be a trafficker of sorts, and he prepared to make a discreet exit. You need not fret about any of these concerns. The Academy's dining hall boasts a global array of culinary delights, and their Sichuan cuisine is of exceptional quality. As for the language barrier, there is no need for anxiety. Chinese is the lingua franca of Florozan Academy. The institution mandates that all courses are conducted in Chinese, and incoming students must gather during the holidays to intensively bolster their language skills. Every faculty member is proficient in Chinese, with several professors even conversant in Hunan dialect. Observing Fox's earnest depiction, Dofu resolved to unveil his ultimate strategy. I have heard that studying in America is financially burdensome. My family circumstances are modest and cannot support my endeavors abroad. Alas, what a pity! Dofu feigned lament, as if recalling a fortune of 5 million yet to be spent before his demise. However, I do have a classmate whose family operates a mine. He excels academically and would be an ideal candidate for studying in America. I can introduce him to you. Dofu believed that sending Wang Jingsheng into the quagmire of Florozen Academy was most fitting. It appears you do not yet grasp the Academy's ethos, Fox interjected, opening the Florozen Academy's official website. The headline that greeted them read, "Welcome Geniuses, Reject Mediocrity." The Academy was committed to guiding students towards becoming elites. With a serious tone, Fox placed a reassuring hand on Dofu's shoulder, stating, "Temporary poverty cannot constrain a man of talent. The Academy offers full scholarships." Noticing Dofu's lingering hesitation, Fox muttered that there should be no grounds for refusal. Logically, there should be nothing here to keep you tethered. That crush of yours played a cruel trick on you just last week. My timing is impeccable. It simply shouldn't be this way. Wait, what did you say? What else do you know? Dofu sprang from his chair, his eyes fixed intently on Fox. Should he unveil any earth-shattering revelations, Dofu felt compelled to silence him. Realizing he had inadvertently let slip a secret, Fox cleared his throat. In any case, your classmates currently regard you as a source of amusement. Do you not wish for that girl to regret her short-sighted choice? Years from now, when you return for a reunion, clad in a bespoke suit and adorned with a prestigious watch, your peers will regard you with newfound respect. They will inquire about your current endeavors, and you shall present a business card proclaiming your success in the financial sector. You could invite them to Broadway for a performance, assuring them that tonight's expenses are on you and that everyone shall enjoy an evening of revelry. Duoff acknowledged a flutter of excitement within himself, for it was undeniably exhilarating, particularly the prospect of surpassing Wang Jinsheng. In that moment, he envisioned himself nonchalantly offering his blessings to Yang Yuan and Wang Jinsheng, reminding them to invite him to their wedding festivities, as everything appeared so effortlessly serene. Chapter 9. The Emergence of a Prominent Newcomer. Dorf finished the remaining cola in one gulp. "Come on," Fox said, "I am a rare genius," insisting that I must be admitted. "No one has ever valued me so highly." In a moment of impulsiveness, I agreed. Even if it was a deception, I would accept it. Professor Fox did not deceive you. In the eyes of this assembly of professors, you are indeed a genius. Mealy, feeling somewhat fatigued, buried her head on the table. You should be aware that this academy admits only those with extraordinary abilities. Typically, students are classified into 5 tiers according to their innate talent, rated from 1 to 5, based on the intensity of the energy fluctuations within them and the strength of their awakened abilities. By the way, you very well might belong to the theoretical 6th tier. Wow, I am truly honored to be regarded so highly. I hope you haven't mistaken me for someone else, as so far, I have yet to display any earth-shattering powers. Of course, your abilities have yet to awaken, Mealy retorted, giving Dorf a playful poke on the forehead. Although you have not yet enrolled, the campus forum is already buzzing with excitement. They are promoting you as a natural leader. You have become quite the sensation in the academy. But no one has ever conducted a physical examination on me, and I do not sense any latent power within me yearning to be unleashed. Dorf genuinely suspected that a misunderstanding had occurred, that the true protagonist had been overlooked in the crowd, while he, a mere bystander, was ready to charge into battle. With the impending doom of a world-ending scenario, do you think abilities are as common as peas? There is celestial, I can detect extraordinary individuals across the globe, which is how Professor Fox found you. I do not doubt you, senior sister, but could you perhaps demonstrate a supernatural ability? You all claim that aliens exist, along with a group of superhumans defending our homeland. It seems too absurd, unless I witness these abilities with my own eyes. I genuinely feel that you are all conspiring to deceive me. Gonzalez peeked in, interrupting their idle chatter. The test results are normal. Mealy, please take Dorf to the dormitory. I have matters to attend to. Dorf, you will be residing here for a while. No one is permitted to leave the moon until the Zero Project concludes. During this time, let Mealy impart some theoretical knowledge. She is an exceptional 5th-tier talent, and there are no more than 50 5th-tier students in the entire academy. Gonzalez proudly introduced this talented junior to Dorf. Having graduated years ago and rarely browsing the campus forum, Gonzalez was unaware of Dorf's talent assessment. He watched as Mealy and Dorf departed, pondering the academy's significant attention towards this newcomer, concluding that he must possess at least a 4th-tier talent, with a boundless future ahead. Mealy pointed to a silver sports car parked by the roadside. "Can you drive?" Dorf recognized it as an Aston Martin DB12. "I can, but I do not have a license for this place." Mealy tossed him a set of keys and climbed into the passenger seat. "Just drive. Follow the navigation." The car smoothly hit the road as Mealy kicked off her shoes and hugged her knees, turning her head to gaze at Dorf. "Are you not intrigued by the presence of flora and oxygen on the moon, the sight of vehicles traversing its roads, and the existence of shopping malls and hospitals?" Duff was astounded by the peculiarities encountered along the journey. First, there was the harrowing incident involving the space train, followed by the revelation of explosive truths by an artificial intelligence beauty, and ultimately, he was taken away for identity verification by entities resembling a police station on the moon. The phenomenon of urbanization on the moon was indeed a matter too trivial for him to ponder. Yet despite his thoughts, Duff felt compelled to express his earnest desire for knowledge. "Dear Senior, might I inquire about the factors contributing to the urbanization of the moon?" Chapter 10. The ace rookie finally makes an entrance. It is due to the predators. She looked helplessly at the bewildered novice driver beside her. Those aliens invading Earth. How utterly foolish. Dofu displayed an expression of sudden enlightenment. So, the predators constructed a splendid abode on the moon? How considerate these creatures are. After a brief silence, the temperature inside the vehicle surged abruptly, and a palpable anger hung in the air, signaling the onset of Lee's irritation. "If you wish to avoid becoming a roasted piglet, young apprentice, you would do well to silence yourself and allow me to finish," Lee said, her hand resting on Dofu's shoulder. "And just so you know, I am quite adept at playing with fire." Dofu grimaced in discomfort, feeling as though a branding iron were draped across his shoulder, and he hastily turned on the car's air conditioning. "Please continue, senior sister." These predators siphon energy from planets to augment their own power. Initially, humans and these predators maintained a mutual non-aggression, but beginning in the 1930s, widespread vegetation die-offs were reported. At first, scientists mistakenly believed this phenomenon was due to a rapidly spreading plant virus, until the emergence of individuals with sensory abilities revealed the truth. They claimed that Earth was being drained of a certain energy, the depletion of which led to the death of vegetation, frequent volcanic activity, and a series of natural disasters. The culprits behind these calamities were the aliens referred to by humans as predators. They possess a strict hierarchy. The lowest tier comprises those who directly absorb celestial energy, which they then supply to the royal-class predators. To date, we have documented 4 royal-class predators, each capable of moving mountains and filling seas. They enslave and direct the lower-tier predators to extract Earth's vitality. Humanity cannot allow them to wreak havoc unchecked. It was only with the formation of the Action Bureau by the awakened individuals that organized large-scale counterattacks commenced. 3 years ago, we observed the sudden emergence of an atmosphere on the moon, with liquid water appearing in craters and a global magnetic field enveloping its surface. The Action Bureau dispatched officials to urgently establish a lunar branch to investigate this anomalous phenomenon, ultimately attributing it to Persephone, one of the royal-class predators. She has the ability to defy the laws of physics and alter the ecological environment of any region at will, and she serves as the progenitor of all lower-tier predators. We speculate that Persephone's actions aim to create a breeding ground for predators. The Zero Plan's objective is to destroy this hatchery, and if possible, eliminate Persephone herself. Are we really going to war? Then why not evacuate the civilians? My presence here will only hinder you and complicate matters. Senior sister, could you please contact the academy and arrange for me to return home? I just remembered that my visa is still not processed. Awenti wanted to delay the opening ceremony. Dofu was indifferent to the details of the Zero Plan. He simply wished to distance himself from such perilous affairs. Saving the world was a task far beyond the reach of a novice, yet to enroll in school. Such dangerous work could wait until after his graduation. Indeed, the principal has granted special approval for your participation in the Zero Project, asserting that the most exceptional students should not languish through the summer like their peers, especially considering your remarkable status as a 6th-tier prodigy. In future instances of such decision-making, it is imperative to consult the individuals involved regarding their willingness. Accompanying the roar of the Mastiff is the powerful growl of an Aston Martin engine. Chapter 11: The Encounter of Dragon and Tiger in the living quarters of the Action Bureau's Moon Division. Charlie Cape lay ensconced beneath a pile of 5 or 6 plush cartoon character cushions, soundly asleep. Despite the brightness of day outside, his room resembled a photographer's darkroom. He relished the nearly perfect, light-blocking qualities of his curtains. Charlie preferred to sleep in absolute darkness. Save for the glow of a computer monitor he occasionally forgot to turn off. Not only during slumber, but even while indulging in video games in his dormitory. He would only switch on a small desk lamp that Sakura had forcibly given him. She insisted that playing computer games in utter darkness was detrimental to his eyesight. Although Charlie felt the illumination from the screen was ample, he opted to endure the lamp rather than listen to Sakura's incessant nagging. Charlie was a nonchalant individual, perpetually indifferent to most matters, which contributed to his rather disheveled nature throughout his life. His mother, a diligent and capable German housewife, had little tolerance for disorder. She maintained a strict approach towards her son's myriad poor habits, advocating for rectification when necessary and encouragement when absent, in an effort to cultivate her son's independence. She had once sent 5-year-old Charlie to the supermarket to purchase butter. To her dismay, he took far longer than anticipated, leading her to concoct wild scenarios of him being abducted by nefarious individuals. Her worries subsided only when she found him napping against a mound of onions. Eventually, Charlie's mother came to terms with her son's carefree disposition, concluding that perhaps it was acceptable for him to grow up unburdened. However, she could not help but wonder which unfortunate girl would eventually find herself entangled with this boy. Thus, Charlie Von Cape grew up, blissfully unaware of the complexities of life. Charlie became aware that he was dreaming. The cushions around him animated, and he found himself reclining on the lap of Asahina Mikuru. Kato Megumi quietly inquired what they would have for dinner that evening, while Haruai Suzumiya sat at the computer, suggesting curry. Charlie deemed this dream worthy of a top 3 spot on his list of delightful reveries. If only he could remain in this dream state, where there were no superpowers, no predators, and no need to learn Mandarin, surrounded by enchanting 2-dimensional girls, akin to a protagonist in a harem anime. Most importantly, there was no incessant nagging from Sakura. He suspected that she might be a torment sent by his mother. Both women were intolerant of disorder. Sakura would not permit him to hoard socks in the laundry basket and would confiscate all carbonated beverages from the refrigerator, along with a few treasured packs of turkey noodles. Yet, in exchange, she brought him homemade bento nearly every day, meticulously wrapped in cloth, with an array of dishes including fluffy shrimp omelets, teriyaki fish, chicken nuggets, and pork cutlets, never repeating the same meal. Charlie felt the moon was his second homeland, for Sakura was akin to a second mother to him. After all, as the Chinese often say, there is no home without a mother. The air conditioning was set to a frigid 16 degrees. Charlie had a penchant for lowering the temperature, cocooning himself under a thick blanket, believing that such a setup ensured a sound slumber. Perhaps it was due to his tossing and turning last night that a significant portion of his body lay exposed, with half of his backside protruding from the covers. He sneezed and rubbed his nose, struggling to rise from his bed. The clock read 11:30 a.m. in New York, and his biological clock signaled that it was time for sustenance. As he stood and stretched, he inadvertently knocked over several soda cans that had been carelessly left by his feet. Lost in thought, he gazed at the stack of 4 or 5 instant noodle bowls on the table, realizing that he hadn't heard Sakura's incessant chatter for the past 2 or 3 days. He suddenly recalled her mentioning that she would be quite occupied with her internship this week and wouldn't be able to bring him meals as frequently. At the time, he had been engrossed in a video game, dismissing her words with a casual wave of his hand. His last memory was of Sakura departing, taking with her the accumulated refuse that had long lingered in the apartment. Charlie picked up a packet of instant noodles from the pantry, examined it briefly, and then set it back down, never having imagined that even instant noodles could become tiresome. Chapter 12: The Encounter of the Dragon and the Tiger, Part 2. It is rather strange that Charlie rarely pays heed to the words of his elders or teachers. It is not that he is arrogant, but rather that he approaches everything with a nonchalant demeanor. There exists but one exception: the admonitions of Sakura Katori. which inexplicably leap to the forefront of his mind, despite his initial disregard for them. This phenomenon often occurs when Charlie finds himself daydreaming in solitude. Unlike the earnest guidance from his elders, Sakura speaks in a gentle tone. Even when exasperated by Charlie's untidiness, her rebuke is merely a playful baka. Outside, the sound of soft footsteps is heard, followed by a series of knocking sounds. For a moment, Charlie cannot discern whether it is the rhythm of his own heartbeat or the sound of someone at the door. He wishes to speak, but hesitates, fearing that his heart might leap from his chest and startle the person outside. At the living quarters of the Moon Division of the Action Bureau, an Aston Martin glides into the parking lot, its engine sigh echoing in the empty space as a furtive figure emerges from within. Wow, senior sister. Is our academy really not a prestigious institution? The shadowy figure exclaims, eyes gleaming at the sight of the Villa District. Junior brother, you have seen the world now. Please refrain from such exaggerated expressions, the tall and slender girl replies, shutting the car door and stretching languidly. And your driving skills are truly abysmal. The boy scratches his head, a bit embarrassed. But this is an Aston Martin. It's only natural to be excited, and besides, I've had my license for less than a month. He then strikes various poses for a series of enthusiastic selfies. They arrive at the entrance of a modern villa. Halting in front. Here we are, the girl announces before knocking on the door. The door opens swiftly, revealing an initially excited face that falters upon seeing the visitors, quickly reverting to calmness, even tinged with disappointment. Charlie Vaughn Capet feels a wave of disappointment wash over him, despite the fact that the girl at the door possesses a figure and beauty that rivals Sakura's. Good morning, Mealy, he greets, suddenly noticing another figure standing beside her. Good morning to your boyfriend as well, he adds with a heavy yawn, maintaining his usual indifferent expression, showing no curiosity about the unfamiliar face. What brings you two here so early? Mealy pulls her companion, Dofu, forward. This is Dofu, your new roommate, also a first-year student. You two should have plenty to discuss. Charlie nods at Dofu. I am Charlie Vaughn Capet, from Cologne, Germany. You can call me Capet. There is an available bedroom on the second floor, and the first floor is a communal area. Feel free to help yourself to snacks from the fridge. Wow. Dofu nods eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Mealy, swinging the keys in her hand, heads toward the parking lot. Her mission accomplished, she has guided the newcomer into the village, introducing him to his initial companion. Now, the sky is the limit, and the two gentlemen are left to fend for themselves. Mealy, have you eaten? Would you like to stay for a meal? Charlie calls out, his demeanor bashful, reminiscent of a girl confessing her feelings. Mealy turns back, giving him a pointed look. If you have something to say, then say it. Don't dilly-dally about offering a meal. My good sir, are you one who speaks plainly? It seems that in your pursuit of the Chinese language, you have become rather foolish, asking upon meeting whether one has dined, as if you were a native. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. How shall I put it? Have you encountered Sakura of late? I am in search of her, along with an internship report. Charlie lowered his gaze and kicked a stone aside by the roadside. Chapter 13, The Encounter of the Dragon and the Tiger, Part 3. Then why not just call her yourself? It's not as if you lack the ability to speak. I heard she has been quite busy with her internship lately. I wouldn't dare to intrude casually. Finding so many excuses, you're just a coward, aren't you? Fine. Who asked me to be the helpful and beautiful senior? Mealy pondered for a few seconds. Do you know how to dive? What on earth? Is this your scientific twist? Could you at least maintain some coherence in your conversation? Duoff felt somewhat lost in Lee's train of thought. Charlie turned to Duoff. What is a scientific twist? It's like going to the dentist, and suddenly the doctor asks if your gallbladder is still there. Charlie gestured with an okay, I understand sign. I can't dive, but I swim reasonably well. Mealy, uninterested in these two clowns, stated, in 2 weeks, I will be on a mission in the Aitken Sea, and I might consider bringing you two along, provided you pass the diving assessment. Actually, I have a fear of deep water, so I'm not particularly interested in diving. Let us skip the mission together. Charlie chuckled awkwardly, thinking it was absurd to joke about it. Missions from the Bureau of Action were always on the edge of danger. Only a fool would voluntarily participate in such perilous and troublesome tasks. Mealy feigned a look of regret. Oh, is that so? By the way, The other agent participating in this mission is Ing. Since you don't want to go, I suppose it's settled. Sister Li, after careful consideration, I still wish to join this mission. My mother taught me to overcome difficulties and face challenges. I cannot always remain in my comfort zone. Moreover, diving has always been a sport I yearn for. We are confident we can learn it within a week. Charlie's expression was as resolute as if he were joining a party. Your attitude is somewhat sincere. Then it's decided. Training starts tomorrow. Mealy nodded in satisfaction. Wait. I never said I wanted to go. Don't make decisions for me. Okay? Please respect my opinion. The next day, the Aitken Basin was calm. No, to be precise, the surface of the Aitken Sea was tranquil. This area was once the largest impact basin on the moon and is also the largest crater in the solar system. Shockingly, on September 2nd, 2021, this vast basin transformed into a sea measuring 500 kilometers in diameter and approximately 13 kilometers deep. Following a series of investigations by the Bureau of Action's Lunar Division, various signs pointed to the cause being the royal predator, Persephone. With its earth-moving abilities, it turned the Aitken Sea into a breeding ground for predators. The Bureau of Action concluded that it did this to better incubate new forces to absorb energy from Earth. The predators transformed the moon into their aircraft carrier. The Zero Project had reached its most critical stage. An agent from the Lunar Division had destroyed 32 identified breeding grounds over the past 3 years with explosives. Now, only the largest and most widespread breeding ground at the bottom of the Aitken Sea remained. Data provided by Vera indicated that at least 7 small nuclear bombs would be required to completely obliterate this breeding ground. 2 small nuclear devices are to be artificially positioned approximately 50 meters below sea level. The president of Flossin Academy, who also serves as the director of the Operations Bureau, has assigned this task to Mi Li and Sakura Katori, who are undertaking summer internships at the Lunar Division. The president believes that fledglings cannot transform into mature birds overnight after graduation. Particularly, advanced students should accumulate more experience during their academic years to become the backbone of the Operations Bureau at an earlier stage. Duff and Charlie floated on the water surface, sprawled out and basking in the sun like 2 languorous toads. Chapter 14, The Encounter of Dragon and Tiger, Part 4. Duff, keep an eye on me. If I drift off, don't let me float away, Charlie murmured. A few seconds passed without a response. Duff's chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm, the seawater occasionally rushing into his gaping mouth. This braised pork is excessively salty, and why is the steamed bun so salty too? Duff smacked his lips in discontent. Damn it, you can't rely on a foodie. Let us just drift wherever we please and see who floats the farthest. Charlie relaxed his body, resting his head on the swimming ring. As he began to doze off, he mused about the sun, sea, and sand around him, realizing that the only thing missing for perfection was a bikini-clad beauty. Indeed, life was serene, so idyllic that it made one forget that the ocean floor was a breeding ground for predators. Hesitating, Charlie contemplated making a wish when he vaguely saw a shooting star streak across the sky. No, it was a beach volleyball soaring through the air. A volleyball. He almost wished upon a volleyball. That was amusing. Charlie chuckled to himself until the ball grew larger in his vision, prompting him to sit up abruptly. Wait a minute, where did that volleyball come from? Before he could finish his thought, the spinning volleyball struck Charlie squarely in the face. Boom! 10 points. A girl in a bikini leaped joyfully, while Charlie, splashed by the sudden impact, emerged from the water, startling Duff from his slumber, drool still at the corner of his mouth. What happened? Are you okay, Cap? Duff jolted awake. I'm not okay at all. Not in the slightest, Charlie exclaimed, his head bobbing above water. Why the preferential treatment? Why was T. Duff hit instead? Because your gray hair is too conspicuous. How dare you both? You have the audacity to train freely while I'm trying to eat? Not a single bite for breakfast, and now I'm exhausted and done for. He turned to Duff. Brother, I think you're being cowardly. In times like this, we should unite and resist, not cower in the corner like frightened mice. As the great leader Chairman Mao once said, where there is oppression, there is resistance. Indeed, Duff was curled up in a corner, trembling. What are you laughing at? Charlie questioned, suspecting his roommate's sanity. Do you Germans enjoy exposing yourselves while fighting? Ha ha ha. Duff laughed so hard he could barely breathe. Damn it. Charlie hurriedly adjusted his half-drenched swimsuit, grateful that he was facing away from the ladies on the shore to avoid any embarrassing displays. Millie clapped her hands on the beach, as if calling two little dogs to dinner. That's enough training for today. Professor Sexton has planned a small welcome party this evening, and you two are the stars of the show. No tardiness allowed. A welcome party? I'm in. Is there meat? Duff exclaimed, feeling like he had endured every hardship recently and was now deprived of food and sleep. What a troublesome feeling. Can I skip it? Millie, please help me take a day off and say I caught a chill from the sea breeze and am now suffering from fever and diarrhea. Charlie reminisced about the welcome gathering held when he first entered high school. Among his classmates, there were numerous prodigies adept in various arts, including music and calligraphy, which made him feel distinctly out of place, a mere ordinary among extraordinary talents. Consequently, during his self-introduction, his peers could glean only a fleeting understanding of him as Charlie Von Kapp. Some remained enraptured by the preceding saxophone solo, oblivious to his brief introduction. As the subsequent piano performance commenced, featuring the notably challenging third piano concerto, due to the inauspicious start of his high school experience, coupled with his own character traits, Charlie naturally assumed the role of an inconspicuous presence in his class for 3 years. Chapter 15. The Encounter of Dragon and Tiger, Part 5. To this day, the so-called welcome party is merely a chaotic gathering of exuberant individuals for Charlie. He does not feel inferior. Rather, he possesses a certain superiority, reveling in the notion of being the lone sober soul amidst a sea of inebriation. In stark contrast, Duff approaches the welcome event with enthusiasm, exclaiming to me, having been at the Lunar Division for so many days without a decent meal, I am utterly fed up with compressed biscuits and freeze-dried vegetable soup. During those isolated nights, I dream of the biscuits coming to life, dancing the tap dance hand in hand with me. Can tonight's main dish be a meat sandwich and oil splash noodles? Have you ever tried oil splash noodles, Cape? Lu Sun said that a life without oil splash noodles is incomplete. What utter nonsense. There will be neither meat sandwiches nor oil splash noodles. The welcome party is a tradition of the Academy, intended to soothe the anxious emotions of newcomers and alleviate the tension associated with their first mission. To put it plainly, it is a concern for the mental well-being of you rookie newcomers. Originally, the welcome party was scheduled after the freshman's enrollment, but due to your exceptional talents, you must partake in a mission even before your formal admission. So we are treating this situation with special consideration. I must return to prepare, as the event begins at 7 in the evening at the beach next to the Fortune restaurant. Can a restaurant with such a mundane name truly thrive on the moon? Duff quipped to Charlie. Good grief. The name of the restaurant is inconsequential, but she has taken the only vehicle, and we are 21 kilometers from our residence. Duff's phone rang, and Mi Li's voice floated through. It's merely a half marathon, a punishment for your earlier idleness. Damn. Wait a moment, senior sister. At least leave us some clothes. At the council hall of Flossin Academy, an elder sat alone on a chair, intently gazing at the massive screen, as if watching a grand cinematic display. On the screen, a middle-aged man from the Mediterranean region spoke emphatically, delivering a summary report. This scene might lead others to mistakenly believe that Flossin Academy is an institution for the elderly. Principal, over the past 3 years, the Lunar Division has successively destroyed 33 incubation sites, leaving only the challenging Aitken. With Vera's assistance, we have drafted the final plan, which I have sent to your email. Once you approve the plan, we shall officially commence operations in a week. I can approve your plan right here and now. I have faith in Vera's capabilities and even more in yours. Reflect on the accomplishments of these past years. They are ample evidence of your excellence. The Earth has not been peaceful these last 2 years, and I truly find myself stretched thin. Please forgive me for always entrusting you with the most arduous tasks. As my time is limited, I wish to accomplish as much as I can while I still have the fuel in my tank, or I shall depart with regrets. On this matter, I must voice my disagreement. Students often remark that you appear much younger than I, especially with your abundant silver hair. Besides, it's uncertain who will depart first. What if I do not return this time? The elder interrupted him, speaking solemnly. Have you grown so old that you have forgotten who your mentor is? Do not utter such sorrowful words in front of the teacher. I would rather not experience the heart-wrenching sorrow of sending off the gray-haired in mourning. The balding ones. I trust that you shall return safely. Sexton wore a look of exasperation. After all these years, you remain rather inept at offering comfort, dear Professor Wilt. I wish you all the best. Please extend my regards to those little rascals in Dolph's care, ensuring they gain experience while also safeguarding them. I shall await your triumphant return at the Academy. Chapter 16. The Encounter of Dragons and Tigers. Part 6. There is one more matter to address. Your beloved student has recklessly included Doph and Charlie into the team assigned for the descent mission. Despite her fervent assurances regarding the safety of these two novices, both Doph and Charlie lack any awakened abilities. They are entirely ordinary individuals. I cannot endorse the inclusion of these two greenhorns in the squad. It is utterly nonsensical. The figure on the large screen, Sexton, scowled with indignation. Wilt raised his teacup and took a sip. As an educator, we ought to strive to comprehend our students' perspectives rather than dismiss them outright. There is nothing inherently wrong with Mealy's actions. Both she and Sakura possess exceptional fifth-tier talents and are indeed among the elite students. They are destined to become leaders within the team, and a leader must learn to balance the strengths and weaknesses of their group. Moreover, opportunities to engage in significant operations such as Project Zero are rare. Let us allow these two novices to gain some experience and hopefully derive valuable insights. However, dear Principal, you are well aware that descent missions are far from merely placing explosives. The most perilous aspect lies in the unknowns during the operation. Who can guarantee that formidable predators do not lurk beneath the surface? I can assure you that Charlie and Doph are incapable of even wielding a firearm. Not to mention, Mealy's ability is fire. Fire, do you understand? How much potency can it possibly wield underwater? Professor, I can guarantee their safety. The voice emanated from outside the door. Who dares to make such grand claims? Such arrogance exceeds even my own. Sexton grumbled. May I enter? A gentle knock sounded at the door. Is that Nye? Do come in. Wilt expressed his surprise. My apologies, Principal. I did not intend to eavesdrop on your conversation, but Professor Sexton's voice was rather loud. Nye presented a box to Wilt. I recall the doctor advising you against alcohol consumption. Yet I know you are a person who feels as if they might perish without it. How splendid! It is kachaka, a potent spirit derived from distilled sugarcane juice. It truly warms my heart. Wilt exclaimed with delight upon opening the box. Nye glanced at the screen. Professor, I shall deliver your share later. Nye, why aren't you back in the Amazon feeding mosquitoes? The Mediterranean on the screen exclaimed animatedly. The mission concluded ahead of schedule. I now intend to proceed to the Lunar Division to participate in Project Zero, and I seek your approval, Principal. Behold, Sexton, this is our Academy's ace. Within a mere 2 months of summer vacation, he has accomplished 3 A-level tasks and 8 B-level tasks, shattering the Operational Bureau's records before even graduating. Most importantly, he embodies gratitude. After completing a mission, he traverses vast distances from Brazil, not forgetting to bring us gifts. If you're my own grandson, I would be overwhelmed with joy, Wilt declared with pride, as if presenting a rare treasure. He then sighed, Nye. One must not stretch the bowstring too tightly. Even a child understands the necessity of balance between work and rest. Perhaps you require a few days of holiday. How does Hawaii sound? After witnessing predators, a change of scenery to enjoy the beauty of the islands might be a delightful reprieve. Nye paused before replying. Principal, have you ever taken a break for yourself? I am a man on the brink of death. For me, death itself is a form of vacation. Do you not fear death? Not at all. I have long awaited the arrival of this moment. What I dread is that when it does come, I find myself in a hospital bed rather than on the battlefield. Therefore, Principal, spare me your counsel, for I share the same sentiment. This is the first time Nye has smiled since entering the chamber. Nye, you rarely display such expressions, do you? I shall look forward to seeing your smile more often. Will I not? Otherwise, I might consider establishing a course solely dedicated to training you in the art of smiling. I shall, Principal. Chapter 17. The Encounter of Dragon and Tiger, Part 7. The Kawasaki H2R renowned as a terrestrial flying machine, is said to reach a speed of 400 in just 30 seconds. This motorcycle is not permitted on public roads, yet this very moment, it races along the Aitken Coast Highway like a bolt of black lightning, the roar of its engine echoing like the growl of hell's hounds. Good brother, please slow down. I am indeed quite hungry, but I am not at the point where I would perish from 5 minutes without food. Do you know the old Chinese saying? There are myriad paths, but safety is the foremost. Driving recklessly leads to tears for loved ones. Doff's voice was nearly straining with exhaustion. I can't slow down. I truly cannot. You have no idea how intense Professor Saxton is. He despises tardy students. I heard that one senior, who was late to class just once, ended up having to clean the classroom and maintain the equipment for an entire year, and even had to help take care of the professor's pet during breaks. That's not the worst of it. The most dreadful part is that he was placed on the blacklist of Flossin Academy. This list is compiled by the faculty, and those on it are often the very students who disregard school rules. Their fate? They're called out before every class, which means they can never skip again. How outrageous! Hurry up, even faster. Doff is convinced that some things are more terrifying than death. This is as fast as I can go. Any quicker, and the engine will blow. The current predicament is ultimately your fault for oversleeping. That's rather disloyal of you. You promised to wake me. You lost track of time playing games. By your logic, are we partners in crime? Charlie recalled an idiom he learned yesterday. What nonsense! Partners in crime? Who is in cahoots with you? If you don't understand idioms, refrain from using them, and focus on riding your bike. As night descended, the Aitken Coastal Banquet commenced under a tapestry of brilliant lights. A pianist sat before a black Steinway, fingers dancing across the keys, performing the piece Ochre Mountain Shining. The vibrant notes shimmered like golden sunlight atop the snow-capped peaks, intertwining with the sounds of crashing waves, crafting an atmosphere that was both romantic and mysterious. Tables adorned with white linens overflowed with a variety of dishes, all crafted by the Moonlit Division. No professional chefs were invited for tonight's banquet. Instead, each attendee brought a signature dish to share, serving as a delightful reprieve from their monotonous lives. French escargot and foie gras were among the offerings, alongside sashimi, sushi, and tempura from the Japanese guests. At the center of one table stood a dual-flavored hot pot, surrounded by dozens of ingredients for the feast. Dressed in their finest attire, the agents of the Elimination Bureau savored the evening, amber liquids swirling in their glasses, basking in the company of music and exquisite cuisine. However, not everyone was reveling in the festivities. Xiaomi, did you accurately convey the time to those two? Professor Saxton's belly stretched the blue collar of his shirt, rendering him somewhat reminiscent of a blue M&M. I earnestly conveyed your words to the professor. Perhaps the intensity of the morning training has left them somewhat disoriented. Today, Mealy is adorned in a rich brown houndstooth dress, layered over a white shirt accented with a tie, topped with a black beret, her hair cascading casually over her shoulders. Call them immediately. I intend to deduct their credits. Blue M, in a fit of rage, made Mealy want to exclaim, "Come to the bowl. They haven't even enrolled yet. Where would their credits come from? Have you lost your senses, dear professor?" The pianist beside her paused his playing, rising to stretch. Mealy gazed at him as if she were beholding an angel, or perhaps Chang'e on the moon. "Wow, girl, you look astonishingly beautiful today. Are you truly my roommate?" The already beautiful girl is clad in a sleeveless black dress by Vera Wong, her hair elegantly styled in a high bun, reminiscent of a young European noblewoman emerging from a masterpiece. She opened her arms to embrace Mealy, saying, "Indeed, black hair suits you best." Of course, that is merely my personal opinion. Chapter 18. The Encounter of Dragon and Tiger, Part 8. Charlie approaches his internship with a lackadaisical attitude, akin to a fisherman who only casts his net 3 days a week and basks in the sun for the remaining 2, setting aside the lamentable attendance this month. Can you fathom what he engages in during his shifts? Napping, indulging in libations, and playing with figurines. Most egregious of all is his audacity to stream animations. The roar of Sexton melds with the sound of crashing waves, reverberating into the twilight-draped expanse of deep space. One must be cautious with such outbursts. lest they provoke an asthma attack. The girl at the piano tends to the panting sexton, resembling a devoted daughter caring for her elderly father. In truth, Charlie is quite astute. His proficiency in Chinese has surged impressively, and his memory is nothing short of extraordinary, capable of retaining what he reads with remarkable ease. Sakura, I truly envy your mother. She possesses a beautifully gentle little bundle of joy. Sexton muses, his thoughts drifting to his own misfortunate son, perpetually embroiled in fights and truancy. Millie takes a swig from a bottle of red wine. Professor, why don't you envy my mother? Guess who's been playing both father and mother to our ace newcomer these past few days? Surely, we cannot favor Sakura simply because she is a direct disciple. You should rather be the cherished darling of the esteemed principal. Sexton chuckles, entertained by the two lovely girls. At that moment, two little miscreants stealthily slip into the venue, one of them deftly snatching a turkey leg. Thank goodness for the senior sister. Sexton's ire is swiftly quelled by the two girls. The thief gnawing on the turkey leg exclaims, of course. But in return, you must assist Mealy with a week's worth of dormitory cleaning. Are you a pig? Eating so quickly? Let me have a bite. The other thief reaches out for a share. Why should I be the one to clean? Where has our brotherly bond gone after knowing each other for a mere day? Who told you to oversleep? Mistakes must be acknowledged. One must stand at attention when reprimanded. Charlie devours the pilfered turkey leg ravenously, mirroring the plight of those who have not eaten well in recent days. Goodness, you two gentlemen have arrived. Haven Tea, you had a proper meal? Mealy notices the sneaky duo, their gluttonous behavior amusing her. Dofu, clutching a hefty pork knuckle, takes occasional gulps of peach-flavored sparkling water. Upon spotting Mealy approaching, he struggles to swallow his mouthful. Senior sister, I owe you my gratitude today. I certainly do not wish to land on that infamous blacklist before even starting school. Mealy gestures towards Sakura. What prowess do I possess? Even if I spoke until my mouth ran dry, your fate would remain unchanged. After all, I am not the professor's favored disciple. Greetings, Dofu. Pay no heed to Mealy's fanciful tales. Professor Sexton is both my and Cape's mentor. Sakura speaks softly, having heard of Dofu's reputation on the campus forum, expressing eagerness for his future endeavors as a sixth-tier newcomer. She then produces a tissue, offering it to Dofu while indicating the grease at the corner of his mouth. Not at all. I shall rely on the senior sisters for guidance in the tasks ahead. Dofu's face flushes as he accepts the tissue. What a charming and gentle girl. Dofu finds himself momentarily spellbound, pondering that his arrival at the Lunar Branch, surrounded by beautiful girls, might herald the onset of romantic entanglements. It is said that every boy harbors a personal ranking of beauties in his heart. The arrival of Mi Li and Ying has inadvertently transformed Du Fu's long-forgotten list, creating a seismic shift in his affections. Du Fu finds himself unable to ascertain who should occupy the top position between Mi Li and Ying. In terms of facial features, Ying may indeed possess an edge. However, Du Fu is more enchanted by the luminous aura that radiates from Mi Li, akin to the gentle warmth of early spring sunlight gracing one's face. Invoking a sense of comfort, Charlie slowed his pace of chewing, aware that Ying was observing him intently. She had previously remarked that his voracious eating habits were detrimental to his health, advocating for a more measured approach to dining. Charlie had anticipated yet another lengthy lecture from this Japanese girl, but to his surprise, she simply remarked, "You seem to have lost a bit of weight. You must not have been eating well," her tone tinged with a hint of reproach and concern. Taken aback by Ying's unexpected comment, Charlie momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Yet, unwilling to allow the atmosphere to grow awkward, he feigned nonchalance, replying, "Well, that's because you've been absent this entire week. I missed you to the point of losing my appetite." Ying's lips moved slightly, but ultimately, she chose to remain silent, redirecting her gaze towards the blue M&M on stage, poised to deliver a speech. "Excuse me for interrupting your meal. Now that everyone is gathered, let us proceed to the matter at hand," Sexton announced, casting a glance at the two latecomers in the audience. Chapter 19. The Encounter of the Dragon and the Tiger, Part 9. Dav and Charlie were still embroiled in a heated dispute over a matcha yuzu-flavored Japanese chiffon cake, oblivious to the fiery gaze of Professor Saxton on the stage. The youthful exuberance of the young men reminded Saxton of his own vigor in his youth, when he too was brimming with boundless energy. As he observed the antics of the two below, he thought to himself, naturally, the anticipation of annihilating predators in just a week and fulfilling their patriotic ambitions would cause one to tremble with excitement. I myself have begun to shake. Don't you think, Cap? Dov, beneath the table, was twisting his hand on his thigh, shifting from defense to offense as he stomped fiercely on his opponent's foot. Hiss indeed. I too am quivering with exhilaration, Charlie replied, his complexion fluctuating from pale to crimson and then to a deep violet. Saxton nodded in satisfaction. Therefore, you two, Charlie and Dov, shall immediately engage in physical training following the conclusion of this meeting. You will adhere to the standards set forth in the Physical Training Manual of the Action Bureau, with sessions conducted daily until the completion of Project Zero, under the guidance of Mealy. Are there any questions? Both Dov and Charlie shook their heads vigorously, as if caught in a rattle, fearful to voice any dissent. For the murderous aura emanating from Professor Saxton was almost palpable. I have an objection. Mealy raised her hand from the audience. The upcoming idle time must be devoted to preparing for our debut performance in October. I have numerous songs to rehearse and dances to choreograph. There is little time to play caretaker for these boys. Mealy regarded this performance as the most significant event of the year. Professor Saxton felt a tinge of frustration. The current generation of students was proving increasingly challenging to manage. The notion of having Mealy act as caretaker was actually the principal's directive. Yet he was unsure how to convince the obstinate girl. Professor, may I take on the role of their instructor? We are to execute missions as a team. Yet Dov and I have only just met. Wouldn't it be more beneficial to use this opportunity to bond and familiarize ourselves? Besides, I find the role of caretaker rather intriguing. Let us spare Mealy this time, shall we? After all, a forcibly harvested fruit is never sweet. Sakura, a truly astute girl, realized the moment called for her intervention to aid the professor. Saxton's expression softened, and he harbored a genuine fondness for this student. Very well. I shall entrust these two to you. Ensure they do not hinder the progress of the group. Subsequently, Saxton proceeded to outline the specifics of the implementation of Project Zero and the group assignments. To dismantle the Aitken Sea breeding ground, small nuclear devices must be placed in various areas, awaiting simultaneous detonation after all personnel have evacuated. The group tasked with the most challenging assignment would descend to a depth of 500 meters in a submersible to plant the explosives. This depth harbored unknown dangers, with formidable predators potentially lurking at 10 to 20 meters. This mission would be executed by Gonzalez, the head of the Lunar Division, along with 5 seasoned agents of no less than 4th-tier talent. Mealy's team comprised Sakura Katori, Charlie Cap, and Dov. They were assigned to bury 2 small nuclear devices. Judging by their talent levels, this group was indeed suited for the most arduous task. Regrettably, the abilities of the 2 novice recruits had yet to awaken. For them, this mission would merely serve as an opportunity to broaden their horizons and accumulate experience. After the meeting adjourned, Sakura sat upon a fallen tree trunk, resting her chin in her hand as she observed the 2 newcomers running back and forth along the beach, their goals set at a daunting 15,000 meters for the evening. The night breeze from the sea sent a shiver through Sakura. Charlie, having completed the training first, sat breathlessly beside her, and she offered him her thermos. They remained silent, their gazes fixated on Dov. In truth, Dov's stamina was on par with Charlie's, provided he had not indulged in 5 large pork knuckles. Charlie felt compelled to utter something. He had a wealth of thoughts he wished to share, yet when faced with the moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 20. The Encounter of Dragon and Tiger, Part 10. The sound of the waves ebbed and flowed as Dofu ran along the shoreline, his footsteps swallowed by the roar of the sea. A wave crashed against his feet, the icy water causing him to shiver involuntarily. It must be said that Persephone truly possesses remarkable powers. She commands this place like a deity, transforming it into a habitable planet. As night deepened, the temperature hovered around 10 degrees Celsius, rendering the strapless dress quite insufficient for warmth. Sakura shifted closer to Charlie, wishing that Mealy were present. With a mere flick of a match, they could ignite a cozy bonfire on the beach. Turning her gaze toward Charlie, she confirmed that he appeared somewhat thinner. Charlie, lost in thought, stared blankly at the inky sea, leading Sakura to speculate that he was replaying a game in his mind. Her playful intentions surged to a peak. "Were you thinking ignoring me? Take that." With a swift motion, she thrust her hand into the collar of Charlie's shirt. To her surprise, Charlie did not react as she had anticipated. Feeling her cold hand within his collar, he slowly withdrew it, hesitating to release her grasp. "Your hand is so cold, yet it feels rather pleasant," he uttered unexpectedly. Internally, Charlie's emotions clashed wildly with his calm exterior. "Oh my heavens! Someone save me! How did I muster the audacity to hold my senior's hand and utter such repulsive words? Help!" he thought, wishing he could bury himself in the sand. Lowering his head, he dared not meet Sakura's eyes, fearing the look of disdain that might greet him. Sakura, equally taken aback by his strange behavior, withdrew her hand awkwardly. "I have a younger brother, 5 years my junior. Ever since I was little, being sensitive to the cold. He would hold my hand to warm it with his gentle touch. Yet as we've grown, he no longer does so, and our conversations have dwindled. We used to share everything." She pouted in discontent. "So, thank you for helping me warm my hands, Cape. You remind me of my brother, the type who struggles to take care of himself. Thus, I feel an irresistible urge to look after you, even if it's merely to ensure you eat well and not live on instant noodles. So, please don't consider it meddling. Let it be a way for me to fulfill my desire to care for my brother." Sakura smiled at the downcast Charlie, playfully ruffling his gray hair, her gentle demeanor unwavering. Suddenly, Charlie felt a chilling gust from the sea, prompting him to rise and walk away from Sakura, turning his back to her as he made his way toward the water. "Sister, I've never thought of you as meddlesome. Your culinary skills are unparalleled. Others covet what you create but cannot have it," he stated, not wishing to turn back and reveal his expression. Unsure if his smile now could rival the beauty of tears. Taking a deep breath, he resolved, "Sitting here is indeed cold. I shall accompany that fool for a few more laps." With determination, Charlie continued along the coastline, carefully evading the waves as he ran forward. The surface of the sea shimmered beautifully, captivating him entirely, causing him to forget the chill and all his worries. On this night, Charlie became one with the sea, feeling the immense power and beauty of nature. He understood that this ocean would forever reside in his heart, becoming one of the most indelible memories of his life. Chapter 21. The Dragon and the Tiger finally meet. The Kawasaki H2 are soared along the Aitken coastal highway, skimming the ground. Yet the rider appeared less like a formidable general and more akin to a soldier fleeing after a defeat. The engine's RPM surged to a terrifying 8,000, and though this modified machine could theoretically reach 16,000, the passenger seated behind vehemently forbade any reckless abandon from the rider. The scenery whizzed past in a blur, while Doff leaned forward to battle the oncoming wind resistance. What madness is this? Riding at such speed. Are you in a hurry to catch a late-night anime? Or perhaps heartbroken and trying to escape your feelings? The engine roared even higher, nearly ejecting Doff from his seat. "Goodness, are you truly lovesick? That was just a random guess, but it seems I hit the mark." Doff's eyes widened in surprise. "Shut up, or I'll toss you out." Charlie yearned only to return home quickly, take a shower, and retreat to bed, burying his head under the covers to numb himself, wishing to think of nothing and see no one. Doff shook his head and reassured, "Buddy, as we Chinese say, a hero does not hang himself from a single tree. Trust me, there's always something better ahead. Besides, you're surrounded by a bevy of beauties. Even that Japanese senior is quite stunning. Isn't she? Gentle, sweet, and generous. And I sense she holds you in good regard." Doff attempted to continue, yet the sudden acceleration threatened to throw him off once more. "I truly lack the gift of mind reading. Had I known I was such a good guesser, I should have ventured into gambling instead of pretending to be a superhuman." Doff lamented, as if he had missed out on a life of indulgence. Charlie's irritation reached a peak. Under normal circumstances, he might have exchanged a few quips with Doff, but now he simply wished to rid himself of the incessant chatter behind him. Thus, he shifted gears and accelerated again. "Calm down, my dear brother. As the saying goes, impulsiveness is the devil. If you wish to perish, don't drag me down with you. I refuse to become a pawn in your dramatic play. Dov clung tightly to Charlie's waist. Remember, you just advised me against hanging from a single tree, Charlie remarked, somewhat puzzled. Dov was momentarily at a loss for words. Special circumstances warrant special treatment. Do not lose heart so swiftly. The way that Japanese senior gazes at you is akin to a doe gazing at her fawn. She clearly cares for you. You mentioned a doe and her fawn. She merely sees me as a younger brother, Charlie replied with a hint of dejection. That sentiment is misguided. My brother, regardless of her perspective, you must realize that to her, you are a unique presence unlike any other. Charlie found it amusing to seek advice from someone who seemed inexperienced in matters of love. So, what should I do next, a wise brother? Dov stroked his beardless chin, exuding the air of a seasoned romantic. Next, you must seize the opportunity to touch the heart of that Japanese senior. The texts say that to win a girl's affection, one must impress her in a fleeting moment. And that moment must occur at the right time and place. If you cannot captivate this girl, then all efforts will be in vain. Charlie suddenly realized that this fellow exuded a masterful aura, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Sensei, dwarfs dream tonight. The wandering moon and the myriad stars arrive fashionably late. A sprinkle of rain graced the day, leaving the night sky adorned solely by the moon. While I think of you, I shatter the mirrors on the ground, allowing the stars to ascend one by one. Each star is a remnant of extinguished celestial bodies, their light traversing the vast expanse of space and time, casting reflections upon my retina, beyond life and death, transcending time and space, surpassing love itself. I am a solitary observer of stars, and throughout my 570 days on this earth, I have diligently watched their trajectories, naming them with a sense of reverence. However, in recent days, I have found newfound fascination in this endeavor. With a mid-autumn festival approaching, I take the opportunity to appreciate this satellite that has nourished countless poets, pondering its profound poetic essence and its role as a spiritual refuge for human emotions. Homesickness, longing for one's mother, yearning for a spouse, and so forth. Alas, the mooncakes provided by my workplace are truly dreadful. This is the first time I yearn to leave Earth, to traverse the cosmos to the moon for ice cream. Clutching this guide to galactic wanderings, treading upon the silvery moonlight and exchanging trivial banter with each star, is the first time I wish to convey to Kepler, Zhang Heng, and Zhu Chongji my apologies, esteemed predecessors. The world is vast, and I long to explore it, for I seem to have glimpsed Chang. Yet, I do not desire her to be Chang'e, for she is already with Ho-E. Subsequently, I began to admire the moon each night, discovering that Chang'e might be a reclusive soul, spending her days at home with her phone, rarely venturing out, seemingly devoid of friends. Her face remains obscured. Only her ethereal whiteness is visible. As I gaze, I drift into slumber, dreaming of celestial canines chewing the moon into stars, with Chang'e hiding amidst the shimmering constellations. Damn it, I am a voyeuristic pervert. I can hardly contain my excitement to commence my lunar expedition. I am no longer merely a star observer. I am a wanderer within the galaxy, while you reside on the moon. I traverse the universe in search of your presence. As the spacecraft pierces through the atmosphere, I glance back at this still beautiful blue planet. For our shared brilliance and affection, Earth has endured for 4 billion years without succumbing. I am a dreamer, envisioning our fateful encounter, establishing a home and family on the moon, occasionally returning to Earth to visit my parents, informing them of a grandchild of mixed lunar and terrestrial heritage, accepting either a granddaughter or grandson with equal affection. I also dream of us embracing as we journey together to the end of life. I find myself lamenting how swiftly time passes. The book suggests that parting is not as dreadful as it seems. After 650,000 hours, when we are oxidized into the wind, we may transform into 2 adjacent bubbles atop the same pint of beer or 2 particles of dust nestled beneath the same street lamp. The atoms in the universe do not perish, and ultimately, we shall be united. I truly hope to find you. As the moon gradually magnifies in my sight, an unprecedented unease creeps into my heart. Will I be fortunate enough to encounter Chang'e? Could she possibly be a princess on the moon, inaccessible to mere mortals? Might I frighten her, this celestial being, with my presence? What should my first words be upon meeting her? Surely I cannot simply say, "Hello, beautiful." Although this is our first encounter, I am quite familiar with you. After all, I have been secretly observing you day and night from Earth. And noticing your apparent lack of friends, I decided to intrude upon you here on the moon. Please be kind to me. Alas, such an introduction would likely brand me as a stalker. Yet, in a moment of folly, I commandeered the spacecraft from my workplace, only to realize now that the fuel reserves will barely suffice for my journey there. Should I be met with rejection, returning would be impossible. Good heavens! I wonder if the moon accepts illegal immigrants. Reflecting on this, perhaps I should not have fled so recklessly. What if Miss Chang'e has a family? What will my visits signify? If I were to meet her charming daughter, what would I say? I cannot possibly confess that I have long admired her mother, to the extent of coming here to pursue her. Surely, the little girl would run to her father, seeking vengeance upon me. My impulsive nature indeed requires reform. This thoughtless behavior has persisted for far too long. During my school years, I would assign nicknames to everyone based on their characteristics, intentionally overlooking their flaws, believing my choices to be remarkably fitting. These names circulated widely among my peers. However, due to my incessant chatter, I was eventually relocated to the last row, isolated from my classmates in an attempt to curb my conversation. Yet, my teacher underestimated my sociability. Surprisingly, I proved to be quite the conversationalist. Each week, we would change seats, and whoever sat in front of me would soon find themselves engaged in lively discussion, while those I was closer to needed no prompting. Of course, there were diligent students who focused intently on their studies, but I still managed to coax them into conversation. Everyone has their interests. I would engage in discussions about Wang Shiji and Liu Gongquan with calligraphy enthusiasts, converse about the graceful Yang Liping with dancers, and even discuss Hiroshima Mon Amour with the more artistic girls. For the introverted bookworms, I would seize the opportunity to seek help with difficult questions. In essence, I could never remain quietly seated. I firmly believe that a 17 or 18-year-old should not merely endure their high school years in a conventional manner. As a child, I once attended a sports event with my family, where the arena was packed to the brim, teeming with spectators as if it might overflow. I excitedly asked my father, "There must be tens of thousands of people here, right?" When I learned that there were only a few thousand, I found it astonishing. Among those thousands, I became acutely aware of my insignificance, let alone the thought of filling such a vast arena with over 1 million people across all of China. Born into a nation of one, for billion, each individual is but a drop in the ocean. Since the majority of people may never rise above the masses, one ought to live freely within their own world, adding a touch of excitement and the unknown to their otherwise mundane existence. Thus, I often felt a sense of individuality during my school days. Nevertheless, I am grateful to my parents for providing me with a decent education. At the very least, when reprimanded by teachers, I would humbly accept their criticism. My classmates often remarked that no teacher truly harbored animosity towards me. More often, they were simply exasperated. As I retracted countless thoughts from the boundless cosmos, the spacecraft had already detached the landing module. Damn it, my posterior will not tolerate a rough landing. Chapter 22. The Bright Moon Illuminates the Ditch, Part 1. Daf finally reached out to silence the incessantly repeating alarm on his phone, a song titled Styx Helix, which translates to the river Styx spiral in Chinese. This piece serves as the opening theme for a recently popular anime series, now in its 3rd season. Yet, Daf believed the most representative opening remained this very song. Whenever its prelude resonated, it would swiftly rouse him from his hazy slumber. Today, however, was an exception. He vaguely recalled a disheartened boy from next door insisting on dragging him out for drinks the previous night. Consequently, by the time Charlie had become blissfully inebriated, Daf had failed to unearth a bag of peanuts for snacking in Charlie's room. The cupboard, however, brimmed with an array of instant noodles from various countries, including the coveted White Elephant brand chicken soup noodles. Daf mused that one could hardly drink without something to accompany it. So he took the liberty of preparing a pot of noodles to complement their libations. The two spent the night in silence. alternating between sips of beer and bites of noodles until the clock struck 2. Eventually, Charlie, resembling a slumbering pig, collapsed onto the floor, and Doff exerted considerable effort to hoist him onto the bed, tucking him in. Even then, Charlie mumbled drunkenly about needing support, insisting he could drink more, and lamenting the absence of his sister. Doff sighed, covering the blanket that had been kicked aside and sitting on the edge of the bed, muttering, "Your Majesty, I am truly at a loss to assist you. Like you, I have also suffered from matters of the heart, having been grievously wounded by a temptress named Yang Yuan. Upon uttering that name, Doff chuckled, realizing he too was somewhat intoxicated, playing along with the role of the drunken fool before him. The glaring sunlight streamed through the window, piercing Doff's eyes, prompting him to instinctively shield them with his hand. His head throbbed as if struck by a heavy hammer. He endeavored to sit up, but his body felt as though it were encumbered by leaden weights. Regret washed over him. He should not have indulged in the antics of a heartbroken madman the night before. Now it was 30 minutes past 10, and he had already missed the meeting time he had arranged with Sakura by 2 hours. Who could predict what punishment Professor Sexton would impose for such tardiness? However, since he was already late, Doff chose to linger in bed for a while longer. Gradually, he felt somewhat improved and managed to rise unsteadily, staggering toward the bathroom. He turned on the faucet, splashing cold water on his face in hopes of awakening his senses. His stomach began to rumble. Ever since arriving at the lunar branch, it seemed a pig had taken residence within him, digesting everything with remarkable efficiency. Yet the refrigerator stood empty, which came as no surprise to Doff, for Charlie hardly appeared to be the culinary type. According to Mi Li, a Japanese senior often visited to deliver meals to Charlie, which perhaps explained his misinterpretation of her kindness as affection for a younger brother. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Doff rummaged through his luggage, extracting flour, garlic, scallions, chili powder, and various seasonings. He believed that the antidote to his homesickness lay in a bowl of oil-splashed noodles. Though he was not particularly finicky about food and enjoyed sampling cuisines from around the world, as a native of Shaanxi, he felt physically uncomfortable after days without noodles. Thus, he had thoughtfully packed the necessary ingredients for preparing oil-splashed noodles for this journey. The skilled chef adeptly kneads the dough, allowing it to rise, and then rolls it out. After immersing the noodles in boiling water, he cooks them to perfection before retrieving them. Subsequently, he garnishes the noodles with chopped scallions, minced garlic, chili powder, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and other seasonings. Finally, he heats the cooking oil until it reaches a smoking point and swiftly drizzles the hot oil over the garnished noodles. The entire process unfolds seamlessly, reminiscent of Ling Hu Chong executing the Dugan 9 swords with mastery. The tantalizing aroma of the oil-splashed chili wafts through the cracks of the door, infiltrating Charlie's nostrils. In truth, Charlie had awakened long before. He was reluctant to partake in the training over the past few days. He desired to avoid encountering Sakura, at least until he could face her with an air of indifference. Chapter 23. The Bright Moon Shines on the Ditch, Part 2. Charlie inhaled deeply, captivated by the exquisite aroma that enveloped him. It was a scent he had never encountered before, a unique blend of chili, Sichuan pepper, and an array of spices, vibrant and invigorating. It instantaneously awakened his taste buds. The fragrance of the oil-splashed chili carried a hint of spiciness that made Charlie sneeze. Yet it also exuded a rich, profound aroma. This flavor, imbued with the essence of culinary warmth, was new to him. It stirred a sense of nostalgia for the bustling kitchen, the warmth of family, and his mother far away in Germany. Indeed, a man often longs for his mother after facing hardships away from home. Charlie sighed. He recalled an article that remarked upon the brevity of the time a mother accompanies her child through life's journey. In infancy, she held him in her arms, and in that moment of innocence, he understood nothing, yet felt that the warmest place in the world was nestled within her embrace. As he took his first wobbly steps, she guided him forward, and he felt invincible as long as he held her hand. There was a time when he fell and, in tears, sought her comforting embrace, expecting her to lift him up and brush away the dirt. Instead, she stood back, smiling, encouraging him to rise on his own, teaching him resilience. As the days unfolded, He and his mother raced, and he, filled with pride, watched her approach the finish line, feeling a sense of maturity wash over him. No longer did he need to hold her hand. He twirled around her, as if playing a game of tag, joyfully introducing her to new friends from school. She relished these moments, her delight surpassing his own at the mention of his new companions. Then one day, he noticed that her steps had grown slower. Looking up, he realized silver strands had crept into her hair, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were no longer hidden. Though she was no longer as beautiful as in her youth, she still gazed at him with the same affectionate smile. Albeit now, she had to look up to meet his eyes. Suddenly, one day, she confessed to feeling old and weary, halting in her tracks, releasing his hand, and once more placing her hands behind her back, smiling as she said, "My little man has grown up. You must learn to live independently." He had always imagined she would walk alongside him forever, but now he felt lost and overwhelmed at the prospect of life without her, returning to the unsteady steps of a child. Looking back, he found her still smiling gently, encouraging him, and so he turned his gaze forward, no longer adrift, for he knew she was watching over him. Yet, unbeknownst to him, as he turned away, the smile on her face crumbled, replaced by an abyss of worry and reluctance. She watched his retreating figure, reminding him not to be picky with food, to remember to consume plenty of vegetables and fruits, to take warm baths daily, to avoid staying up late and ensure ample rest, and to make friends, reassuring him that even a few trustworthy companions would suffice. At that moment, he was entranced by the vibrant world around him, responding vaguely, "I understand, Mom." One day, filled with joy, you turned to introduce the delightful girl beside you to your mother, only to realize that her figure had almost diminished to a mere black. She remained standing in the same spot where you had parted ways long ago. It dawned on you that throughout the years, you had scarcely glanced back to check on her, nor had you shared the wonders of your life with her as you once did in your childhood. Yet, you were certain that she continued to gaze upon you with tenderness, for she waved at you and the girl beside you from a distant place, wishing you both a journey filled with happiness and safety. Charlie sent the edited message, and within moments, a notification chimed from his phone. "If you're broke, just say it. What else with the love you, Mom?" Chapter 24, The Bright Moon Illuminates the Ditch, Part 3. Charlie chuckled as he set down his phone, marveling at the increasingly tantalizing aroma of the spicy oil noodles, before heading to the washroom. As he opened the door, he unexpectedly collided with a furtive little thief lurking outside. The thief took a step back, steadied himself, exhaled forcefully, and spread his arms wide, balancing on one foot, striking a pose resembling a white crane spreading its wings, with a bowl of noodles cradled in each hand. "You nearly startled me to death. You almost knocked my hard work to the ground. What mischief are you up to?" Charlie exclaimed. Recently, he had become engrossed in Journey to the West, and had picked up this catchphrase. Initially, he had watched the tale to practice his Chinese listening skills, but he found himself inexplicably captivated by the story of the four disciples on their quest for enlightenment. Although puzzled, he was certain his fascination had nothing to do with the moon rabbit or the queen of the kingdom of women. Dorf handed one of the bowls to Charlie. "My dear brother, would you care for a bowl of fragrant oil-splash noodles?" Dorf was confident in his culinary skills, believing that good food could heal all sorrows. Charlie had never encountered noodles so wide. They resembled a belt, albeit one drenched in spicy oil. He accepted the bowl and squatted against the wall, mimicking Dorf's posture. Though he was somewhat perplexed, was there a particular significance to eating while squatting? "Well, I don't fully understand it myself. For instance, your company is a single-story building with all departments on one level, and there is no communal cafeteria. The restaurant outside lacks tables and chairs. During lunchtime, everyone gathers at the entrance, holding their bowls while gossiping about the latest office news. Since the company has no Wi-Fi and prohibits mobile phone use, you naturally step outside with your bowl. However, the bowl feels heavy, and there are no tables or chairs on the street. Eventually, your arms tire, and you find yourself squatting down, blending into the scene. Isn't there a simpler explanation?" Charlie began to use his chopsticks, first noticing the noodle's smoothness and elasticity, followed by the subtle spiciness and fragrance imparted by the hot oil. This distinctly local flavor reminded him of the tangy beef stew his mother often prepared. "Your mother must love you dearly," Dorf asked unexpectedly. What a twist. Why do you say that? Have you heard the saying, a loving mother spoils her child? It doesn't sound very complimentary. I truly envy you, Dorf said, lowering his head to continue eating. I am an abandoned child, never having known my biological parents. Since I can remember, I have lived with my adoptive parents. Were your adoptive parents unkind to you because they had their own children? Charlie envisioned a melodramatic family saga. Father and mother run a milk powder factory. Father is infertile, but successful individuals often require a perfect family. Due to the nature of the milk powder business, they needed a biological child to help establish the brand's image, so they adopted me. Yet, my parents have treated me well. They have never scolded me for poor grades, as they seem indifferent to my academic performance. They never neglected my needs, always making time to take me to the amusement park every Saturday, come rain or shine. Father's colleagues often say we are the happiest family. Duoff swallowed the last mouthful of noodles, but Cape after every parent-teacher meeting. Other parents linger to forge connections with the teachers, all in hopes that their children will receive special attention. Yet, my own parents seem solely preoccupied with projecting the image of a blissfully happy family of three. This sensation is rather peculiar. The manner and demeanor of my parents towards me are so meticulously conventional that it feels akin to conversing with a non-playable character. You understand what I mean, right? Those entities that greet you with an unwaveringly warm and radiant smile, like robots. At times, I pondered what actions would provoke a shift in their demeanor, leading me to engage in fights and skip school to capture their attention. However, my parents merely responded by taking me to amusement parks more frequently, believing I was simply in a bad mood. It was only later that I realized they lacked the essence of true parenting, for they did not possess a child in the genuine sense, and thus could not truly embrace the role of a parent. Nonetheless, I am grateful to them. After all, the bed in my home is far more comfortable than that in an orphanage. Charlie found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He detested such sorrowful topics and struggled to find a way to console the boy before him. After a prolonged silence, he simply remarked, "The oil-splashed noodles are truly delightful." Chapter 25. The moonlight illuminates the ditch, Part 4. A palpable sadness permeated the corridor, compelling Charlie to instinctively seek an escape. This was not a matter of disloyalty. On the contrary, he felt deep sympathy for Doff. Charlie understood that he was born into a blissful family, rendering him incapable of offering Duoff solace or sharing in his sorrow. "Apologies, Cape. I intended to treat you to a bowl of noodles and offer some comfort, but I seem to have made a mess of it," he chuckled. Duoff managed a resigned smile. "I must disagree with your assessment of mess. I have found considerable solace from you, be it from this fragrant bowl of oil-splashed noodles or your unfortunate plight. Frankly, compared to your circumstances, heartbreak pales in significance. Thank you. I feel much better, thanks to you." Charlie rose to wash both his and Duoff's bowls. "By the way, when did you first develop an affection for that Japanese senior? You haven't known her for long, have you?" Duoff casually changed the subject. "Is such gossip truly appropriate, dear brother?" Charlie responded without turning around. "Matters concerning scholars cannot be deemed gossip. I am merely analyzing the potential between you and the Japanese senior, dear brother." Charlie sighed, memories of Sakura swirling in his mind. Who knows when I first fell for this Japanese girl? The first time I saw her was during the college interview, where Professor Saxton, my examiner, was accompanied by Sakura as the assistant examiner. I was exceedingly nervous. Anyone would be when faced with Professor Saxton's classical and stern visage. I was so anxious that I nearly bit my own tongue while speaking. However, the perceptive Sakura noticed my distress and wrote the character for person in my palm, advising me to swallow it to alleviate my anxiety. As a result, I was indeed calm during the interview, for all my focus was on Sakura. I still vividly recall the attire she wore that day. Charlie laughed, a hint of infatuation in his tone. "After all this, it seems you merely experienced love at first sight with the Japanese senior. You, my friend, are succumbing to lustful thoughts." Duoff realized that love at first sight and lust were hardly distinguishable. Ultimately, it was due to the senior's striking beauty. And so what of it? Does one require a reason to love? Even without Sakura's gesture, I would have been captivated during the interview. After all, she is simply stunning. As fate would have it, Professor Saxton became my mentor, increasing the frequency of my encounters with Sakura and naturally leading to the exchange of contact information, which resulted in my internship at the Lunar Division. Currently, the freshman should be in the academy utilizing the summer to study Chinese. It was Sakura who invited me to join her at the Lunar Division for the internship. How could I possibly miss the chance to spend time alone with her? But little did I know, the internship at the Lunar Division was far from romantic, for Sakura was an academic zealot. Over the past month, I could count on one hand the number of times I had seen her. Charlie fumed. It sounds entirely like unrequited love on your part. The Japanese senior merely extended a courteous invitation for you to gain some experience. Yet someone misconstrued her intentions. Duoff quipped with a hint of schadenfreude. Oomph. Now it seems I cannot even indulge in unrequited love. She does not regard me as anything other than a foolish younger brother. Duoff stifled a laugh while attempting to console Charlie, suggesting that with his remarkable talent and striking appearance, the numerous beauties at the academy would surely be at his disposal. How absurd. Do you believe my feelings of infatuation to be so trivial? I shall not relent. One day, I will make Sakura see me as a man, rather than some cursed younger sibling. Let us embark, Duoff. I am eager to showcase my masculine allure to that Japanese girl. Chapter 26. The bright moon illuminates the ditch, Part 5, in the command room of the Moon Division of the Action Bureau. Saxton and his apprentice Gonzalez observed the video playback from Bailey Crater with grave expressions. Earlier this morning, 2 agents tasked with monitoring the hatching progress of the predator embryos were killed by prematurely hatched predators. The footage revealed the 2 research agents advancing cautiously, their instruments continuously scanning for life signals in the vicinity. Their breaths were laden with anxiety and tension, as they detected the embryos in this area hatching at an astonishingly rapid pace. Suddenly, the instruments emitted a strong signal, leading them towards a massive cave. They entered the cave with utmost caution, only to find it teeming with predator embryos of various sizes, their surfaces covered in sharp spines, evoking a sense of dread. As the 2 agents scrutinized the embryos, a colossal predator unexpectedly burst forth from the cave, lunging at them. Its size indicated it was a Class B predator. Terrified, they turned to flee, but the predator's speed swiftly closed the gap. With its gaping maw open wide, it lunged at one of the researchers, who let out a piercing scream before collapsing to the ground. The other researcher, witnessing his companion's demise, was engulfed by a mix of rage and fear. He brandished his submachine gun and retaliated against the predator. However, the creature's hardened body rendered his weapon ineffective. The predator charged again at the remaining researcher, who was unable to evade its assault and was knocked to the ground. The predator opened its bloody jaws, aiming for the researcher's throat. The researcher emitted one final scream before silence enveloped the cave. Bailey Crater returned to its former tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the bodies of the 2 researchers remained, forever entangled in the perilous incubator, serving as sustenance for the very ground they had once explored. Saxton terminated the video playback and turned to Gonzalez, who wore a similarly grave expression. The most critical task now is to ascertain why the embryos hatched prematurely. If it were an isolated incident, it would be manageable. Otherwise, we could be facing dire consequences. Gonzalez nodded, lamenting the loss of the 2 esteemed researchers. They were not combat specialists, but rather possessed detection abilities. I had not considered this adequately. Henceforth, every team assigned to reconnaissance missions must include combat-capable agents. However, most of our combat specialists are currently deployed near Aitken Sea, making immediate reassignment challenging. Gonzalez's countenance was wrought with concern, and the urgency to uncover the reason behind the premature hatching was palpable. I have a suggestion regarding the manpower issue, he continued. Professor, you cannot possibly be referring to Sakura Katori and Mealy, can you? They do possess high-level attack capabilities, but their experience as agents is lacking. Moreover, should anything happen to such promising talents, it would be a significant loss for the Academy. A look of distress crossed Gonzalez's face. Oof. Do you think I wish to place my prized students in such peril? These are the sentiments of the principal, who has granted them permission to partake in any endeavor. He stated that without enduring the storms, the fledgling eagle cannot transform into a magnificent eagle. Chapter 27. The Little King, Part 1. Lunar Division Operations Training Center complete the final 2 sets of narrow push-ups as a penalty for your tardiness today. Sakura, clad in a sleek black combat uniform, her long ebony hair elegantly tied into a high ponytail, commanded the room. Daf was panting heavily, utterly drained of energy, and though he desperately wished to inquire whether this formidable instructor was perhaps a twin sister of the gentle Japanese senpai, he could not fathom associating such a devil with the serene demeanor of Sakura. Beside him, Charlie was equally breathless, his stamina inferior to Daf's, persisting solely to avoid embarrassment in front of Sakura. "Brother, if you're feeling unwell, just lie down and rest. There's no need to push yourself. Seeing you struggle pains me." Daf managed a strained smile, his face reddening like a ripe fruit. "Take a look in the mirror. Daf, your face is as flushed as a baboon's rear." "I'm feeling splendid and could easily manage a few more sets," Charlie retorted. "I'm delighted to witness such spirited determination from you too. It seems you are well prepared for your inaugural mission," Sakura remarked, her smile enigmatic as she closed her phone. Professor Sexton had sent a message regarding a task for them. "Training concludes now. Return and gather your belongings. We reconvene here in 30 minutes. Sakura, a woman of decisiveness, was already striding towards the training hall's exit as she spoke. "Make sure not to be late this time," she reminded them before departing. Anchorage, Alaska Ted Stevens Interstellar Station was funded by Flossen Academy specifically for the Zero program, designated solely for transporting personnel and supplies to the Lunar Division. "Is Kashmir and I present? Kashmir and I, are you here?" the attendant called out through the loudspeaker, her voice echoing in the empty concourse. Growing impatient, she repeated, "Damn it, is Kashmir and I here? I don't know which important figure you are, but this interstellar train is operating just for you. Otherwise, I'd still be enjoying my beauty sleep. My sincere apologies for occupying your time that should have been spent in repose." The attendant was startled into a scream as Nye appeared silently behind her, her legs buckling beneath her, causing her to collapse onto the floor. "I am indeed the infamous Kashmir Nye, though I hardly consider myself a person of significance. The urgency of the situation compelled the Academy to make an exception for me." Nye, unfazed by the attendant's earlier complaints, felt a twinge of guilt and, despite his usual stoic expression, allowed a hint of an apologetic smile to surface. He bent down and extended a hand to assist her. Rather than being helped, she found herself yanked upright by an inexplicable force emanating from his grasp. "Given your handsome appearance, I shall overlook the incident. Please present your identification." Speaking casually, as they were of similar age, she continued, "Since you are the sole passenger on this train, we are ready to depart." Nye observed the girl bouncing alongside him as he boarded the train. He turned and remarked, "Well, you really need not accompany me. This journey has only me as a passenger. You may continue your beauty sleep." The girl shook her head, adopting a serious demeanor as she replied, "That simply won't do. Rules are rules. A stewardess must wholeheartedly ensure the safety of every passenger during their travels." Then, with a hint of mischief, she added, "Humph, don't think I'm oblivious. You're off to the moon to confront aliens, aren't you? You can't keep that from me. After all, I'm a freshman at Flossen Academy this year, and being a stewardess is my summer job." Nye gazed at this quirky girl, realizing why she did not recognize him. Although he was not one to be arrogant, he had no doubt about his renown within the academy. To be unfamiliar with Kashmir Nye at Flossen Academy was akin to never having heard of Michael Jackson. Chapter 28. The Little King, Part 2. Your clearance is too low. I cannot divulge further information. Nye felt this statement was somewhat callous and added, as you participate in more internship tasks, your confidentiality privileges will be upgraded, at which point you will be able to learn more of what you wish to know. Seriously, I was unaware of my low clearance level. Do you think I desire to be a mere attendant here? The girl furrowed her brow, increasingly agitated. I was looking forward to a delightful summer vacation after my senior year. Who would have anticipated that this dreadful academy would send an email inviting freshmen to attend a summer camp at Flossen Academy? So, here I am, blissfully carrying my bag, believing the summer camp would involve snorkeling in Hawaii or riding roller coasters at Universal Studios. Instead, This so-called summer camp confines us in classrooms to learn Chinese. I have become quite the expert in Chinese. Thank you very much. My much-anticipated vacation time has turned into this absurd role of an attendant. How unfortunate. I wanted to inquire about aliens and superpowers, yet all of you keep saying my clearance level is insufficient. Now I was left speechless by this torrent of complaints. He wished to inform the girl that exceptionally gifted freshmen would participate in the Bureau's missions as internship officers, and the fact that she was still learning Chinese at the academy implied. I still do not even know your name. Nye diverted the conversation. Lucy Garcia. Why don't you check my name badge? The girl impatiently pointed to her badge. Very well, Lucy. I'm a bit parched. Do you have any beverages? Nye seized the opportunity to redirect the conversation. Such a demanding senior. Would you prefer orange juice or cola? Orange juice, please. Lucy fetched 2 cups of orange juice and sat beside Nye. You should sit over there, not here. Nye indicated the attendant's lounge at the end of the carriage. What difference does it make? It's just you and me here. She observed Nye's luggage with curiosity. It was a sizable bag that appeared to contain an enormous pair of scissors. Is there a pair of scissors in there? What on earth are such large scissors for? Are they your weapon? Nye donned an eye mask, preparing to rest. He had returned from South America and, with little respite, was heading to the Lunar Division for his next mission. Even someone as zealous as Nye felt fatigued by such a grueling schedule. Senior, you seem quite aloof. Your adorably enthusiastic junior is speaking to you. Lucy reached over to remove Nye's eye mask. Nye was a man of few words, in stark contrast to the incessant chatter of the girl beside him. Since earlier, it seemed her mouth had not ceased moving, and it was evident that a few brief remarks would not suffice to satisfy her. Indeed, this large pair of scissors is my weapon. My ability allows me to control all objects within a certain range, hence I utilize these scissors as my armament, Nye patiently explained. Such impressive power. It's akin to being an omnipotent king. But why did you choose such a large pair of scissors as your weapon? There are so many points to ponder. I cannot even begin to express them. In my household, we run a barbershop, and each day after school I assist my parents at the establishment. Scissors have been my cherished toys since childhood, instilling in me a profound sense of familiarity, whether wielded as a tool for cutting hair or as a playful weapon. Nye smiled gently as she caressed the large pair of scissors. Chapter 29, The Little King, Part 3. So, when you engage in battle, are you commanding these scissors to dance through the air? Much like the manipulation of objects in Chinese martial arts films. Lucy exclaimed, excitedly gesturing with her fingers. It is rather akin to that feeling, I suppose. How cool. You are the scissor hero. Is it truly so? Many claim that my combat style lacks sophistication. Sophistication? What does that mean? Is it a Chinese term? Lucy inquired, perplexed, while tapping her chin thoughtfully. Sophistication is a colloquial term that generally refers to an individual's aura or style. Nye provided a rather scholarly explanation. I see now. Everyone should aspire to have a high level of sophistication. Lucy beamed, proudly flaunting her newly acquired vocabulary. However, those who label you as lacking sophistication are, in fact, the ones who truly lack it. Those soaring scissors are undeniably impressive. From now on, I shall call you Scissor Hero, senior brother. You may refer to me as Nye. Lucy disregarded this remark. Scissor Hero, senior brother, could you share any intriguing missions you have recently undertaken? Have you ever infiltrated an enemy stronghold single-handedly, resolving everything like James Bond, and then departed with an air of nonchalance, as if you were merely off to enjoy a pint of beer after work? This chattering girl did not provoke Nye's impatience. He endeavored to satisfy Lucy's curiosity, naturally within the confines of her security clearance. In truth, the missions of the Bureau are not as exhilarating as depicted in films. They are often tedious and monotonous. For the past 7 days, I have been concealed atop a rubber tree, waiting for the target to appear. But what did you do when you were thirsty or hungry? Lucy opened a packet of chips and offered them to Nye. The supplies of rations and drinking water I carried were only sufficient for 3 days. Intelligence indicated that the target would arrive within that time frame. Yet the target did not materialize until the 7th day. Were you not foolish? There's a saying, when the situation seems off, one should retreat. Did you truly remain there for 4 days without food or water? The issue of drinking water was easily resolved. The Amazon rainforest receives abundant rainfall, and I collected rainwater daily for hydration. As for food, I did not spare a single caterpillar from a tree. Nye rested his chin in his hand, as if recounting a mundane occurrence, so dull that I could easily fall asleep, merely listening. Lucy propped her chin in her hand, her eyes losing their sparkle. War is invariably dull and brutal. Humans and predators are locked in an eternal struggle of life and death. Nye tapped his head and added, the principal said as much. Have you ever skipped school? Have you ever been in love? Lucy suddenly posed 2 questions. Scissor Hero, senior brother, you surely cannot be the other people's child often mentioned by parents. After speaking, she shifted slightly, as if in disdain. What does other people's child mean? Now I was caught off guard by this novice in the Chinese language. It is also a popular internet term, referring to peers who are perceived by parents to be far superior to their own children. These children are often characterized as intelligent and eager to learn, obedient and adorable, never squandering money or indulging in video games, and they would never speak back to their elders or teachers. They are frequently used by parents as a benchmark to compare their own children. Lucy wore a proud expression, seemingly implying that, dear senior, you are not quite the master of the Chinese language either. I have not played truant, as my parents have made considerable sacrifices to provide for my education. I have never been in a romantic relationship. I recognize my own dullness, lacking in interests and hobbies, devoid of an understanding of fashion, and possessing no particular talents. Oh, forgive me. Cutting hair is my only skill, which surely does not endear me to any girl. Furthermore, it is likely that I will lead a life fraught with uncertainty, facing the prospect of death on the battlefield at any moment. Such a person as I could never aspire to be a good husband. Chapter 30. The Little King, Part 4. Brother, you are truly an arrogant person, Lucy remarked, her lips curling in disdain. It sounds entirely like your unilateral decision to lock your heart away, while seeking excuses such as uncertain future and inability to be a good husband. Perhaps you have yet to encounter a girl you fancy, but you cannot deny that in the past or the future, some girl may indeed harbor feelings for you. Affection for someone requires no conditions, irrespective of their status or location. All right, perhaps you are right, Nay replied, preparing to don his blindfold once more. He did not wish to quarrel with this girl over trivial matters. What mattered most was to seize a moment of rest to alleviate his physical and mental exhaustion. After a dismissive huff, Lucy chose to ignore Nay, instead focusing on admiring the manicure she had done yesterday, featuring her beloved Winnie the Pooh design. In the Moon Division of the Action Bureau, the atmosphere in the conference room was stifling, the heavy air seeming to congeal. The screen displayed a looping video sent back by the attacked agents, showcasing a predator resembling a lizard. It measured approximately the size of half a basketball court, its body covered in hard scales that emanated a chilling glow. 2 agents fired their weapons, but the bullets struck the creature as if against steel, proving utterly ineffective. Its massive head and powerful limbs allowed it to swiftly navigate its formidable bulk, while its tail, akin to a whip, sent surrounding boulders flying. Those 2 agents were pierced by that very tail. This was the situation. This great lizard had hatched prematurely for some unknown reason, killing our 2 agents. While a B-class predator might seem negligible, the terrifying aspect was our ignorance regarding the cause of its early hatching, and whether this phenomenon was an isolated incident or something more widespread. Gonzalez refrained from continuing. If predators were hatching en masse ahead of schedule, the Moon Division's current predicament would be exceedingly perilous. In summary, your mission is to investigate the reasons behind this large lizard's premature hatching and eliminate it, Sexton interjected. Professor, I trust this you does not include me? Dolph asked, his face pale from the fright induced by the giant lizard. The sight of 2 living individuals being impaled by that massive tail was so gruesome it nearly caused him to regurgitate the oily noodles he had eaten that morning. He had seen films like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, notorious for their gore, yet nothing compared to the visceral impact of this real footage. Absolutely. It includes you. Sexton replied decisively. It certainly includes Charlie. Professor, they have yet to awaken. Is it not a bit hasty to send them in a battle so soon? Gonzalez was the first to voice his concern. Indeed, Professor, Are you worried that the large lizard might not be satiated and is sending us for afternoon tea? Dolph added, turning to look at Sakura with a pitiful expression. Sister, shall we return to physical training? I still have several sets of narrow push-ups awaiting me. Sakura nodded and then inquired of Charlie, do you have any questions regarding this mission? I have no questions, Charlie replied. Sakura beamed with satisfaction. Professor, the majority has spoken. We have decided to participate in this mission. Dofa gazed incredulously at the impassive Charlie, thinking to himself, you, young man, have merely experienced a heartbreak. Why the urgency to embrace death and drag me along? Very well. In truth, I too am reluctant to let you embark on such perilous ventures. Yet this is the principal's decree. The principal harbors hopes that you will awaken your latent powers in the face of adversity. Research from the Academy suggests that those who proactively awaken their abilities tend to grow significantly stronger. The Academy eagerly anticipates the surprises that you too may bring forth. I shall send the task location to Sakura shortly. You may set forth at once. Chapter 31. The Little King, Part 5. The Sakura team arrived at the rooftop helipad, preparing to embark on the V-22 Osprey helicopter en route to Bailey Crater. This helicopter is one of the largest vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, accommodating over 20 soldiers. This tiltrotor transport aircraft can carry 9,000 kilograms internally or 6,800 kilograms externally, boasting a maximum cruising speed exceeding 500 kilometers per hour. Its advantage over conventional airplanes lies in its ability to land vertically, making it capable of alighting on ships or rugged terrain. The pilot emerged from beneath the helicopter, appearing to have just inspected the landing gear. She made her way along the side of the helicopter to the cockpit entrance. Is the rookie joining this mission too? Senior sister? Dove recognized the voice of Mi Li, whose vocals were unmistakably distinctive. Mi Li removed her visor, revealing her beautiful eyes, and it seemed she was ready to play the role of a caretaker once more. Wow, senior sister, you can pilot a helicopter? Dove's eyes sparkled with excitement. Who says I can't do everything? Mi Li replied, brimming with pride. The helicopter piloting course is a mandatory subject at the Academy, Sakura added. However, this Osprey requires 2 pilots. Mi Li retrieved a helmet and visor from the cockpit and tossed them to Sakura, saying, It's been a while since we soared through the skies together. Dove and Charlie cautiously stepped into the cabin, their gazes instantly captivated by the sight before them. The interior of the cabin was adorned with an array of weaponry and ammunition, resembling a stunning miniature arsenal, from various firearms to powerful rocket launchers, and from daggers to gleaming long swords. These weapons were neatly arranged, as if awaiting their masters to select them and assign them a combat mission. As the helicopter steadily ascended, Dove picked up a Sten submachine gun, thrilled to see the real deal for the first time, and excitedly brandished it. Charlie rolled his eyes at the rustic boy and sought a place to sit and rest, believing that ample rest was essential before engaging in any perilous activities. Meanwhile, I was trapped in a nightmare, engulfed by a horde of predators invading the Academy. 4 or 5 of these creatures feasted upon him, their eyes glinting with insatiable greed. Towering and ferocious, they bore sharp fangs and exuded an aura of despair. They tore at flesh with their claws and teeth, blood splattering everywhere, the air thick with a metallic scent of gore. Despite the blood spattering across his face and the cacophony of bone-crunching sounds in his ears, I was preoccupied with thoughts of the elderly professors, worrying whether they had safely evacuated. This thought filled him with dread, the fear that if he perished, no one would protect those vulnerable teachers and classmates. Suddenly jolted awake, Nye removed his eye mask and recalled that he was aboard an interstellar train heading to the Lunar Division. He rubbed his temples, striving to dispel the remnants of his dream. The air conditioning in the compartment was quite brisk, yet Nye felt no chill, for someone had draped a blanket over him. This blanket undoubtedly belonged to a girl. Only a girl's belongings could possess such a delightful fragrance. The sound of steady breathing reached his ears, and he noticed Lucy Garcia curled up in her seat, fast asleep, her arms tightly embraced around herself. Nye gazed at the cat-like girl beside her, who had selflessly offered her only blanket to a stranger she had known for less than a day. What could have motivated such an act? Was it merely the duty of a stewardess, or perhaps an innate kindness? Nye gently returned the blanket to Lucy, simultaneously brushing off the remnants of potato chips clinging to her face. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was a video call from the principal. Upon answering, Nye gestured for silence. "Have you encountered something fortunate?" the principal inquired from the other end. Nye found herself perplexed by the principal's words. It was hard to fathom such a tender smile gracing one's face. Chapter 32. The Little King, Part 6. Nye composed her expression, addressing Principal Wilt with a gentle smile that was certainly not intended for him, lest he misunderstand. I know. Her name is Lucy Garcia, isn't it? That little girl is indeed a striking beauty." Wilt stroked his chin thoughtfully, contemplating the intriguing dynamics that might arise when a lively and adorable younger student encounters a mature and composed senior. However, no sparks were to be ignited. Nye shattered Wilt's daydreams, stating, "Principal, Lucy did not appear in our video call. You should not be aware of her presence here. Or perhaps all that has transpired today is part of your design." "Design? What do you mean? A chance encounter with a lovely junior?" Wilt inquired. "Yes, Lucy Garcia, who until 2 months ago was a senior at Watertown High School in Chicago, which means she is a freshman this year. Of course, she claims as much." Nye retrieved the freshman roster from the campus network, a document far beyond a mere list of names, heights, and weights. It detailed each new student's comprehensive profile, including talent levels and forecasts for future growth. The record stated, "Lucy Garcia is a fifth-tier gifted individual, according to the Academy's standard procedure. Exceptionally talented freshmen typically engage in internships across various locations during the summer." Thus, Nye was curious as to why Lucy was undertaking such a seemingly meaningless internship at the Interstellar Station. Or was Lucy perhaps awaiting my participation in the Zero Project? What a perceptive little rascal. Wilt chuckled ruefully. "And what is your conjecture? Is it because of Star Trek?" Nye ventured to guess. "Please elaborate." Wilt maintained a calm demeanor. "Star Trek is your power, akin to foreseeing the future. I'm rather fond of this guessing game. Star Trek suggests that something fortuitous will occur if Lucy travels to the lunar division at this time and in this manner, correct?" An astute observation, Wilt affirmed Nye's deduction. "Does this fortunate occurrence imply that bringing Lucy along will ensure the smooth progress of the Zero Project?" Nye inquit. "I hope so, though it could also mean that Lucy may serendipitously fall in love with you," Wilt replied playfully. "In any case, bringing this child along guarantees that something good will happen." "I understand. Therefore, please ensure you safeguard yourself while also protecting your junior. Both of you are invaluable treasures to the Academy." Wilt prepared to conclude the conversation. "Principal, I have one more question." Nye, unusually persistent, sought to prolong the dialogue. "Through what means does Star Trek communicate with you? Through dreams? Or some other method?" "Ha! I would truly love to experience such a romantic means of communication. If possible, I hope it would be my wife who visits me in a dream. I miss her dearly. I am sorry to hear that. Apologies. As one ages, one tends to grow melancholic." Wilt managed a wry smile, acknowledging that the power of Star Trek had effectively enhanced his intuition. Upon awakening this ability, his instincts had proven remarkably accurate, guiding many of his past decisions. For instance, this instance, such as the accident involving Doff on the interstellar train, became clear to him. Nye sighed, lamenting the unfortunate nature of this power. It was the first time he had heard someone describe Star Trek as a misfortunate ability. Many others would have expressed envy instead. Wilt felt a tinge of surprise. Nye rose to alleviate the stiffness in his neck from prolonged sitting, recalling his father's words. "The unknown world is what makes life captivating. If everyone were aware of the most suitable hairstyle for themselves, how would our barbershops thrive?" Chapter 33. The Little King, Part 7. Your father is a philosopher. Wilt chuckled heartily, lamenting that such humor had not been inherited by you. "Yet you spoke the truth. I have relinquished much joy, and my life lacks splendor. The celestial path has transformed me into a marionette, compelling me to adhere strictly to its dictates. Initially, the awakening to the celestial path filled me with exhilaration, as if I were destined to become an omnipotent being. However, as time passed, weariness set in. No one relishes having their fate predetermined. a sensation akin to having a knife pressed against one's back, urging compliance. It was many years ago, on a day when the rain poured heavily. I ventured out to purchase cigarettes, and the celestial path instructed me to take a longer route. Brimming with youthful defiance, I opted for my usual path. Naturally, a car came speeding by, splashing a torrent of water upon me. Dripping wet, I stood by the roadside, suddenly overcome with laughter, allowing the water to trickle into my mouth. Did you find it amusing? I inquired, puzzled. Angry? Why should I feel anger? The sensation of making a choice and facing the consequences is truly sublime. If I were to describe it, I would say it is invigorating. Wolt exclaimed with fervor. Had I followed the celestial path, I would not have become a drenched chicken. Yet I did. I defied it. In this trivial matter, I battled fate. Since then, I have frequently contravened the celestial path to savor that invigorating thrill, albeit at the cost of stepping in dog waste, being taken hostage, or having flower pots fall upon my head. Gradually, the thought of simply perishing began to seem appealing. I envisioned the celestial path as a presence dwelling within my mind. Should I cease to exist, so too would it. Perhaps that is the only way to escape its grasp. But you ultimately chose to survive, becoming the headmaster of Flossin Academy. Indeed, who could have anticipated that the celestial path would illuminate my path on the battlefield of humanity and predators? Perhaps this is my inescapable fate, Wilt replied. Lucy, still drowsy, sat up, stretching languidly as if preparing to pounce. What fate? Are you playing tarot cards? Apologies for disturbing you. Nye paused, and thank you for the blanket. That's what makes me a considerate junior, she retorted. Who are you video calling? Your grandfather? Lucy leaned forward. Hello, Lucy, I am Wilt. You may address me as headmaster. It is a pleasure to meet you. Wilt offered a smile he deemed amiable. Wow, our headmaster is actually a cool old man, Lucy exclaimed, enthusiastically nudging Nye with her elbow. Lucy, would you be interested in visiting the Lunar Branch? Nye assured her safety. He is my finest student. Wilt suddenly posed a question. Lucy nodded eagerly, of course. If I don't get some fresh air soon, I might suffocate. Nye, take good care of your lovely junior. Head directly to Bailey Crater to join Katori Sakura and her team. Nye furrowed his brow. Bailey Crater? I recall it being a significant hatching ground. Has something occurred? Wilt's expression was grave. An unfortunate incident had transpired. 2 researchers from the Lunar Division were ambushed and killed by a predator that had hatched prematurely in the Bailey Crater. Your mission is to investigate the reasons behind this creature's early emergence. It is hoped that this situation is merely an isolated occurrence. Otherwise, the circumstances would become exceedingly precarious. Chapter 34. The Little King, Part 8. Bailey Crater. The Fishhawk helicopter gently descended onto the expansive terrain, a designated area cultivated by the Lunar Division for helicopter operations. The ground crew on duty had already vacated the site ahead of schedule. Do you smell the scent of blood? Sakura inquired as she removed her helmet. Mealy rolled her eyes internally, thinking, I am not a dog. I do not detect the scent of blood, but I do sense something akin to a Bloody Mary. She responded accordingly, Gentlemen, we have arrived. Please disembark. Mealy recalled that 2 other burdensome individuals were also part of this mission. After a few minutes, she observed 2 fully armed figures emerging from the cabin. Zongzi, Doff, and Charlie were clad from head to toe in armor, with not a single inch of skin exposed. They resembled humanoid, mobile fortresses from a science fiction narrative, their efficient use of space eliciting admiration even from Sakura. A Japanese national, Doff sported a Sten submachine gun slung across his chest, with an Uzi strapped to his back. His tactical vest was adorned with approximately 7 or 8 grenades, and 2 Desert Eagles nestled at his waist. With each step, magazines and bullets tumbled from his overloaded pockets, producing a clattering sound. Charlie, having been there a bit longer, appeared more composed compared to Doff. He mocked Doff's choice of Desert Eagles as juvenile, opting instead for 2 Smith Wesson M29 revolvers as his sidearms, while the remainder of his armament mirrored Doff's. Mealy feigned a grimace, exclaiming, Are you dressed for America's Got Talent? If this is a mission, such a ludicrous outfit is unnecessary. I suggest you shed some of that gear. Regardless of whether those weapons can take down that giant, you might exhaust yourselves before you even reach your destination. Doff wiped the sweat from his brow, saying, Sister, there's a saying, All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Lacking the ability to soar through the skies or vanish into thin air, we must rely on these formidable weapons. A mental consolation, at least. Sakura retrieved a box from the cockpit, noting that ordinary weapons would not penetrate the scales of the predator, thus advising them to discard the ineffective items and examine what she had. With a light-hearted demeanor, she set the box down, which thudded heavily upon contact with the ground. The top of the box bore the inscription, Froston Academy Equipment Research Institute. Sakura slid her student card through the slot at the box's seal, and with a satisfying click, it opened to reveal a neatly arranged array of impressive weaponry. Beretta M84F pistols, American-made Remington M870 shotguns, and SWM 500 revolvers. A violent piece renowned as the most powerful handgun in the world, utilizing 500 Magnum cartridges, capable of detonating a rhinoceros even in its unaltered form, making it perfectly suited for launching a nearby predator away. Additionally, several long spear rocket launchers were included, rendering this box a veritable miniature arsenal. Sakura gazed at the weapons with excitement, proclaiming, "These arms and ammunition have been modified and upgraded by the Equipment Research Institute, specifically designed to combat those formidable foes. I am genuinely intrigued by how you managed to extract such a large box. It appears to weigh at least 200 or 300 pounds. Dwarfu believes that if he were to describe this Japanese senior with a single word, it would undoubtedly be contrast." Chapter 35. The Little King, Part 9. The dense vegetation of this forest obscured the sky, shrouding the surroundings in a thick mist that rendered the scene almost dreamlike. Members of the Sakura team proceeded cautiously, the dry twigs and fallen leaves crunching beneath their feet. A sudden roar from a wild beast shattered the silence, echoing ominously through the valley. Daf felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing as he nervously scanned the area. Yet he could discern no signs of the beast. In his haste, he quickened his pace, inadvertently losing one of Lee's Hermes ankle boots. So you adore Miffy the rabbit. What I like is none of your concern. Are you blind while walking?" Mealy retorted, her face flushed as she twisted Daf's ear. How could someone with her commanding presence wear such seemingly adorable cartoon socks? With a playful bounce, Mealy retrieved her boot and donned it, concealing the delightful Miffy. "Enough of the antics, Mealy. This is the very spot where they met their demise," Sakura remarked, crouching down to examine the bloodstains left by the two researchers. "It appears the newly hatched predators are quite famished, devouring their victims without leaving a trace," Charlie quipped. "How can you jest at a time like this, you perverse fool?" Daf admonished, his vigilance heightened as he scanned the surroundings. "Hey, did you not hear that noise?" Before Daf could finish his statement, Lee and Sakura had quickly moved forward, positioning themselves to shield the two first years. An intense heat radiated from Lee, and she whispered towards the depths of the forest, "I will do my utmost to protect you, but this is a battlefield, and nothing is guaranteed. So arm yourselves. Your lives rest in your own hands." As she uttered those words, her raven hair transformed into serpents of fire, and her deep crimson eyes seemed to ignite with flames. The ground trembled slightly beneath them, the vibrations intensifying as a colossal creature approached, accompanied by a dull, thudding sound. Sakura closed her eyes, allowing the wind to tousle her long hair as she gripped two elegantly crafted Japanese swords. Daf recognized them from various anime. These swords were named Chidori, renowned as the weapon of the famed samurai Tachibana Setsu from Japan's Warring States period. Legend has it that Setsu wielded this sword against thunder, earning it the moniker Raikiri. The two Chidori before them were replicas from the Equipment Research Lab, modern reproductions that far surpassed the original's might. The tremors abruptly ceased, likely indicating the giant had halted its advance, and the forest returned to an eerie calm as if nothing had transpired. Sakura assumed a defensive stance, indicating they had entered the creature's strike zone, waiting for the moment when they would let their guard down. Daf gripped his M500 revolver tightly, feeling parched as he repeatedly swallowed hard, his heart racing to his throat. Logically, he should have been entirely focused on the impending confrontation, yet for reasons unknown, he found himself curious about Charlie, another novice, and what expression or state he might be in. Even among novices, Doph did not wish to be the most inexperienced one. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, a long, barbed tongue, sharp as a sword, pierced through the dense thicket, aiming directly for Doph's head. Almost instantaneously, Mealy clasped her hands together before her chest, and fiery orbs surged forth, hurling themselves at the menacing tongue. Upon contact, the flames ignited. Yet the inferno did little to deter its advance. The elongated appendage continued its relentless assault towards Doph. In a panic, he fired several shots, the immense recoil leaving his hands numb, but the bullets failed to find their mark. "Fool, get out of the way!" Mealy shouted at him. Chapter 36. The Little King, Part 10. Around the same time, a long, darting tongue sliced through the air, this time targeting Sakura Katori. The ambusher's tongue lurked behind them, with two predators present from the very beginning. One predator made a disturbance directly in front of Sakura's team, while the other stealthily approached from behind, perhaps having deemed them prey the moment they entered this forest. These two predators exhibited an uncanny coordination. Sakura, unable to divert her attention elsewhere, wielded her dual blades with exceptional swordsmanship, utilizing an offensive strategy as a means of defense. Each clash between her blades and the tongue sparked brilliant sparks. Meanwhile, Mealy watched in horror as the tongue was about to strike Dolph, who was caught in a near catatonic state. She thought to herself, so this is how it ends. The Academy's new star will fall just like that. If I had known, I would have never brought them here. Charlie rushed to Dolph's side with swift determination, executing a clean sweep to knock him off balance. As Dolph lost his footing, the tongue grazed his shoulder, striking the boulder behind him and sending debris flying. "Well done, Cap." Mealy exhaled in relief. "Get back. Be careful not to get burned." She picked up the M500 revolver from the ground and fired several shots at the tongue, the bullets creating gaping holes as dark green ichor splattered onto the surrounding flora, the vibrant green of the leaves turning to a sickly yellow, and then to a deathly black. The tongue lay motionless on the ground, seemingly drained of life. Mealy felt a sudden rush of adrenaline as she hurried to Dolph, who sat bewildered on the ground. Without hesitation, she began to pull at his clothing. "No, sister, there's essay time and place for this," he protested, realizing he couldn't even lift his arms to stop her. "Shut up." Mealy tore away the fabric from his shoulder, revealing a wound that had begun to fester, blackened flesh surrounding it. "Damn it, you've been poisoned." "Sister, you look so cool handling that gun," Dolph complimented, unaware that his lips had turned a shade of purple. "I said you're poisoned," Mealy reiterated firmly. "Yes, I know. My head is spinning." He glanced at Charlie as he spoke. "Thank you, Cap, you saved my life. You're so much stronger than I am." Unlike him, Charlie had reacted decisively in a crisis, while Dolph felt paralyzed in fear. Ultimately, Dolph collapsed against Mealy, a look of despair etched on his face. "What should we do? Should we retreat?" Charlie brushed his fingers across Dolph's forehead, feeling the heat of a fever rising. Sakura delivered a final strike to the tongue, commanding, "Mealy, take them and retreat. This poison acts quickly. Without timely serum injections, it could be fatal. I can handle this alone." She flicked the blackened blood from her blade. Mealy nodded, hoisting Dolph onto her back as she prepared to return. She was not concerned for Sakura's safety. That girl was born for battle. She patted Charlie, urging him, "Stop dawdling. She'll be fine." However, Charlie showed no intention of departing. "Sister Xiaomi, I entrust you with my roommate. Please ensure he does not perish, for I still wish to savor the oil-splashed noodles he prepares." Observing that the rice grains continue to struggle, he reassured, "Do not be alarmed, Sister Xiaomi. Despite my current demeanor, my marksmanship is quite precise. I shall not hinder her." Furthermore, he mused inwardly, "If I were to flee at this moment, I would truly become her younger brother, would I not?" Chapter 37. The Little King, Part 11. "Take care, and please protect Sakura," Mealy remarked as she departed. At that moment, she trudged through the dense forest, bearing the weight of Dofu upon her back. Despite her regular strength training, carrying such a hefty boy along the rugged path tested her endurance. It is often said that the dead weigh more than the living, a notion rooted in the disparity of balance. When carrying a living person, they instinctively cooperate, distributing their weight, rendering the task less strenuous. Conversely, Burying a lifeless body relies solely on the bearer's efforts, for the deceased cannot adjust their weight, making the burden feel significantly heavier. Dofu, in his current state, resembled the deceased, a thought Mi Li was loath to entertain. As frustration bubbled within her, contemplating abandoning Dofu and delivering a few kicks for good measure, she encountered a man and a woman clad in Lunar Division uniforms. They introduced themselves as researchers preparing to evacuate the area. The man eagerly shouldered Dofu, remarking, "You must be a student from Flossin Academy, here for an internship at the Lunar Division?" Mealy nodded silently, yearning to return to the Lunar Division quickly, for the journey had depleted her strength. The female researcher handed Mealy a bottle of water, commenting, "What a lovely girl you are. My daughter is about your age." "Thank you," Mealy replied, taking a sip. The woman nodded approvingly and inquired, "Is this boy injured by those two predators?" "He was poisoned by a wound inflicted by a predator's mandibles," Mealy said, wiping the sheen of sweat from Dofu's forehead, his expression contorted in pain. "We need to hurry. He won't last much longer. Is he your boyfriend?" "You seem quite concerned about him," the female researcher asked, a hint of curiosity in her tone, as women of her age often do. "Does her daughter have a boyfriend?" Mealy retorted, unamused by the probing. The woman, sensing Mi Li's disinterest, ceased her attempts at conversation. They continued their journey in silence until they neared the airport, at which point Mi Li stumbled and collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. "The effects of the drug are kicking in. What shall we do with the boy? Leave him here or—" the woman questioned. "Take the girl with you." "Unfortunately, the boy has yet to awaken his powers. Leave him here. He won't survive much longer," the man replied, gently laying Dofa down and leaving some water and food behind. "Oh, you still possess a semblance of compassion? Whether he can awaken is another matter," the woman scoffed. "You lied to that girl about having a daughter her age, but I truly have a son who is just as old," he asserted, preparing to rise when suddenly a handgun pressed against the back of his head. "It would be wise not to make any sudden moves, or you might just witness your own brain matter," a voice warned. Shock coursed through the man, yet he raised his hands above his head and slowly turned to find his partner had been rendered unconscious beside him. "You didn't drink that bottle of water?" the man asked, a tone of bitterness lacing his words. "My parents taught me never to accept gifts from strangers," she replied. "Since you harbor doubts about us, why did you not take action sooner?" The man inquired, perplexed. "Honestly, carrying a person as lifeless as a dead pig is truly exhausting. Do you not agree? Why not utilize the labor that has been handed to us without effort? Moreover, there exists but a single airport here, regardless of your intentions. You must ultimately arrive at this point." Mealy brushed off the dust from her boots. "When did you first realize this?" "Sir, your stature approaches 190 centimeters, and this uniform clings to you as though it were second skin. Furthermore, that lady's attire nearly reaches her knees. If I am not mistaken, the uniforms you wear belong to those two victims. Am I correct? Is it solely based on this that you presume we are suspicious? It is equally plausible that our fashion sense simply aligns with such styles." The man persisted in his defense. "You make a valid point. Perhaps you harbor some peculiar sartorial inclinations. However, the primary concern arises from your partner's mention of those two predators. Even we were unaware of the existence of two predators, which is precisely why that boy was harmed. How then did you come by this knowledge?" Mealy responded, then swiftly shifted the conversation. "Now, it is my turn to pose a question. Do those two predators' early hatching have any connection to you? You would do well to answer candidly." Chapter 38. The Little King, 12. "Indeed, your guess is correct. Those two large lizards were released by us," the man replied candidly. "Oh, so you admit it? I expected you to engage in some form of evasion before conceding," Mealy remarked, somewhat astonished. "Well, my dear, you seem rather impatient." The man gestured towards Duofu. "If we were to squander your friend's precious time, who could guarantee that you wouldn't pull the trigger? What a perceptive villain you are. You are hunters, aren't you? First, you resurrect those two large lizards to attack our researchers, and then the Lunar Division sends agents to eliminate them. At that moment, you would ambush those agents. This is your doing now. Should you succeed, the Lunar Division would believe we perished at the hands of those two lizards. How insidious." A look of dread crossed Mi Li's face. The so-called hunters are criminals who unlawfully gain power by slaying predators or humans. The Bureau of Operations mandates that every agent is obligated to apprehend hunters whose existence poses a grave threat to societal order. I propose a deal, my dear lady. The man suggested after a moment of contemplation. I possess the serum your friend requires, but in exchange, you must allow us to leave. Observing me lies hesitation. The man added, the longer your friend is without the serum, the greater the danger. The Lunar Division may not have such a serum available. Even if you manage to save a life later, it might come with lingering repercussions. I believe this transaction is one you cannot refuse. I could easily kill you and take the serum. Couldn't I? Midi scolded. The man produced a small metallic box. You could certainly attempt that, unless you possess the means to open it. This box is crafted from chromium steel. Your handgun will not suffice, he said, shaking the metallic box in his hand. It's a deal, Mealy sighed, ultimately lowering her gun. The man, relieved, exhaled as well. He pressed a button on the surface of the box, retrieved the serum, and flashed a smug smile at Mealy. Well done, sir. You have successfully deceived me, Mealy said with a hint of resentment. Please do not take offense. It's all for the sake of survival, the man replied cheerfully, injecting the serum into Duofu's arm. Aren't you concerned I might change my mind along the way? Mealy felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the man, reminiscent of Duofu's insolence. Not at all. I am completely unconcerned. Deceit is a privilege of villains. While you are a person of virtue, he asserted confidently. Uncle, haven't you heard that being deceitful is a woman's privilege? I believe, my dear, that you're in the bloom of youth, likely just 18 years old, and cannot truly be considered a woman. You are correct. I detest those who lack integrity, Mealy said, holstering her weapon. You may take her now, but remember, fortune may not favor you next time. Do take care. Medivavit Hadhunt. The man, having lifted the woman from the ground, was about to depart when he suddenly turned back as if struck by a thought. My dear, he remarked, your companions are still engaged in battle with those two formidable lizards. It would be prudent to summon some reinforcements. I must inform you that the one controlling the lizards is my associate, and he is quite formidable indeed. Chapter 39. The Little King, 13, Sakura, and Charlie stood back to back, one wielding a sword and the other a gun, a stance reminiscent of youthful, spirited manga, illustrating the notion that camaraderie in battle with a steadfast companion renders them seemingly invincible. Be cautious, they may strike at any moment. Sakura vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Since Mealy's departure, they had faced two assaults. The predators had chosen the precise moment of Charlie's lapse in vigilance to launch their attacks. Their intent was unmistakable, to feign assaults until the duo was utterly exhausted, only then delivering the final blow. Sister, are we merely going to endure this? If this continues, I will be the first to fall. Charlie gasped for breath, realizing that were it not for the valor of his companion, he would have perished during the previous encounters, leaving Sakura with several injuries in her effort to protect him. Regret coursed through him. Had he known, he would have followed Mealy's retreat instead of trying to prove his strength, sparing Sakura from harm. Wait, let's hold on a little longer. Sakura adjusted her breathing and closed her eyes once more. What are we waiting for, my corpse? Charlie exclaimed. Sister, do you have no grand move? I am preparing my grand move, Sakura replied calmly. Can't see it. Not at all. Is your grand move merely meditative like a monk? As time ticked away, Charlie's mind spiraled into regret. First for his stubbornness in staying behind, then for choosing to intern at the Lunar Division, and ultimately, even for applying to Flossin Academy. Under immense pressure, one is prone to succumb to negative thoughts. Suddenly, Sakura's eyes flew open. I found it. Her voice brimmed with excitement. What have you discovered? Someone is controlling those two predators. I sensed something amiss from the beginning. Their combat style resembled that of seasoned hunters. B-class predators typically lack such intelligence unless manipulated by an external force. Charlie widened his eyes in disbelief. Controlling predators? Only a higher-tier predator could achieve such a feat. Sakura nodded. Initially, I thought so too, but I distinctly observed a human controlling those two large lizards. If I am not mistaken, he must be a hunter. Charlie had heard of hunters from Sykes, yet he did not comprehend how Sakura could ascertain that it was the work of a hunter. Sister, Do you possess the ability to see far or hear well? Sakura refrained from responding to his query. Stay here and do not move. I shall return shortly. Her words reminded Charlie of the tales from Journey to the West, where son Wukong often told Tang Sung and his disciples to stay put while he ventured off, only to return to find them captured by demons. Such phrases bore an uncanny resemblance to omens of misfortune. Sister, where are you going? Do not leave me behind. Of course, I'm going to deal with that hunter, Sakura stated matter-of-factly. Before Charlie could utter another word, she vanished into thin air, only to reappear as if nothing had transpired. Senior sister, have you forgotten to take something? Ing did not respond, merely drawing a desert eagle from Charlie's waist, and the two continued to stand back to back as before. Chapter 40. The Little King, Part 14. Sakura perched upon the bough of a banyan tree, her breath entirely concealed. At the tender age of 9, she embarked on her journey to master the art of ninjutsu under the tutelage of a venerable master. On her very first day of lessons, her mentor imparted a crucial lesson. The essence of a ninja lies in the ability to mask one's presence, utilizing all available resources to remain hidden. Her master tasked Sakura with infiltrating the pig pen without arousing the pig's suspicion. Initially, no matter how she endeavored to disguise herself, she invariably startled the swine. Even when she buried herself beneath a mound of hay, the pigs would detect her presence. This challenge persisted for an entire week without success, leading Sakura to realize her understanding of the pigs was insufficient. Consequently, she stationed herself beside the pig pen daily, observing their feeding habits and slumber patterns. Each night, she would seclude herself in her room, mimicking the sounds of pigs, a behavior that frightened her younger brother who happened to pass by. At school, the film Spirited Away was screened, and the scene where Chihiro's parents transform into pigs left a lasting impression on her brother. Coincidentally, her room echoed with the sounds of pig grunts, prompting her brother to sob as he rushed to their mother, confessing his misdeeds and pleading for Yubaba to spare his sister. One day, feeling she had perfected her pig impersonation, Sakura attempted the task once more. This time, she buried herself completely in the hay, emitting sounds that blended harmoniously with the pigs. She thought this time success was assured. However, within 10 minutes, she was discovered once again. This failure struck a deep blow to the young Sakura, leading her to contemplate abandoning her aspirations of becoming a ninja. During a biology lesson, the teacher explained that pigs possess an olfactory sensitivity 2 to 3 times greater than that of dogs. A revelation dawned upon Sakura. She realized her efforts had been misguided. The reason for her repeated failures was that the pigs had detected her incongruous scent. Relieved, she burst into laughter, startling a nearby boy who harbored a secret affection for her. He suspected that she had been possessed by something unclean, for Sakura was usually gentle and soft-spoken, never prone to such raucous mirth. While she had discerned the cause of her previous failures, a new challenge loomed. How could she mask her own scent? One day, while observing the pigs during their defecation, she contemplated their excrement for an extended period before making a difficult decision. Like a treasure hunter, she collected the droppings, convinced she had discovered the correct method. Ultimately, she passed the assessment successfully, vividly recalling every detail of that day. She had meticulously smeared the collected excrement across every inch of exposed skin, as well as her hair and clothing. For a long time afterward, the mere sight of pigs would induce nausea in her, and she could no longer indulge in her once-beloved fried pork cutlets. Beneath the banyan tree sat a man cross-legged, wielding the power to control other beings for his own purposes. At that moment, he manipulated 2 large lizards, yet this ability bore a fatal flaw. While exerting control, his own senses would align with those of the manipulated creatures. Should an attack be launched during this time, he would be doomed. Thus, he concealed himself in the shadows. Sakura regulated her breathing to ensure her body was in optimal condition, allowing her muscles, initially relaxed, to gradually tense. She prepared to execute the technique of the heavenly heart flow, a form of Aikido that emphasizes the principle of a decisive strike. It seemed that the individual beneath the banyan tree remained oblivious to the imminent peril he faced. At that moment, Sakura suddenly sprang into action, descending from the branches and wielding her blade with precision towards the man's neck. Chapter 41. The Little King, 15. After Sakura unleashed her full power with the right strike, the blade did not encounter the expected sensation of slicing through flesh. Instead, a figure wielding a katana intercepted her blow. Yet another ninja? The time it took her to appear and block Sakura's attack was less than half a second. Such swiftness seemed beyond human capability. Upon a clash of their blades, they did not separate immediately. They continued to exert force against each other in the shadows. Since her opponent wore a mask, Sakura could only glimpse the ninja's eyes so beguiling that they captivated her entirely. Even Sakura, a woman herself, felt her composure falter in their presence. "What a beautiful girl you are." The female ninja complimented Sakura's appearance. "Thank you," Sakura replied, deliberately avoiding Japanese to conceal too much information from her adversary. Recognizing that a stalemate was forming, she leapt back to create distance, her thoughts turning to Charlie's situation. She wondered if Katori Sakura could safeguard Charlie's safety. "You're welcome. I never expected the Lunar Division would boast such an accomplished ninja like you, especially one from China," the ninja remarked in fluent Mandarin, before introducing herself. "I am Sakurai Mihoko, 27 years old, a professional model at Asia Promotion. Being a ninja and practicing kendo are my hobbies." Mihoko slightly bowed to Sakura. "I could introduce you to our agency as a performer or model. You should be a city beauty in Tokyo, not here facing me with blades drawn." Her tone was sincere and tinged with regret. "Thank you for your kindness, but being a ninja seems more fitting for me, as I have loved wielding weapons since childhood," Sakura replied, re-establishing her stance to prepare for the impending assault. "Such a pity." Mihoko shook her head, expressing her disappointment. "Now we must be cautious." She assumed the initial stance of the natural harmony style, which emphasizes focusing one's spirit in a standing position, concealing myriad transformations within a single strike. With her right hand turned outward and drawn back to her ear, her left hand extended forward, cradling the back of the blade, the tip pointed directly at Sakura's eyes. Both understood that this encounter would determine the victor. Sakura responded with the Dragonfly 8 stances, opting not to employ the two-sword style of Nitten Ichiri. Instead, she held the sword with both hands at her side, facilitating an immediate and powerful strike against her opponent, a pure offensive posture that eliminated any time for feints. Sakura meticulously observed her opponent's subtle movements, having already experienced Mihoko's speed. Knowing she could not match her speed, she aimed to accurately predict her opponent's attack path, to formulate a strategy in advance. Unexpectedly, Mihoko executed a tiger leap, leaving Sakura in shock. Such a glaringly reckless move, one that even novice kendo practitioners would avoid, completely exposed her body in midair. It is crucial to note that a person cannot evade while airborne. This was tantamount to self-sabotage. Sakura could not comprehend why a swordsman of Miko's caliber would resort to such tactics. Despite the peculiarity of the situation, she had no choice but to respond in kind. With grace, Sakura evaded Miko's fierce lunge and countered with a swift draw from her katana, a technique known as Ayajutsu. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As Sakura executed her strike, Miko found herself unable to pivot in midair to defend herself. It was over. Sakura contemplated that perhaps Miko had underestimated her, leading to this fatal miscalculation. Yet, an overwhelming sense of dissonance lingered in her heart. Nevertheless, the outcome seemed inevitable. Raikiri was poised to sever Miko's flesh. Chapter 42. The Little King, 16. At the moment when Reish was about to pierce through Mihoko's skin, Sakura's movements suddenly halted. The blade was now less than a centimeter from Mihoko's neck, creating an atmosphere of suspended tension. Mihoko approached Sakura from behind, gently brushing away the strands of hair that had fallen from her temples. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Sakura's actions had not truly ceased. Her slashing motion appeared to be slowed down by several magnitudes. Reish was gradually tearing through the air, and Sakura's expression was subtly transforming. Her eyes widened in astonishment, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. To Sakura, Mihoko seemed to vanish into thin air, only to reappear abruptly behind her. The speed displayed when Mihoko first intercepted Sakura's attack was within the realm of human capability, achieved through systematic training. However, in this moment, such instantaneous speed was beyond the reach of any human. Your ability resembles that of teleportation, Sakura remarked, swatting away the unwelcome hand that had been groping her face. Describing it as teleportation is somewhat inaccurate, Mihoko replied, disappearing once more from sight. Now it is my turn to attack. Her voice echoed, as if emanating from all directions, indicating that she could strike from any angle. Sakura concentrated her mental energy in her ears, since she could not discern her opponent's movements visually. She resolved to rely on her hearing instead. For an exceptional ninja, auditory perception can occasionally prove more reliable than sight. Closing her eyes amplified her sense of hearing, as studies indicate that when vision is obscured, auditory senses become heightened. This phenomenon occurs due to the auditory cortex occupying the area typically reserved for visual processing in the brain. One must commend Mihoko as an outstanding ninja. Even while moving at high speed, she made not a sound. Yet there was one sound that could not be concealed, the rhythmic thumping of a heartbeat resonating from behind. Followed by the whoosh of a blade slicing through the air, Sakura crouched low, bending her knees before quickly pivoting with explosive force. The time taken to execute this maneuver was remarkably brief. It was the most elusive step of the Katori Shinto-ryu, known as the willow leaf shake. The practitioner must instantaneously shift their center of gravity and the direction of their body, a technique conceived by those with a penchant for self-torture. Sakura's master had once said that a skilled practitioner, while wearing a skirt, would create the illusion of motion without actually moving their body. Sakura fought valiantly against Mihoko's relentless assaults, employing the willow leaf shake to barely withstand the barrage. As her stamina dwindled, numerous wounds of varying depths adorned her body, and she found herself gasping for breath. Mihoko halted her attacks and appeared before Sakura, leaning in to examine her face. With a sigh of relief, she remarked, "Fortunately, this beautiful face remains unscathed. What a pity it would have been otherwise. Do we truly need to continue this fight? At this rate, you may perish. Think it over. Being a model has its merits. With your looks, a mere beckon of your finger could draw half of Tokyo's handsome men to your side. Most importantly, after becoming a model, predators and extraterrestrials will no longer intrude upon your life. You will no longer need to engage in battles or sacrifice your life to save the world. A beautiful journey is just beginning." Chapter 43. The Little King, 17. Words are of little use. Sakura succinctly replied with 4 characters, having regained some of her strength during the few minutes of conversation with Miho. Truly, she is obstinately unyielding. Miho exclaimed this before vanishing once more. In truth, Sakura had intended to retreat the moment Miho intercepted her first strike, yet she felt as though she had been ensnared by Miho, severing her connection with the other Sakura. She tightened her grip on Raikiri, for one could hardly expect her opponent to show mercy each time. Her fate, whether life or death, rested solely in her hands and the weapon she wielded. At the Bailey Crater landing pad, the Dolphin-class interstellar train descended smoothly. The girl leapt out first, stretching luxuriously and greedily inhaling the fresh air. Is this truly the moon? The air is invigorating, and the vegetation is lush, reminiscent of being in San Juan Forest Park. Lucy cheered with delight, her back bearing Nye's enormous scissors, claiming that a legendary master requires a subordinate to carry and maintain their weapon, while the master simply enjoys the scenic journey. Lucy willingly assumed the role of the subordinate, believing it would grant her a sense of participation. Night hop protect Lucy, her expression a mix of complexity as she surveyed the surroundings. This is my first time here as well, although I have heard much about it. Witnessing such a vibrant moon is indeed astonishing. I must say, Persephone possesses remarkable powers, almost divine. Can humanity truly vanquish a god? Your rapid transition into work mode is rather disheartening. Can we temporarily set aside thoughts of those monstrous creatures and pretend we are merely adventurous campers? Lucy wore a dissatisfied expression, akin to a child enjoying a vacation only to have a stern father remind them not to forget their studies amidst the fun. You could easily stay aboard the Dolphin and snack on chips while waiting for me. This is no camping site. It's quite perilous. Nye, at this moment, resembled that disapproving father. Come on, Scissors Master. Aren't you quite strong? Worry not. I won't be a hindrance. If we encounter a monster, I'll hide behind you, and if faced with a formidable beast, I'll take flight without a backward glance. Nye attempted to respond further, but was interrupted by Lucy, who pointed ahead. Brother, someone is coming. Nye followed her gesture and indeed saw two figures approaching, a boy and a girl. The boy lay unconscious atop the girl, who walked unsteadily, her face marred by dissatisfaction. This scene bore a striking resemblance to a wife carrying her inebriated husband home. The girl waved to them as if she had spotted a lifeline. Mealy huffed and panted as she laboriously made her way toward the Dolphin. Ever since the serum took effect, this deadweight had remained in a state of slumber, and infuriatingly, it seemed to sleep soundly on her back, occasionally emitting soft snorts. If you drool on me, you're done for, Millie declared fiercely. Nye took over the unconscious Mafu and, for once, made a rare jest. Is your internship about babysitting? The child is motherless. It's a long story. Mealy stretched her aching shoulders. He must be Doff, for I have perused his profile. A truly unparalleled sixth tier. Nye's expression was one of exhilaration. Meanwhile, Lucy felt a shiver run down her spine, as Nye gazed at the boy in his arms with the reverence one might reserve for a work of art. The situation with Sakura proved to be rather precarious. In addition to the two large lizards, hunters were also fixated upon us. Chapter 44. The Little King, 18. What are the arrangements moving forward? Nye inquired while transferring Doff onto the Dolphin. Hey, you're in the 3rd grade. How can you ask me what to do? Millie retorted, munching on the remnants of her packet of chips. I have been temporarily assigned to Team Sakura for this mission, with Sakura Katori as the captain and you as the vice captain. Nye extracted a small booklet from his pocket, flipping to a particular page and reading aloud. The Operations Bureau's mission manual stipulates that in the absence of the captain, team members are to follow the vice captain's directives. Goodness, you actually carry that around? You're like a pastor with a Bible. Mealy couldn't help but scoff. Nye operated like a finely tuned machine, consistently adhering to the program directives. Following the mission manual can resolve 90% of our issues. This booklet is truly invaluable for the specialists, Nye explained earnestly. Lucy adopted an exaggerated expression, exclaiming, "Here it comes, the child of someone else's family." She tucked a blanket around Doff, asking, "Is he really the legendary 6th-tier newcomer? I've heard he remained composed during a storm and turbulence, showcasing his heroic essence in dire straits, then volunteered to undertake a mission on the moon. This selfless spirit has made him a role model among newcomers." Wow, where did these rumors come from? He is being compared to 007 now. Medividinit hideous. Realizing the tales were indeed dubious, the unfortunate lad had been elevated to mythic status. But he seems quite ordinary in appearance. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Lucy nodded in realization. Millie mused to herself, "Girl, you're overthinking it. He is just a timid coward. You should learn that one's demeanor reflects their heart, rather than the other way around." Greetings, Senior. I'm Lucy Garcia, a prospective 1st year in the Extraterrestrial Biological Information Department. Mealy, 2nd year in the same department. She found herself quite fond of this lively and cheerful girl. Our courses require a great deal of memorization. If you have any questions, feel free to seek my help. Understood, Senior. Lucy replied, casting a glance at Nye, who was organizing his equipment. If only everyone were as reliable as you, instead of some who only think about school regulations. Nye disregarded the playful banter, meticulously inspecting his weaponry. I am combat ready and prepared to depart at any moment. Please issue your commands, Vice Captain. Impatiently waving her hand, Mealy responded, "Go on, Ace, and bring them back safely." Understood, Nye replied succinctly. Lucy mimicked his tone, saying, reporting to the Vice Captain, "I'm also combat ready and prepared to depart. Are you going too?" As the decision-maker, Mealy instinctively wished to decline Lucy's request, believing a novice would not contribute meaningfully. "Yes, the headmaster has approved my participation in this mission," Lucy answered. Mealy was filled with questions. What was the headmaster thinking? Continuously dispatching novices on missions seemed reckless, even if it was intended for their training. Because of stellar trajectory, Nye added. Mealy sighed, signaling her understanding. Got it. As the esteemed Prot G of Principal Wilt, she is undoubtedly aware of the formidable prowess of the celestial trajectories. Although she recognizes your strength, it is prudent to exercise caution. The premature hatching of these two colossal lizards is the work of hunters, among whom are several formidable individuals. Millie cautioned the two who had already ventured forth. Chapter 45. The Little King. 19. Something feels amiss. Charlie sensed an unsettling disturbance as Sakura had vanished in a thin air only to reappear in the blink of an eye. He noticed that Katori Sakura, who stood back to back with him, held neither the Raichi nor the Chidori. Sister, where is your sword? Charlie inquired. Sakura offered no reply. Instead, she deftly drew the desert eagle from Charlie's waist, her gaze scanning the surroundings with unwavering vigilance. Though Charlie was eager to understand why Sakura remained silent, he refrained from frequently glancing back, aware that the cunning lizards would seize any moment of distraction to launch their venomous tongues, piercing both him and Sakura. In truth, Charlie's mind had already begun to piece together the situation, though he lacked immediate confirmation. He nudged Sakura with his shoulder. I know you won't speak, but just one question. Are you a doppelganger of my sister? If so, please nod. No sooner had he spoken than the great lizards, hidden within the dense forest, erupted into a cacophony of roars. The ground trembled beneath the weight of their heavy footsteps, the sound alone painting a vivid picture of their rapid approach towards the pair. It seemed the hunters controlling the lizards had determined, after several tests, that Charlie was merely a novice. Sakura swiftly retrieved several grenades from Charlie's person, legendary creations of the frenzied minds at the Equipment Research Institute. These grenades, no larger than a palm, possessed an explosive power equivalent to 1 kilogram of C4, coupled with incendiary effects. The mad scientist claimed that the inspiration for this grenade came from a grain of rice. Without hesitation, Sakura hurled the grenades towards the advancing lizards, and in an instant, the sky was engulfed in flames. The tremendous explosion threatened to rupture Charlie's eardrums, while the lizards emitted a wailing sound. Regardless of whether the grenades could slay them, the towering inferno should effectively hinder their movements. Damn it, I'm carrying such perilous contraptions. Charlie became increasingly convinced that this figure before him was indeed a projection of Sakura, her combat style mirroring that of her original self with fierce tenacity. Sister, you've used all the grenades. What shall we do about this one? Charlie gestured towards the lizard that had emerged from the thicket, his face paling despite his mental preparation. Sakura drew the Desert Eagle and fired several rounds. True to the modifications from the Research Institute, the bullets shattered the lizard's armor-like scales, yet that was all it accomplished. Such damage merely infuriated the beast, provoking it into a frenzy. It roared and accelerated towards them, its long tongue striking like a whip. Sakura, with her light and agile footwork, evaded the onslaught, reminiscent of willow leaves dancing in the air, employing the Katori Shintoryu technique, willow dance. As she sidestepped, she continued to close in on the lizard. Be careful, sister, Charlie shouted. Enough chatter. Find a place to hide. Sakura finally spoke. Wait, you can talk, Charlie exclaimed, astonished, yet complied, seeking refuge behind a tree. Of course I can speak, but I prefer not to waste words on verbose little brats. As Sakura deftly evaded the onslaught, she relentlessly fired at the head of the colossal lizard. Even at a distance of less than 10 meters, the Desert Eagle could merely shatter the scales upon its cranium. Dark green ichor oozed from the wounds on the beast's body, inciting it into a frenzied rage as it charged towards Sakura, heedless of the bullets that tore into its flesh. The cunning reptile understood the fragility of the human form and yearned to crush this human into a mere pulp. Charlie watched in horror as the lizard's robust limbs bore down upon Sakura, silently lamenting that she was truly destined to become nothing more than a smear. Chapter 46. The Little King. 20. As the formidable claws of the giant lizard were poised to rend apart her delicate form, Charlie covered his eyes, unable to bear the impending horror despite the fact that she was not the true Sakura Katori. With a swift gathering of strength, Sakura bent her legs and leapt high, evading the massive paw while simultaneously firing several shots at the lizard's head. The bullets struck with precision, targeting the wounds left from her previous shots. It must be said, the creature's hide was remarkably tough. The bullets could not penetrate the unprotected head, despite the fact that the modified desert eagle could easily shatter the skull of a rhinoceros. Sakura had not anticipated such an outcome, but there was no time for contemplation, as her situation was perilous, her body unable to maneuver in midair. The cunning predator had clearly noticed this weakness. It lashed out with its long tongue, wrapping it around Sakura's waist several times. The intense pressure brought forth excruciating pain, causing her to drop the desert eagle, as she was gradually being drawn toward the lizard's gaping maw. All hope seemed lost. Sakura cast a worried glance back at Charlie, perhaps wishing to urge him to flee, to run as far as possible. Yet the constriction around her chest rendered her unable to utter another word. But Charlie did not flee. He emerged from behind the tree, wielding an M500 revolver. "Are you out of your mind, you foolish girl? The current situation is that you are about to be devoured. Please show some fear, regret, or defiance, instead of that worried expression directed at me." Charlie had always known Sakura to be an excessively kind-hearted person. Even on the brink of death, she was concerned for others. "Shouldn't she worry about herself a little more? You and I are not even related," he muttered under his breath. The barrel of the M500 revolver flared with fire. Shooting had always been Charlie's forte, and his bullet struck true, hitting the lizard's elongated tongue. In that moment, Charlie felt akin to James Bond. The pressure around Sakura's chest dissipated, fresh air flooding her lungs, and she instantly regained her ability to move. From her tactical pouch at her thigh, she retrieved a shuriken and hurled it skyward. In the next instant, the lizard's powerful forelimb, accompanied by a whoosh, lunged toward Sakura's head once more. This time, she would not make the same mistake. With a maneuver reminiscent of a bicycle kick in soccer, Sakura positioned herself to deliver the shuriken into the lizard's wounded head, driving it deep into the predator's brain. The massive creature collapsed to the ground like a toppled stack of blocks, not even emitting a final cry of despair. "Absolutely brilliant, senior sister," Charlie exclaimed, his fist clenched in excitement, completely unaware of the colossal beast stealthily approaching from behind. Sakura gasped for breath, about to turn and praise Charlie for his marksmanship. "Don't look back. Run," she screamed in a frenzy. This was the first time Charlie had witnessed fear in Sakura's expression. In truth, he did not need to turn around to understand the gravity of the situation. The shadow of the lizard loomed ominously on the ground, its forelimb raised to strike. Charlie stood frozen, unable to act in that moment, seemingly resigned to await his own demise. Memories of his time with Sakura replayed in his mind, a flickering montage before death. Is this what they call the light show before the end? It is all about Sakura, Charlie thought. In the final moments of life, Charlie lifted his gaze toward Sakura. Although time did not permit him to utter certain words, he still found a fleeting moment to smile at her. Tears mingled with fear in Sakura's expression as she helplessly watched the boy slip away, powerless to intervene. Never before had she felt such a profound dread of losing someone. Perhaps she should not have spoken as she did that night by the seaside. "Go away," someone commanded, and then Sakura witnessed the enormous lizard being flung away. Chapter 47. The Little King, and Charlie lay on the ground, gasping for breath, beside him the lifeless form of the giant lizard. He had just been hurled through the air alongside the creature, feeling as though he had been struck by a massive truck, with pain radiating throughout his body as if it were on the verge of disintegration. Through the blinding sunlight, Charlie beheld two figures gracefully descending upon an enormous pair of scissors. One stood in front of the other, their positioning reminiscent of the iconic scene from the film Titanic, where Leonardo embraced Winslet at the bow of the ship. Unlike Titanic, however, the girl stood behind the boy, her pale face pressed close to his neck, her arms tightly wrapped around him as he, with a face tinged with purple, controlled the descent of the scissors while patting his bound arms to stave off fainting from lack of oxygen. Overall, they resembled a python entwined around its prey. Charlie questioned whether the impact had damaged his brain, leading to this hallucination. He had heard of flying swords, but had never encountered the notion of flying with scissors. At that moment, the scissors landed smoothly, and the girl finally released her grip on the boy's neck. Her curiosity piqued as she kicked at the corpse of the lizard while the boy crouched to examine whether Charlie had suffered any fractures. Given the urgency of the situation, he had been unable to control the attack's range, but fortunately, it was merely a dislocation. I spoke with a tone of apology. I cannot express how grateful I am for your timely intervention. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? Kashmir Nye, a prospective third-year student at Flossin Academy, he replied, suddenly exerting force to reset Charlie's dislocated shoulder. Charlie let out a cry, attracting the attention of the girl nearby. Hello, fellow student. Under the current circumstances, I shall forego the handshake. I'm Lucia Garcia. What fellow student? You are family. The joy of surviving the ordeal nearly brought tears to Charlie's eyes. The warmth of seeing family was overwhelming. Where's my sister? It was only then that he realized Sakura had vanished without a trace. Sakura Miyako prepared to deliver the final blow to the battered girl before her, feeling a twinge of regret for the resilient and beautiful warrior who was about to wither away. Yet, this was the battlefield, a place devoid of pity or compassion. All she could do was ensure the girl's death was free of suffering. A truly valiant warrior, she steadfastly gazed ahead, contemplating how to withstand the impending strike. Do not waste your energy. You cannot withstand this attack. Accept your fate, Miyako whispered, appearing silently behind Sakura, lamenting the fate of the girl wielding the knife. She caressed her katana, the tsuba glinting with an amber sheen under the sunlight. Suddenly, she lunged forward, the sound of crushed twigs beneath her wooden clogs barely audible as the blade transformed into a silver arc, cleaving through the sweltering air. This was a transformation of the Mirakushin Mizukuri's dragon tail return, the blade slashing upward from the lower right, its tip trembling as it sealed all avenues of retreat. She concentrated all her strength into her hands. This strike possessed the power to cleave a wild boar in two. Sakura's eyelashes quivered in the heat wave, her pupils reflecting the approaching glint of the cold blade. As the blade was about to graze her collarbone, she suddenly twisted her waist and sank her elbow, the reverse-edged knife thrusting upward from beneath her armpit at an angle defying human ergonomics. The collision of the dual blades sparked, igniting the falling leaves. Miwako's pupils dilated in astonishment as the lightning entwined around her opponent's blade surged up her wrist. The secret sword, first of the great swords. This was a long-lost supreme technique of Japanese kendo, once propagated by the sword Saint Sakahara Bokyuden. As Miwako's blade barely pierced Sakura's right shoulder, it faltered, unable to advance even an inch. She gazed incredulously at her abdomen, pierced by the lightning-infused strike, realizing her defeat. Yet she could not comprehend why Sakura had suddenly grown stronger. The first of the great swords had not indeed been lost. She glared at Sakura, unwilling to accept this reality. Sakura nodded, affirming Miwako's unspoken question. The timing was impeccable. Sakura silently reflected. Charlie's conjecture was not without merit. Her power was the ability to create a doppelganger, which siphoned off the physical strength, power, and reflexes of her original form. However, the strength of the doppelganger could be regulated by the original. The stronger the doppelganger, the weaker the original, and vice versa. Earlier, Sakura had endowed her doppelganger with approximately 60% of her prowess, which led to her passive position against Miwako. Fortunately, Nei's timely reinforcement allowed Sakura to retract her doppelganger and unleash the full force of the kendo technique, the first of the great swords. To be defeated by the first of the great swords is not a disgrace. After all, this was Miwako's final utterance. Indeed, you are formidable, Sakura remarked, gazing at Miwako, who lay defeated on the ground. Rest now, and refrain from becoming a ninja again next time. Chapter 48. A meeting in dreams. The moonlit ward was enveloped in a tranquil hush, interrupted only by the rhythmic beeping of the monitoring equipment. The boy lay silently on the hospital bed, having been in this room for a full 48 hours without regaining consciousness. The medical report on the bedside table indicated that the patient's vital signs were stable, with preliminary assessments suggesting several potential causes for his coma. 1. complications are rising from poisoning. And 2. The awakening of dormant functions due to toxicity. The door to the intensive care unit swung open, revealing Mi Li, who entered with a sleeping bag and a bundle of fresh clothing, her demeanor suggesting an unwavering commitment to sharing the same fate as the boy on the bed. Sleeping like a pig. No, even more soundly, she muttered under her breath, as she brandished a marker and began to doodle around Duofu's right eye. While his left, I had already been transformed into a panda by someone the day before. You better wake up before I turn you into a painted mask, Mi Li declared, proudly admiring her unfinished masterpiece. She then settled herself at the coffee table, where a basket of apples awaited. Taking a fruit knife, she began to peel the apples. The sound of the knife gliding through the smooth, red skin filled the air, and Mi Li skillfully sliced the peeled apple into neat pieces, sculpting one into a rabbit to place at the head of the bed. Next to it lay a rabbit, now a faded yellow from oxidation. Glancing at the discolored apple rabbit, Mi Li recalled a rather dark joke she had heard. A bear and a rabbit were in the forest, and the bear asked, "Little rabbit, does it bother you if your fur gets stained with feces?" The rabbit replied that it did not, prompting the bear to pick up the rabbit to wipe its behind. The next day, when the bear was dining and found himself without napkins, he asked the squirrel, "Squirrel, do you shed fur?" The squirrel replied no, leading the bear to use the squirrel as a napkin, afterward inquiring, "Why have I never seen you before?" The squirrel responded that he was yesterday's rabbit. With a malicious grin, Mi Li contemplated demanding that Duofu consume all the yellowed rabbits upon his awakening. After completing her daily dose of mischief, she stifled a yawn and glanced at the clock on the wall, noting it was nearly 11:50 p.m. in New York. She retrieved her toiletry bag and entered the bathroom. The intensive care unit resembled a VIP room in a private hospital. Though small, it was equipped with all necessary amenities. It was remarkable to consider that a hospital room could house a PS5 connected to a display screen. Were it not for the pervasive scent of disinfectant, one might easily mistake the place for a hotel. Approximately 30 minutes later, Mi Li, with a facial mask adorning her face, approached the bedside. She gently wiped Duofu's visage with a warm towel before applying a hydrating mask to his face. During his 2 days of unconsciousness, Duofu had relied on intravenous fluids for hydration, but Mi Li mused that this was likely insufficient, as she noted fine lines appearing on his cheeks due to dehydration. After completing her tasks, Mi Li placed her sleeping bag on the floor beside the bed and crawled in, zipping it up snugly. In truth, the intensive care unit required no familial supervision, as the patient's vital signs were continuously monitored and any changes would prompt immediate response from the doctors and nurses. Mi Li does not consider herself to be a particularly warm-hearted individual. Her decision to spend the night in the hospital ward stemmed from 2 previous nights of insomnia. Despite her restless tossing and turning in the confines of her room, sleep eluded her. Strangely, during the daytime visits, she would find herself dozing off in the chair, only to be roused by the on-duty nurse informing her that visiting hours were over and that she should register the nurse's station if she required assistance for the patient. After returning home, Mi Li pondered throughout the night. Perhaps the scent of the hospital's disinfectant provided a sense of reassurance, prompting her to bring her sleeping bag back to the ward for the night. The reality confirmed her suspicion. Once she nestled into her sleeping bag, waves of drowsiness enveloped her. Perhaps she should request some of that disinfectant from the nurse's station to sprinkle in her bedroom tomorrow. Lost in thought, she drifted into slumber. Chapter 49. The illusion of absurdity. Mi Li strolled along a bustling street, her head bowed in contemplation, repeatedly affirming to herself that she had just awakened from slumber in the intensive care unit. Perhaps this was merely a dream, she mused. Mi Li moved through the throng of people, more accurately described as being swept along by the tide of pedestrians. The sycamore trees flanking the road were in full bloom, suggesting it was either late June or early July. A gentle southeast wind wafted by, and Mi Li inhaled the fragrant, dry air, which was far more pleasant than the antiseptic odor of the hospital. She surmised that she was in a city of temperate monsoon climate in northwestern China. Everything around her conformed to her preconceived notions of such places. Of course, she could have discerned this information from the license plates, but she chose not to, for engaging too earnestly with a dream would lead to defeat. Yet, everything felt astonishingly vivid, so much so that she could discern the features and expressions of each passerby. Millie had never experienced such a realistically intricate dream, and she was reluctant to conclude it so abruptly. Initially, she had attempted to pinch her thigh to awaken from this reverie, but despite the pain that had her hopping in place, she failed to rouse herself, drawing curious glances from onlookers. Thus, she resigned herself to the notion that she might as well accept her fate. After all, it was just a dream. A dense crowd surged mealy toward a black iron gate, evidently the entrance to a high school, framed by gray brick walls and adorned with sycamore trees. A banner hung above the entrance, proclaiming, "Warm congratulations on the 75th anniversary open day of the experimental high school." Mealy regarded the banner thoughtfully, sensing that everything thus far seemed to guide her toward this campus. A feeling of rebellion stirred within her. She abhorred the sensation of being compelled to make a choice. "No way. I'm not going in," she declared, turning to leave. However, the throng seemed to conspire against her, as she found herself akin to a fish swimming upstream in turbulent waters, colliding with nearly every person she encountered. "What the hell? Why is everyone bumping into me?" Mealy fumed, about to unleash her frustration. "Hey, did you hear? Senior Dwafu is going to speak as the student representative." Two girls clad in school uniforms, seemingly students of this institution, were flushed with excitement, their adoration for someone reminiscent of fervent cult followers. Mealy paused, her expression shifting to one of ease. "If only you had mentioned that sooner." Things were finally becoming intriguing. The atmosphere around her was strikingly authentic from a nearby classroom. The strains of a piano and violin duet wafted through the air, performing the Polonaise in D major. Despite the performers' lackluster skill, they played with fervor, likely engaged in a final rehearsal before taking the stage. During this, she noticed the pianist miss a note twice, and the violinist produced several discordant sounds. But what did it matter? Mealy smiled. Perhaps these two performers would lament their unsuccessful performance years down the line. Yet was this not the essence of youth, filled with regrets and unfulfilled aspirations? Thus, she became increasingly convinced that this was no ordinary dream. It resembled a riddle game. It was only until recently that Mealy realized the first task of this enigmatic challenge. Indeed, having acquaintances made the endeavor much easier. Mealy followed the throng as they made their way into the campus. Chapter 50, A Mirage of Illusion. Mealy gasped in astonishment. Who could have anticipated that behind the unassuming black door lay such a stark contrast of aristocratic academy style? Towering white Doric marble columns supported a triangular roof, constituting a grand edifice sprawling nearly 2,000 square meters. What a magnificent Parthenon! Mealy was taken aback by the imitation aura of this structure. From its exterior, it was indiscernible whether it served as a classroom or a dining hall. The sounds of a dance instructor calling out counts echoed from within, and through the crevices of the marble columns, she glimpsed girls clad in white ballet skirts stretching at the bar. Outside, clusters of parents excitedly snapped photographs, the flashes illuminating the scene akin to a press conference. The marble steps were adorned with a red carpet, laid out in welcome, flanked by two towering humanoid sculptures, one depicting a girl gazing into the horizon with her textbooks, and the other, a boy exuberantly running with a model airplane held high. Strangely enough, the boy's face bore an uncanny resemblance to Duo Fu. An intense sense of dissonance sent a shiver down Mealy's spine. She sought to circumvent this ostentatious structure, only to find the pathways blocked by signs declaring, "Construction ahead, please detour." The malevolent intentions of this school were unmistakable. They had deliberately obstructed alternate routes, compelling visiting officials and parents to traverse through that Parthenon, a blatant display of power. Mealy hurried up the steps, and as she approached the statue that bore a striking resemblance to Duo Fu, she internally chanted, "Do not look, do not look." She instinctively rejected the statue from the depths of her being, even though it posed no threat of springing to life. To her knowledge, Duo Fu had certainly not been the kind of outstanding youth worthy of commemoration in statue form during his high school years, nor would he have ever delivered a speech as a student representative. The most exaggerated aspect was that the two girls seemed on the verge of bursting with affection in their eyes. Something was amiss, undoubtedly. As Meili entered the Parthenon, weaving through the ballet dancers, she pondered deeply. She began to formulate preliminary conjectures about the composition of this world. Everything unfolding was not merely a dream, at least not one exclusive to her. It resembled a multiplayer online game, suggesting the presence of other players within this dreamscape. Various signs indicated that the individual sharing this dream with her was none other than the unfortunate lad lying in the intensive care unit. What infuriated Meili further was the realization that the reins of control were not in her hands. That rascal, even in a coma, could wreak such havoc. Meili traversed the Parthenon and approached a notice board, upon which was affixed a colossal crimson list revealing the rankings of graduating students. It did not take her long to locate Dofu's name, though it was more accurate to say she could hardly miss it, as it proudly occupied the top position. Dofu, a provincial model student, an exemplary student leader, and a recipient of the second prize in the provincial Olympic mathematics competition. Numerous parents stood nearby, marveling and expressing their wishes that their own children could possess even half of Dofu's brilliance. Behind the notice board lay the playground of the experimental middle school, where a scattering of individuals gathered in front of the podium. A portly man stood at the forefront, adjusting a microphone, by his stature and attire. It was evident that he was the principal of the school. Testing, testing. How does this sound? He inquired. Meili pondered in her mind, wondering if all principals in the world resembled one another. She had little interest in listening to the principal with a Mediterranean hairstyle. Her immediate priority was to find Dofu and devise a means to depart from this place. Chapter 51. The Enigma of the Heart in the Classroom of Class 5. Senior 3. A cacophony of voices filled the air. Even the visage of the dean, pressed against the back door, could not coax a single decibel lower from the raucous students. Their reaction seemed to be one of nonchalance. Ah, it's just the dean. And they resumed their previous activities. The dean, perplexed, mused that aside from failing to tame the tiger at home, his face was a veritable nightmare for the students at school, particularly for the mischievous ones, who reacted to his presence as if encountering a ghostly figure. How outrageous! The dean thought to himself as he lifted his gaze to discern which class exhibited such audacious disregard. Ah, Class 5 of Senior 3. He sighed and stepped into the classroom. It appeared that an unspoken rule pervaded the world. School regulations could not restrain students who had completed their college entrance examinations. Ahem. The dean cleared his throat. Dear students, congratulations on successfully completing 3 years of high school. I'm immensely proud of you. At the same time, I wish to express my gratitude for your cooperation with the faculty over these 3 years. The flourishing state of experimental high school owes much to the collective efforts of both teachers and students. The dean, accustomed to delivering heartfelt speeches, found that such rhetoric always had an effect. Tears welled up in the eyes of girls like Zhang Xiaolu and her companions. Enough, enough, Fat Lu. Can you guess how many cohorts the dean has sent off with this spiel? This line has probably been in circulation since before you were born, Wang Jinxing remarked sarcastically. Boss, where are we just now? Queried the boys nearby. Chingge, you just said that if the boss succeeds in wooing that enchanting Yang Yuan this afternoon, you would treat the brothers to a private party at Pizza Hut. Boss, you must succeed. We can't miss out on such a grand opportunity. Ha! I've changed my mind. Regardless of whether the boss succeeds or not, I will reserve the entire Pizza Hut. Wang Jinsheng declared boldly. Whether it's a celebration or a debriefing, the brothers are all awaiting your return. Duo Fu sat in his seat, his expression one of dazed fixation on the loquacious dean at the podium. He glanced up at the familiar ceiling above, where the yellowed ceiling fan whirred industriously. Nearby, the boys were chattering animatedly, and Duo Fu recognized that it was Wang Jinsheng and his entourage. Boss. Wang Jinsheng waved his hand in front of Duo Fu's eyes until the latter's pupils finally focused. Relax, boss. The girls who wish to court, you could line up from our class to the school gate. I doubt Yang Yuan stands a chance against you. So what if she plays the piano beautifully? You are one of us. Wait, what did you just call me? Boss. By what merit do I deserve to be your boss, Master Wang? Duo Fu suddenly realized that he was the center of the boys' animated discussion. And what is this about Yang Yuan and the Five-Finger Mountain? What does your girlfriend have to do with me? Is this some new prank show? Dofu nervously cast his gaze towards a certain direction, where his eyes met those of a girl. It was likely that the raucous voices of Wang Jinsheng and several other boys had carried their conversation to her ears. Within mere seconds of their gaze locking, a rosy blush spread across the girl's cheeks. Her neck flushed as well. Dofu recalled how Yang Yuan would become similarly crimson when shy. There was a time when he emerged from the restroom, and Yang Yuan, blushing, reminded him that the front door was ajar. Yet in this moment, he pondered why Yang Yuan was blushing at him. A tempest of emotions surged within Dofu. He thought to himself, I am not Naruto, and you are not Hinata. Dear girl, why the blush? If anyone should be blushing, it ought to be me. Wang Jinsheng, brimming with excitement, was nearly leaping from his seat. See, I told you. Boss, you have a chance. No, that's an understatement. It's practically a certainty, unless Yang Yuan is feverish, hence the blush. What is that saying? A girl's blush surpasses all romantic declarations. Goodness, what mischief are you up to, Wang Jinsheng? ISN, Tishi your girlfriend? Why are you so elated? Dofu silently screamed in his mind. This world has gone awry. He could only conclude that his classmates in this room were demons in disguise. Thus, he ceased conversing with Wang Jinsheng and the others, focusing instead on the incessant chatter of the director on the podium, who at least appeared to be somewhat normal. After what felt like an eternity, the director concluded his impassioned speech. Dofu finally remembered the purpose of their gathering. Fixing his gaze on his target, the director inquired, Dofu, have you prepared your speech? If you have any questions, feel free to ask. The city leaders are taking this anniversary celebration very seriously, and the school has chosen you as the student representative to deliver a speech in recognition of your achievements over the past 3 years. You are a role model for all students at our experimental middle school. Chapter 52, The Return of the Heart, Part 2, A Role Model? What kind of role model? Skipping class to surf the internet can hardly qualify as a model citizen. Duofu mused, recalling the words of the dean. You once mentioned that our class has a severe issue with early romantic relationships, and you criticize certain students for it. However, I must commend one student. I have never worried about Duofu engaging in early romance, as the girls in our class are quite discerning. Have you forgotten how you once humiliated me? There were countless remarks like this. Duofu, I have never encountered a student as stable as you. As long as you are in our class, achieving the highest average grade in the grade level will remain an impossibility. Go home today and ask your mother if you were born to be a weight. At this point, has a weight become a representative of students to deliver a speech? Everyone here seems to regard him with reverence, which makes Duofu feel as though he is under scrutiny. If given a choice, he would prefer to remain inconspicuous, remembered only when teachers teased him. A mere footnote in the class. The dean's warm smile and penetrating gaze unsettled Duofu, evoking a sense of being prey on a butcher's block. The wrinkles at the corners of the middle-aged man's eyes resembled a parched riverbed, and the upward curve of his mouth took on an unsettling quality. Instinctively, Duofu wished to escape. I have a stomachache. I need to go to the restroom, he stammered, hastily exiting the classroom. Duofu, wait for me. Yang Yuan unexpectedly rushed out after him. What is wrong with you today? Are you feeling unwell? The girl hooked her arm behind her back, their shoulders nearly brushing against one another. Oh my, could you not be so thrilling? My heart can't take it. Duofu sidestepped, joking nervously. Come on, you are Wang Jinsheng's girl. And who is Wang Jinsheng? He is heir to several coal mines, a true leader among the elite at our school. So, dear sister, please maintain your decorum. Duofu forced a somewhat natural smile. They were just talking nonsense earlier. Don't take it to heart. You and Wang Jinsheng had a quarrel, right? Even if you two are having a spat, it shouldn't affect the innocent. Yang Yuan suddenly halted, her cheeks flushed with irritation. Did I express myself incorrectly? Duofu asked sheepishly. Moments later, Yang Yuan's expression shifted from anger to concern, as if a realization struck her. I'll go help you ask for leave, she declared, turning toward the teacher's office. Hey, wait, I'm really not sick. Merely followed the signs to the teaching building. Due to the school's anniversary celebrations, red banners with white lettering cascaded from the rooftop. Yaobai Special Cement congratulates Experimental High School on its 75th anniversary. Bally Holdings congratulates Experimental High School on its 75th anniversary. On the other side of the teaching building, students were adorning the walls with colorful graffiti. It is rare for schools to allow such expression. Yet the principal believed that granting students a degree of freedom would better embody the open-minded educational philosophy of Experimental High School. Mealy casually intercepted a girl carrying a paint bucket. "Hello, do you know Duofu?" The girl replied, "Of course I know him. Who wouldn't recognize the illustrious Senior Duofu?" She then blushed and added, "But he doesn't know me." Mealy, suppressing her urge to voice her thoughts, managed to force a smile and continued to inquire. "Which class is Senior Duofu in?" Goodness, when did this unfortunate soul acquire the charm to captivate countless young maidens? Everything felt exceedingly strange, and Mealy simply yearned to swiftly depart from this place brimming with absurdities. Chapter 53, The Return of the Heart, Part 3. The senior student is in class 34 on the second floor. The girl finally extricated herself from her shyness, cautiously sizing up Mealy. "Are you the senior's girlfriend?" Her wariness was not without reason. Although there had been no rumors linking Duofu to any illustrious young lady, this girl appeared far from ordinary. Despite Mealy being only a few years older than these high school students, the adage a girl transforms dramatically after 18 holds a deeper truth. It signifies not merely a sudden bloom of beauty, but rather a gradual self-awareness and mastery of personal adornment that often coincides with the transition from high school to university. During the pressures of early education, many girls lack the time to cultivate their appearance, resulting in a blossoming of beauty often revealed only in university. Clearly, Mealy outshone the typical high school girls. Mealy discerned the girl's gaze, akin to a wife observing her husband's attractive colleague. "Rest assured, I am not his girlfriend. Perhaps we are just friends," she replied. "Is that so?" The girl pondered Mealy's ambiguous response. The notion of friendship is indeed a cunning one, allowing for both advancement and retreat. After all, do not all couples begin as friends? Who can guarantee that a current friendship will not evolve into something deeper in the future? "Thank you, but I have one more favor to ask of you." Mealy turned her attention to a boy vigorously scribbling graffiti on the wall. Could you please inform that boy drawing graffiti that in the painting of the Mona Lisa, her right hand rests upon her left? Actually, I'm not friends with Duofu. I am his senior," Mealy added. "Class 34 of the third year." Indeed, the timeline seems amiss. Mealy murmured to herself as she ascended to the second floor, only to witness a boy and a girl entangled in a playful scuffle. "I'll go help you ask for leave," Yang Yuan declared, turning to leave. "Hey, wait, I'm really not sick. Duofu hastili grasped Yang Yuan esurist." Yang Yuan noticed the girl at the stairway watching them with keen interest, and her face flushed crimson as she wriggled free. "I'll wait for you in class after the event," she called out before hastily retreating. "Is that Yang Yuan?" Mealy inquired, pointing toward the girl who was nearly out of sight at the stairway's end, then glanced at Duofu, her smile widening. Duofu averted his gaze, not lingering on Mealy, and pretended to leave. Mealy stepped in front of him, blocking his path. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Who are you? You don't recognize me?" Mealy asked, incredulous, but quickly realized that in this moment, it was entirely normal for Duofu not to know her. "Have we met somewhere?" Duofu countered. "All right, perhaps I mistook you for someone else." Mealy swiftly recalibrated. "I'm Mealy, invited to attend your school's anniversary celebration." "Oh, I see," Duofu replied, unsure of how to continue the conversation. Just then, the sweet voice of a girl echoed through the campus intercom. "Attention, Duofu. Please report to the front of the podium." Someone approached me, so I took a step ahead. This was the perfect opportunity for Duff to make his escape. However, contrary to his expectations, Mealy continued to follow closely behind, probing for answers. "Do you have feeling for that girl?" "Which girl?" Duff scratched his head. "I warn you, don't play dumb. What I mean is, since we are not well acquainted, could you refrain from asking so many questions?" "Not being familiar doesn't mean we can't become acquainted," Mealy persisted. "Do you think it's as simple as frying a steak? Even if you want it well done, it requires time, you know? Then let's start with introductions. My name is Mealy, and yours?" "Duff." "All right, now that we've established a semblance of familiarity, can you answer my question?" "No, my friend." Chapter 54, The Return of the Heart, Part 4. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Recognizing the expectant grin on the other's face, Duofu understood he must divulge something. Very well. He felt as though he had been vanquished. In truth, he had once harbored affection, but that sentiment had since waned. Why is that? She seems rather fond of you, came the reply. Nonsense. Where there is an anomaly, there is typically mischief afoot. Wang Jinsheng incessantly calls me Big Boss. Who knows what schemes they are concocting? This is not the first time they have played me for a fool. Duofu reminisced about an embarrassing incident from spring outing. Have you not realized how popular you are? You are the superstar of this place. I don't recall having done anything particularly charming. At that moment, the two passed by the honor roll in front of the teaching building. Duofu's attention was captured by its contents, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation, as though he were striving to recall something significant. He meticulously cross-checked the names and accolades, then unleashed a barrage of inquiries. Are you telling me someone who frequently skips class for internet cafes is worthy of being a provincial model student? A person who barely passes in mathematics can win a second prize in the Olympiad? Someone who has never even held the position of group leader can be an exemplary student officer? Typically, such a scenario would be improbable. Unless your father happens to be the principal, Mealy responded. Precisely. The issue lies therein. My father is not the principal. I too sense something amiss. If you were indeed the charismatic figure they claim, with your character, you should have been surrounded by admirers long ago, Mealy analyzed, her playful demeanor giving way to seriousness. Hey, what's wrong with my character? It's as if you know me so well, Duofu retorted, only to receive a playful slap on the back of his head. Let us not digress. I am pondering here. Do you suppose there could be a flaw in this world? What flaw? The sky remains blue and the clouds white. But you, claiming to know me, acting as if we are quite familiar. Who exactly are you? I hail from Frossen Academy. How should I address you, senior sister? Mealy declared, puffing out her chest with pride in her seniority over Duofu. What Frossen Academy? I cannot afford to drop out. I have my sights set on Peking University. Mealy's heart skipped a beat. The words struck her like a detonating bomb, leaving her head buzzing. A gust of wind swept by, sending chills down her neck. Duofu's lips moved incessantly, while in the distance, parents and alumni gathered to celebrate the school's anniversary, the dance troupe performing in the center of the playground. Mealy heard no sound, as if an unseen force were stripping her away from this world. Honestly, I suspect there may have been a mistake in the grading. 691 points. You heard me right. 691 points. How on earth could I possibly score 691 points? But then again, the score is sufficiently high. I thought I might as well accept it. Who would complain about high marks? Duofu rambled on, only to realize Mealy stood frozen, her expression blank, not even blinking. Have you run out of batteries? Duofu shook her shoulder gently. Mealy's pupils refocused, staring blankly at Duofu. But who could ascertain that the person before her was indeed the Duofu she knew? Are you truly unaware of the matters concerning Flossen Academy? I must apologize, but I have never heard of it. And you are also oblivious to the existence of individuals with extraordinary abilities? I presume you are about to claim that Flossen Academy specializes in nurturing such gifted individuals. Mealy remained silent, feeling the need to find a place to gather her thoughts. Duof, noticing the troubled expression on her face, offered some words of comfort. If possible, I would like to learn more about you and Flossen Academy. Could you kindly wait for me a moment? I need to deliver a speech and will return, although I have yet to formulate what I wish to say. Mealy nodded numbly, watching Duof's retreating figure. The unfolding events had indeed surpassed her understanding. She seated herself by the flower bed, pondering the nature of this world. Her last memory was of spending the night in an intensive care unit, only to awaken near the experimental high school. Initially, Mealy regarded everything around her as a remarkably vivid dream, despite the fact that every element of this world bore no distinction from reality. She wandered aimlessly, perhaps on the verge of awakening at any moment. It was only upon hearing Duof's name from the two girls that she experienced a sudden realization. If she were to perceive all of this as a game instance, she believed she had grasped the rules of this particular game. Naively, she assumed that Duof would join her as a companion to face the instance. But fate did not align with her expectations. He did not recognize her at all. Yet, She was accustomed to viewing matters through an optimistic lens. Mealy cheerfully concluded that she had merely traversed time, returning to a period approximately 2 months prior. However, the final straw was Duoff's own words. "I've never heard of Flossen Academy. I applied to Peking University." This statement dismantled all previous conjectures. Reflecting on every detail, Mealy arrived at a fresh deduction. The first possibility was that she had fallen into a parallel world. She snapped her fingers, but the anticipated flames did not emerge from her fingertips. It was evident that this parallel world lacked extraordinary abilities and predators, which naturally explained why Duoff had never heard of Flossen Academy. Of course, there remained another possibility. This was indeed the original world, but someone had quietly erased the existence of extraordinary abilities and predators through some form of power. Compared to the enigmatic concept of a parallel world, she preferred to believe in the second hypothesis. Who could possess the capability to accomplish such a feat? Does there truly exist a human who wields such an extraordinary power? These questions could wait for later contemplation, as her stomach grumbled in protest of its emptiness. Mealy stood up and dusted off her clothes. At that moment, applause erupted from the podium, signaling the segment for the student representative's speech. Duoff timidly took the stage, reciting the same formulaic pleasantries. He appeared to be the same hapless individual, regardless of the grandeur with which he was adorned. Distinguished leaders, esteemed teachers, esteemed alumni, and dear fellow students, good day to you all. His somewhat trembling voice echoed through the campus via the broadcasting system. Duoff took a deep breath to steady himself, almost having bitten his tongue out of nervousness. As a graduate of the experimental high school, I am honored to have this opportunity to speak as a student representative. Once again, a year has passed, seasons have changed, and in this vibrant and beautiful time, we gather at our alma mater, expressing our gratitude and collectively celebrating the 75th anniversary of experimental middle school. After more than 70 years of weathering storms and passing down the flame of knowledge, we have finally arrived at this fruitful day. Suddenly, Mealy felt a sense of relaxation. At least the senior, Duo Fu, did not appear to be the exemplary youth beloved by teachers, envied by parents, and cherished by classmates. He remained the same clumsy junior, floundering due to his lack of virtue befitting his position. What utterly vacuous remarks. Mealy thought to herself, "Oh, hasn't he, the senior Duo Fu, been found yet?" The girl carrying a paint bucket approached. "Indeed, dear lady, but fortunately you have arrived. Please convey to your senior Duo Fu that he should meet me at the Internet CAF across the street after the event." Chapter 55, The Return of the Heart, Part 5. Dofu was taken aback by his own ease in speaking official language, reminiscing about how he once stood beneath the podium, expressing his disdain for it. "Here, we collectively wish for our alma mater's future to be ever more splendid and radiant. We sincerely hope for the health and success of every teacher and wish for our junior students to continue forging a beautiful future." Dofu stepped away from the microphone and bowed deeply at the center of the podium. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, with parents enthusiastically clapping. The flashes of cameras and the clicking of shutters transformed the scene into something akin to a press conference, as the principal and the deputy director crouched, pressing the shutter button with fervor. The principal had remarked that individuals like Dofu, the CRME de la CRME, were destined for greatness, and upon achieving success, should return to their alma mater with cherished memories. A girl, holding a sunflower, sprinted up from the side of the podium, her face flushed as she awkwardly thrust the flower into Dofu's hands. The girl, named Chun-Li, was a soon-to-be senior and the recently elected president of the student council. It was said that when Chun-Li first entered high school, she was quite the rebellious girl, but by a twist of fate, she had met Dofu, then a second-year student, and she firmly believed that encounter marked the beginning of her infatuation. That day was unremarkable, with events unfolding during the lunch break. At the back of the teaching building, Chun-Li leaned against the wall, exhaling smoke, a daily ritual during her lunch breaks. Her smoking habit was not born from a deep-seated addiction. Rather, it stemmed from the influence of certain films where rebellious youths would clandestinely smoke behind the school, as if to conform to some unwritten code of coolness. Everything was proceeding smoothly until, just as she was about to extinguish her cigarette. A second-year boy barged in with 2 brooms, presumably to sweep the fallen leaves behind the building. The boy was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chun-Li holding a cigarette. Their eyes met, and Chun-Li, suddenly on high alert, resembled a small tiger ready to pounce. Had it been an ordinary student, she might have dismissed them without a second glance, but this boy wore a red armband on his left arm, emblazoned with the words, Student Council. As he approached her, the boy's authoritative presence compelled Chun-Li to take a step back. She feigned composure, striving to appear unfazed. "What's your name?" the boy inquired. "What is it to you?" Chun-Li retorted, failing to notice the tremor in her voice. "Which class are you in?" He ignored her provocation. As he neared, Chun-Li finally panicked, hurriedly turning her head aside, eyes shut tight. "I'm Chun-Li, class 3 of the first year. Do you intend to report me to a teacher or what?" "It's up to you." The boy halted a mere 30 centimeters from her, then handed her a broom. "I'd like to ask for your help in cleaning up here. There are too many leaves for me to handle alone." Chun-Li felt her strength drain, squatting against the wall, internally screaming at his apparent insanity. "If you wanted to help, you could have just asked directly. Why bother with my name in class?" "I initially thought you were here to reprimand me for smoking," Chun-Li pondered, attempting to decipher the peculiar behavior of the young man before her. His inquiry regarding her name in class was purportedly for the purpose of awarding her extra credits. After all, one should not toil in vain. Having said that, the boy had already commenced raking the fallen leaves. One odd fellow, Chun-Li, too, picked up a broom to join him in the endeavor. Though it seemed illogical for her to comply and assist him, perhaps her guilt over being caught smoking was the reason for her compliance. For the next 40 minutes, the boy uttered not a single word until they had cleared the leaves. As they stood, breathless from their labor, he suddenly spoke. "Would you like to join the student council? I noticed you work quite efficiently." "Preposterous. Why on earth would I want to join the student council? Do you intend to use me as free labor?" Chun-Li widened her eyes, increasingly baffled by the boy's antics. "If you are unwilling, then so be it. I rather enjoyed cleaning with you," he replied with sincerity. Upon hearing his words, Chun-Li felt her face flush crimson. Goodness, could this be interpreted as a confession? The afternoon sun bathed the boy's face, illuminating his clear eyes as he awaited her response. "What is your name?" Chun-Li finally asked. "Duo Fu, class 5 of the second year." "Very well." Chun-Li's voice was barely a whisper. "Excuse me, what did you say?" Duo Fu inquired, unable to hear clearly. "I said, I accept your invitation." Chun-Li nearly shouted, fully aware that her cheeks were aflame, for the autumn sun remained quite potent. Thus, she joined the student council, becoming Duo Fu's right hand, and also resolved to quit smoking. After all, it would be utterly inappropriate for a council member to indulge in such habits. Now, Chun-Li had transformed from a rebellious girl into an outstanding student council president, excelling both academically and in leadership. She attributed this transformation to the boy before her. "Thank you," she said, presenting a sunflower to Duo Fu. "Thank you? For what?" Duo Fu thought, puzzled, as he could not recall having assisted her in any way. Yet he responded with a smile. "Thank you, Senior Duo Fu. Without you, I would not be who I am today." Chun-Li's eyes glistened with tears. Duo Fu was taken aback, nearly exclaiming, "Who are you?" He struggled to recall any memories of her, only to find none. "Senior, when you go to Beijing, don't forget about us juniors. You must come back and visit during the holidays." Chun-Li wiped away her tears. "Of course, I promise," Duo Fu replied awkwardly, forcing a smile. Chun-Li had intended to say more, but she was soon pushed to the side by a throng of students eager for photographs or to present flowers. As the crowd grew, Duo Fu felt increasingly like a mere ornament. When his facial muscles began to stiffen and his smile turned forced, he watched the last girl skip away from the stage, thinking, finally, it was over. As Duo Fu gazed across the playground, his eyes swept over the flower bed. But he realized the girl he had been waiting for had vanished. This was troublesome. Duo Fu finally understood that without a phone, WeChat, or QQ, locating Chun-Li in the sea of people would be nearly impossible. "Senor Duo Fu," the girl from the last group photo returned, breathless, and almost forgot to mention that a girl claiming to be your friend asked me to tell you she is waiting for you at the internet CAF across the street. Duoff, like a man grasping at a lifeline. hurriedly approached the girl, excitement palpable in his voice. Is she an extraordinarily beautiful girl? She is indeed beautiful, but the girl hesitated, leaving her thought unvoiced. After all, beauty is abundant, and seeking a target solely based on such a superficial characteristic seemed rather hasty. Furthermore, was it truly necessary to emphasize her beauty thrice? Duoff, sensing the inappropriateness of his initial inquiry, quickly amended his question. Does she appear somewhat arrogant? Well, she does have a bit of an air, the girl conceded with a nod. That is perfect. Thank you so much. Wishing you success in your studies and joy in life. With that, Duoff dashed towards the school gate. Chapter 56. The Return of the Heart, Part 6. Yang Yuanyuan stood at the entrance of the experimental high school, casting her gaze downward towards her toes, reminiscent of a star wishing to evade the prying eyes of passers-by. In the span of half an hour, 4 boys approached her with invitations. One literary-minded boy proposed that they walk home together, remarking on the significance of this being their final stroll home after school during their high school years. Perhaps one day in the future, they might serendipitously cross paths on this very road, exchanging a knowing smile and recalling the poem Teng Duo Ling, penned for them by the Taoist of Longzhou over 9 centuries ago. To buy osmanthus and share wine, it is not like the carefree youth. The artistic boy had grand hopes, but alas, Yang Yuanyuan politely declined, citing her visit to her aunt's house today as the reason. The boy wore a melancholic expression, as if he had tasted the bitterness of love and resolved never to venture into its depths again. As he turned away, he left behind a poignant remark. Only the spring moon in the courtyard is compassionate enough to illuminate the fallen blossoms for the forlorn. Another bold boy invited Yang Yuanyuan to dinner, stating, I originally wished to invite you to my home for a meal, but regrettably, our Michelin-starred chef had to return to his hometown unexpectedly. Thus, hosting you at the Tsujiang Rongyan tonight is a matter of necessity. However, I assure you that their Buddha jumps over the wall and South African dried abalone are passable. Though the hospitality may be lacking, I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence. The audacious boy felt a swell of pride within. His father was the owner of a cement factory and had once boasted at a dinner table that no woman could resist a man willing to spend on her. Yang Yuanyuan, with her exquisite beauty and myriad talents, be it calligraphy, piano, ballet, or culinary skills, had reigned as the top choice on the ideal girlfriend list at the experimental high school for 3 consecutive years. But what of it? The bold boy reveled in his thoughts, contemplating what film to screen that evening, ideally a horror flick, with dim lights to encourage closeness. I'm sorry, but I'm currently on a diet and won't be eating dinner, Yang Yuanyuan replied apologetically, smiling gently. The bold boy rubbed his eyes in disbelief, confirming that the girl before him was as slender as a willow, her school uniform doing little to conceal her long, elegant legs. Wait, you're on a diet? You need to lose weight? He exclaimed inwardly, pondering the absurdity of her reasoning. Thus, he departed in dismay, puzzled by Yang Yuanyuan's rejection of his invitation. His father's words echoed in his mind. Could it be that his sincerity fell short? He felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Yang Yuanyuan appeared to be waiting for someone. Lost in thought, he passed a vending machine and noticed a figure peering out from behind it. Goodness, are you trying to scare me? The bold boy jumped in surprise, realizing that the sneaky individual was none other than the earlier literary-minded boy, who had been eavesdropping on the entire exchange. With a smirk, he remarked, Yang Yuanyuan is not materialistic, you know. Did you think a mere meal would win her over? The bold boy, feeling flustered, retorted, what do you know? The goddess is on a diet, and isn't eating dinner. He then questioned the other boy's intentions. And you? What are you scheming by lurking here? The artistic boy stroked his non-existent beard and remarked, Yang Yuanyuan is clearly awaiting someone. Are you not curious? She cannot simply depart without clarity. One must know to whom one is lost. What you say resonates deeply with me. Subsequently, the two observed 2 boys arrive with high spirits, only to leave dejected. One of them bore a striking resemblance to Aaron Kwok. The boisterous boy, heartily consuming a pancake from a street vendor, mumbled, how is it that our goddess possesses such a distinctive character? While I can understand her disinterest in a nouveau riche like me, it is astounding that neither that handsome lad nor you, the artistic type, could captivate her. Truly, What did Mencius say? Wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot sway, and might cannot subdue. Yes, that is it. But let us not digress. Someone is approaching. The artistic boy cautioned. The boisterous boy leaned forward, indignantly exclaiming, "Let me see who it is." However, his bravado dissipated mid-sentence, akin to a deflating tire. I concede. The artistic boy suddenly recalled the formidable courage with which Xiang Yu once pointed at Ing Zheng, declaring, "He can be replaced. Let us disperse, my friend. Tonight, I have reserved the entire Xiuzhong Rongyan for us. We shall not return until we are inebriated." The boisterous lad exuberantly draped an arm over the artistic boy's shoulder, proclaiming, "From this day forth, you are my brother, though we share different fathers." At the school gate, Duofu found his path obstructed. Despite the slight stature of the blocker, the aura they emanated felt as oppressive as a mountain, leaving Duofu breathless. His gaze drifted towards the internet CAF behind the blocker. "Have you finished your business at school?" Yang Yuan spoke softly. The lengthy wait had not stirred a trace of dissatisfaction within her. Duofu nodded and approached to exchange pleasantries. "You spoke quite well." Yang Yuan naturally handed her backpack to Duofu. "Didn't you have something to tell me? Let us converse as we walk." "Huh? About what?" Duofu was utterly perplexed, unaware that he had seamlessly taken the backpack and followed her. "You mentioned needing to find me after school." Yang Yuan's cheeks flushed anew. "Did I say such a thing?" Duofu inwardly chastised himself for his morning audacity. "You don't remember? You've said many inexplicable things today and made jokes about me and Wang Jincheng." She paused and added, "It's as if you've transformed into a different person." Those words sent a shiver through Duofu. He dared not meet Yang Yuan's gaze. Whether in the past or present, he had always struggled to hold her gaze, yet he felt compelled to say something to deflect the moment. Oh, I recall now. I mentioned treating you to a meal someday. After graduation, it will be difficult for us to gather again. Is that all you wanted to say?" "Why, yes, indeed, just that." "Very well." Yang Yuan fell silent. "Uppouting so mohat di shertenet." "Actually, I have a few matters to attend to, so I want to walk you home." Duofu hesitantly stated that he would return the backpack to Yang Yuan. "Are you going to find that girl from earlier?" Yang Yuan retorted. "What girl? Which girl?" He feigned ignorance, attempting to evade the question, fully aware that Yang Yuan was referring to someone specific. He thought to himself how formidable a woman's intuition could be. "She's your friend, is she not?" I suppose so." Duofu conceded defeat. "Do you like her?" Yang Yuan continued her inquiry. "Don't be ridiculous. She is merely my neighbor's sister." Duofu riedly clarified. Logically, he and Yang Yuan were just ordinary classmates, and there was no need for such detailed explanations. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt a twinge of guilt. "I see," Yang Yuan replied in a calm tone, her face betraying no emotion. "I shall head home now." "All right then, take care on your way. I must treat you to a meal in a couple of days." Duofu thought to himself that he had barely managed to evade the conversation. The new internet CAF could indeed be described as chaotic. The manager stood at the cash register, directing the operations with fervor. "Xiaozhong, hurry up and urge the kitchen to resume. Stop what you're doing. Let Yangzhou fried rice cut in line. Remember, that's 2 servings. The VIP, order double. Move quickly. The esteemed guest is already feeling faint from hunger. Huang Mao, deliver all the snacks from the front desk to the VIP. Shally, put down the teapot. The guest is from America and is unaccustomed to your Taiwanese. Go by, what is it called? Isid Americano." Almost all the staff were attending to the esteemed guest, leaving no one to greet Duofu as he entered the CAF. The last time he witnessed such a commotion was during an inspection by the health department. "Huang Mao, what are you all busy with?" Duofu stopped Huang Mao, who was carrying an array of snacks. "Go away. Start your own computer. I don't have time to attend to you." A beautiful girl just came in, waving several bills with Franklin's face, claiming she just returned and only had US dollars. Xiaozhong, who was responsible for reception, directly received a tip of $100. $100. That's absurdly generous. Huang Mao sidestepped Duofu and made his way to the private room, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for wealth. "I say, can you not tail me like a shadow? I genuinely have no time to cater to you." Duofu shook his head in resignation, sighing. I protest against your blatant disregard for loyalty in the face of profit. Huang Mao ignored his remark. You wish to catch a glimpse of the beauty, don't you? Just stand back and take a look. Do not entertain any delusions. That girl is not from our world. Not from our world? Duo Fu pondered that notion repeatedly in his mind. They traversed the corridor to the innermost private room. Without a second thought, Duo Fu entered, while Huang Mao was still adjusting his long-neglected, darkened collar. You've arrived. The girl merely glanced at Duo Fu before returning her attention to the screen. You've arrived. Duo Fu naturally took a seat beside the girl, both of them examining the contents on the display. Do you two know each other? Huang Mao asked with an incredulous expression. Yes, we do. Her name is Mi Li, and she is my friend. Dav introduced Huang Mao with an expression that was almost a smile, clearly seeking revenge for Huang Mao's earlier act of self-interest. Oh, by the way, just leave the snacks on the table. Huang Mao obediently placed the snacks down, displaying a look that seemed to say you've got some nerve before departing. Dav redirected his attention to the computer monitor, which displayed the official website of a certain university, showcasing its founding date and numerous illustrious alumni. Mealy was intently examining this interface. Is this the Flossen Academy you mentioned? Dav asked, opening a packet of chips and offering some to Mealy. Yes and no. She replied ambiguously. Isn't it just a rather ordinary elite academy? Dav sensed that his statement might have been inappropriate. When I say ordinary, I don't mean to deny the excellence of your academy. I mean, it appears quite different from what you described as a school for superpowers. Mealy nodded in agreement, acknowledging Dav's perspective. You are correct. Flossen Academy has indeed become an unremarkable institution. I wouldn't say it's entirely unremarkable. Look at the number of outstanding alumni. Dav quickly tried to smooth things over. Mealy shook her head. That's not what I meant. She moved the cursor to the upper right corner of the homepage, recalling that there used to be an icon there. Clicking it would lead to another login window, allowing entry to the Flossen Academy website after entering a student ID, but now that icon was gone. Her tone turned somber. What do you plan to do next? I don't know. There must be a reason for this. Let's investigate thoroughly before making any plans, Mealy said, closing the website and leaning back wearily in her chair. I really want to believe you have superpowers. It would be wonderful if you could demonstrate some. Mealy snapped her fingers, but no flames erupted from her fingertips. As you can see, I'm just an ordinary person like you now. Could you share your story as a superpower user? Was I also a superpower user in your memories? The waiter brought 2 servings of Yangzhou fried rice, and Mealy pushed one toward Dav. Let's eat while we chat. In my understanding, Flossen Academy is a place dedicated to cultivating superpower users, and both of us were students there. In my last memory, we were executing a mission together at the Lunar Division, but you were injured by a predator and fell into a coma, and I was in the ICU taking care of you. So what was my superpower? Was it cool? Dav asked excitedly. Your ability hasn't awakened yet. Your role in the team should be that of a liability, Mealy said while wiping crumbs from her mouth. Is that so? I thought I played a more heroic role, but I guess being a liability suits me better. Why do you say that? In this world, you're practically a dragon among men. However, I sense a strong feeling of disconnection from you. Mealy suddenly sat up and scrutinized Dav seriously. Honestly, you don't seem as exceptional as they say. Your gaze carries that unique look of a loser. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Is this a personal attack? Can't I just be someone with hidden depth? Dav retorted. Mealy shook her head and remarked, this is not a personal attack. What I intend to convey is that the current version of you resembles the person I once knew. Comrade Xiaomi, your words bring me little joy. Ouch, that hurts. Have you grown audacious? Such disrespect. Mealy pinch devez. Be gentle. How shall I address you? Mealy released Duof's ear with a sigh and declared, I am weary, let's depart. Understood. I shall obey. Wait, where are we going? Mealy rolled her eyes and stated matter-of-factly, to your home. Where else would we go? Is it unwelcome? Of course not. You're most welcome. I had assumed you would prefer a hotel. I would indeed, but I lack the funds for such accommodations, and I am uncertain how long I shall remain here. Thus, staying at your abode is the most prudent solution. Mealy thoughtfully analyzed while resting her chin on her hand. Out of money, yet you were so lavish with your spending just moments ago. What was that about? Mind your business regarding matters of beauty. Mealy rose, preparing to depart. Lead the way. I wish to grace your humble abode. Very well. Chapter 57. The Return of the Heart, Part 7. The fiery clouds at the horizon resembled a celestial canvas ignited, lavishly spreading deep shades of orange and red, enveloping the world in a breathtaking spectacle akin to the twilight of an era. As the leaves of the phoenix tree disintegrated into golden flakes under the dusk, two silhouettes gracefully sliced through the halo before the old building. Dofu stared at the upward curving rubber tips of his sneakers, the heat rising from his nape, staining the third button of his shirt a deep gray. The wheels of Mealy's suitcase snagged on a gap in the manhole cover, producing a sound reminiscent of gears grinding against bones. Standing side by side on the ground floor, Dofu tugged at his wrinkled experimental high school uniform, which resembled dried, pickled vegetables, muttering, "This heat makes me feel like a popsicle on the verge of melting. This wretched uniform is nothing short of a death sentence." Mealy, with her playful high ponytail swaying with her movements, donned a fresh white t-shirt and jeans purchased from a nearby mall, glowing like a meteor poised to streak across the night sky. A smirk, half amused and half mocking, curved her lips as she cast a sidelong glance at Dofu, her eyes betraying a blend of disdain and familiarity, as if to say, "Come on, with all that complaining, we could have been home by now." As she spoke, she casually draped her arm over Dofu's shoulder, her demeanor relaxed and natural. "Your hallway light," Mealy remarked, tapping the weathered unit door with her fingertip, "is probably easier to extinguish than the last subway train." The tips of her ponytail still clung to some unknown fluff, brushing against the back of Dofu's hand as she tilted her head back. Startled, he withdrew his finger from the keypad, the blue glow of the electronic screen illuminating the fine beads of sweat dotting his nose. The hallway door loomed like an ancient relic on its last legs. As Dofu exerted force, it creaked ominously, a sound that seemed to echo from the depths of time, imbued with the tremor of age. Goodness, every time I open this door, it feels like awakening a slumbering monster from a millennium of sleep. Who knows what might leap out next? Dofu exaggeratedly widened his eyes, his expression rich as if performing a silent play. Mealy could not suppress a laugh, playfully tapping the back of Dofu's head. "Could you refrain from being so dramatic? Let's hurry." The dim, damp corridor was suffused with an antiquated aroma, mingling with an array of indescribable scents, as if it embodied the essence of time itself. As Dofu ascended the stairs, each step produced a dull thud, and he muttered, "These stairs feel like a precarious structure ready to collapse at any moment." "You're risking my life here." Mealy followed closely behind, her heels striking the ground with a crisp melody, teasing him with a smile. "Well, you better be careful. If you stumble and fall, don't expect me to help you up." Finally arriving at the threshold of home, Dofu fumbled in his pocket for the elusive key, which seemed to be deliberately playing hide-and-seek, refusing to reveal itself. "This wretched key always fails me at the most critical moments. Has some mischievous sprite taken it?" Dofu stamped his feet in frustration. Mealy stood beside him, arms crossed, a smirk dancing on her lips as she observed him. "You've been nervous ever since we left. What's got you so anxious?" "Nervous? Me? Absolutely not. It's merely a lovely girl borrowing a place to stay." Dorf often forgets to conceal his nervous tendency to speak nonsensically. As he trembled, the key grazed the edge of the lock for the third time when Mealy suddenly reached out to cover his hand gripping the key. The starry stickers on her nails were peeling off, resembling the remnants of stardust after a cosmic explosion. "You've never had a girlfriend, have you?" she remarked, her warm breath brushing against the rusty keyhole. A wave of sultry air enveloped them, yet the room was remarkably tidy, almost dazzling. The wheels of Mealy's suitcase echoed like a distant valley as they rolled across the tiled corridor. Upon entering the living room, Dorf flopped onto the old but immaculate sofa, releasing a long sigh. "Don't let the shabby appearance fool you. My mom treasures it dearly and cleans it daily, or else it would have long collapsed into a heap of rotting wood." Mealy elegantly settled into an adjacent armchair and playfully tossed a cushion at him. "You talk too much. I see you appreciate your mother's diligence. Can you give me a tour?" she inquired. "Sure. By the way, what time do your parents return?" Mealy suddenly asked, needing a suitable excuse to stay. "They established a branch at the milk powder factory in the neighboring city and have been there lately, so they want TB back." "That's great. It saves me from making excuses. Dorf stepped into the master bedroom, observing the bed neatly arranged like a military barrack. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, "My mom recites her mantra about keeping the room tidy daily, insisting that a well-ordered life leads to a structured existence. I wonder why, living under the same roof, the disparity is so vast." Mealy approached the wardrobe, gently caressing its somewhat chipped paint, and turned back to tease. "You must be in the late stages of laziness. When you get married, won't your wife argue with you every day?" Her gaze fell upon a family photograph displayed on the bedside table. "You with your adoptive parents. They seem to get along quite well." "Of course. After all, we've been a family since I can barely remember," Dorf explained. "Aren't you curious how I know they aren't your biological parents?" Millie suddelitarnd. Her eyes sharp. This glance startled Dorf, causing him to break into a cold sweat. But he quickly responded, "Well, aren't you my senior at Florson Academy? It's quite normal for you to know." That explanation does make sense." Mealy exited and turned right into another room. "This must be your room. I can sense an almost palpable essence of a devoted homebody." The walls were adorned like a canvas of frenetic graffiti, plastered with vibrant anime posters, layered and colorful. The characters on the posters seemed like souls trapped in this two-dimensional realm, eager to break free. Some wielded exaggerated weapons, their eyes ablaze with the fervor of saving the universe, while others blinked innocently with big, watery eyes, exuding a charm that could sweeten the very air. The vibrant colors threatened to burst through the paper, transforming the entire room into a bizarre two-dimensional universe. In the corner stood several model kits, precariously leaning, resembling battle-worn warriors scarred from countless fierce encounters. The paint on them has peeled away, revealing the somber hue of the underlying plastic, with scattered parts strewn across the floor, silently narrating tales of fervent yet forgotten battles of the past. The nearby bookshelf, burdened beyond its capacity, teeters precariously, laden with comic books and figurines. The figurines, in various poses, some missing limbs, others with heads askew, resemble a forlorn band of soldiers clinging to existence amidst the ruins of a fallen world. The comic books, tattered and worn, their pages curled and yellowed, each encapsulates fragments of fantasies perennially revisited. Dolph gently picks up a brittle, yellowed comic. Its cover, worn to the point of obscurity, resembles the weathered visage of an aged soul. In the days gone by, acquiring this comic had cost him a week's worth of instant noodles. Now, reflecting upon it, he finds it imbued with the essence of youth, albeit reminiscent of the flavor of instant noodles. A glimmer of nostalgia flickers in Dolph's eyes. His bed lies in disarray, the quilt crumpled and haphazardly piled, adorned with anime characters that seem to have been cruelly wrung by the hands of life, losing their former brilliance. The bedside lamp droops, its shade missing a fragment, resembling a solitary figure in mourning amidst the shadows. The desk resembles the remnants of a catastrophe, sketches carelessly discarded, the lines chaotic and disordered, mirroring the tumult of the creator's inner world. The graphics tablet is coated in dust, surrounded by a heap of empty noodle boxes, takeout chopsticks, and an array of unfinished figurine materials. Those materials lie scattered, proclaiming the creator's whimsical inspirations that were ultimately abandoned, each a testament to the owner's obsessive yet solitary immersion in the world of anime, where unshared passions and fantasies burgeon wildly within this cramped space, only to gradually wither. "I truly wish your legion of fervent admirers could visit your room," Mealy remarked after surveying the surroundings. "If you don't mind, the rights to this space are temporarily yours. I shall take the sofa," Dolph generously offered. "Of course I mind. Please change the sheets and duvet cover for me." Ensuring that no cartoon characters make an appearance, Mealy replied. Chapter 58. The Return of the Heart, Part 8. Twilight seeped through the cracks of the window, casting a leaden gray hue. Mealy's delicate fingers paused at the edge of a deep brown stain on the desk. The desk lamp elongated her shadow to the ceiling, intertwining it with the violet pupils of the EVA Unit 01 poster, forming an eerie totem. With an X-Acto knife, Mealy scraped the wood grain of the desk, the blade revealing a few glimmering blue crystals. "Do you have a cleanliness obsession?" she inquired, her focus unwavering on the blemishes on the surface. "It's not an obsession. It's a compulsion," she replied. Duoff rummaged through the wardrobe, producing a set of plain bed sheets and a duvet devoid of any cartoon motifs, featuring only simple geometric patterns. As he made the bed, he grumbled, "These are my mother's prized possessions. She usually won't let me touch them. Consider yourself fortunate today." Mealy set down the knife and turned to observe Duoff's diligent back. "Your mother seems quite strict with you." "Indeed. She often claims I'm a child who hasn't grown up and needs supervision." Duoff sighed, tucking in the last corner of the blanket. "There you go. You can sleep soundly now, assured that no otherworldly beings will invade your dreams." Mealy approached the bedside, gently patting the bedding, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad. It's cleaner than I anticipated." Duoff scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his smile. "You should rest now. I'll head to the living room." "Wait," Mealy suddenly called out, a complex glimmer flashing in her eyes. "Do you really not remember me?" Duoff's heart raced, yet he quickly feigned ignorance. "Remember you? Did we not just meet today?" Darkness enveloped Duoff's throat like viscous tar as he heard the sound of his own swallow echoing in his ears. Mealy's footsteps cracked the silence of the floor, a certain searing presence emanating from her. Yet this time, there were no flames. "Your palm's temperature is 3 degrees lower than average." Mealy's voice danced near his ear, causing goosebumps to erupt along the nape of his neck. "Each time you lie, your right eyelid blinks an extra half-time. When you saw the Flossen emblem, your pupils contracted by 0.5 millimeters. Her fingertips pressed against the throbbing artery in his neck. "Shall I continue cataloging your micro-expressions?" "This data was recorded during your interrogation by Vera." Duoff sank deeper into the sofa cushions, the old springs emitting a dying groan. Moonlight filtered through the slats of the blinds, casting silver-blue stripes across Mealy's face. He caught a whiff of a faint shampoo fragrance from her hair, quite different from the caramel-like burning scent he remembered. "Even your breath carries the rusty scent of deception." Mealy's thumb pressed against the prominence of his Adam's apple, her grip firm. The sky above this world bore no traces of meteors. The moon's surface was as smooth as a plastic model, and even the clock ticked 0.7 seconds faster than reality. Her nails dug in with force. "Do you need me to awaken you?" Duoff felt a surge of electricity coursing through his veins. Mealy's pupils were devoid of the golden-red specks. Only pure fury burned within them. The anime posters on the wall remained motionless. The plastic figurines held their exaggerated poses, and the room was ensconced in a terrifying stillness. "Do not." Duoff grasped her wrist, the warmth of their skin touching, igniting a palpable reality. "You will destroy us all. Then speak the truth." Mealy's roar echoed piercingly in the hushed room. "Why am I trapped in this damned Truman Show?" Her other hand pressed against the boy's shoulder, where a faint pink scar was radiating heat. "You remember everything. You recall how sharp the great lizard's tongue was, everything about Flossen Academy. You remember us." Her voice abruptly faltered. Duoff witnessed crystalline droplets cascading onto his collarbone. These were genuine tears, leaving a chilling trace upon his skin. This revelation instilled a deeper fear within him than any supernatural occurrence. Mealy was, indeed, weeping. In that moment, Duoff's defenses crumbled. He saw countless fragments of memory surfacing from the abyss of his consciousness. Mealy, clad in battle armor, thrusting a burning military spear into the core of a predator. The iridescent explosion that ensued, her off-key humming of an old song while transfusing blood to him in the ICU. And that deliberately blurred sensation of her forehead resting against his back. "Because I was afraid." Duoff heard the cracking sound resonating from the depths of his soul. During the assault by the great lizard, his legs felt as if encased in liquid nitrogen. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Duoff's knuckles turned white as he gripped the armrest of the sofa. How wonderful it would be if this world lacked superpowers. A sudden shatter of glass erupted from a kitchen. They both turned their heads simultaneously to see the surface of the refrigerator bulging with ominous protrusions, as if something was forcing its way from an alternate dimension. Mealy instinctively raised her hand, but found it empty, devoid of flames, devoid of weapons. Only her trembling fingertips. "Damn it!" She abruptly yanked Duoff behind her, seizing a fruit knife from the coffee table. They've infiltrated the realm of consciousness. The stainless steel shell dripped like melting wax, revealing a writhing mass of dark matter behind it. This entity lacked a fixed form, yet evoked simultaneous thoughts of deep-sea eels and circuit board carcasses. Doff felt as if his stomach were being crammed into a washing machine. This was the embodiment of his deepest fear. The predator was invading even his mental sanctuary. Step back. Mealy's fruit knife lunged at the monster. Yet it felt as impotent as stabbing into cotton. More protrusions emerged on the walls, floor, and even the ceiling, as the entire space began to emit a groan of unbearable strain. Doff staggered into a bookshelf, causing comic books to avalanche down, and among the yellowed pages, the watermark of Flossen Academy's emblem flickered momentarily. Consider the rules you established for this world. Mealy crushed a tendril, attempting to ensnare her ankle with her foot. Every mental realm has anchor points. Find it. Her ponytail unraveled, but this time there was no burning banner, only disheveled strands drifting in the darkness. Doff's temples throbbed intensely. He saw the window frame of his childhood bedroom begin to warp, revealing the vast sea of stars behind it, an approach of the deathly reality of the universe. Suddenly, the drawing tablet on the desk lit up, the unfinished artwork flipping pages on its own, as every sword swung by the protagonist cleaved into the coordinates of Flossen Academy. So that's it. He lunged for the desk, grasping a drawing pen and stabbing it into his palm. As the blood dripped onto the digital tablet, the entire space trembled violently, causing all fabricated creations to pixelate and peel away. The fruit knife, held by Mealy, suddenly glimmered with a faint golden light, cleaving the nearest monster in two. It was capable of forcefully altering the world's rules. Duo Fu, smeared in blood, furiously painted on the screen. He outlined the contours of the lunar craters, sketched the Gothic spires of Flossen Academy, and finally, in the depths of the starry sky, marked the predator's crimson compound eyes. With each stroke, golden light surged from the wounds, awakening the long-forgotten instincts of battle. Senior sister, set it ablaze. It should be fine now, Duo Fu shouted excitedly. Having changed the rules of this world. Run, quickly. Mealy's pupils suddenly dilated. Duo Fu saw a scarlet flower blossom from her chest, as the predator's piercing spines erupted from her back, trailing a string of glistening blood droplets. These droplets refracted strange light under the moon, resembling shattered galaxies. Run, quickly. Mealy's lips moved, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. Her hand remained poised to push Duo Fu away, her fingertips trembling slightly. Do not create a false world any longer. In that moment, Duo Fu felt time freeze. He watched Mealy's body gently collapse, like cherry blossoms blown away by the wind. The extraction of the predator's spines produced a nauseating screech, sending forth a cascade of blood. Her hair shimmered with silver under the moonlight. No! Duo Fu's roar shattered the night silence. He lunged toward Mealy, but his fingertips met only emptiness. The entire world began to collapse, as if erased by an eraser from a pencil drawing. Moonlight bloodstains. The predator's shriek. Everything transformed into swirling fragments. Duo Fu abruptly sat up in bed, drenched in cold sweat. Morning light streamed through the curtain's gap, casting slender beams across the sofa. He gasped for breath, his fingers unconsciously gripping the sheets, as if they could hold onto the dissipating dream. The alarm clock on the bedside table read 7:15 a.m., and the comic book lay open to the page he had viewed the night before. He reached to touch his chest, where no crescent-shaped scar existed, only a heart beating fiercely. Outside, the sound of the early bus horn echoed, accompanied by the laughter of children heading to school from the neighbor's house. It was an utterly ordinary morning, devoid of predators, devoid of Flossen Academy. Duo Fu curled his knees, burying his face in his palms. The warmth of the dream still coursed through his veins, accompanied by searing pain. He knew that some wounds would never heal, and some memories would never fade. Chapter 59. The Return of the Heart, Part 9. The cheerful ringtone of the mobile phone shattered the oppressive silence of the living room. Dofa glanced at the tightly shut bedroom door before swiftly answering the call. A gentle female voice emerged from the other end. Dofu, are you still asleep? Everyone is going for a barbecue today. Will you join us? You didn't reply to my messages yesterday. The girl's tone turned slightly plaintive at this point. Dofa noticed the WeChat icon had 7 or 8 unread messages from Yang Yuan. Perhaps he had been too fatigued yesterday and went to bed early, thus missing the notifications. He felt genuinely apologetic. His voice was barely above a whisper, as he did not wish to disturb the slumbering lion in the bedroom. Is there anyone else at home? Yang Yuan astutali sen said dofues unusual de mianor. My mom hasn't woken up yet. It would be disastrous to wake her. Dofa fabricated a plausible excuse. For reasons unknown, he felt a certain resistance toward engaging with Yang Yuan or making contact. He could not comprehend why this emotion had surfaced, as not long ago, he had eagerly anticipated any interaction with her, even if it was merely a fleeting exchange of glances. Is that so? Then will you come to the barbecue? Her tone remained calm on the other end. I think I'll pass. I need to help my mom with a thorough cleaning today. A moment of silence ensued on the line. You've been acting strangely since yesterday. Why are you lying to me? Didn't your aunt and uncle go out of town? You should be alone at home, right? Yang Yuan's voice trembled slightly, having pierced through Dofu's deception, akin to an actor exasperated by a co-star's inadequate performance. You know that? Dofu stumbled as his lies were exposed. You told me just a few days ago. Have you forgotten? Yang Yuan persisted. Though I don't know everything. Your unusual behavior is undoubtedly linked to that girl you encountered in the hallway yesterday, isn't it? You are with her now, aren't you? Her rapid-fire questioning overwhelmed Dofu. The bedroom door swung open, and Mia Lee, still bleary-eyed, approached the coffee table and poured herself a glass of water, oblivious to Dofu's phone conversation. She lazily inquired, "Why is there no breakfast? Where is the hospitality?" This was truly a case of misfortune compounding misfortune, reminiscent of a husband on a business trip video calling his wife, only for his mistress to saunter into the frame clad in a bathrobe, sweetly asking, "Why haven't you taken a shower yet, you naughty boy?" Was this not tantamount to delivering a death sentence? Tears nearly brimmed in Dofu's eyes. Mealy tilted her head back to drink, her neck resembling that of Swan, leaving a delicate rose-colored lip print on the rim of the glass. Dofu fumbled to cover the receiver, inadvertently knocking over a box of instant noodles on the coffee table, the broth spilling onto the floor like an amorous stream. From the phone came the faint sound of cracking plastic, akin to stars being crushed one by one in the galaxy. You're so careless, even in your lies. Yang Yuan's voice had lost its warmth, filtered through the electromagnetic waves. Wang Jinsheng asked me to tell you they are camping at Bailu Creek. The transmission was abruptly severed, as if silk had been cut with scissors. Dofa stared at the darkening screen, water trickling down Lee's thigh to her ankle. At this moment, she stood barefoot in the broth of instant noodles, tilting her head to scrutinize the pallid visage of Duoff. Would you like me to teach you? Just say I am your cousin. Come on, how could I possibly conjure up such a beautiful cousin? I no longer wish to deceive. This feeling is truly unpleasant. The scent of burning charcoal wafted from upstream of the Egret Creek. Yang Yuan submerged her phone into the creek, watching the bubbles rise to the surface. Wang Jinsheng, 10 meters away, flipped skewers of meat, the sizzling oil spattering against the grill with a faint, shrill cry. Suddenly, she recalled 3 weeks prior when Duoff knelt on the library steps, tying her shoelaces, his eyelashes bleached white by the humidity of the plum rain season. The roar of a motorcycle echoed from across the creek. Mealy's crimson Haojue motorcycle rolled over the cobblestone beach. This motorcycle was Duoff's father's commuting vehicle, but it had now been commandeered by Mealy, with Duoff holding her waist as if cradling a ticking time bomb. Yang Yuan gripped the bamboo handle of her sunshade, the ribs leaving crescent-shaped red imprints on her palm. Today, she had deliberately donned a newly purchased floral dress, yet the hem was now marred by stains of barbecue sauce. Shall I introduce you? Mealy, removing her helmet, flung off a cascade of droplets, sunlight refracting off the beads on her collarbone with a cold glimmer. Duoff twisted out the water that had seeped from beneath his shirt. It was all Mealy's fault for insisting on speeding past a waterfall just moments ago. Cumulonimbus clouds gradually gathered on the horizon, forming a gray legion. Indeed, the weather in the mountains was notoriously fickle, even though just moments ago the sun had shone brightly. Yang Yuan heard the brittle snap of her nail breaking against the handle of the umbrella. In her memory, at the age of 15, she and Duoff had watched the meteor shower at the planetarium, where he had wrapped her cold hands in his school uniform jacket. At this moment, he stood drenched between the two girls, like a solitary boat adrift in the eye of a typhoon, as the creek suddenly surged over the banks, soaking his canvas shoes. Chapter 60, The Return of the Heart, Part 10. Look closely, look closely. Who wouldn't want to try these sizzling lamb skewers? Wang Jinsheng waved a plate in front of the three. Duofu's eyes lit up as if he had grasped a lifeline. Just in time. I am starving. Mealy, seemingly oblivious to the frigid atmosphere, casually picked up a skewer from Wang Jinsheng's plate and took a large bite, her eyes squinting with satisfaction as her cheeks puffed up. Hey, brother, your skills are impressive. She chewed, glancing sideways at Duofu. Slow down. I haven't eaten lunch either. Her tone was so light that it felt as though they were chatting in a sunlit garden in the afternoon rather than being enveloped by the impending storm and awkwardness. The four of them busied themselves with the barbecue in a strange sort of harmony. As Mealy placed the last 2 chicken wings on the grill, a gust of wind carrying the scent of the river swept by. She squinted and noticed a few egrets startle from the reeds in the distance, their silvery wings slicing through the oppressive June heat like a knife through solidified butter. Duofu was fanning the grill when a spark suddenly leaped up, singeing his bangs. He stumbled back in a flurry, knocking over a can of cola. The dark liquid twisted across the pebbled shore, creating a distorted totem, while Yang Yuan's white canvas shoes barely hovered on the edge of the foam. The weather forecast warned of thunderstorms today. Wang Jinsheng broke the silence, manipulating the charcoal with tongs. The metallic clinking mingled with the cicadas chorus, creating an especially jarring sound. He wore a deep blue polo shirt, the collar crisply pressed, yet the cuffs bore smudges of charcoal dust. As Yang Yuan crouched to tidy the spilled cola, her skirt brushed against Duofu's hand, carrying a refreshing and bitter scent reminiscent of crushed grass. Suddenly, Mealy laughed. The silver bracelet on her wrist slid down to her forearm, the refracted sunlight dazzling Duofu's eyes. Can you smell that? She wrinkled her nose, sensing the aroma before the downpour. The chicken wings on the iron skewer sizzled, the fat dripping into the charcoal with a soft hiss. Duofu indeed caught the scent, a mingling of rust and riverbed silt, as if someone had plunged a rusty anchor chain deep into his stomach. When Yang Yuan stood up, she wobbled slightly, and Wang Jinsheng's hand nearly brushed her waist. However, she quickly steadied herself and retrieved a corn wrapped in aluminum foil from the picnic basket. The foil glinted blindingly in the sunlight, prompting Duofu to recall the reflection from the dome of the auditorium on graduation day, equally glaring and causing a sting in the eyes. It was also the day Yang Yuan was charmed by Wang Jinsheng's bouquet of 999 roses. Duofu pondered whether Wang Jinsheng still harbored feelings for Yang Yuan, observing the cautious manner of Wang Jinsheng. Then, Mealy thrust the grilled chicken wings into his hands, her fingertips dusted with chili powder. Do you know why egrets fly just above the water surface? She asked, her black hair casually tied back, a few strands sticking to her neck with sweat. Duofu shook his head, the heat from the chicken wings reddening his fingertips. Because they want to see their own reflection. Mealy's voice dropped suddenly. Sometimes when they fly too high, they forget their true selves. The sound of the ferry's horn drifted across the riverbank, elongated like a sigh. Wang Jinsheng was brushing honey onto the corn, the golden syrup cascading down the tips of the ears. Yang Yuan suddenly remarked, "Honey attracts ants." Her voice was soft, yet caused a pause in the movements of everyone present. Duoff saw the veins on Wang Jinsheng's hand bulge, the iron brush producing a sharp sound against the foil. The wind suddenly picked up, sending sparks from the grill soaring into the air like a swarm of crimson fireflies. Duoff instinctively raised his hand to shield himself from the splattering charcoal, his wrist colliding with the silver bracelet on his arm. The metallic clash reverberated through his veins and into his heart. Yang Yuan was dividing the dishes. The sound of porcelain clinking resonated piercingly. She placed an extra 2 skewers of mushrooms onto Duoff's plate, the sauce spreading brown stains across the pristine white glaze. Mealy squatted a few meters away, sketching patterns in the sand with an iron skewer. Duoff recognized it as the emblem of Flossin Academy, half of which was erased by a wave. The river began to swell. The reeds rustled, whispering secrets to one another, and Duoff noticed a dry leaf clinging to the hem of Yang Yunyuan's skirt, fluttering with her movements like a dying butterfly. Wang Jinsheng suddenly stood up, a beer can rolling half a turn at his feet. "I'm going to buy ice," he announced, striding towards the store. Yang Yuanyuan lowered her head, wiping away non-existent grease stains, the plastic gloves leaving pale imprints at her knuckles. "Wang Jinsheng, confess to me, right before you all arrived," Yang Yuanyuan spoke softly. Duoff's motion of opening the can slowed momentarily as he looked around to ensure no one else was present to hear her words, confirming that she was indeed speaking to him. Indeed, in moments of awkwardness, people tend to busy themselves. Duoff gulped down a large sip of his drink, the carbonation choking him momentarily. Is Jinsheng really that brave? Duoff found himself at a loss for words, only managing to blurt out an exclamation. "He has liked me for 3 years, Yang Yuanyuan added. "Actually, Wang Jinsheng is a decent guy, loyal and generous, always standing by his brothers. He even has a mine at home. Not everyone is so fortunate." She continued, "The most important thing is he has liked you for 3 years. That no small feat." Duoff halted mid-sentence, realizing that the current Wang Jinsheng was a reflection of his own past self. "So you hope I will accept him?" Yang Yuanyuan's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. "I think you and Jinsheng make quite a pair, though it ultimately hinges on whether you like him." The silence amplified the cicadas' chorus in the trees. Emily remained squatting a few meters away, doodling with his skewer. By the time Duoff counted the cicadas for the 17th time, Wang Jinsheng returned, clutching a bag of nearly melting ice, water droplets trickling through his fingers onto the cobblestones, quickly devoured by the rising heat. Yang Yuanyuan was slicing watermelon, the knife caught in the vibrant green rind, the bright red juice flowing down the edge of the cutting board, pooling into small crimson puddles on the sand. Chapter 61. The Return of the Wandering Heart, Part 11. Wang Jinsheng tossed the ice cubes into the insulated box, the sound of their collision resonating sharply in the increasingly heavy atmosphere. Duoff's gaze flitted between Yang Yuanyuan and Wang Jinsheng, yearning to utter something to shatter the peculiar silence. Yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him voiceless. Mealy remained crouched, meticulously sketching in the sand with a metal skewer, oblivious to the subtle tension enveloping them. A chilling breeze swept across the river, raising the hair on their arms. The once cacophonous chirping of cicadas abruptly ceased, as if an invisible hand had seized their wings. Suddenly, the river's surface rippled like fish scales. The reflections of the white egrets shattered into ghastly fragments, while Mealy's recently drawn school emblem blurred under the caressing tide. She heard a viscous, slithering sound, reminiscent of countless slimy tongues licking the pebbled shore. Sensing something amiss, Mealy stood, gripping her skewer tightly, her gaze fixed intently upon the river, her eyes betraying a keen alertness. The wind raged across the water's surface, akin to a pack of roaring beasts, stirring the river into a murky frenzy. Waves crashed against the bank, splashing droplets that dampened the hems of their garments. Duoff's heart raced like a drum, his eyes glued to the bizarre ripples, each undulation slicing through him with a visceral dread, fear washing over him like a relentless tide. His palms were slick with cold sweat, his legs trembling uncontrollably, his gaze locked onto the river, as though diverting it might unleash even greater horrors. Indeed, something dreadful lurked beneath. The moment the first creature breached the surface, a bolt of lightning illuminated the sky. Its form resembled a bronze artifact corroded by acid rain. Jagged bone spines entwined with deep green algae. It bore no eyes. Its spiraled head split open into 3 gaping fissures, exuding a putrid stench that instantly withered the nearby reeds. What manner of monster is this? Yang Yuanyuan shrieked in terror, her watermelon knife clattering to the ground, her complexion draining to a ghastly white, her legs buckling beneath her. Had it not been for Wang Jinsheng's quick reflexes to steady her, she would have collapsed. "It's a predator. In fact, I'm rather familiar with them." Mealy's voice carried an almost imperceptible thrill. Were these grotesque forms, exuding a nauseating odor, not predators themselves? Step back, Mealy exclaimed, withdrawing the barbecue skewer. Duoff noticed a flicker of crimson swirling deep within her pupils, akin to a fire lizard trapped in amber. Her fierce shout startled the last two white egrets into flight. She hurled the skewer, piercing the creature's maw, dark green ichor splattering onto Wang Jinsheng's polo shirt, corroding it with honeycomb-like holes. Duoff caught a whiff of charred protein. Realizing his nails were unconsciously digging into his palms, the pain starkly real, far from an illusion. The second predator glided beneath Yang Yuanyuan's skirt, its bronze appendages slicing through her canvas shoelaces. The typically soft-spoken girl stood frozen, akin to a plaster statue, her watermelon knife clattering to the ground, its blade reflecting the multitude of compound eyes on the monster's abdomen. As Wang Jinsheng lunged forward to grasp her, the ice pack shattered upon striking the pebbled shore, scattering crystalline fragments. The world oscillated between piercing screams and profound silence. Duoff observed the sparks erupting from Mealy's wrist as it twisted. Those flames that should have incinerated all instead flickered like a faulty tungsten bulb upon the predator's exoskeleton. Damn it, this is absurd, Mealy thought. Is this some kind of trick? The predators were scattering, yet still denied the release of their powers. The third, fourth, fifth, an ever-increasing number of predators crawled ashore, threatening to encircle the four of them. Duoff somehow produced a frying pan, raising it defensively before Mealy. What now? Should we fight them? Duoff's voice trembled as he gripped the skillet tighter, his expression resolute. Don't worry, Mealy, as long as I am alive. I won't let these grotesque creatures harm you. No one answered from behind, but Duoff did not dare look back. He remained vigilant against the predators poised to attack. After about half a minute, Mealy's voice echoed from a distance. What are you standing there for? Waiting to die? Damn. Just as Mealy and the others were about to dive into Wang Jinsheng's Bentley, Duoff abandoned the frying pan and fled. Fortunately, the predators moved slowly upon reaching the shore. Duoff jumped into the passenger seat, discovering that Mealy was at the wheel, while Wang Jinsheng supported the shaken Yang Yuanyuan in the back seat. The girl's face was pale, breathing heavily, clutching Wang Jinsheng's arm tightly. Buckle up, Mealy reminded, glancing at the rearview mirror to see more and more predators charging toward the vehicle. Why are they relentlessly pursuing us? Duoff leaned out of the window, resting his head against it. Want to know? Then go ask them yourself. Mealy retorted as she started the car, her driving style wild and erratic, causing the others to jolt within the vehicle. First, let's shake them off. The twilight resembled an overturned ink bottle, thick and oppressive, splattering across the heavens and earth, dragging the entire world into an abyss of despair. Mealy drove the battered car at breakneck speed along the winding mountain road, the tires screeching against the pavement, producing a sharp, piercing sound as if striving to tear apart the suffocating silence. Duoff gripped the armrest tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, veins bulging like furious little snakes. His gaze never wavered, frequently darting to the rearview mirror, bloodshot eyes alertly confirming whether that fearsome pack of predators still pursued them relentlessly. Yang Yuanyuan Fared Warse slumped in the back seat, her face devoid of color, resembling a pale sheet of paper. Cold sweat cascaded from her forehead like a breached dam, quickly soaking her hair at the temples, damp strands clinging to her cheeks. As she evacuated moments ago, her calf was mercilessly lacerated by the predator's claws, sharp as a blade. The wound gaped, its flesh curling grotesquely, reminiscent of flowers trampled by a malevolent force. Viscous, dark purple blood oozed forth slowly, exuding a nauseating and faintly fetid odor that threatened to overwhelm, as if a curse from the depths of hell had permeated the entire compartment. Wang Jinsheng held her tightly in his embrace, his voice trembling violently, akin to leaves drifting in the crisp autumn breeze, continuously whispering, "Hold on. Yuanyuan, you must endure. We'll find a way soon." The urgency and anguish in his tone burned like an unquenchable flame, intense enough to sting the eyes, as if it were not Yang Yuanyuan who was injured, but rather the very soul of Wang Jinsheng. Chapter 62. The Return of the Heart, 12 in the Dim Light. A convenience store emerged like a solitary island, its flickering yellow glow serving as a beacon of hope amidst the endless darkness. Mealy abruptly slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the pavement, as the group, as if propelled by fate's relentless hand, stumbled into the store. Mealy hurriedly rummaged through the shelves, gathering bandages, antiseptics, antibiotics, anything that might prove useful, stuffing them into their arms with a frantic urgency, as though racing against the specter of death. Duo Fu, cradling a pile of medications, turned to witness Wang Jinsheng gently tending to the bloodied wounds surrounding Yang Yuan. His movements were careful, as if he were handling an exquisite treasure. His eyes radiating concern akin to the warmth of spring sunshine, nearly overflowing. Duo Fu's heart tightened, gripped by an invisible hand, and in that moment, he realized that even in this chaotic and fragmented world, Wang Jinsheng's affection for Yang Yuan remained a fierce, unquenchable flame, burning brightly and unwavering. "I'll help you." Duo Fu stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly, imbued with an unrecognized anticipation as he sought to take the gauze from Wang Jinsheng's hands. "No need, I can manage," Wang Jinsheng replied without looking up, his tone resolute and tinged with an undeniable stubbornness, as if guarding his last bastion. Duo Fu opened his mouth, his throat constricted as if choked by something, yet he ultimately remained silent, retreating to the side, watching Wang Jinsheng's focused demeanor. A tempest of complex emotions surged within him, akin to a jar of spices upended. The world seemed bizarre and fraught with peril, resembling an absurd nightmare. Yet some feelings stood steadfast like rock, impervious to the upheaval around them. But the thought that all this chaos and disaster had stemmed from his own actions overwhelmed him with guilt, as if a tidal wave had submerged him, and his soul felt gnawed upon by countless ants, racked with pain. "Why is this happening?" Duo Fu murmured to himself, his voice laced with anguish and confusion. Like a lost vessel adrift in the dark, helplessly wandering. Meili, busy counting the supplies, suddenly lifted her head, her gaze sharp as a dagger, fixed firmly upon Duo Fu. "Stop wallowing in self-pity. We must address the matter at hand." Duo Fu inhaled deeply, his chest heaving as he struggled to steady the tumult within. At that moment, Yang Yuan emitted a low, pained groan, her voice weak and sorrowful, reminiscent of a wounded fawn lamenting, her body trembling violently like leaves caught in an autumn breeze. Her condition was deteriorating. Wang Jinsheng's voice quivered with panic. A mixture of despair and fear. "What are we to do?" Duo Fu steadied himself, forcing his thoughts to coalesce, his gaze growing resolute. "First, we must tend to the wound, then we will find a way to disinfect it." As they fumbled in a state of disarray, the lights of the convenience store began to flicker violently, emitting a crackling sound reminiscent of a dying creature's struggle. Outside, a frigid wind howled, causing the branches to thrash wildly, their shadows clawing at the ground like the talons of a demon, slowly encroaching upon them, threatening to engulf them entirely. Something ominous was approaching. Meili gripped the dagger tightly in her hand, her gaze alertly fixed on the window, where the flames of battle flickered in her eyes. Yet a hint of undeniable anxiety lingered beneath the surface. Duof's heart sank heavily. He understood that the world's peril was akin to a towering iceberg, with Yang Yuan's injuries merely the visible tip, while lurking beneath the surface lay unfathomable fear and despair. He had to swiftly devise a way to restore normalcy, lest everyone be dragged into an endless abyss from which there would be no return. The wind howled like a chorus of wailing phantoms, battering against the convenience store, as if intent on tearing this fragile sanctuary apart. The dim light flickered in the tempest, threatening to be devoured by the encroaching darkness. The shelves rattled ominously, echoing the prelude of despair to this impending crisis. Wang Jinsheng knelt beside Yang Yuan, clutching her hand tightly, which felt as cold as ice. Yang Yuan's complexion was as pale as parchment, cold sweat cascading down her face, each painful groan striking Duof's heart like a sledgehammer. His eyes were filled with panic and self-reproach. Struggling like a trapped beast, his lips trembling, nails digging painfully into his palm, crimson blood seeping through his fingers. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Mealy leaned against the shelf, her dagger glinting coldly, mirroring the chill in her gaze. Her eyes darted around, scrutinizing every shadow, every subtle movement sending her nerves into a taut frenzy. Strands of hair, dampened by sweat, clung to her cheeks, dancing wildly in the wind. Much like her chaotic thoughts at that moment, the air around them felt saturated with terror, thick and oppressive, each breath laden with an unbearable weight. Unbeknownst to them, the world outside the convenience store was subtly transforming. The inky darkness, as if being diluted by invisible hands, began to reveal a faint glimmer of light. The wind's ferocity waned, shifting from a frenzied howl to a gentle sob, as if whispering an ancient, mysterious tale. Mealy sensed this change keenly. She tilted her head slightly, nostrils flaring as she attempted to capture the enigmatic essence carried on the breeze. Her pupils constricted suddenly, surprise and confusion flashing in her eyes, as a familiar yet foreign power began to stir within her, like a slumbering giant slowly awakening. Almost simultaneously, the items on the convenience store shelves began to tremble gently, emitting faint sounds as if rejoicing. Duoff also felt the tremors of this newfound energy. His heartbeat quickened, resonating within his chest like a frantically beating drum, each thump reverberating painfully against his eardrums. He instinctively gazed out of the window, only to find that the once distorted silhouettes of the trees in the night were gradually becoming clear and orderly, as if they were being lovingly rearranged by a gentle hand. Chapter 63. The Return of the Heart, Part 13. Duofu's gaze returned to Yang Yuanyuan's increasingly pallid face. Wang Jinsheng clutched her hand tightly, as if his very essence could be transmitted to her through that contact. His eyes brimmed with tears. Anxiety and helplessness etched across his features as he repeatedly murmured, "You must hold on, you must endure." His voice, tinged with a quiver of despair, resonated throughout the convenience store. In Duofu's memory, Wang Jinsheng had never shed tears for anyone. He had always perceived Wang, the privileged young master, as someone who had been the center of attention since childhood, thereby devoid of empathy or compassion. Wang had grown up accepting various kindnesses without question, but now it appeared that Duofu had misjudged him. Perhaps Wang Jinsheng truly harbored deep feelings for Yang Yuanyuan, both in the past and present, Duofu mused. Mealy took a deep breath, striving to quell the tumult within her heart. She closed her eyes, focusing her spirit to awaken the dormant power within her. When she opened her eyes once more, a vibrant flame had ignited in her palm, no longer flickering uncertainly, but blazing fiercely, casting away some of the surrounding darkness. "My powers have returned," Mealy whispered, her voice laced with incredulous delight. Upon hearing this, Duofu halted abruptly, turning to Mealy, hope flickering in his eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by a violent tremor. The floor of the convenience store began to shake violently, objects from the shelves clattering to the ground with a cacophony of noise. "What is happening?" Wang Jinsheng cried out in terror, his voice piercing through the chaos. Duofu steadied himself, casting a resolute gaze out the window, where countless shadows were rapidly approaching the convenience store. They were a horde of predators ensnared by darkness, their eyes gleaming with an eerie green light, akin to the ghostly flames of the underworld. "They're coming." Mealy clenched her fists, the flames on her arms surging upward, illuminating her figure with renewed determination. She squinted at the encroaching predators, a cold smirk gracing her lips. "Just in time. Allow me to show you what true power looks like." Duofu understood that he lacked any powers and would merely be a burden to Mealy in battle. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his unease and guilt, turning toward the storage room of the convenience store. He frantically rummaged through the chaotic space, muttering to himself, "There must be something useful here. There has to be." Clothing, tools, and miscellaneous items were hurled aside, forming a small mountain behind him. At last, Duofu spotted several gasoline canisters in the corner of the storage room. His eyes lit up as if he had found a lifeline, and with all his strength, he dragged the canisters out and raced toward the entrance of the convenience store. Meanwhile, Mealy had already engaged the predators in combat. Her figure darted swiftly between the flames and shadows, the fire in her hands dancing like a serpent, repelling the advancing predators with each powerful swing. A multitude of predators surged forth, encircling her completely. Duoff arrived at the entrance, witnessing the assault on Mealy with an urgency that set his heart racing. He swiftly twisted open the safety cap of a gasoline barrel and doused the throng of predators with the flammable liquid. The gasoline surged forth like a tumultuous tide, instantaneously carving out a safe zone amidst the predators, granting Mealy a fleeting moment to breathe. "Sister now," Duoff exclaimed, hurling a gasoline barrel towards Mealy. "Ah, you finally acknowledge me as your sister?" Mealy responded, deftly catching the barrel and igniting the gasoline with flames. Instantly, a sea of fire engulfed the predators, the acrid scent of charred flesh permeating the air. Duoff did not falter. He began operating the fire extinguisher at the wall, providing cover for Mealy. The foam spewed forth from the extinguisher, exploding into a spectrum of colors amidst the flames. Mealy suddenly noticed that the shells of these mutated predators were beginning to fade in color, as the last predator turned to ash amidst the sulfurous smoke. She observed flickers within the ashes resembling the fractured screen of a mobile device. Something was amiss. She flung out a fire chain, ensnaring the dangling fluorescent tube from the ceiling, using the momentum to swing to the top of the cash register. The shelves, singed by the flames, began to exhibit a translucent quality, revealing dark patterns akin to those on the riverbank monsters. A shriek from Wang Jinsheng echoed from behind. Yang Yuanyuan's wound began to ooze black blood, which suddenly boiled and crystallized in a floating oracle bone script in the air. Those enigmatic symbols burrowed into the convenience store walls, and the entire structure emitted a cacophony reminiscent of grinding gears. Behind the storage room door that Duoff had just burst open was no longer a cramped warehouse, but a bronze staircase extending into the depths of the earth. The staircase was adorned with vein-like protrusions that pulsed in rhythm with their breath. The flames encircling Mealy uncontrollably flowed down the staircase, outlining a myriad of closed-eyed visages on the walls, each face a different age of Duoff. A voice, accompanied by mechanical friction, resonated, "Welcome to the corridor of cognition." To their horror, the group discovered that Yang Yuanyuan had risen, standing eerily still as if possessed. All the product packaging on the shelves simultaneously burst open, and puff snacks transformed into gray-white bone fragments cascading down. Instinctively, Wang Jinjing shielded Yang Yuanyuan, only to be pierced by a torrent of data flowing from her abdomen. The glowing code entwined around his forearm like chains. "Jinsheng." Duoff seized the fire extinguisher, swinging it towards the data chain, but the cylinder passed through the ethereal form. His pupils dilated in shock. Yang Yuanyuan released Wang Jinsheng. Yet the data chain lunged towards him with overwhelming force. Duoff thought to himself, "This is dire." In the heat of the moment, he had thrown away the only tool at his disposal, leaving him vulnerable to the encroaching data streams that began to mummify him. As the chains wrapped around him, Duoff felt his soul being drawn from his corporeal form. Yang Yuanyuan's pupils glimmered with an eerie lapis lazuli ripple, her icy fingers slipping through his wrist like a serpent into his veins, accompanied by a powerful tug that pulled him toward the storage room. Duoff cried out for Mealy, "Sister, save me." An increasing number of predators have infiltrated the convenience store, cornering Mealy against the wall. However, these predators do not recklessly launch an assault. Instead, they remain motionless, as if commanded by an unseen force, confining Mealy within this area and preventing her from interfering with Yang Yuanyuan and Doufu. Just as Mealy is about to step forward, the predators emit a deep, menacing growl, warning her against any rash movements. Observing Doufu, who is swathed like a mummy, Mealy silently mutters, "May fortune favor you, junior brother." She then sits cross-legged, closing her eyes, seemingly ignoring the predators before her. "It appears I must first deal with you." Mealy's voice thickens with the rising temperature around her, and her skin gradually begins to flush a vivid red. Chapter 64. The Return of the Heart, 14. At the moment when the data chain propelled Doufu into the storage room, the rusted iron door automatically slammed shut. His back, which should have collided heavily against the wall, instead met a sensation akin to warm leather, and the musty odor of the storage area was replaced by the sweet fragrance of gardenias. Dofu staggered to steady himself against the suddenly materializing oak desk, his fingertips brushing against a warm coffee cup. The once cluttered storage room had transformed into a bright and immaculate space, where beige curtains fluttered gently in the breeze. This was unmistakably the arrangement of the psychological counseling room at the experimental high school. Yang Yuanyuan's canvas shoes had metamorphosed into beige lambskin boots. The tattered hem of her skirt now adorned with delicate lace trim, and even the gruesome wound on her calf had regressed to a faint pink scar. She sat upon a leather treatment chair, and the scar beneath her skirt suddenly glowed with a sequence of luminous characters. This was the afternoon we were meant to experience. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a gesture that perfectly mirrored a moment when Yang Yuanyuan had been in the library. Outside the window, cherry blossoms drifted like rain, yet what landed softly on her shoulder were bronze-hued flakes. Dofa noticed tiny pixelated dots dancing on her neck, resembling television static crawling across her skin. When she lifted her gaze, her left eye retained its original amber hue, while her right glimmered with a verdant shade reminiscent of bronze. Now, two endings lay before you. Two holographic projections unfurled amidst the cherry blossom rain. In the peaceful image to the left, Wang Jincheng pressed a chilled cola against the nape of his neck, his youthful eyes sparkling with sunlight. In stark contrast, the blood-red scene on the right depicted the flickering flames engulfing the minuscule figure of Meili as it was besieged by predators. The explosive sparks singeing the arm that Wang Jincheng used to protect Yang Yuanyuan. Choose! Yang Yuanyuan's voice suddenly melded with a metallic scraping sound, her nails striking the coffee cup, resonating like a chime. Her tone bore an unparalleled authority that rendered Dofu unable to raise his head. His temples throbbed, memories bubbling forth like a shaken soda. He beheld the high school graduation photo in the left projection, himself surrounded by classmates and teachers, standing proudly in the center, wearing his uniform, while the wall of the storage room on the right oozed a tar-like substance, muffling Meili's cries of battle into a dull roar. Yang Yuanyuan cupped Dofu's sorrowful face, her breath warm against his ear. Her voice returned to its gentle, youthful timbre, with just a slight nod. You can return to a world devoid of power and predators. Can you bear to witness Meili being torn apart? Yang Yuanyuan suddenly brought her face close, her breath imbued with the scent of strawberries. Her index finger pressed against Dofu's chest, reminding him of the time he had been poisoned and unconscious from a lizard sting, and how Meili had risked everything to carry him back from the brink of death. Now it is your turn to save your senior sister, and you need not bear any risk. You need only to make a choice. Dofu's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. The left projection began to play automatically. Wang Jincheng waved at him from the basketball court. Yang Yuanyuan corrected data for him in the laboratory, and Meili stealthily stuffed burnt cookies into his backpack. It seemed they had all been accepted into the same university in the future, living leisurely and blissfully. Each frame was enveloped in a warm golden filter. Even the birds that flitted past the window had been replaced by doves. Such a life, if one claims to be unmoved, would be disingenuous. Dofu's atoms apple bobbed, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the warm porcelain wall of the coffee cup. The imagery on the left side shifted once more. Sunlight streamed through the library's glass dome, adorning Wang Jincheng's hair with a golden halo. He envisioned his future self traversing the corridor, cradling a stack of books, when suddenly, Meili peeked out from behind a pillar, shoving a charred cookie into his mouth. It was unmistakably her burnt cranberry biscuit. Try the improved version. Meili laughed heartily, hands on her hips, her crescent-shaped earrings glinting in the sunlight. Dofu's tongue inexplicably tinged with a genuine burnt bitterness, as if that charred morsel truly disintegrated in his mouth. He noticed his left hand grasping at the air, while Yang Yuanyuan's fragrance intensified, the scent of gardenias mingling with a hint of rust. How delightful! Her fingertips glided over the holographic image, and when cherry blossoms landed on Wang Jincheng's shoulder, time froze. There were no monsters shattering glass at midnight, no companions bleeding profusely, and Wang Jincheng remained unscathed. Her voice suddenly choked, and the right side projection erupted into a burst of crimson mist, revealing Wang Jincheng shielding the unconscious Yang Yuanyuan with his broken right arm, a predator's sharp fangs mere inches from his throat. Dofu's temples throbbed, cold sweat trickling down his spine into his waistband. The basketball court in the left side imagery was suddenly drenched in sunlight rain, and he beheld Yang Yuanyuan in the future, on tiptoe, wiping the beads of water from his forehead, this gesture perfectly replicating that torrential downpour during their senior year gym class, when she had helped Wang Jinsheng wipe away the indistinguishable droplets of sweat or rain. In this scene, the leading man had become himself. Dofu could clearly see her soaked shirt clinging to her delicate scapula, the rising heat enveloped in the unique scent of soap pods that belong to youth. Choose this, and you shall eternally capture these moments. Yang Yuanyuan twirled around Dofu, her skirt swirling without a breeze, revealing the healing pink scar on her calf. Suddenly, Dofu discerned the anomaly in the left side imagery. A flock of white doves flitting past the library window, their wing beats synchronized. The light reflected from Lee's earrings repeating its trajectory every 10 seconds. Even Wang Jinsheng's every attempt at the basket was an identical motion, repeated. These details lodged like tiny fish bones in the throat of memory, inducing a secretive sting. A sound of cracking bones echoed from the right side projection. Dofu witnessed the real Lee being slammed against the shelf by a massive predator, flames flickering in her palm. The collar of her combat suit had been torn open, revealing a gruesome wound beneath her collarbone. Choose. Yang Yuanyuan's nails suddenly dug into his wrist, the pain so real it sent shivers down his spine. The left side imagery began to play at an accelerated pace. During the graduation ceremony, Wang Jinsheng placed a cap atop his head, while Yang Yuanyuan awaited him beneath the cherry blossom tree, holding a cup of milk tea. Lee drove a modified jeep, charging them into the desert to witness the meteor shower, each frame enveloped in a happiness as thick as honey. Even the air was laced with the sweet scent of cotton candy. Duofu's thumb absently caressed the minute cracks on the handle of his coffee cup, and he suddenly recalled that Yang Yuanyuan did not partake in coffee, claiming to dislike its bitterness. He observed the image of Yang Yuanyuan stirring sugar cubes, the reflection of her pearl bracelet piercing his eyes. Genuine pearls should possess an iridescence, yet these were merely cheap plastic beads. Chapter 65. The Enigma of the Heart. 15. Choose. Yang Yuanyuan's expression contorted into a fierce grimace, her roar shattering the coffee cup, the splintered ceramic cutting into Duofu's cheek. Yet he had no time to attend to the trickling blood, allowing it to cascade down his face for outside. The cherry blossom rain had abruptly transformed into a crimson deluge. In the right projection, Lee collapsed heavily to the ground, motionless, with only the faintest glimmer of flame remaining at her fingertips. Wang Jinsheng's anguished scream pierced the illusion, and Duofu witnessed as a predator brutally severed his right hand, the severed limb convulsing in the gravel, disintegrating into fragments. Duofu's face contorted in pain as he hoarsely inquired, "If I choose the left side, my senior sister and Wang Jinsheng will be safe, correct?" Deep down, Duofu understood that the right projection might merely be a ruse by Yang Yuanyuan to instill fear. However, he could not afford to gamble. What if he chose wrongly? Indeed, selecting the left would terminate all agony. Yang Yuanyuan's demeanor shifted to one of charming mirth. "You must hold true to your word." Just as Duofu reached out towards the left projection, cracks began to appear on the wall of the psychological counseling room. And with a thunderous explosion, the entire wall shattered, reverting the scene back to the original storage room. Golden flames surged like a dragon, crashing through the rusted iron door. Duofu was knocked to the ground by the heat wave, the lingering images on his retina compelling him to shudder with excitement. Lee was engulfed in flowing flames from her hair to her fingertips, the flickering fire forming a halo around her, her entire form consumed by fire, each step leaving charred imprints on the ground. The salvation you seek is merely a more sophisticated prison. Lee approached Duofu, chiding, "How foolish of you to believe the enemy's words. Senior sister, I'm so relieved you're unharmed." Duofu gasped as he sat on the ground. Surrounding Lee, several fireballs materialized, and she pointed towards Yang Yuanyuan, sending the fireballs hurtling in her direction. "It's time to settle our accounts." Yang Yuanyuan easily dodged the fireballs, taunting, "Playing with fire by day and wetting the bed by night, is it?" Your current form makes it challenging to exhibit your powers, doesn't it? Persephone, milisuden spoke. What? Persephone? Are you suggesting she is that royal predator? Dwafu instinctively recoiled behind me, Li, aware that she would not make baseless claims. Do you remember? The royal predator. Persephone possesses the ability to create. If she can transform the moon into a perfect incubator, how difficult could it be to fabricate a dream that appears almost indistinguishably real? Millie fixed her gaze upon Yang Yuan, unwavering. Should I commend your vivid imagination? Yang Yuan cackled, her laughter erupting in a fit of unrestrained mirth. Pray tell, what evidence supports your conjecture? Millie sidestepped and pointed at the cowering Dwafu. Do open your eyes and observe. Whereon his entire being does he resemble the exemplary, obedient student? What merit does he possess that the world revolves around him? The myriad hints in this world are glaringly obvious, are they not? Excuse me, senior sister. While your reasoning appears quite sound, I would appreciate it if you could spare a thought for my fragile heart, if you please. There are still outsiders present. Dwafu's eyes brimmed with tears on the verge of spilling. We'll settle the score later. You certainly have a flair for drama, don't you? Do you truly think me naive? If it weren't for the fear of Dofu turning to ashes, Mealy truly wished to kick him twice. It seems I still do not understand humanity well enough. Persephone gradually shed Yang Yuan's disguise, her black tendrils bursting forth from the leather boots, with viscous liquid corroding the plastic storage boxes into honeycomb-like cavities on the floor. Your friend is unharmed, hiding far away. Of course, it does not matter. He is merely an NPC. Without looking back, Mealy reminded Dofu, Sister, can you handle this alone? This is the legendary Persephone. In terms of power, she is the final boss. Otherwise, we should retreat. Mealy scoffed. This is her domain. Where can we escape to? The only way to get out of here is to eliminate her. Moreover, sister, I am in perfect condition. It's the kind of state where I can slay anyone who stands in my way. Stand back, you hindrance. Your presence here will soon turn this place into a sea of flames. Sister, please be careful. After speaking, Dofu dragged the unconscious Wang Jinsheng to a vacant lot beside the convenience store. Wang Jinsheng's injured left hand had already received basic treatment and was bandaged. With the end tied in a bow, Dofu chuckled silently. Mealy was indeed a rather meticulous person. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from the convenience store behind them, followed by the roof being lifted by a blaze, the surrounding walls collapsing with a thunderous crash, and the sky ablaze as if it were high noon. Children of fire are always so volatile. The voice of the royal predator resonated with the depths of the sea, 7 primary tendrils coiling upon the ground, with spiral teeth filling the open suction cups at their ends. The fireballs Mealy flung collided with the gooey shield, exploding and igniting boxes of tissues. In a breath, 3 tendrils attacked in a triangular formation, the viscous substance crystallizing into ice spikes mid-air. Mealy spun and unleashed a flaming whip. The explosive shockwave from the clash of ice and fire toppling an entire row of shelves. The packaging of puffed snacks expanded and exploded in the high temperature, and the falling chips instantly carbonized into black butterflies. Persephone's main tendrils suddenly split and proliferated, ensnaring Mealy in a serpentine embrace. Dofu noticed smoke rising from the soles of her canvas shoes. The ground had transformed into a semi-transparent, stomach-like substance, with digestive fluid eroding the shoe's bottom. Your heat is still insufficient for me to warm up, too gentle. The surface of Persephone's tendrils bore human face reliefs. Do you see? These are the fire-wielding power holders who have been devoured. Allow me to teach you how to play with fire. 12 secondary tendrils suddenly erupted from the shadows, their tips spewing black spores that ignited upon contact with oxygen. Mealy chuckled softly amidst the sea of flames, golden flames igniting at her tips to form a protective shield. As the spore flames touched the luminous barrier, she forcibly drained their energy. Dofu witnessed the azure flames converge like rivers returning to the sea, ultimately coalescing into a pulsating white dwarf in her palm. Thanks, but I have never feared playing with fire. Not even you. She extinguished the starlight at her fingertips, and a corona-like pattern emerged in the depths of her pupils. Now the heat was sufficiently potent. The air in the storage room suddenly warped. and Persephone's tendrils began to combust. It was not the ordinary orange flame, but rather a searing white akin to the core of a star. Persephone shrieked as she severed the burning limbs, yet from the severed ends erupted additional tendrils entwined with arcane runes. The surface of these newly formed appendages glimmered with a liquid metallic sheen, resilient enough to withstand temperatures soaring to 3,000 degrees. In a fit of fury, Persephone emitted a piercing wail, heralding the true assault that surged from beneath the earth. In an instant, as Mealy twisted midair, 5 bony spines erupted from the ground, one of which pierced her left shoulder. Duff's gasp lodged in his throat as he beheld not blood spilling from her wound, but liquid flames. "I've got you," Mealy declared, allowing the tendril to writhe within her body while her hands grasped the appendage, channeling fierce fire. The platinum flames surged upward against the current, causing the tendrils to rupture explosively wherever they passed. Persephone's true form was compelled to detach from the wall, her octopus-like head now adorned with Yang Yunyuan's pallid visage. Mealy's fingertips ignited with an intensely compressed blue spark. At last, a look of terror crossed Persephone's face as the so-called immortal tendrils frantically attempted to retreat, only to ignite upon contact with the spark. The storage room fell silent, enveloped in a blinding white light. Chapter 66. The Return of the Enigmatic Heart. 16. Dofa coughed as he waved away the acrid smoke, observing Mealy kneeling on the melting floor. She emerged from a state reminiscent of the protagonist from Big Hero 6, and for the first time, Dofa marveled at the alabaster luminosity of her skin, her attire having long since succumbed to the searing heat. The remnants of Persephone were turning to ash, those ashes forming countless screaming faces. "Help me." Mealy extended her hand, the fiery patterns beneath her skin slowly fading. Dofu, eyes tightly shut, groped his way to her side, and upon touching her, was taken aback by her alarming body temperature. Suddenly, the debris on the ground stirred, and Persephone's final assault was unleashed. Perish! Persephone roared. Mealy attempted to raise her hand, but stumbled and fell, prompting Dofu to instinctively shield her. Just as the tendrils were about to pierce his throat, Mealy's pupils ignited once more with golden flames. No incantation, no gestures. A column of fire erupted before Dofu, soaring to the heavens and transforming the night rain into swirling clouds. "I told you," she rasped, her cracked lips curling as she ruffled Dofu's hair. "Senior sister will protect you." Mealy ultimately collapsed onto Dofu, drifting into unconsciousness. He removed his shirt to envelop her, grateful for its ample size that shielded her modesty. A gust of wind scattered the remnants of Persephone into the air, only for them to reassemble. Astonishingly, Persephone was not yet fully vanquished. "At last we are undisturbed, Dofu." Persephone reformed into Yang Yuanyuan's visage, gracefully gliding to Dofu's side, her finger tracing Mealy's face. Dofu, lifting Mealy, prepared to flee. "Fear not. I lack the power to kill her at present. As you can see, she is merely a defenseless girl. I have come to propose a deal." "What kind of deal?" Dofa halted. "I can return to you a world devoid of predators, where you remain the exemplary student beloved by all. Do you recall the content in the projection on the left? That is precisely the future you yearn for, is it not? Mealy and Yang Yuanyuan will be by your side, perhaps even vying for your affection. What do you say? Consider it." Persephone winked at Dofu, and the projection reappeared in her grasp. Dofu gazed at the projection, momentarily entranced. He set Mealy down and approached the projection step by step. With each stride, Persephone's smile grew more exuberant. "Yes, just like that. A wise person will make the right choice. Opt for this radiant future. Why continue to wallow in despair? You must inspire admiration in all." Persephone's tone became increasingly fervent. Dofu paused before the projection, his expression brimming with longing. Persephone leapt into a jubilant ballet, executing a classic pirouette, a move Dofu recognized as a pirouette, a staple of Yang Yunyuan's annual New Year's Gala, albeit with Persephone's execution lacking grace, bordering on madness. As she spun around, Persephone came to an abrupt halt, blood gushing from her carotid artery, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Have you lost your mind?" she exclaimed, as no measures were taken to stem the flow of crimson. Dolph clutched a shard of glass tightly, its jagged edge glistening with blood, some of it belonging to her. Some to him. If only the senior sister were awake, she would surely remark, a false tranquility is more cruel than the truth. Dolph gasped, his pallor stark against the unfolding scene. Despite the knowledge that she was not human, but a predator cloaked in human guise, the sensation of glass slicing through flesh felt achingly real. What does it matter if it is false or true? Is it not enough to simply revel in life? Persephone questioned, her confusion evident. In truth, I should thank you. The feeling of being a star is delightful, though I am still somewhat unaccustomed to it. So, once I attain the strength of my senior sister, I shall fully embrace this star treatment. Dolph's smile faded. So now, would you kindly die quietly? The passage of life became irrevocable. Persephone's form once more turned to ash, leaving behind the echo of her voice in Dolph's ears. We shall meet again. I hope next time you will make the right choice. Remarkably, Persephone had not yet succumbed completely. The vitality of a royal predator was indeed formidable. What then could truly vanquish her? As Dolph pondered this, his eyelids felt heavy, as if weighted down. He staggered to Mealy's side, ensuring his shirt covered her, then lay down, too dizzy to appreciate the beauty surrounding him, only to feel the world spin into darkness. Isn't the bizarre reality intriguing? A world imbued with the power of super abilities. Doesn't it captivate you? A figure loomed before Dolph, questioning him. The reality is not intriguing at all, Dolph replied. Do you perceive this world as perilous, where your life hangs by a thread? Is a world devoid of superpowers and aliens more to your liking? Is that your sentiment? The figure pressed on, at a loss for words, unable to respond, or perhaps unwilling to divulge. In truth, you find joy in it. For a world with superpowers is far more fascinating, is it not? Who among us did not dream of possessing such abilities as children? Who wished to excel and flaunt their superiority before Yang Yuan and Wang Jinsheng? It is rare that the royal predator named Persephone has granted you a world set to peace mode, yet you dismiss her goodwill. You could have chosen to remain here, living as an ordinary university student with Mealy and Yang Yuan, who would have centered their lives around you, basking in happiness. But you did not take that path. You hastily ended her life. You are aware that the real world brims with dangers. In the future, that cursed Flossen Academy will assign you various perilous tasks, where a single misstep could cost you your life. You have been single for 18 years and have never even had a girlfriend. Your life is meant to be devoted to a girl you cherish. Why burden yourself with the weighty responsibility of saving the world? Such a splendidly ordinary existence. And yet you have forsaken it. What could possibly be the reason? I ask you once more, and this shall be the final inquiry. Do you find the days spent in the lunar division to be entertaining? Do you perceive the extraordinary world outside, filled with superhuman abilities, as intriguing? Speak quickly. The shadow drew near, nearly pressing against Dolph's face. Certainly, one could deduce with mere intuition that it is a source of joy. Such an obvious truth need not be questioned further. After all, it is superpowers we are discussing. Who wouldn't he desire to possess such abilities? The glitch of becoming a hero with extraordinary powers to save the world, no matter how many times it recurs, remains exhilarating, does it not? Indeed, that is precisely the case. Furthermore, I must admit you have struck a chord with me. I am indeed willing to dedicate my life to the girl I adore. Suddenly, the surroundings became brilliantly illuminated, as if thousands of incandescent bulbs had been switched on simultaneously. Dolph discerned the face of a shadow. If he were not gazing into a mirror, then he had encountered a ghost. Chapter 67. The Return of the Heart. It appears that my idea was indeed quite astute. This session of ideological and political education comes to a close. The figure nodded in satisfaction, then touched the center of Dofu's forehead with a finger. A gentle yet irresistible force emanated from the tip, drawing Dofu's body uncontrollably towards the radiant light behind him. As the figure ultimately transformed into a mere speck, Dofu felt himself on the verge of losing consciousness. With only a voice echoing in his ears, you now wield sword and blade, so prepare for battle. With great effort, Dofu cracked his eyelids open, revealing a pristine expanse of white. His eyes had yet to adjust to the surrounding brightness, rendering everything a blur. an avowed atheist. He naturally did not believe he was in paradise. At that moment, the morning light pierced through the sheer curtains, bestowing a fluffy golden sheen upon the girl's hair as she leaned against the window seat in the hospital room, deftly carving an apple into the shape of a rabbit with a paring knife. The blade traced a silvery arc in the sunlight, while the peel fell in a cascading spiral to the edge of the wastebasket, resembling a curled golden serpent. The curve of the falling peel harmoniously mirrored the undulations of the heart rate monitor in the ICU. It was the delicate sound of the peeling that roused Dofu from his stupor, and as he opened his eyes, he witnessed the girl skillfully tossing the apple core into the wastebasket 5 meters away. On the bedside ledger, the words Lunar Division Private General Hospital were inscribed. "It seems I have returned," Dofu managed to utter, his parched lips parting to form words. "Ah, the sleeping beauty awakens." Open wide, the girl suddenly prodded the apple rabbit towards Dofu's nose. He instinctively recoiled, only to bump the back of his head against the headboard as the girl collapsed into laughter on the accompanying chair, her ponytail brushing against the trembling leaves of the potted pot hose on the windowsill. "You called out for me 15 times while you were unconscious, and I recorded every single one. Really, must you be so tedious?" Dofu mumbled, "And why are you so lively while I lie here in this bed?" He attempted to move his limbs. Aside from the pervasive soreness, all his bones seemed intact. This was all too incredible. He immediately had traversed an extraordinarily vivid dream. Or perhaps it was not a dream at all. The truth eluded Dofu's grasp. Yet they had indeed vanquished Persephone, with the majority of the credit going to Mi Li, but it was he, Dofu, who had delivered the final blow. This would certainly provide ample fodder for boasting before Cape. "Hey, what are you grinning about like a fool?" Mi Li frowned in discontent. "Sister, how long have I been asleep?" Dofu hastily consumed the apple Mi Li had offered, his stomach empty and clamoring for sustenance. "Well, approximately 60 hours. You were poisoned after being stabbed by that large lizard and have been in a coma ever since." Mi Li then placed a peeled orange into Dofu's mouth. "Oh, I must be quite the sleeper," he remarked. Mi Li furrowed her brow into a frown. "Well, don't you have any words of gratitude for me? I've been here taking care of you the entire time, never leaving your side. The doctor even said there was a chance you might never wake up." Dofu's heart skipped a beat. "Wait a minute, sister, you never left my side during that time?" He sensed something was amiss with her statement. "What of it? Do you want to disavow me? Am I not real but a ghost?" Mi Li retorted fiercely. Dofu suddenly felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. The sunlight streaming in through the window seemed devoid of warmth. Mi Li had no recollection of what had transpired. Noticing the despondent expression that enveloped Dofu's face, Mi Li could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Just kidding. How could you hide this from me for so long? Pretending not to know me." She laughed so hard that she nearly doubled over. "Oh, come on. Is this how you play? It's not good for the heart." Dofu exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the hospital bed. "You scared me to death. I nearly thought that our connection had vanished into thin air. Goodness, who said anything about establishing a deep bond with you?" Mi Li retorted, seizing a pillow and playfully striking Dofu's face. "Why did you keep it from me in the first place? Spare me, spare me. Let me explain," Dofu pleaded. "After I fell unconscious, I kept dreaming, though the specifics elude me. I only remember conversing with someone who proposed a deal. She claimed she could erase all predators from the world, but the price was to revert time to before graduation. I thought, well, that sounds splendid. Without predators, wouldn't the world enjoy peace? We wouldn't need to bury bombs in the ocean. You could wholeheartedly pursue your idle aspirations." But she made it sound as simple as deleting a piece of text, so I skeptically agreed. I didn't take it too seriously, treating it as a mere wish. Dofu took a sip of tea, continuing, "Who would have known that the next moment I found myself in class, surrounded by everything exactly as it was. Yet not quite the same. My classmates were all eager to engage with me, as if I were the center of attention." "So you were taken aback? Did it feel good?" Mi Li mused. Dofu sheepishly scratched his head. "A bit, yes. You might not realize this, but for someone like me, such attention can be quite addictive." You enjoyed it, but did you ever consider that you might never see your good friend Charlie again?" Mi Li countered. By the time I realized this, it was too late for regrets. I thought to myself that everyone would be entirely out of reach, without predators. There would naturally be no academy for superpowers, and everyone would simply live their lives around the world. Yet, just as I pondered this, I encountered you in the hallway. You cannot imagine my joy. I didn't see any joy. All I observed was you flirting with Yang Yuanyuan. Mealy teased. That's unfair. I intended to reunite with you. At that moment, someone whispered in my ear, if the truth is revealed, this world cannot sustain itself. Mealy fell silent for a long while, sighed, then softly asked, is that world truly so alluring to you? To be honest, it is indeed captivating, especially after meeting you, Dofu responded hesitantly. Well then, Mealy resumed peeling her apple. Dofu lay back on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. For a long while thereafter, the two remained silent. The intensive care unit resonating only with the sounds of their breathing and the rhythmic beeping of the monitoring equipment. The sudden tranquility left Daf feeling somewhat restless. He harbored a dislike for the awkward silence that enveloped the room. In an effort to shatter the stillness, he sought to utter something. KP truly pales in comparison to you, my esteemed senior. Not once did he come to check on me during my prolonged unconsciousness. By the way, how did KP and the others manage to escape? Those two formidable lizards are no trifling matter. After several seconds of silence, he received no response. Daf awkwardly muttered to himself, I recognize that my Japanese senior is incredibly strong. Yet isn't KP merely a burden? Still met with silence. He rose to verify the situation, only to be taken aback. The tall figure of Lee resembled a cat, curled up on what appeared to be an uncomfortable chair, her knees drawn to her chest, with sunlight cascading gently upon her face. She breathed evenly. The door to the intensive care unit creaked open, and a girl clad in a nurse's uniform entered quietly. She casually placed a sunflower into a vase and tenderly draped a cartoon-printed blanket over Lee's shoulders. You must have been waiting for me to awaken for a full 24 hours, the girl murmured. Lucia Garcia, a soon-to-be freshman. It is a pleasure to meet you, the illustrious sixth tier. The benefit of being so renowned, Daf realized, was that one need not introduce oneself. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Chapter 68, The Hatchery, Part 1. Aiken Sea on a sunlit morning, the obsidian vessel cleaved through the waves, leaving behind a 30-meter-wide trail of deep blue water. The Nautilus, the largest icebreaker of the Lunar Division, was powered by two heavy-water nuclear reactors that provided it with nearly limitless energy. Its thickly armored bow could effortlessly shatter icebergs towering 10 meters high. Good morning, this is a Nautilus. We are navigating the southern Aiken Sea. Might there be any charming young ladies nearby with whom I could engage in conversation? I hope you are a cheerful American girl or a gentle Chinese girl, as long as you're not a distant Japanese girl. In the cockpit, Charlie Von Cape sipped kachaka while yelling into the radio system, resembling a late-night radio show host. Unfortunately, the radio maintained an absolute silence, with even the faintest interference being scarce. Your efforts are futile. The Lunar Division has sealed off this maritime area, so no other vessels will pass through for the time being. Kashmir, Nye sat on the sofa, occasionally flipping a page of the complete works of Lu Sun that he held. Oh, it seems I cannot find anyone to chat with today, sighed Charlie. Then I shall take a trip to the restroom to vent my frustrations. This Lu Sun aficionado, I leave the ship in your capable hands. He staggered out. The cool sea breeze on the deck revitalized Charlie somewhat, shaking off a bit of his inebriation, while an incongruous rendition of Jingle Bells echoed over the intercom, likely triggered by some mischievous crew member. Charlie hummed along. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Though the sun shone brightly upon the sea, the chill carried by the wind sent a shiver through Charlie, prompting him to return to the cockpit to play chess with Nye, the only form of entertainment he could think of. As his intoxication waned, he discarded the empty bottle, allowing it to roll across the deck until it came to rest beside a pair of black Mary Jane doll shoes, part of Chanel's summer collection. The owner of the shoes was a devoted Chanel customer, adorned in a black cashmere knitted dress. The mission manual forbids the consumption of alcohol during operations, Sakura remarked sternly. Oh, it's you, senior sister. I'm not coveting this bottle of wine. It's a specialty that senior brother Nye brought back from the tropical rainforest. As his junior, I cannot disregard his good intentions. Sakura sighed in exasperation. Does your decorum decrease in direct proportion to your alcohol consumption? It is utterly inappropriate to litter on deck. She picked up the bottle and entered the cockpit first. As Sakura passed by Charlie, a fragrant breeze wafted from her. But he did not express his usual admiration for the scent of girls. Instead, he felt an inexplicable irritation, as though this aroma served as a catalyst for his vexation. Charlie followed closely behind Sakura as they entered the cockpit, where Nai was directing the crew to drop anchor. "Captain, we have arrived at the 8-2 hatchery, south of Aitken Sea," Nai reported as he approached Sakura. Although Sakura remained the leader of this small team, she had suggested that it might be more appropriate for the more experienced Nai to take command. However, Nai humbly declined, citing a lack of leadership qualities. "Well done, everyone. Please take a good rest. I will undertake this diving mission," Sakura announced, placing her left hand over her right and bowing in traditional Japanese fashion to all present. The crew reciprocated with bows of their own, and once they gradually departed, only Nai, Charlie, and Sakura remained in the cabin. At this moment, Nai spoke up. "Let me handle this diving task. The water is quite cold at this time." Charlie thought to himself how considerate Nai was, though such thoughtfulness only served to heighten his own irritation, knowing that Nai's kindness was never directed at a single individual. In an unprecedented moment, Charlie said, "I'll go." The three simple words were spoken with a casualness that suggested he was merely going out for a meal. Both Sakura and Nai looked up at Charlie simultaneously, with Sakura's expression reflecting confusion. Just as she was about to inquire about Charlie's reasoning, Nai nodded in agreement, saying, "That's fine. The A2 hatchery's diving difficulty is minimal and suitable for newcomers to practice. I believe it poses no issues." "What do you think, Captain?" Sakura internally protested. "How could there be no issues? Of course there are problems." Has Charlie taken leave of his senses today, acting so positively? Yet, as Nai pointed out, the A2 hatchery was indeed an excellent opportunity for novice divers to gain hands-on experience, and it was rare for Charlie to display such eagerness. "All right then, please ensure your safety and carefully recall the technical points before diving," Sakura advised. Understood. You can rest easy, sis," Charlie replied, waving his hand as he exited the cockpit, unaware of why he had spoken in a manner so contrary to his usual demeanor. Charlie took the elevator to the diving level, where a massive gantry crane hoisted what appeared to be a rather comical alloy sphere, the diving bell for this mission. Aptly named Heart of the Ocean, a researcher from the Lunar Division's diving team handed Charlie a cup of coffee, which he drank in one gulp as the researcher injected perfluorocarbon emulsion into the vein at his elbow. This perfluorocarbon emulsion temporarily enhances your blood's oxygen-carrying capacity and reduces dependence on decompression, the researcher explained. "How did you know I have a fear of needles?" Charlie realized that the coffee had been a distraction. "Ah, that's what we call professionalism," the researcher quipped, throwing out a classic line. Chapter 69, The Hatchery, Part 2 now. Let us verify the details of the upcoming dive mission. Operator Charlie von Keppe. Mission objective: to ascertain the embryonic hatching status at Hatchery A2. The intended depth of descent is approximately 600 feet. The operator's mental state is stable, and perfluorocarbon emulsion has been administered. Please confirm, operator. The researcher methodically prepared for the descent. Operator Charlie von Keppe confirmed accuracy. Charlie's response was mechanical. It is natural to feel nervous during your first time. Just relax and good luck. The researcher encouraged him with a pat on the shoulder. Let us prepare to depart. I will adjust the pressurization rate. Charlie donned his diving suit and entered the diving bell, signaling an OK gesture through the resin glass. A light pink helium oxygen mixture hissed in from the overhead nozzle, transforming his voice into a comical, high-pitched quaver. Inform the logistics team that I would like mango-flavored nutrient gel this time. Breath slowed as they employed dynamic pressurization. The voice of Sakura echoed in his earpiece. Remember, keep your tongue against the roof of your mouth when speaking, or the helium will turn you into Donald Duck. Sister, you're a bit late with that advice, Donald Duck retorted. Through the wall of the chamber, Charlie observed 6 operators inspecting the docking track of the diving bell. The pale yellow robotic arm emitted a sound reminiscent of crushing walnuts as it pressed the polytetrafluoroethylene seal into the groove. marking Charlie's experience of the most impeccable triple gas tightness indicator. Error not exceeding 0.003 pascals. As the transition chamber at the bottom of the diving bell connected with the decompression chamber, Charlie caught a whiff of seawater. It was not an ordinary briny scent. Rather, it was the molecular breath extracted under 21 times atmospheric pressure, reeking of the putrid hydrogen sulfide, the sickly sweetness of plankton corpses, and the metallic bitterness of titanium alloys corroded by salt mist. Neural bridging completed. Vera's voice resonated. A pale green data stream materialized on Charlie's retina. He closed his eyes to confirm the life support system parameters. Oxygen partial pressure at 0.42 bar, 97 residual of carbon dioxide adsorbent, and heart rate pharmacologically suppressed to 45 beats per minute. Long time no see, Vera. Charlie found this playful and charming virtual terminal quite endearing. Hello, Cap. We have a bit of time. Let us interview you about your feelings executing a mission independently for the first time. Vera responded playfully. My emotions are 3 parts nervousness, 3 parts fear, 3 parts excitement, and 1 part a near-death experience. However, I am grateful for the organization providing me with this opportunity to hone my skills. Rest assured, though I may be lacking, I vow to complete the mission. Let us skip the formalities. It seems to me that you are 1 part bewilderment and 9 parts near-death experience. Vera's tone brimmed with curiosity. I have temporarily encrypted your voice channel, so only I can hear you speak from now on. Do tell, what has transpired? What could possibly happen? I drift in the sea every day and nothing occurs. Charlie replied, feigning ignorance won't work, so I will ask more directly. Has anything transpired between you and Sakura Katori? A spat? A disagreement? Or perhaps, upon hearing a name he wished to avoid, Charlie recoiled like a puppy caught in a door. Uft, can artificial intelligence fabricate rumors at will? I shall accuse you of defamation. Do you need me to share some data with you? For instance, your heart rate when conversing with Sakura Katori, or the frequency at which your gaze follows her in a crowd. I possess quite a wealth of data. Facts speak louder than words, Vera proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Utilize your formidable computational power in more pressing areas, Charlie retorted. Well, I shall refrain from gossip, Vera said, her tone shifting to seriousness. I can sense that your emotions are rather unstable. From a safety perspective, I advise you to forego this descent mission. Below 200 meters, the absence of light is almost complete, and operating in such an environment can easily foster negative emotions. In the event of an emergency, these feelings may impair your judgment. A faint sound emanated from the power chamber. Apart from that, the diving bell was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of Charlie's heartbeat. After a few moments of silence, Charlie spoke. Rest assured, Vera, there's no discord between me and my senior sister. However, I do wish to consult you about a matter. Sure, Vera interrupted, a hint of panic in her voice. Upon your return, prepare for descent. Why does that sound like an obligatory declaration, replete with sweetness? Charlie replied, somewhat puzzled. The dive team had already boarded the Ocean's Heart. The inspection was complete, and the submersible was in good condition with stable seawater conditions. Release the Ocean's Heart. Nay's voice crackled over the radio channel. I was in command of this mission. As the diving bell detached from the support frame, 12 shock-absorbing spheres simultaneously contracted. Charlie felt as though he had been thrust into a washing machine drum. Through the 30-centimeter thick resin glass, he observed the silvery particles in the water retreating upwards like stars falling in reverse. Current depth, 50 meters. Commencing pressure compensation, Vera announced as Charlie began to chew on the specially formulated pressure-resistant gum. His eustachian tubes opened and closed automatically under the pressure, akin to 2 miniature watertight doors. The helium-oxygen mix dried out the mucous membranes in his nasal passages, and he detected a pungent scent reminiscent of burning silicone within the helmet. Charlie felt as though his eardrums were being pressed into scorching tungsten sand, his gaze fixed on the jellyfish that drifted past the observation window. Those luminescent, umbrella-shaped creatures ascended at an unusual speed, indicating that the diving bell was descending faster than they could escape. The pressure gauge's needle trembled, caught at the 11-bar mark, reminiscent of a blue butterfly pinned in a specimen box. When the diving bell halted at a depth of 198, 6 meters. Charlie heard the haunting melody of whale songs, the low-frequency hum produced by the composite umbilical cable vibrating in the currents. He extended his finger, wrapped in a heated suit, to touch the condensation on the cabin wall. At 21 times atmospheric pressure, the droplets formed perfect spheres, resembling a string of mercury beads. As the wet chamber door opened, "You have 4 hours," resonated. The mechanical claw breached the bottom sealing valve, and seawater surged in, enveloped in fragments of ice. As Charlie squeezed out, his right shoulder collided with the edge of the hatch. The nanoscale heated suit immediately inflated an airbag at the impact point. The 30-meter-long umbilical cable unfurled behind him, reminiscent of the glowing tentacles of a deep-sea squid. Within the beam of the underwater spotlight, countless shrimp engaged in vertical migration. Chapter 70, The Hatchery, Part 3. The temperature of the electric heating suit was set to 30 degrees, but currently it was at 28. "How does it feel?" Nye inquired. "It feels splendid, akin to soaking in a hot spring," came the reply. "Please proceed." Approaching the stone wall ahead, on which predator embryos were adhered, Nye issued the command. Charlie approached the wall, pressing his palm against the retinal scanner. A pale violet light glided over the military-grade encrypted patterns on his iris. The helmet display unlocked the task list, the vivid red lettering of Predator flickering at the periphery of his vision. He tightened his grip on the biological suppressor's launch tube on the inner side of his right arm. Should any signs of premature hatching be detected in the Predator embryos, this suppressor would be injected. "Do not be anxious. Maintain a steady breathing rhythm," Nye reminded him. The three-dimensional model of the A2 hatchery was completed. "Maintain this pace and scan all embryos," Vera interjected into the voice channel. When Charlie completed the scanning of the 7th embryo, the gravity wave detector on his left arm suddenly emitted a beeping sound. Data indicated a gravitational anomaly in the vicinity of thermal vent clusters 10 meters ahead, 3 orders of magnitude higher than typical deep-sea hydrothermal zones. He adjusted the spotlight's angle, illuminating the basalt surface where tube worms were withering and carbonizing at a rate of 5 centimeters per second. Calling command center, requesting activation of active sonar scanning. Charlie reported in a calm tone, rehearsed countless times, while his left hand discreetly disengaged the safety latch on the biological suppressor. Request denied. Nye's response was delayed by a few seconds. The sonar pulse may accelerate the embryos. The alarm blared before Nye could finish her sentence, shattering the communication channel. Charlie observed the bubbles he exhaled crystallizing into a matrix of ice, a phenomenon of liquid, nitrogen-level, low-temperature diffusion. Instinctively, he rolled to the right, as the seafloor where he had been standing suddenly collapsed into an inverse funnel-shaped vortex, a silvery gray fluid gushing forth from the fissure. The entity's form continuously shifted topological structures in the sonar imaging, at times resembling the skeletal specimen of an Indian king cobra, and at others transforming into hundreds of entangled nanowires. The communication channel was left with only Vera's voice. The spectral analysis module on Charlie's retina flashed frantically, indicating that the target's surface reflectivity exceeded 120, signifying it was absorbing photon energy from its surroundings. "Damn it, what on earth is that?" Confirm B-class Predator entity. Charlie adjusted the displacement sonar to maximum power. "For the love of requesting rescue." Requesting rescue. There was no response. He glanced back to see the shielding layer of the umbilical cable peeling away, the type silicon carbide fiber releasing toxic chlorosilane gas upon contact with seawater. The Predator's assault had already commenced, and the first casualty of this battle was the communication system. As the serpentine Predator materialized with an initial impact, Charlie found himself wedged between 2 columns of black smokestack rock. He could clearly see that the creature's head was composed of densely packed dodecahedra, each edge emitting flashes of gamma-ray burst levels. The adaptive filter membrane of the heating suit responded in a millisecond, rendering the visor completely opaque. What the hell is this? Is it a carbon-based life form? Charlie awkwardly evaded the massive serpent's attack, his M500 revolver spitting forth in a futile attempt to deter the serpentine Predator. This formidable weapon, reputed to have the power to shatter a rhinoceros, astonishingly failed to inflict any harm upon the creature. Furthermore, this particular M500 was a specialized underwater version, modified by the Research and Development Department. Charlie's back collided with the volcanic rock wall at the sea's bottom, dislodging a shower of luminous shrimp corpses. The serpent's tail fins swept over the spot where he had just stood, propelling high-pressure water accompanied by sharp shell fragments that etched spiderweb-like cracks into the surface of his diving suit. An ear-piercing alarm blared from his respirator. The oxygen concentration in his mask was being contaminated by the hydrogen peroxide secreted by the predator. Damn it! Charlie rolled to avoid a second lunge, but his M500 revolver slipped from his grasp during the impact. The 3,000 piece of equipment slowly sank into the abyss, its barrel's residual crimson glow illuminating the newly formed compound eyes of the predator. 18 pairs of golden red orbs were arranged in a spiral, crackling with a sound akin to overloaded transistors with each turn. Just as the serpent's venomous fangs were about to pierce Charlie's femoral artery, the Ocean Heart submersible, like a divine intervention, barreled through the water at 80 knots, colliding with the serpent. The impact clearly disoriented the colossal beast, its massive form swaying precariously. Before Charlie could comprehend the sudden turn of events, he knew the Ocean Heart was equipped with a separate power compartment. But who the hell was piloting it now? Veda, is that you? Charlie inquired. I'm afraid I cannot control this aging relic, Vera replied, her tone laden with regret. Half an hour earlier, in the cramped confines of the rear power compartment of the Ocean Heart, Sakura Katori contorted her body into an alluring shape. The space was filled with pipes, and fortunate for her, she had undergone rigorous training as a ninja from a young age, enabling her body to become pliable and almost boneless when necessary, allowing her to fit into this constricted, twisted environment. To catch this ride, she had foregone lunch, a decision that now seemed fortuitous, as two pipes pressed against her, one at her waist and the other digging in her lower abdomen. Had she eaten, she would likely have succumbed to the urge to vomit. Her bodysuit clung more tightly than the armor of ancient samurai, its surface as smooth as fish scales. After donning this suit, her waist, which was already no broader than an A4 sheet, was further constricted, resembling the fishtail gowns worn by ladies at grand banquets, making even breathing a challenge. If Nei had been in her place, she would have likely been trapped, unable to move. However, it was precisely because this space appeared utterly incapable of accommodating a living soul that Charlie, blissfully oblivious, failed to notice the second beating heart within the Ocean Heart. Sakura had stealthily followed, propelled by a mother's instinct to keep her foolish son safe on his journey. Thankfully, she had come along. One cannot help but marvel at the uncanny sixth sense of women. Upon hearing the commotion, she rushed to the cockpit and, in a moment of dire urgency, struck the serpentine predator. The metallic wail reverberated through the water as the Ocean Heart's searchlight flickered in the aftermath of the collision. Aren't you going to come up and feed the serpent? Sakura joined the radio channel. Sure. Senior sister? Charlie could scarcely believe his ears as Sakura's silhouette flickered behind the spherical observation window, her hands deftly inputting commands on the holographic screen. Seizing the moment, Charlie grasped the floating umbilical cable, his fingers brushing against an anomalously smooth severance of the tether, a cut wrought by a precise sword strike. The entire umbilical had been repurposed into a traction line. As he collided with the shell of the diving bell, due to inertia, the explosion-proof hatch was opening and closing with impeccable timing, less than 2 seconds apart. Charlie lay on the ground, gasping for breath like a dog on the brink of death, panting heavily. Thank heavens for my senior's timely intervention. How could a Class D mission be confronted with a Class B predator, who was responsible for the assessment of this diving operation? I shall not let this matter rest. Chapter 71, The Hatchery, Part 4. Indeed, it is far from over. Sakura's gaze fixated on the obsidian sea beyond the resin glass, the inky waters shimmering under the searchlights, resembling countless stars scattered across the night sky. Just as Charlie was about to marvel at this picturesque scene, he noticed that those enchanting stars were gradually enlarging. Even his innocent demeanor could not mask the realization that this was no Midsummer Night's celestial display. These were unmistakably a mass of colossal serpents writhing in unison. Damn it. I suffer from a fear of clusters. Hold on tight, Sakura urged. The heart of the ocean surged relentlessly towards the swarm of serpents, the driver seemingly intent on a mutual demise with the serpentine horde. Charlie could not fathom why this Japanese girl had suddenly resorted to such a suicidal act. Sister, remain calm. Impulsiveness is the devil. We haven't reached a dead end yet. Do we not have other means to turn the tide? Must we embrace death with the enemy now? Your samurai spirit is truly detrimental. The speed of the serpents was alarming. Escape was futile, Sakura explained. Your turn to drive. Taking the control stick from Sakura, Charlie protested, but charging forward like this will lead to our doom. Then pray in your heart that this ancient relic is sturdy enough. The moment the metallic shell of the diving bell collided with the serpents, Charlie heard the sound of Hell's Gate slowly creaking open. Thousands of serpentine scales refracted the cold light of the searchlight like bronze vessels, the shock waves from the impact resonating along the cabin walls. Dislodging the rivets from the instrument panel, left hydraulic failure. Charlie screamed, gripping the uncontrollable control stick, his hands bloodied from the metal patterns. He observed on the holographic display that the red dots representing the serpents were converging into a vortex structure, a biological array pattern reminiscent of a military formation. Suddenly, Sakura plunged her Raikiri into the floor. The gears it lodged within emitted a dying groan as she forcefully corrected their course in this savage manner. When the first colossal serpent's venomous fangs embedded in the observation window, Charlie was assaulted by the stench of fermenting seaweed. Sakura's Raikiri precisely struck the nerve cluster beneath the serpent's upper jaw, causing the wounded creature to convulse violently, snapping the spines of 3 fellow serpents. The dark green blood stained the waters, reminiscent of fabrics from the Edo period. Hard to starboard. Sakura's command rang out amidst the sounds of metal fatigue and fracture. Charlie braced his entire weight against the control stick as the diving bell suddenly emitted low-frequency sound waves, a technique used by whaling ships to repel sharks, which now set the serpent swarm into a frenzy characteristic of their mating season. The metallic shell groaned painfully under the constriction of the serpents. Sakura appeared suddenly at the forefront of the serpents, her Raikiri buzzing as it sliced through the seawater. The high-frequency vibrations of the blade fracturing the beams of the searchlight into shards. In that moment, it seemed as though she was impervious to resistance. Racing along the spine of a gigantic serpent. Left engine overload. Charlie's back slammed against the hydraulic pipe, the carbon fiber plates of his tactical vest scraping against the metallic wall, sending a tingling sensation across his scalp. He snapped the safety catch of the control stick, his knuckles turning white from the excessive strain. At the moment the diving bell shifted at a 45-degree angle, 3 colossal serpents glided past the observation window, their fangs scraping the resin glass, leaving behind ice crack-like scratches. It was at this instant that Sakura pierced into the blind spot of the serpents. The Raikiri blade plunged into the head of the lead serpent, the bioelectric current activated by the blade illuminating the entire expanse of the ocean as if it were day. The serpents fell into a collective paralysis under the blinding light, while Sakura danced gracefully among them, dark green blood gushing forth, coalescing into a floating curtain of luminescence beneath the searchlight. Charlie witnessed the garments of his doppelganger being corroded by the venomous acid, the nanofibers curling into charred, worm-like shapes. Suddenly, Sakura's true self coughed violently, droplets of blood streaming from her nostrils and crystallizing into strands of agate within the cabin. 3 albino variants of the colossal serpents breached the blood curtain, their scales displaying a translucent sheen under the intense light, with coral-like bony protrusions growing from their vertebrae. Each sweep of their tails generated small whirlpools in the seawater. The doppelganger's Raikiri swung in a crescent arc, the blade slicing through the water and reducing 2 serpent heads to mere pulp. The third colossal serpent's tail fin abruptly morphed into a blade of bone, severing the doppelganger's left leg cleanly below the knee, the blood swirling into eerie clouds in the depths of the ocean. Before losing balance and collapsing, the doppelganger hurled the Raikiri with all its might. Within the diving bell, Sakura simultaneously disengaged the fuel chamber of the heart of the ocean. The thrusters ignited in reverse. Sakura suddenly spoke. Charlie yanked the control lever, the bell jolting backward 30 meters amidst the tumultuous currents. The Raikiri, now a precise projectile, transformed into a spinning metallic gyroscope amidst the explosion's shockwave. As Charlie was flung against the cabin wall, he glimpsed his doppelganger engaged in a final struggle with the last few serpents. It was the most brutal combat he had ever witnessed. A clash between species devoid of overwhelming hatred, merely a fight for survival. Before darkness enveloped him, Charlie saw his limbless doppelganger desperately biting into the body of a great serpent. Struggling to catch his breath, cold sweat soaked his body, and he spoke with a tremor. "Sister, your doppelganger. It's fine. The doppelganger is merely an energy entity." Sakura knelt, tending to the Raikiri, but Charlie noticed the veins at her temples and beads of sweat the size among beans. He couldn't help but wonder how Xiaomi and the others were faring. Charlie thought to himself, "Sister, we just escaped death. Let us not worry about others right now, shall we?" Calling. Heart of the ocean. The radio crackled with intermittent sounds. Nye stood on the deck, gazing down at the seemingly tranquil sea surface, repeatedly calling for the heart of the ocean. 20 minutes prior, the control room had lost signal from the heart of the ocean. Nye deduced that the underwater currents must have severed the signal cable. Of course, there was a more dire possibility, an encounter with prematurely hatched predators. Calling Nautilus. We encountered serpentine predators at approximately 600 feet underwater. We are now out of danger, but we detonated the fuel chamber and lack the power to return to the A2 hatchery. We can only ascend. Charlie reported the current situation. Agreed on ascending. As long as you are safe, that is what matters. Nye's tone carried a hint of regret. Chapter 72. The hatchery, final, Lunar Division, Private General Hospital. Sexton diligently pedaled the seemingly dilapidated antique bicycle, traversing the arduous 20 kilometers from the residential area to the Private General Hospital, which was precariously situated amidst the mountains. Earlier that morning, he received news from the hospital that Doff and Mealy had awakened. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he tearfully expressed his heartfelt thanks to the medical staff over the phone, proclaiming, "You have made tremendous contributions to global peace. On behalf of Principal Wilt and all the faculty and students of Flossin Academy, I extend my sincerest appreciation to all you white-clad angels." The director, taken aback by such praise, hastily waved his hand and replied, "Esteemed Professor Sexton, you exaggerate. We merely treat ailments. It is hardly worthy of mention in the context of contributing to world peace." Sexton responded, "Director, you may not be aware that the newcomer, Doff, is the only 6th-tier talent to date. Do you comprehend the significance of 6th-tier talent?" Principal Wilt stated, "Before Doff's emergence, humanity had a 50% chance of overcoming predators. Now, that chance has risen to 80%. Thus, it would not be an overstatement to call you a savior, dear Director." Only then did the director realize the extraordinary presence residing within his hospital. During lunch, he visited the cafeteria and insisted on sending a lavish meal of 8 dishes and a soup to the intensive care unit, declaring that this meal pertained to the survival of humanity. At this proclamation, the cafeteria staff, momentarily stunned, steadied their trembling hands. Consequently, Doff, Mealy, and Lucy stared in astonishment as the director, with utmost courtesy, presented the meal before them, saying, "Mr. Doff, Miss Mealy, considering your Chinese heritage and dietary customs, we have endeavored to prepare lunch to your preferences. Please enjoy. Oh, and if you require anything further, do not hesitate to call for me." Professor Sexton carefully parked his antique bicycle beneath the inpatient department, wiping away the beads of sweat that had accumulated on his forehead with a handkerchief before entering the ward. The scent of disinfectant wafted through the corridor as Sexton ambled through the patient area like a cargo ship laden with goods. His Mediterranean hairstyle gleamed particularly bright today, a few silver strands dancing under the air conditioning vent, while the stubborn third button of his white coat strained against the fabric, revealing a t-shirt emblazoned with Byron's likeness. This poetic ensemble was deliberately chosen for his visit. Navigating the intensive care unit, he pushed open the nurse's station door with the spine of the Divine Comedy, brushing aside the nurse's surprised gazes as the metals on his belly rhythmically tapped against the doorframe. Suddenly, a food cart rounded the corner, prompting him to execute an impromptu flamenco spin, sending the carnations in his arms soaring through the air in a breathtaking arc. The doorknob still bore the sweat from his early rehearsal. Taking a deep breath, Sexton inhaled the strange aroma of a mixture of glucose solution and tulips filling his nostrils. He retrieved a crumpled note from his pocket, inscribed in Gothic script with Neruda's The Unconquerable Summer, his ultimate weapon, rehearsed 13 times on his way to the hospital. As the skeletal grip of winter slithered through the corridor, Sexton's baritone erupted unexpectedly amidst the rhythmic beeping of the monitor, his left hand resting firmly upon the slightly trembling belly of the general, as if a lyre of Homer lay concealed beneath. Outside, the creeping ivy shuddered, relinquishing 3 leaves, while in the adjacent room, an elderly lady gnawing on an apple nearly sent her dentures flying into the foredrip. "Ah, Professor, are you reciting poetry?" Doff retracted the chopsticks he had raised into the air, nearly toppling Lucy's cola in the process. Sexton's recitation stumbled over the phrase shattered shield. His Adam's apple caught, as if ensnared in amber. He caught a glimpse of his own comical reflection on the Smart Force stand, a crooked wig resembling a bird's nest ravaged by a typhoon, while the Byron emblazoned on his t-shirt seemed to mock him with a sardonic grin. At that moment, the ICU was enveloped in an eerie silence until Mealy burst into laughter. "Well, during the time you and Mealy were unconscious, the principal and I were quite worried about you." The professor attempted to conceal the poetry collection that had slipped to his elbow, the cover featuring Neruda suddenly appearing more perplexing than a quantum physics textbook. Doff had intended to convey his gratitude. "Thank you for your concern. I feel quite well now." Yet, unexpectedly, the words that escaped his lips were, "The food in this hospital is rather good. Professor, if you haven't eaten, why not sit down and join me?" Upon hearing this, Lucy could no longer suppress her laughter, doubling over with Mealy, even dropping her chopsticks, which had been clutching a piece of sweet and sour pork, onto the floor, filling the ICU with a lively atmosphere. Ahem, no loud noises in the ward. Sexton resumed his authoritative demeanor. "I came to tell you not to dwell on the last mission. It's entirely normal to feel flustered during your first task, especially when faced with unforeseen circumstances. I remember my initial encounter with the Predators. Just as Sexton was about to elaborate, he was interrupted by Doff. "Professor, I understand your concerns, but rest assured, I'm neither disheartened nor retreating. I am just unwilling to accept that, as a newcomer, Cape is far more mature than I am. I naively assumed Charlie would be just as inexperienced as I." Doff fidgeted with the rice in his bowl, adding, "But I've come to terms with it. I must confront the disparity. I have so many exemplary figures around me." At this juncture, Doff's peripheral vision landed on someone voraciously devouring a chicken leg. "Well said," Sexton exclaimed, clapping with enthusiasm. "Truly a promising young man, as the principal has recognized." Mealy set down her chicken leg. "Professor, there is one more thing." Her expression turned contemplative as she pondered how to articulate it. "You see, during our unconsciousness, Doff and I shared the same dream." Sexton perked up at this revelation. "You both experienced a shared dream?" Indeed, Mealy recounted the events of the dream in vivid detail. "Are you suggesting that the origin of this dream is linked to Persephone?" Sexton mused, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "This is no trivial matter. There are numerous ambiguities and information to sift through. What could Persephone's intent be? Is she attempting to extinguish Doff, a potential threat? It should not be the case. Even if Dov is a 6-tier ability user, he is still an ordinary person who struggles to even fire a gun. Moreover, how could the royal predators perceive individual humans as a threat? Should they not be infinitely proud and arrogant? Why did Mealy appear in this dream? And what direct connection does she have to this matter? Humanity's understanding of the royal predators is exceedingly limited. If we could clarify Persephone's intentions through this incident, it would be a tremendous boon for mankind. In any case, this situation is of utmost importance. After you're discharged, come to me and recount all the details. Additionally, Sakura Squad was attacked by predators at the 8-2 hatchery, but fortunately, there were no injuries. The situation is deteriorating. Saxton turned his gaze toward Doff. "Young man, our time is short. You need to grow quickly." Doff pointed at himself. "Me? Professor, you jest. I am merely a fledgling whose powers have yet to awaken. I am hardly of any use. Saxton nodded in agreement. Therefore, you must be discharged now and prepare for rigorous training. No. A piercing scream echoed through the ward. To the readers, dear youth, this letter to the readers arrives later than this year's spring rains. Perhaps because the cold air has confined the warm and moist currents to the south, or perhaps because of my own ineptitude in expressing myself. Like many readers, I am but a lost lamb stepping into society, almost bearing the label of a novice on my forehead. Imagine, if you will, in some RPG game, the seasoned heroes, who have dominated the realm for decades, casting sinister glances at the adventurers just emerging from the novice village, their expressions reminiscent of wolves eyeing a plump lamb. Above their heads, the level reads LV 100, adorned with artifacts such as Excalibur, the Master Sword, the Grandfather, or the Sword of the Lake Maiden, while our poor adventurers merely clutch a rusty iron sword, trembling in the corner with wide, watery eyes, having forgotten the bold proclamations made mere moments ago about conquering the world. This is exemplified during a gathering when a leader says, "Bamboo, shoot slices." You have been working for some time now. Share your thoughts. Don't be nervous. Just speak your mind. Now, I fully comprehend that the Mediterranean intent is for me to utter words of gratitude for their nurturing. Yet at that moment, I stood before the table like a deer caught in headlights, holding up my cup, which contained cola, as I am allergic to alcohol, until the hot dishes began to cool. It was then that I recalled the Song Dynasty poet Lin Fu's lines, in sending Shi Dian to Fengzhou. Only should I plant the herbs. All are in the wine. Thus, before the eyes of all, I downed the cola in one gulp, exclaiming, all are in the wine, before nonchalantly sitting down and burying myself in the food. Each time I reflect upon it, I roll in embarrassment on my bed. The most humiliating part was not the exclamation, but the long belch that followed my hasty gulp of carbonated drink. Let's not dwell on the embarrassing moments. Please preserve the scales that fell off during your growth between the pages of this book as bookmarks, allowing us to grow together and master the art of living. Do not fret about keeping pace with one another. The intricate threads of every story are interwoven with countless turning points. While you engage in the fierce battles of the three-dimensional examination hall, I am grappling with looming deadlines, as you first taste the bitter draft of heartbreak. The tiger's teeth of Charlie in my narrative are piercing the berries of first love. Each pause in this grand narrative serves as a waypoint for the future, awaiting your return a decade hence, when the creases of life will reveal the buried treasures sprouting in the soil of memory. On some rain-drenched night, as you turn the pages of this tome, you may hear the sound of bronze gears turning in the depths of time. I often find myself writing by the window at 3 a.m, watching the clash of the cold glow of the electronic screen against the warm light of the desk lamp, like two spectral entities from different eras vying for the right to tell the tale. Over the years, I have gradually understood that every word inscribed on paper solidifies into amber. The moonlight shattered by youthful galloping, the rust falling softly as the general sheds his armor. The poisoned dagger hidden within the princess's skirt now rekindles warmth beneath your fingertips. Words are the oldest of spells, in the fragrant ink of cyberspace. We complete a gaze that spans 1,000 miles. The mottled scars of the sword you perceive may very well be the fresh wounds I penned just last night. The dim room is perpetually illuminated by the pale ceiling light, a place where every story begins and concludes in my imagination. Hunters in trench coats count their coins before vending machines. Agents of the Action Bureau lean against weathered pillars, polishing their folding knives, while you drag invisible suitcases across the platform, the ticket gates greedily consuming yellowed tickets. Fear not the last train's departure, as raindrops meander across the window like ancient script. New tracks will inevitably emerge beneath the starlight. Please forgive the damp stains I leave amidst the lines. They're the spring rain seeping through the crevices of the keyboard. We shall ultimately reunite at some punctuation mark, perhaps in the classroom where Katori Sakura wipes down Raichi, on the prairie where Mealy gazes at the starry sky, or in the cinema where Dofu clutches his ticket stub. By then, new narratives should have sprouted from the lines of your palms, and I will have prepared steaming tea, awaiting your stories. At this moment, The spring rain washes over the ramparts, and the freshly brewed by Luo Chun emits a mist upon my desk. When we next meet within the written word, may you come fortified with the courage bestowed by stories, imprinting grander contours across the realm of reality. Your diligent efforts, like tender green tendrils sprouting through the damp cocoon, bring forth new vines in the crevices of the keyboard, while the electronic pen tip spreads ink across the manuscript like a vast sea. Ah, yes, I shall continue to update. I kindly ask you to stay tuned. Chapter 73, Wild Dogs and Foxes, Part 1. Dav's 13th fall came with a precision that eclipsed even the cycles of the moon. As he found himself flat on his back, sinking into the lunar dust simulation mat, his nostrils filled with the metallic tang of powdered grit. The dome lights in the training pod blurred into a stark white glare, reminiscent of icicles hanging from the eaves of the apothecary back home in the frigid 12th month. Have mercy, instructor. You may not know that I just got discharged last week. The tactical boots of instructor Yen Whale pressed against his collarbone. The non-slip tread, leaving a honeycomb pattern imprinted on his protective suit. Don't forget to breathe. The instructor's roar was laced with the acrid bitterness of nicotine. Is your diaphragm performing a square dance? Dav's labored breaths fogged the visor of his mask. Through the misty lens, he glimpsed Charlie hanging upside down in the neighboring training cage, the silver-haired youth gnawing on the tactical pen of Instructor Lark, drawing crooked hearts on the bulletproof glass. The collar of Lark's judo uniform hung slightly open, revealing a faded scar from a bullet wound at his collarbone. Stay focused. Suddenly, Yanwale's knee bore down with increased force, and Dav heard the fibers at the seams of his protective suit groan in protest. This former narcotics officer turned combat expert exuded a wildness honed in the underground boxing rings. His tattoos, sprawling from neck to wrist, resembled a school of deep-sea monsters under the harsh training lights. In a sudden twist, Dav leveraged his weight, ensnaring the instructor's ankle with his right leg. This tactic was one he had witnessed at the night market in Xi'an, where an old man in a white hat had similarly toppled pursuers during a summer chase of a skewered meat vendor. As Yen Whale lost his balance, Dav seized the opportunity to roll, wedging the instructor's elbow into the protective netting. What a wild dog you are, the instructor scoffed, unexpectedly twisting his wrist with uncanny flexibility. Dav felt the world spin as he was hurled back into the lunar dust, the back of his head striking something hard. It was the pop rocks Charlie had secretly buried in the mat the day before, now crackling in his ear. A sudden metallic snap echoed from next door. Charlie had somehow dislodged the horizontal bar of the training cage, now bouncing up and down with the segment of alloy pipe in hand. Instructor Lark's ponytail came undone, and she swiftly drew a miniature stun gun from her belt. Mr. Capet, you've triggered the alarm for the third time today. Magnetic storm warning. Charlie suddenly screamed in German. Instinctively, Lark glanced up at the alarm light, and the silver-haired boy seized the chance to slip behind her like an eel, inserting a fluorescent marker into the seam of her tactical backpack. Dav observed the luminous paint spreading along the fabric, gradually outlining an adorably clumsy rabbit silhouette. But there was no time to be distracted. As Yanwale's knee pressed down again, Dav caught a familiar scent of nutmeg, reminiscent of the jar of aged tangerine peel from the bottom of his father's medicine cabinet in 1987. The scars on the instructor's forearm glistened with sweat, and Dav suddenly noticed that they formed the shape of the Big Dipper. A fresh scab at the end of the constellation pulsed subtly with his heartbeat. Still daring to lose focus? Yanwale's rubber dagger pressed against Dav's Adam's apple. In a real battlefield, your carotid artery would already be. The alarm blared suddenly. The emergency lights in the training ground stretching shadows into grotesque specters. Someone had pressed the panic button. Charlie suddenly pounced from behind, clinging to the back of the rock whale like a sloth. Instructor, I report that Dofu is hoarding hot dogs. He scattered pop rocks into the instructor's collar. Seizing the opportunity for Dofu to spring up and secure the tactical belt of the rock whale with the handcuffs dropped by Instructor Lark, the training ground abruptly succumbed to gravitational chaos, and Dofu floated, colliding against the observation window, where he caught a glimpse of Sakura Katori diligently polishing her katana in the adjacent assassination training area. The female ninja turned abruptly, her expression resigned as she mouthed something. Before he could discern her words, Charlie yanked him by the protective suit straps, flinging him toward the padded area. Pleasant collaboration, isn't it? Charlie winked with his blue eyes. Twirling the electric shock device he had pilfered from Instructor Lark. He had just pressed the alarm button to incite pandemonium, triggering the gravitational malfunction. Dofu suddenly noticed a pink hair tie concealed within Charlie's silver locks, identical to the one his Japanese senior had worn yesterday. Why is your instructor a beauty while mine is a mountain of muscle? Dofu grumbled. Muscles earned through diligent training are the only truth. Muscles are the finest weapon in the world. As the rock whale instructor freed himself from the handcuffs, the sound of metal clashing echoed like the morning bell of a temple. He chewed through his gum, revealing a silver-toothed smirk. Wild dogs and foxes. Do negatives yield a positive? Suddenly, 2 bottles of functional drinks were hurled his way. As Dofu twisted off the cap, he heard a faint crackling sound of crystals shattering. The moment the carbonated bubbles exploded on his tongue, the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. This was no ordinary sports drink, but one imbued with a salty, fishy flavor reminiscent of the sea. Charlie had already downed half a bottle. This was a new supplement provided by the Equipment Research Department. Next week, we will have night training for stealth operations. The rock whale tore off his sweat-soaked tactical vest, revealing clusters of bullet hole scars on his back, some alarmingly close to his heart. Remember to bring enough diapers. As he kicked open the hatch, Dofu noticed the instructor's tactical boots were caked with blue gravel from the Aitken Sea. The mirrored walls of the changing room were shrouded in mist. After shedding his protective suit, Dofu discovered that the waterlogged areas at his elbows had crystallized into mother-of-pearl clusters. The translucent substances pulsated in the shadows of the locker, their rhythm synchronized with the aftershocks of the alarm. The sound of a Polaroid shutter echoed from outside as Lucy disabled the piercing alarm and entered the training ground, placing 2 lunchboxes before them. Well done, warriors. Today's lunch is red wine-braised beef. Fantastic. Is there anything more delightful than encountering a spirited girl after an intense training session? Charlie devoured his meal like a ravenous puppy. It's unfair. Why do you get to skip training? Is it merely because of your looks? Dofu complained while lying on the ground. Please, I'm a logistics soldier, understand? My only job is to deliver delicious lunches to you brave warriors every day, Lucy replied with a smile. Hurry up, children. We have abyssal special training this afternoon. A beaming smile spread across Lark's face, causing Charlie to shiver involuntarily, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Hopefully, this Lark instructor bore no grudges. Chapter 74, Wild Dogs and Foxes, Part 2. That afternoon, the blue light of the simulation pod diffused through the water, resembling a galaxy poured into a fish tank. Dolph felt an irritating prick at the collar of his protective suit, where a half peppercorn from the red wine-braised beef had lodged itself. A mischievous token Charlie had tucked in during lunch. Descending to an equivalent depth of 150 meters, the voice of Instructor Lark crackled through the earpiece, imbued with the unique tremor of electrical current. As Dolph adjusted the seal of his mask, he was suddenly reminded of the steam rising from a traditional Chinese medicine pot. The spiraling white mist mirrored the bubbles before him, but within those bubbles, strands of Charlie's silver hair danced like a waltz in the water's embrace. All eyes here. The capella is ready. Charlie cheered over the communication channel. Dolph turned to see him descending upside down, with a hasty rabbit doodle adorning his face shield. The fluorescent shampoo trailed through the liquid, leaving a comet-like glow, illuminating the mechanical wreckage on the pod's floor as if it were a sunken treasure. At that moment, a sharp pain pierced Dolph's right elbow, originating from the fissure in his protective gear torn by a rock whale 3 days prior. The salt water gnawed at his skin like piranhas. He watched as threads of his blood unfurled in the liquid, resembling coral branches, while Charlie gestured complexly in sign language. Having just learned the Vulcan greeting from Star Trek last week. Warning, your ear pressure balance has failed. Lark's alert accompanied the beeping of the heart rate monitor. Dolph felt as if his eardrum had been stuffed into a firecracker. Instinctively grasping the pod's wall, he discovered the rubber tubes writhing like the tentacles of a deep-sea monster. Suddenly, Charlie pressed close from behind, the warmth of his chest penetrating through 2 layers of protective clothing. Dolph felt Charlie's hand probing the fissure in his elbow. followed by an uncanny warmth. He was indeed employing an unconventional therapy. A pale yellow liquid spread amidst the high-pressure water flow, forming an amber-hued membrane that temporarily sealed the leak. Patent number 0524. This is the latest repair fluid from the Equipment Research Institute. Quite a treasure. Charlie's German-accented Chinese mingled with the sound of bubbles. From now on, your diving suit shall be aptly named Capella's golden armor. Dolph glared at him through the mask, but caught sight of a handmade safety talisman stitched into Charlie's suit lining. The crooked stitches resembling a web spun by a drunken spider. Without warning, the alarm blared. The liquid abruptly thickened, and Dolph felt himself sinking into the melting amber. Charlie's silver hair released its fluorescent agent, coalescing into constellations before his eyes. Equivalent depth exceeds 300 meters. Lark's voice finally quivered. Remain vigilant for symptoms of nitrogen narcosis. Dolph's vision began to distort. The rivets of the pod's wall morphed into the brass weights of his father's medicine cabinet, and the swimming mechanical fish transformed into floating herbal labels. Self-heal, sea silk, moon-viewing sand. As he reached for the label of Angelica, Charlie suddenly head-butted his mask, rousing him from his stupor. Look at that. Charlie's finger traced a vortex in the liquid. Dolph squinted, realizing Instructor Lark's figure was reflected in the observation window. Holding a tactical board to record data, her barcode tattoo on the nape of her neck barely visible in the blue light. The pressure of the liquid surged abruptly. The protective suit of Dolph emitted a mournful wail as the urinary membrane at the elbow began to crack. Salt frost ferociously burgeoned from the fissures, blossoming nacreous crystals at the joints. Suddenly, Charlie unfastened the helmet's buckle, and in the midst of Dolph's terrified gaze, he took a swig of liquid. A pale blue solution trickled from the corner of his mouth, crystallizing into ice beads in the vacuum. 37% ammonia content. Charlie mumbled into his earpiece, whimsically suggesting a mojito flavor blend. He abruptly flicked the ice bead toward the leaking area, and the crack was instantaneously sealed by the frigid temperature. Dolph felt as though his elbow had been plunged into a liquid nitrogen tank, but the pain miraculously subsided. The thunderous roar of Instructor Lark sent sparks flying from the sonar apparatus. Cap, ascend immediately. Chapter 75. The Fox and the Wild Dog. Part 3. The locker room was permeated with the acrid scent of disinfectant. As Dov shed his protective suit, salt frost crystals cascaded down, rolling across the metallic floor like a celestial asteroid belt. Charlie stood before the mirror, squeezing the blemishes on his face. Humming off-key to Beijing welcomes you. You have made history. Lucy's Polaroid spat out a photograph. Hey, this is the locker room. Dov hastily covered his private parts with a plastic basin. No one cares about your unremarkable physique, Lucy scoffed. You have successfully completed the fluid sealing in amino solution for the first time. She collected the fallen crystals into a specimen bag, adorned with a drawing of a tongue-sticking alien. Upon exiting the locker room, Dov wiped the residual clusters from his elbows, suddenly noticing a subtle pulsation beneath his skin. The nacreous patterns were forming a blurred design, reminiscent of the cracks in the training pod. When he looked up, he found Nye observing through the observation window, recording data. The student council president's gold-rimmed glasses reflected a cold light, while the pen tip punctured the paper with tiny meteorite craters. Shall we have a snack? Charlie abruptly opened a storage locker, revealing a vacuum-packed onion tart, celebrating Dov's first dive without wetting himself. The waterproof watch on his wrist ticked, its luminous hands pointing toward the Aitken Sea. The sound of Instructor Lark's tactical boots approached. Dov hastily swallowed the cold onion tart. Night training commenced. Lark's electronic board emitted a holographic notification. Target, Aitken Sea, west longitude 23 degrees, volcanic crater. As Dov donned a spare protective suit, he felt Charlie's farewell note tucked in the inner pocket, scribbled on a cartoon alien napkin. If I don't make it, please donate my hair to Sakura for hair accessories. As the simulation pod filled with liquid once more, moonlight sliced through the observation window. Dov saw his reflection overlapping with Charlie's fluorescent trajectory, casting the silhouette of an armillary sphere on the pod's floor. The salt frost clusters emitted a resonant hum in the shadows. their frequency resonating with the scars of the Beidou from Instructor Rockwell. This time, let's do something grand. Charlie sprinkled popping candy into the liquid, causing bubbles to froth like a nebula. I bet you can't handle it. His words were abruptly interrupted by an invading alarm. The liquid instantly turned blood red, and Dav observed numerous lights igniting on the seafloor, arranged in the emblem of Flow Sun Academy. Instructor Lark's exclamation mingled with electrical static. "Charlie, what have you done? Guess how many of you it would take to replace this simulation pod?" The shockwave hurled both of them against the pod's wall. Dav bit his tongue upon impact, the metallic taste of blood inducing waves of dizziness. The fluorescent agent in Charlie's silver hair suddenly flared, resembling a firefly darting chaotically in a tank. When the rescue team burst in, Dav was clinging desperately to Charlie's oxygen tube. The liquid behind them had congealed into blood-red amber, the center encasing a perfect heart-shaped salt crystal. Mealy closed the vacuum chamber door, leaning heavily against the metal wall. His training suit was soaked in sweat, the fabric rubbing against his frostbitten calves with a searing pain. Sexton's roar seemed to echo incessantly in his ears. Combat in a vacuum environment is not a barbecue stall. Control your flames. She glanced at the time, which read 1947, with merely 13 minutes remaining until the cafeteria's Chinese food counter would close. The fluorescent lights in the corridor flickered sporadically, casting an intermittent glow upon the promotional posters adorning the walls. Someone had whimsically drawn a beard on the astronaut's face in the poster with a fluorescent marker, which now emitted an eerie green luminescence in the shadows. Mealy leaned against the wall as she made her way to the medical room, and as she passed by the vending machine, she instinctively tossed her hair. The sparks at the tips of her hair flickered into the coin slot, resulting in a chime as a can of coffee tumbled out. Chapter 76, The Fox and the Wild Dog, Part 4, Be Cautious. Or you may find it hard to sleep tonight. Katori, Sakura's voice echoed from around the corner. The female ninja was carrying freshly cleaned protective gear towards the warehouse, accompanied by her shadow clone, which was hoisting a half-human-sized metal box behind her. The clone tilted its head and winked at Mealy. A plastic cherry blossom hairpin gifted by Charlie the day before adorning its bun. Mealy popped open a can, the aroma of coffee mingling with the scent of disinfectant wafting into her nostrils. "I heard those two got into trouble again. The simulation pod has malfunctioned due to their antics," Katori Sakura sighed. "It is said that Gonzalez is fuming." Suddenly, a loud crash emanated from the direction of the simulation pod, accompanied by Charlie's panicked cries. The two exchanged glances, and Katori's clone immediately dropped the box and dashed towards the commotion, while her original self remained steadfastly at her post, continuing to inventory the protective gear, a tacit understanding between them. The clone would handle emergencies while the original maintained her composure. At the entrance of the simulation pod, Doff was gripping Charlie by the collar, his ears flushed crimson. Scattered papers littered the floor, the topmost one prominently displaying a urine analysis report. "Do not invade my privacy," Doff protested, reaching for it. Charlie, on tiptoe, held the report aloft, a glow-in-the-dark star sticker inexplicably affixed to his silver hair. Dormitory Agreement Article 1. Roommates have the right to share health data. "You just made that up. Watch out," Charlie suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the ceiling. Doff instinctively looked up, allowing the report to be snatched from his grasp. The silver-haired youth nimbly slipped through the arch of Katori's clone's arm, only to crash into Gonzalez, who was approaching with a tray of medicine. Disinfectant cotton balls scattered like confetti. Gonzalez's glasses slipped down his nose, yet he held the tray containing serum vials steady. "Mr. Capet, considering the damage to the simulation pod, this marks your third violation of training area regulations this week." "Boss, let me explain. This was truly an accident." Charlie hastily stuffed the report back into Doff's pocket. An alarm blared suddenly, red warning lights spinning on the ceiling. Katori's clone thrust open a window. "Training Ground B. The gravity device is overheating." By the time everyone arrived, the gravity training ground was in disarray. Over 20 sets of metal protective gear flew chaotically about, resembling mechanical wasps stirred from their nest. A figure, indistinguishable as either the original or the clone of Katori Sakura, hung upside down from chandelier, futilely attempting to grasp the erratic control panel. The thermometer reads 67 degrees Celsius. Lucy shouted, brandishing her camera, her ponytail adorned with a cactus hairpin wilting under the heat. Just as Dov was about to rush in, Gonzalez yanked him back by the collar. Go put on protective gear. It was only then that Dov realized he was merely clad in a training tank top, his arms glistening with sweat-soaked rashes. Charlie had already shed his fluorescent green jacket, standing at a ventilation shaft and shouting, "Hey, everyone, look here." The bright green fabric instantly drew the attention of the protective gear, which promptly redirected its course. He hurled the jacket into a corner, and the gear thundered after it, colliding with the wall and leaving dents. Quickly, head toward the electrical box. Katori's voice crackled through the communicator. Dov crouched low, dodging a flying knee pad, and crawled towards the wall, inching along the scorching ground. Sweat obscured his vision as he groped to lift the metallic cover, his fingers blistering from the searing heat. The blue switch. Turn it 30 degrees to the left. Gonzalez commanded from outside the door. Dov gritted his teeth and twisted the knob, hearing the satisfying click of the gears engaging. The protective panels from the ceiling fell like raindrops, while Katori Sakura's doppelganger swiftly unfurled the blast mat. Just as the last knee pad clattered to the ground, Charlie crouched in the corner, gathering the remnants of his jacket. My limited edition fluorescent green. Chapter 77. The Fox and the Wild Dog. V. Before flowers bloom upon your posterior, I require a reasonable explanation. The cover of Gonzalez's notebook bore the imprint of a violent impact. Charlie extracted a half-empty bottle of citrus-scented deodorant from his pocket, stating that his initial intention was merely to disinfect the protective gear. Who would have known? A label indicating it was a laboratory sample, dated for this very afternoon, adorned the bottle. Suddenly, Sakura Katori's doppelganger raised a fragment of the control panel, surmising that he must have inadvertently poured the fragrance into the cooling vent, causing a gravitational malfunction. An eerie silence enveloped the training ground. Finally, Millie could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, followed by Lucy's honking guffaws, which even elicited a twitch from the corners of Gonzalez's mouth. Dov slumped onto the ground, staring at his reddened fingertips, only to discover Lee had stealthily tucked a Band-Aid into his pocket. In truth, the senior sister had always been meticulous, though her tsundere demeanor often obscured this trait. Outside, the night waves gently lapped against the base's exterior walls. Unbeknownst to anyone, some pale, blue granules nestled within the floor's crevices began to emit a faint glow, akin to fireflies roused from slumber. The following morning cafeteria, Mealy added an extra spoonful of chili oil to her hot and spicy soup, a customary ritual following her extra training sessions. Charlie, sporting dark circles under his eyes, shuffled over, his silver hair disheveled like the surface of the moon after a meteor strike. "Did you not sleep well, Brother Panda? Lost in self-reproach last night?" Mealy asked, stifling a chuckle. "Gonzalez made me clean the training ground," he replied, pouring nearly half a bottle of sugar into his soy milk, claiming it was to gather all fragments of protective gear for educational samples. Sakura Katori, seated across from him with a tray in hand, had her doppelganger passing an ice pack to Dov. The young Chinese boy shrank his injured hand back into his sleeve, his ears flushing red. "Really, it's unnecessary, come. Savor today's special blueberry pie," Lucy exclaimed, squeezing into a seat with a tray, her camera swaying around her neck. "You must witness the magnificent shots I captured." She showcased a photo taken in the chaos of flying protective gear, where Charlie's coat unfurled midair like a fluorescent green flag of surrender. Suddenly, the cafeteria's television interrupted with urgent news. The Aitken Geological Monitoring Station detected anomalous energy fluctuations. The screen shifted to images transmitted by a deep-sea probe, revealing those glowing blue granules forming peculiar patterns upon the seabed. Dov abruptly choked. The rash on his arm had, unbeknownst to him, transformed into a pale blue hue, mirroring the softly glowing granules on the screen. Charlie leaned in for a closer look. "Wow. While your personality might be rather mundane, your allergy certainly possesses a certain flair." The alarm blared once more, shattering the calm. Nai strode into the cafeteria with hurried steps, her training uniform smeared with machine oil. All interns, assemble immediately. The geological survey team has gone missing. Nai typically exhibited little emotion unless the situation demanded urgency. Mealy finished the last bite of her hot and spicy soup, accidentally splattering chili oil onto her training manual, creating a splotch reminiscent of a small patch of burning twilight. Sakura Katori had already tidied everyone's gear, her doppelganger standing at the door, polishing a katana. Charlie surreptitiously slipped a sugar jar into his pocket, and Dov noticed a glowing blue granule clinging to the back of his neck. The emergency light in the corridor cast elongated shadows. Lucy's hands were steady as she checked the camera battery, yet her breathing became noticeably rapid. As they sprinted past the training grounds in Zone B, the blue light emanating from the cracks in the floor shone brighter than the previous night, resembling countless eyes opening in the darkness. Chapter 78. The Fox and the Wild Dog, Part 6. In the corner of the cafeteria sat two individuals still engaged in their meal, silently observing the students' every move. The crackling radio of a middle-aged man played an excerpt from a traditional storytelling performance. Guan invited Sun Qian to the ancient city to inquire about the origins of the Flying General. This was a piece from the renowned storyteller Yuan Kuoqing's Romance of the Three Kingdoms. "Teacher, is this the time for audiobooks?" Gonzalez remarked with a hint of disbelief, recalling how, during school, he often found this otherwise meticulous professor to be somewhat eccentric. Can one truly coexist with such contradictory traits as meticulousness and eccentricity? This is not an audiobook. This is storytelling. Do you understand? It is an elegant art form. Beloved by the middle-aged and elderly in China, Sexton boasted with an air of superiority. Indeed, the children remained composed amidst the chaos. Sexton thought to himself, if one were to depict the current scene through the lens of storytelling, it would unfold as follows. The alarm rang out like a crow with its throat gripped, howling through the steel bowels of the base. Nai, the youthful figure with eyes like deep pools concealed behind thick lenses, was also stirred. He stood before the greasy plastic curtain of the cafeteria, his work pants smeared with dark oil, resembling someone who had just tumbled in a livestock barn. There has been an incident in the Aitken Trench. His voice strained, resembling a sound forced from a broken bellows. The geological team's signal has been cut off. Along with the pangolin, silence enveloped the cafeteria, punctuated only by the faintest of sounds. Lucy, burdened by the weight of her camera hanging heavily around her neck, resembled a millstone. Her fingers trembled over the shutter button as if she were touching a searing iron. Charlie, the silver-haired monkey, had specks of blue sand clinging to the nape of his neck, glimmering like ghostly lights in a graveyard. He was still preoccupied with pouring sugar into his soybean milk, the granules cascading down like paper money scattered across this morbid scene. Doff, an unfortunate lad, had red rashes on his arms that had morphed into a bluish hue, resembling spoiled pickles. He stared at the battered television in the cafeteria, where the news displayed blue sand from the Aitken seabed twisting in eerie patterns. The light emitted was cold and penetrating, as if burrowing into the very bones of the onlookers. Vera's icy voice emanated from the display screen on the wall. The submersible is ready. Team Sakura is prepared to depart. Let us go, Mealy exclaimed, hastily swallowing the last spoonful of spicy soup. Droplets of chili oil splattering onto the table, redder than the blood of a rooster. As she wiped her mouth, her fiery hair blazed up, sparks cascading down and singeing the plastic tablecloth, producing wisps of dark smoke. Sakura Katori, the resolute woman of Eastern descent, spoke little but acted decisively. Like a shadow, she had already organized her gear. Clutching her treasured blade, Raikiri, with its polished sheath gleaming enough to reflect a silhouette, she stood at the doorway, the moonlight casting a cold glow upon her, reminiscent of a figure that had just emerged from a coffin. A group of individuals surged out of the cafeteria, their footsteps echoing against the cold concrete floor, resembling the rhythmic beats of a funeral drum. As I passed by the training ground in Area B, a sinister blue light seeped through the crack of the door, reminiscent of countless fireflies convening within, buzzing softly in hushed whispers. Dofa felt the blue spots on his arm pulsating, an unbearable itch gnawing at him, as though something was burrowing beneath his skin. Chapter 79. The Throat of the Abyss, Part 1. Beyond the porthole lies the true, flowing deep sea. The immense water pressure compresses the hull, emitting a dull groan. Unlike the azure or emerald hues of Earth's oceans, the waters here exhibit a thick, impenetrable ink blue, verging on black. Occasionally vast, indistinct shadows flit past the edge of the searchlight's beam, as fleeting as an illusion. The cold glow of the instrument panel illuminates the taut faces of the crew. The low hum of the engine is the only sound echoing through this silent abyss. Charlie curls in his seat, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the nearly empty sugar jar, the plastic shell leaving shallow imprints in his palm. On the navigation screen, a coordinate marked as the Throat of the Abyss blinks with an intense red light. Adjacent to the last known position of the Sea Dragon 3, located at the profound depths of the Aitken Trench, a terrifying chasm resembling a gaping maw of the earth. Before the signal was lost, the readings from their life support pod exhibited violent fluctuations. Nye's voice resonates within the sealed cabin, tinged with a metallic quality. He adjusts his glasses, the screen's blue light casting harsh shadows across his face, as if he has instantaneously borne an incomprehensible burden. In truth, Nye's throat constricts, holding back half a statement yet to be uttered. Vera had calculated 10 minutes prior that the chances of survival for Sea Dragon 3. Lucy presses her face against the frigid observation window, her breath forming a small cloud of mist upon the glass. The blue sand is becoming increasingly abundant. She murmurs. Lucy firmly places her camera lens against the observation window, reciting, "Goodness, this blue sand shines brighter than the salted duck eggs my mother pickles. Can you Americans even pickle salted duck eggs?" Doff inquires, "Do you look down upon us Americans? What tutorials are absent from the internet?" Lucy retorts, pouting. The powerful beam of the searchlight pierces through the thick ink blue ahead like two luminous swords, striving to penetrate the depths. Where the light reaches, it is no longer merely seawater, but a suspended, sedimentary mass of increasingly dense, softly glowing blue granules. They float silently or descend gradually. Akin to millions of slumbering star fragments, their ethereal blue glow flickering and undulating with the water's currents, as if breathing and whispering, forming an uncanny sea of stars. Doff sits in his pressure relief chair, cradling his anomalous arm. Initially marked by merely itchy blue spots, it now emanates an odd sensation of searing heat intertwined with profound cold, as if countless tiny, electrified ice needles lay buried beneath his skin. He cannot resist scratching with his nails, shedding translucent blue fragments imbued with a strange, sweet odor that clinged to his fingertips, emitting a faint glow under the dim cabin lights. An indescribable scent begins to permeate the confined space, reminiscent of the briny odor of deep-sea behemoths intermingled with the metallic tang of rust under pressure, underscored by a hint of sweetness, like decaying seaweed undergoing fermentation. Mealy wrinkles her nose nearby. Her orange-red hair appears somewhat dull within her helmet, the flames burning exceptionally laboriously in the gas-rich seawater as sparks sputter sporadically. The scent, reminiscent of decaying coral reefs, she murmured, her gaze warily sweeping across the increasingly dense azure sea of stars outside the window. Chapter 80 The Throat of the Abyss, Part 2. Katori Sakura closed her eyes, her breathing steady and prolonged, seemingly detached from the tense atmosphere within the cabin. Yet, the katana, Reiketsu, resting across her lap, trembled imperceptibly, emitting a low hum akin to the seismic waves of the deep sea, a sound only she could sense. Silently, her doppelganger moved beside Doff, extending a gloved hand to press an object resembling an ice pack against the edge of his searing blue bruise through his clothing. A wave of icy energy surged forth in an instant. Doff shuddered violently, the agonizing burn and peculiar itch subsiding as if washed away by an invisible current from the depths, leaving only a faint tremor beneath his skin. He looked up at the doppelganger, whose eyes mirrored Katori Sakura's own, deep blue and tranquil, devoid of sorrow or joy. By all accounts, a person of Doff's ineptitude was prone to delusions. Any kindness from a girl would lead him to mistakenly believe she harbored feelings for him. However, Katori Sakura never indulged him in such illusions. Doff firmly believed that even if a dog or a cat were injured, his Japanese senior would respond in the same manner. A vast trench gaped open, resembling a grotesque scar on the lunar surface, stretching across the abyssal darkness of the ocean. The beam from the spotlight struggled to penetrate, illuminating only the jagged, slick edges of the trench, encrusted with thick layers of dark sediment. Within the chasm lay an impenetrable, inky blackness, as if even light could be consumed. A robust cable from a signal buoy dangled intermittently at the edge of the rift, its topmost light extinguished, leaving only a hollow black sphere akin to an eye peering into the abyss. The Sea Dragon 3 submersible lay abandoned, contorted as if discarded by a monstrous predator, half embedded in the soft, deep-sea silt at the trench's edge. Its massive mechanical arm drooped helplessly, the observation window shattered, revealing a chaotic void of darkness within. A suffocatingly sweet, metallic stench mingled with the acrid scent of twisted metal, surging forth from that unfathomable abyss like a tangible, frigid tide. This atmosphere was laden with overwhelming malice and the decay of the depths, instantly constricting the throats of all present, the chill penetrating even through their pressure suits. As Lucy raised her camera to capture the horrifying scene, a wave of nausea surged within her, and she stifled a retch, her complexion paling. Sea Dragon 3. Sea Dragon 3. Respond if you hear me. Nai's voice echoed through the external speakers, laden with a stifled urgency, calling into the unfathomable darkness of the rift. The sound traveled through the viscous seawater, dull and faint, crashing against the slick, cold rock walls, producing a hollow, muted echo that was quickly devoured by the deeper silence and more potent stench of decay emanating from the chasm, yielding no response. Only the mournful, wet whispers of the abyss continued to flow forth, brushing against the hull of the transport vessel, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold. Doff ultimately refrained from voicing his grim premonition of their dire fate. With utmost care, the Sakura-operated robotic arm grasped a sharply angular piece of deep-sea basalt and cast it into the abyss of a chasm that seemed to devour light itself. As the stone tumbled down through the beam of the spotlight, the initial sound of its impact against the rock walls was a faintly discernible thud. However, this sound soon transformed into a viscous, indistinct echo, ultimately fading away entirely, as if it had plunged into an endless, cold, and viscous pool of ink, causing not even the slightest ripple. Charlie instinctively recoiled, the glimmer of the blue sand at the nape of his neck radiating with an increasingly blinding brightness in the ocean's gloom, resembling a foreboding eye of the abyss awakened from slumber. Chapter 81, The Throat of the Abyss, Part 3. Thus far, neither sonar nor radar had detected any signs of life. Mealy inhaled deeply, seemingly battling the suffocating sense of oppression that enveloped her. From a young age, she had harbored an aversion to water, be it rivers, lakes, or the vast ocean. It must be said that the diving suit designed for her by the Equipment Research Institute was a fortuitous boon. Without it, her powers would have been swallowed by the inky depths of the sea. At this moment, the orange-red flames of her long hair blazed brightly within her helmet, flickering and struggling to thrive in the special oxygen-rich environment. The lively orange flames illuminated the observation window of the transport vessel, resembling a miniature sun valiantly piercing the thick darkness, which was heavy with the metallic scent of rust. The firelight, filtering through the sturdy glass, cast a quivering halo amidst the viscous seawater, faintly illuminating the edges of a crevice. Everyone's blood seemed to freeze in an instant. On the rock wall, barely lit by the halo and blanketed with slippery, dark sediment, there clung a thick, viscous substance that flowed slowly, reminiscent of a living organism. It exhibited a profound and enigmatic azure hue, akin to solidified oil or perhaps the secretion of some colossal deep-sea creature. What was even more disconcerting was that within this azure mass, countless crystalline grains, shimmering with the same eerie blue light, were densely embedded. They resembled billions of cold, living compound eyes, drifting and flickering within the slime, resonating with the azure star sand suspended in the surrounding water, forming a chilling, fluid star map. What in the world is this? Doff's voice trembled with uncontainable astonishment as the blue spots on his arm seemed to react with intense agitation. The scorching heat and bone-chilling cold surged within him, and that familiar, nauseating metallic scent coursed through his veins like tangible venom, inducing a wave of dizziness and nausea. Buzz! A clear sound, akin to a dragon's roar, yet echoing with the resonance of the deep sea, suddenly rang out within the cabin. Sakura Katori had, unbeknownst to them, positioned herself before the observation window. Though her katana remained sheathed, her right hand gripped the hilt tightly. The gleaming, cold blade shimmered ominously in the dim light, while her gaze, sharp as the finest edge, pierced directly into the profound darkness that seemed capable of devouring souls. She remained silent, but within her icy eyes lay an unprecedented gravity and a barely perceptible tremor of fear. Her doppelganger moved silently, like a hunter of the deep, melding into the shadows and approaching the mechanical control panel at the bow of the vessel. Her fingers hovered over the emergency escape and weapon systems buttons. Her gaze as keen as lightning. Nai's complexion appeared somewhat pale under the cold light of the instrument panel. He fixated intently on the high-definition image transmitted back from the submersible beside the Sea Dragon 3, half buried in the pitch-black sediment of the seafloor. Lay a twisted and deformed titanium alloy mechanical arm. He magnified the image. The severed end was grotesque and jagged, as though it had been ruthlessly torn apart by some unimaginable force. Even more terrifying was the gaping wound, for which a viscous liquid, pulsating as if it were alive, slowly oozed forth, emanating a ghostly blue luminescence. As this liquid mingled with the surrounding seawater, it instantly diffused into an eerie halo of azure light. Chapter 82. The Throat of the Abyss, Part 4. Look here. Lucy's voice trembled with a sob, her fingers quivering as she pointed towards a relatively clean patch of black sludge near the broken mechanical arm. The others followed her gaze, their pupils instantly constricting to the utmost degree. On that deep black seabed, seemingly capable of absorbing all light, lay the unmistakable impressions of several enormous, deeply sunken footprints. These were no marks left by humans or any known deep-sea equipment. Each contour was as large as the pressure chamber of a small submarine, with an odd shape, edges marred by ragged claw marks, and toes that were short yet deeply embedded, resembling a grotesque amalgamation of some ancient sea monster's flippers and talons. However, what truly froze the blood of all present and sent shivers through their souls was the central part of the enormous footprint, imprinted with intricate, twisted patterns radiating a faint yet undeniable azure glow. The design of these luminescent patterns bore an uncanny resemblance to the crystalline blue sand swirling within the slime on the rock walls, as well as the blue streaks spreading across Dofu's arm. They seemed like living imprints emerging from the abyss. There was no time for the group to ponder the connection between the blue marks on Dofu's arm and this place. A primal fear, as profound as the pressure found at the deepest reaches of the Aitken Deep, crushed every single one of them in an instant. This gaping chasm, known as the Throat of the Abyss, transformed from a mere geological wonder into a monstrous maw, grinning with malevolence from the depths of hell, exuding a fetid stench of death and the unknown, silently mocking the insignificance of human technology and the shallowness of human understanding. The unfathomable darkness seemed to connect to the planet's coldest, most primordial and ineffable secrets, threatening to drag all light, sound, courage, and even souls into eternal oblivion. The blue markings on Dofu's arm pulsated violently, each throb bringing with it a searing pain and an icy, bone-deep itch, compelling him to nearly strike the hard walls of the vessel. The foul wind rushing from the fissure whispered the sounds of flowing water, swirling the azure sand particles nearby into tiny, rotating blue vortices, as if quietly opening a gateway to the inferno. Sakura Katori's fingers, gripping the handle of the Reich, turned white from the strain, the blade reflecting the image of that horrifying viscous substance, slowly writhing and flowing with countless eerie blue compound eyes, as if tainted by a layer of otherworldly, chilling azure light. The flame desperately maintained within the helmet of the grain-headed individual fought to burn amidst the thick darkness and the omnipresent azure glow. That warm, flickering orange-red flame, symbolizing human vitality, appeared so solitary, so fragile in this moment of deep-sea despair. The engine's roar of the transport vessel had, unbeknownst to them, diminished to a whisper, and the heavy, suffocating silence enveloped them once again, as if the cold seawater had submerged the cabin, pressing down heavily on each person's chest and eardrums, every heartbeat echoing like a drum. Tears of fear still lingered on Lucy's face, yet she clung tightly to the camera, as if it were her last anchor to sanity. The lens remained fixed on the screen, trained on that gigantic, chilling footprint, emanating a terrifying blue pattern indicative of some monstrous beast. The shutter button rests at his fingertips, yet it feels as though it bears the weight of 1,000 burdens, utterly resistant to his press. Charlie's throat convulses violently as he struggles to swallow a mouthful of saliva. The glimmer of the blue sand at the nape of his neck awakens, as if summoned by the abyss, becoming dazzlingly bright and searingly hot, like a beast embedded within his flesh, stirring from its slumber. Chapter 83, The Throat of the Abyss. 5. Senior Sister, save me. The voice of Dofu was laced with unbearable agony and terror. The excruciating pain and maddening itch caused his entire body to convulse, cold sweat soaking through his undergarments. The nauseatingly sweet metallic scent seemed to seep from every pore, so dense it nearly rendered him unconscious. Help me. It hurts. It itches. What is that smell? Damn it. There's no time to worry about your life. Millie did not turn back. She remained fixated on the screen, displaying the severed arm dripping with ethereal blue slime, her gaze behind the lens, as piercing as two tempered ice daggers, seemingly aimed to pierce through the ink-like darkness of the rift. On the screen, the gelatinous blue substance, alive in its essence, oozed slowly yet resolutely from the torn metal wound, staining the surroundings. Drip, drip, drip. The visual of the slime seeping out was magnified in the absolute silence, resembling the heartbeat of an ancient and malevolent deep-sea creature, striking at the very nerves of everyone present, heralding the approach of ultimate terror. Kneeling on the ground, Sakura Katori gradually rose, her right hand gripping the hilt of the raikiri. With a motion so slow it seemed suspended in time, she lifted it steadily and decisively. The cold gleam of the blade traced a frigid arc within the dim confines of the cabin, silently directing itself towards the all-consuming abyss on the screen. From the sheath emanated a low, resonant hum akin to a dragon lurking in the depths. In that moment, the transformation struck. The viscous blue substance, which had merely been sluggishly flowing down the cracked rock wall, suddenly contracted violently as if grasped by an invisible giant hand. Countless embedded blue, crystalline grains ground against each other in a frenzy, producing a cacophony reminiscent of millions of teeth gnashing. A sound that shattered the mind and froze the soul with its piercing, crackle, rustle. Then a resounding roar, a torrent of terror, 100-fold more ferocious, 1,000-fold more viscous, and 10,000-fold more fetid than before, surged forth, enveloping a dense, boiling blue mist that resembled the wrath of an abyss accumulated over eons. From the unfathomable depths of the throat of the abyss, it erupted with a force capable of obliterating everything in its path. The icy blue fog, laced with an absolute malice that could freeze souls, and a nauseatingly sweet metallic scent strong enough to induce instant unconsciousness, engulfed the wreckage of the Sea Dragon 3 and surged towards the messenger of the abyss with a visible velocity. The screen was instantly consumed by the rolling, despairing, all-devouring blue. Emergency ascent. Maximum power. Nai's roar echoed like a wounded beast, immediately drowned out by the cacophony of the raging water and the vessel's frantic alarms. Dofu emitted a heart-wrenching scream. The spreading blue marks on his arm exploded like ignited explosives. The maddening itch morphed into a pain so intense it felt as though countless searing, barbed steel cables were twisting outwards from the very marrow of his bones. wreaking havoc as they tore through everything in their path. His vision darkened as he clutched the arm that felt as if it were about to burst into flames. Crashing heavily to the cold metallic floor, his body curling up in agony. Chapter 84. The Throat of the Abyss, Part 6. Amidst the chaos, the chilling despair, and the pulsating red alarms accompanied by the rolling ghostly blue glow of the screens, Charlie's silver hair dazzled with a blinding white light, akin to a flare bursting forth at the precipice of the abyss. Lucy's camera flashed like a dying firefly, flickering madly and futilely amidst the turmoil. Nye's silhouette lunged toward the control console, fingers gliding over the dense array of buttons, leaving behind phantoms of movement. The Abyss Messenger emitted a lamenting metallic groan, suddenly tilting upwards. The blade, known as Reich, amidst the violent tremors of the vessel and its desperate cries, seemed to resonate with its master's resolute will. The scabbard erupted with a thunderous resonance, imbued with an endless aura of desolation and destruction. At the hilt's end, the Sakura emblem, engraved with ancient craftsmanship, flickered to life as if activated by an invisible force. This radiant glow was not the gentle pink of cherry blossoms, but a fierce, blood-red luminescence, strikingly vivid and haunting. This light burst forth through the scabbard's seams, casting a grim visage upon the girl as cold and resolute profile. This breathtaking flash of crimson swordlight, akin to a meteor slicing through eternal darkness, surged forth with unwavering determination and tragic resolve, piercing through the frigid screen, tearing apart the rolling ghostly blue mists, and boldly thrusting into the unfathomable, ice-cold, and deathly silence of the abyss's throat. It was a silent yet thunderous declaration of war against the indescribable. A direct and valiant challenge. The bloodlight flickered and vanished. Like a stone cast into a true, bottomless abyss, it was instantly consumed by an even denser, more viscous, and greedier darkness and ghostly blue, leaving not a single trace. Only the lingering resonance of the blade seemed to echo within the violently shaking, alarm-screaming interior of the Abyss Messenger, wailing softly and persistently. The vessel surged upward in a frantic attempt to escape the deathly embrace emanating from the throat of hell. The alarm shriek transformed from a piercing scream into a dull, continuous metallic lament, akin to the dying breaths of this steel leviathan. The interior pulsated with frantic red light, each flicker illuminating the contorted face of Dav, twisted in agony. He curled upon the cold metallic floor like a shrimp scalded in boiling water, his mutated left arm becoming the source of his torment. The blue patches beneath his skin no longer spread like moss, but transformed into a boiling lake of molten lava embedded in his very marrow. Each heartbeat delivered devastating pain, as if countless red-hot barbed wires were violently twisting and piercing through the seams of his bones, threatening to tear him apart from within. The sweet, metallic scent of rust became suffocatingly intense, a tangible miasma seeping from every pore, filling his helmet and clouding his vision, while his stomach churned violently. He clenched his teeth tightly, a primal whimper rolling in his throat, cold sweat instantaneously saturating the inner lining of his pressure suit, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. "Save me!" Another wave of excruciating pain surged through him, and Dav abruptly arched his body, his forehead crashing heavily against the frigid wall of the cabin, producing a dull thud. Engine overload. Attitude control failure. "We are being drawn in." Nye's voice drowned out the alarms as he threw himself against the main control panel, his fingers dancing like phantoms over the densely packed buttons. Bloodshot eyes, obscured behind lenses, fixated intently on the violently trembling external monitor. Chapter 85. The Throat of the Abyss, Part 7. On the screen, the rolling cerulean mist resembled animated, viscous tar, frantically entwining and battering against the hull of the vessel. The beams from the searchlights struggled to carve out a few ghastly white paths through the dense fog, only to be instantaneously consumed by the deeper darkness of the blue haze. Through the occasional rifts in the fog, the wreckage of the Sea Dragon 3 submersible was discernible, ensnared by the terrifying blue mist, akin to prey being chewed by a colossal beast, slowly dragged toward the yawning chasm of absolute darkness. Ascend urgently. Give me maximum thrust. Nai's roar was laced with a metallic rasp. The abyss messenger emitted a spine-chilling metallic groan, its hull quaking violently under the immense water pressure and the relentless pull of the blue mist, tilting precariously. The momentum of the upward surge was irresistibly hindered by an invisible, overwhelming force, as if it had plummeted into an intangible quagmire. Dav was violently thrown against the cabin wall by inertia, pain and dizziness nearly rendering him unconscious. In his blurred vision, he glimpsed Lucy clinging desperately to her camera, curled in a corner, her face as pale as parchment, her lips moving silently as if in prayer. The flash had long ceased its futile flickering. At that moment, a cold and tranquil breath surged through the chaotic cabin like a deep-sea current, instantly enveloping the tumultuous space. Sakura, having assumed a steadfast stance before the observation window at the bow, appeared as unyielding as a rock amidst the violent upheaval. With her back turned to the others, her slender silhouette stood strikingly upright under the red emergency lights. Though her katana remained sheathed, her right hand grasped the hilt tightly, her knuckles whitening from the exertion. The antiquated, heavy scabbard trembled violently, emitting a low, mournful hum reminiscent of a primordial whale's lament, causing the surrounding air to quiver faintly. "Girl, you mustn't go out." Mi Li's voice quaked as she screamed, her fiery hair dancing wildly within her helmet, the orange flames struggling to leap in the gas-rich seawater, valiantly resisting the onslaught of the chilling cerulean outside, attempting to illuminate Sakura's silhouette. The flicker of fire, though weak, was resolute, casting a glimmer of warmth upon Sakura's cold profile, as if striving to convey a touch of humanity. Sakura did not turn. Her gaze pierced through the thick observation window, penetrating the swirling, viscous mist that emanated boundless malevolence, locking onto the abyssal core of darkness that devoured all. This darkness seemed to possess a life of its own, bearing a cold, indifferent will, akin to the abyss itself opening a colossal eye. "It watches us." Sakura's voice was soft yet unmistakably clear amidst the cacophony, imbued with a chilling insight and a barely perceptible hint of disdain. This blue mist was its blood, and it was its web. As if to validate her words, the roiling cerulean mist on the screen grew increasingly tumultuous. Countless crystals of cerulean sand embedded in the viscous substance flashed erratically, resembling millions of enraged compound eyes. A more potent, denser, bone-chilling suction, imbued with a sickly sweet scent of dread, surged forth like the gaping throat of a colossal beast from the abyss, lunging fiercely toward the abyss messenger. The vessel emitted a series of haunting metallic distortions. Its ascent abruptly halted, only to be inexorably drawn towards the unfathomable abyss below. In that moment of impending despair, it was not a gradual descent, but rather an acceleration to the extreme, like a silver lightning bolt tearing through the fabric of space. The thunderous cut, the swift draw of the blade. Chapter 86. The Throat of the Abyss, Part 8. The clear, resonant sound of the blade echoed like the roar of a dragon, abruptly erupting. This sound transcended the mere hum within the sheath. It was an authentic proclamation, reverberating through the material world. A dazzling and fierce glimmer of the blade emerged, defying description. Light. It was not simply a bright sheen. In the instant it was drawn, the ancient cherry blossom etchings engraved upon the blade ignited with fervor. What erupted was not the gentle warmth of cherry blossom pink, but a brilliance so intense, a tragic beauty so profound, burning with the essence of life and an unending resolve, manifesting as a sanguine radiance. This crimson light of the blade sliced through the eternal darkness like the inaugural thunderbolt of creation, imbued with an unwavering will of destruction and an infinite sense of desolation and sorrow, piercing through the thick observation window of the abyss messenger. Contrary to expectations, the glass did not shatter into fragments. The specialized glass, engineered to withstand the crushing pressures of the deep sea, melted silently upon contact with the sanguine light, forming a smooth-edged circular hole, just wide enough for a person to pass through. cold and bone-chilling. The deep-sea water, reeking of iron and sweetness, surged in like a high-pressure water cannon. Yet, all of this was overshadowed by the resplendent crimson light of the blade. It did not diffuse or diminish within the viscous seawater. Rather, it possessed a vitality and intent of its own. Amidst the deep azure fog, it coalesced into a straight, refined line, resembling a blood-red rainbow capable of severing the ties of causality. Wherever it traversed, the swirling, malevolent azure mist recoiled as if it encountered an arch-nemesis, emitting a wailing hiss reminiscent of countless souls in agony, evaporating, purifying, and annihilating in an instant. With an unstoppable momentum, the blood rainbow plunged into the depths of the ultimate darkness within the throat of the abyss. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The churning azure mist was cleaved apart by the blood rainbow, creating a vacuum passage. The terrifying suction that had been dragging the vessel suddenly paused. The abyss messenger trembled violently, its body lightening in an instant. Now's the moment. Full power. Break free. Nye's roar echoed with a sense of survival and a resolve of desperation. The engine emitted a ferocious roar on the brink of disintegration. The abyss messenger surged upwards like an arrow freed from invisible shackles, propelled through the fleeting vacuum passage cleaved by the blood-red rainbow, charging upward at a near-suicidal velocity. Frigid seawater gushed in through the breach, instantly submerging Dofu's ankles, the biting cold sending a shiver through him, as if alleviating some of his pain. Struggling, he raised his head, and through the water-blurred vision, he beheld the circular hole melted by the blade's light, where the blood-red rainbow stubbornly anchored itself deep within the darkness of the crack, resembling a dying meteor, its brilliance visibly dimming. Katori Sakura maintained her stance, poised with the blade, standing amidst the rushing seawater, her silhouette as erect as a spear. Yet her complexion was paler than moonlight. Her right hand, gripping the hilt of Raikiri, trembled slightly, a vivid crimson trickling from the corner of her tightly pressed lips, cascading into the turbulent, icy seawater, blooming into a small, tragic red. The radiance of the blood-red glow flickered momentarily in the profound abyss, akin to a solitary candle flickering in the wind, before it was utterly extinguished, consumed entirely by the insatiable, eternal darkness. Yet, at the very instant of its extinguishment, a sound emerged from the impenetrable depths of that thick darkness, a deep resonance that transcended the limits of human hearing, directly reverberating through the soul. Was it a cry of anguish? Or perhaps an enraged roar? Chapter 87. The Throat of the Abyss 9. In a sudden rush, the ethereal blue mist passage, cleaved open by the blood-red rainbow, recoiled violently, akin to a wounded beast's gaping wound, fiercely contracting, more turbulent and viscous. An apocalyptic wave of furious azure surged forth from the depths of the rift, relentlessly pursuing the retreating abyss messenger. Faster, a little faster. The flames of Mi Li's fiery hair blazed defiantly amidst the encroaching sea, casting an orange-red glow that illuminated her anxious visage, as well as the solitary and resolute silhouette of Katori Sakura at the bow of the vessel. The hull thrashed violently in the tumultuous waters, groaning in protest. Doff clung desperately to the fixed ring on the cabin wall, the icy, briny seawater now lapping at his chest. He cast one last glance at the horrific abyss beyond the breach, which was rapidly filled once more by the furious azure tide, and at the figure before the gaping hole, standing steadfast in the frigid waters, a blood-stained blade gripped tightly in hand. The crimson glow of Raikiri had faded, the blade reverting to its ancient silvery hue, yet the tip stubbornly pointed towards the darkness that devoured the sanguine light, silently proclaiming, "This path is impassable." The Sea Dragon 3 let out its final, reluctant, rending roar, finally breaking free from the invisible mire, soaring like a bird escaping the jaws of hell, racing toward the distant, faint ink-blue glimmer of water that symbolized salvation. It cast behind it the roiling azure tide and the unfathomable throat of the abyss, along with a roar that seemed to echo from the primordial chaos, filled with malice, into the boundless darkness. Within the cabin, only the engine's roar, the tumult of the sea, the alarm's mournful wail, and Doff's heavy breaths, laden with pain and terror, remained. Katori Sakura still stood amidst the encroaching waters, her back turned to everyone, her shoulders trembling slightly, and a vivid crimson staining her lips, silently attesting to the price paid for that recent strike. The vessel swayed like a fragile leaf in a storm, violently jolting, twisting, emitting a disconcerting metallic groan. Each violent upheaval slammed Doff's body against the cold walls or equipment, the pain and dizziness gnawing at him like a relentless parasite. He clutched the cold, fixed ring on the cabin wall, his knuckles whitening from the strain. The chill of the metal, the only reality in that moment. The seawater had risen to his chest, each breath laden with the iron tang and suffocating weight of the ocean. Hold on, we're almost at a safe depth. Nai's voice seemed extraordinarily distant amidst the engine's wails and the alarm shrieks. He felt as though he were fused to the control panel, fingers dancing over the densely packed buttons in a blur, veins bulging at his temples, sweat mingling with the incoming seawater streaming down his cheeks. On the screen, the depth gauge's readings fluctuated wildly, yet the green line indicating the safe zone remained tantalizingly out of reach. Just then a warm, tenacious orange-red light flickered defiantly within the frigid waters. It was Mealy. Doff gazed at this valiant girl, reminiscent of a divine being, and inexplicably thought of the figure on that poster. She was nearly toppled by the surging seawater, yet she clung tenaciously to the bulkhead, her fists clenched tightly. Within her helmet, her fiery orange-red hair blazed with an unprecedented intensity. No longer were they mere flowing strands. Instead, they coalesced into a fervent, burning shield, akin to the core of a furnace, steadfastly guarding Sakura Katori against the most tumultuous waves of encroaching seawater. The orange tongues of flame clashed violently with the icy, briny ocean, producing a deafening cacophony of sizzling explosions and billowing clouds of white mist. Chapter 88. The Throat of the Abyss, Part 10. The phrase water and fire are incompatible aptly describes the struggle of the tiny flame, which valiantly scorches and purifies the nauseating, sweet metallic taste of rust in the water, while also shielding Sakura from much of the oncoming force. Hey, it is not yet your time for a heroic sacrifice. The voice of the tiny flame echoed through the mask, distorted by the sounds of water and explosions. Yet it radiated an unwavering concern. Katori Sakura remained turned away from the others, standing in waist-deep, icy, surging seawater, maintaining the stance of a warrior mid-strike, resembling a silent statue of a samurai. The crimson glow of the Raikiri sword had long since faded, its ancient silver blade pointed diagonally toward the churning, eerie blue abyss below. Yet, her upright spine trembled ever so slightly. Through the swirling mist and flickering flames, Charlie clearly observed a streak of glaring red, flowing incessantly from the corner of her tightly pressed lips, dripping into the murky, frigid sea, spreading a small patch of tragic and heart-wrenching crimson. This red stood in the most brutal contrast to her pallid cheeks. She did not respond to the tiny flame's call, nor did she alter her stance. Only her hands, tightly gripping the hilt of the sword, with knuckles turning white and the blood continuously trickling from the corner of her mouth, silently narrated the unfathomable. Heavy price paid for that astonishing strike. That resolute silhouette, juxtaposed against the flame shield that the tiny flame desperately supported and the relentless, eerie blue tide outside, appeared so solitary, yet so formidable. Cough, cough. The feeble voice of Dolph emerged from a corner. He slumped in the rising seawater, leaning against the wall, his complexion more pallid than that of a corpse. The blinding white light that had erupted earlier had vanished, and the glow of the eerie blue sand grain at the back of his neck had dimmed, resembling a star that had exhausted its energy. He coughed violently, each spasm bringing forth flecks of blood that splattered onto his soaked fluorescent coat. Lucy struggled to crawl over, attempting to support him, yet nearly got thrown off by a sudden jolt. Depth, 8,000. 7,500. 7,000. Pressure valve activated, preparing for pressure impact. Nai's voice carried a hint of joy at the prospect of survival in dire circumstances. The vessel jolted violently, as if colliding with an invisible wall. The immense inertia throwing everyone upward before crashing them down heavily. The influx of seawater slowed considerably, yet the accumulated water inside the vessel remained chillingly cold. The pressure balance system initiated, emitting a dull hissing sound as it countered the rapidly diminishing external water pressure. This drastic change caused Dolph's already tumultuous stomach to spiral out of control. He suddenly collapsed on the frigid floor, the sound of violent retching echoing within the helmet. The sour, putrid vomit mingling with the briny seawater, causing his vision to momentarily darken. The scene outside the vessel became surreal during the pressure equilibrium process. The beams of the searchlights warped and scattered in the violently fluctuating water pressure and density, forming bizarre light patterns. The relentless, eerie blue mist, upon entering shallower waters, shrieked with an even more piercing hiss, as if exposed to sunlight, its rolling speed noticeably slowing, and its color dimming considerably. They writhed with reluctance, spiraling as they succumbed to the frenzied ascent of the abyss messenger and the shifting conditions of the shallow waters, gradually sinking away like a receding tide, dissipating and vanishing once more into the boundless indigo depths below. Only a faint, ominous growl, laden with resentment and malice, seemed to linger, echoing through the deep, a haunting reminder of the perilous plight from which they had just escaped. Chapter 89. The Throat of the Abyss, Part 11. The alarm has been silenced. We have emerged. Nai's voice, tinged with the frailty of survival, resonated as she slumped exhaustedly in the waterlogged pilot's seat, gasping for breath, the golden patterns upon her visage gradually fading. The engine's roar had finally subsided, leaving only the monotonous sound of the water pump. The cabin lay in disarray, frigid water engulfing our ankles, mingling with remnants of vomit and debris. The red light ceased its frantic rotation, replaced by a gentle green glow, a beacon of safety. An overwhelming sense of fatigue and debilitation, akin to a tidal wave, swept over us all. Within the confines of the helmet, the flames flickered out, rendering me a mere shell, slumping against the cold cabin wall and sinking into the icy seawater, gasping for air, unable to discern whether it was sweat, seawater, or tears that stained my face. Lucy lay prostrate beside Charlie, her body drenched, trembling as she clutched her camera. Charlie's eyes were closed, his pallor ashen, with only the faintest breath affirming his continued existence. Duff struggled to rise from the frigid floor, the searing pain in his left arm akin to stubborn barnacles clinging to a retreating tide, yet it felt gentle compared to the infernal agony endured in the abyss. He gazed down at his arm, where the spreading indigo bruise appeared even darker, reminiscent of congealed deep-sea blood, casting a cold and ominous glow under the cabin's green light. The nauseating metallic scent had diminished considerably, yet it seemed to have seeped into his very marrow, an indelible presence. He lifted his gaze, his eyes traversing the swirling mist and chaos, settling upon the solitary figure at the bow of the vessel. Sakura Katori remained steadfast, encircled by waist-deep seawater, her right blade still angled downward, its tip slightly drooping. With her back turned to us all, the tremors of her shoulders had ceased. Yet her posture exuded an ineffable weariness and fragility. Her one straight spine appeared to bend ever so slightly. She slowly, agonizingly, raised her left hand, the back of her gloved palm gently brushing away the glaring crimson at the corner of her mouth. The subtle gesture bore a heavy, heart-wrenching significance. Then she finally moved, not to turn, but rather with painstaking slowness, she retracted the right blade inch by inch into its ancient scabbard. The friction between blade and sheath produced a faint, elongated hum, resonating distinctly in the silence of the cabin, starkly desolate. At the moment the blade returned to its sheath, Sakura's body imperceptibly swayed. The invisible, iron-willed resolve that had sustained her seemed to wane as the blade found repose. She did not collapse. Instead, her head tilted slightly downward, the damp ninja garb clinging to her form, outlining a slender and exhausted silhouette. Strands of her dark hair fell across her pale cheek, obscuring her expression. with only the slight rise and fall of her shoulders betraying her struggle to regain composure. No words were spoken. The cabin was filled solely with the monotonous sound of the water pump and the heavy, oppressive breaths of the group. The euphoria of salvation was swept away by an overwhelming tide of exhaustion and dread, replaced by a chilling depth of cold and the disorientation of having survived. They have escaped from the infernal maw known as the throat of the abyss. Yet, it is evident to all that something has irrevocably altered. The cold, ghostly azure on Doff's arm, the dried blood at the corner of Sakura's lips, and the relentless, haunting mist of the deep sea, accompanied by the soul-shattering roar. All of these have left indelible marks, etched deeply upon the battered vessel named the Abyss Messenger, as well as upon the very souls of each individual. Chapter 90. The Throat of the Abyss, Part 12. Under the guidance of automatic navigation, the Abyss Messenger slowly ascended. Through the shattered observation window, the color of the water above transitioned from a dense, inky blue to a suffocating deep blue. Far above, a faint glimmer of light could be discerned. It was the guiding beacon of the underwater docking port of the base, a glimpse of salvation within reach. Yet, the atmosphere within the cabin was heavier than the profound blue of the deep sea. Doff clutched the frigid, bone-chilling arm marred by ominous shades of blue, his gaze surveying the limp E, the comatose Charlie, the shivering Lucy, and the utterly exhausted Nye, finally resting upon the figure of the bow, standing resolute with a slender frame, defiance etched in their posture. The seawater continued to recede slowly, yet the chill seemed to have seeped into the very marrow of each person present. The Reaper blade lay quietly in Sakura's embrace, its scabbard ancient, as if untouched by the tumultuous crimson of battle. Only the edge of the cherry blossom imprint at the hilt appeared to retain a faint, almost imperceptible dark red, reminiscent of the last vestiges before wilting. The roar of the engine had completely extinguished, leaving only the monotonous hum of the water pump, akin to the weary heartbeat of a leviathan from the deep. The Abyss Messenger floated at the juncture of inky and deep blue waters, its battered hull miraculously maintaining stability. The cold, iron-scented seawater slowly withdrew, leaving behind slick stains and floating debris at the cabin's base. The gentle green light, a symbol of safety, supplanted the blinding red alarm. It could not dispel the pervasive silence and chill that enveloped the cabin, heavier than the pressure at the deepest point of the Aitken Trench. Doff struggled to rise from the cold, damp floor, each movement pulling at the stubborn ache buried deep within his left arm. This was no longer the searing torment that rent the soul in the abyss. It had transformed into a cold, penetrating, dull pain, as if his entire arm had been submerged in liquid nitrogen. He looked down at the spreading blue-black bruise on his skin, now resembling a solidified polar ice sheet, emanating a non-human, deathly glow under the green light. The nauseating metallic scent had diminished, yet it seemed to have merged with his very blood, each breath carrying a faint trace of icy iron. He lifted his gaze, peering through the mist laden with salt. He slumped in the corner against the cabin wall, her helmet long removed, black hair clinging damply to her pale cheeks, devoid of the luster of any flame, like extinguished embers. Her eyes were shut, her chest heaving violently, each breath trembling with the aftermath of survival, her soaked training suit outlining her fragile shoulders. Lucy curled beside Nye, equally drenched, resembling a frightened young creature, tightly clutching her camera, sullied yet fiercely protected, her knuckles whitening from the effort. Charlie leaned his head at an odd angle against the seat, his silver hair dull and lifeless, his complexion ashen like lunar soil, breaths so faint they were nearly imperceptible. The blue-black gravel embedded in the nape of his neck utterly silent, akin to a cold stone set into his skin. Doff often questioned whether Charlie's affliction was a contagion from himself. At the bow of the vessel, the molten circular aperture's edges remain smooth, as if meticulously carved by an invisible laser. The frigid seawater no longer rushes in, yet beyond the breach lies a vast expanse of hauntingly deep blue. And there, just before this gaping void, stood Sakura Katori, unwavering. Chapter 91. Throat of the Abyss, 13. The seawater receded to her ankles as she turned her back to everyone. maintaining her stance after she sheathed her blade. The Raikiri sword lay quietly cradled in her arm, its ancient scabbard absorbing all surrounding light, tranquil as the abyss. She inclined her head slightly, damp strands of black hair cascading onto her pale neck. Her once erect spine, which had pierced the depths like a sharp sword, now revealed an ineffable weariness, as if the steel framework supporting her had been stripped away in an instant. Her shoulders no longer trembled, yet her entire form exuded a precarious fragility. Doff's gaze was fixed intently upon the tightly pressed corners of her lips, where a vivid, unyielding crimson lingered, akin to a red plum blossom blooming in the snow, dazzling enough to choke the heart. She did not wipe it away, allowing the haunting scarlet to silently narrate the harrowing cost of the blow that had severed the abyss and halted their pursuers beneath the still green light. There were no shouts of survival, only heavy breaths and suffocating silence, like tangible ice water, drowning every inch of the cabin. The system's self-check was complete. The main engine was severely damaged, with output power reduced to 28. The pressure-resistant shell exhibited localized fractures, with a strength assessment of grade B. The life support system was functioning normally. The communication module had partially restored, attempting to connect with the base. Vera's voice shattered the silence. Her tone was steady and clear, devoid of any tremor. Nye remained seated at the control panel, seemingly unperturbed by the waterlogged pilot's seat. Water droplets clung to his lenses, which he casually removed and meticulously wiped with a dry tactical cloth, his movements precise as if disassembling intricate machinery. Once the droplets were cleared, his lenses revealed eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resembling two frozen deep pools from millennia past. He replaced his glasses, his gaze sweeping over the violently shaking data stream on the screen, fingers tapping rhythmically on the damp keyboard, producing a steady, methodical clicking sound. It was as if they had not just survived a life-and-death escape from the abyss, but rather encountered a minor malfunction during a routine cruise. Abyss Messenger, Abyss Messenger. This is Albatross 3. Your signal has been lost near the abyss for 47 minutes. Please lock onto my coordinates. Gonzalez's voice crackled through the radio. Coordinates locked. Estimated arrival at the Albatross 3 underwater transfer platform in 17 minutes. His voice was devoid of warmth, as though reciting an experimental report, now presenting a preliminary assessment of injuries. Doff. Left arm exhibiting unknown biological mutations. Grade unknown. Isolation and observation recommended. Millie, energy depletion, no physical injuries. Lucy, minor abrasions, suffering from excessive shock. Charlie, dual depletion of mental and energy reserves, vital signs weak, urgent medical support required. Sakura Katori. His words momentarily faltered, his gaze sweeping over the solitary figure at the bow, lingering on the striking red at her lips. Internal turmoil, energy core damaged, extent to be determined. There were no inquiries, no reassurances, only a cold statement of the current situation and the anticipation of the next course of action. This absolute rationality, amidst the pervasive fear and trauma within the shattered cabin, formed a stark and almost cruel contrast. Dofu cradled his numbing, icy left arm. The enigmatic terms of Nye's biological mutation and isolation observation pierced through his already tumultuous mind like icicles. Isolation? Treated as if he were a perilous pathogen? He gazed at the desolate, ghostly blue hue of his arm, as fear coiled around his heart once more like a chilling vine. Chapter 92, The Throat of the Abyss, 14. It seemed that she heard her name. Sakura Katori's body moved almost imperceptibly, with an excruciating slowness. As if every bone in her body groaned in protest, she turned around. Her delicate face appeared so pale it was nearly translucent, devoid of any trace of color. Damp, raven black hair clung to her forehead and cheeks, accentuating her skin's fragility like that of fine porcelain. Only the tightly pressed lips bore a shocking crimson hue, strikingly vivid against her pallor. Her gaze remained icy, yet beneath the surface lingered an indelible weariness, akin to a dust-covered cold star. She did not look at anyone. Her eyes cast downward, resting upon the scabbard of her raikiri nestled in the crook of her arm. The ancient scabbard, bathed in green light, appeared even more profound. She took a step forward, moving towards the rear of the cabin. Her footsteps were light, as if treading upon cotton, yet carried an undeniable steadiness. The damp ninja garb clung to her form, outlining slender lines imbued with latent power, yet exuding an aura of exhaustion. As she passed by Mealy, who struggled to lift her head to speak, Sakura silenced her with a barely perceptible shake of her head. She walked past Lucy and Charlie, her gaze lingering on Charlie's ashen face for half a second. Within the depths of her cold eyes, a fleeting ripple seemed to pass, so swift it could easily be mistaken for an illusion. Ultimately, she came to a relatively dry corner near the cabin door, leaning against the cold wall and slowly sliding down to sit. As she settled, her body swayed imperceptibly, only to be forcibly steadied by her resolve. She laid the raikiri across her knees, her hands gently resting upon the scabbard, as if drawing strength from the cold metal. She closed her eyes, her long lashes casting faint shadows on her pale visage, and the blood at the corner of her mouth stood out starkly in the silence of her closed eyes. Throughout this ordeal, she uttered not a sound, offered no explanation, nor did she wipe away the bloodstain. Only the profound weariness and silent pain permeated the air, heavy enough to stifle breath. Lucy watched Sakura settle down, then glanced at the unconscious Charlie beside her, unable to contain herself any longer. A low sob broke the stillness of the cabin, akin to the whimper of an injured creature. Millie struggled to crawl over to Lucy, awkwardly patting her back with her equally cold hand, her own eyes brimming with tears, her fiery hair hanging limply, devoid of spark. Dorf observed this scene, the chilling pain in his left arm intertwining with the surging fear within him. He turned his gaze to Nai. The student council president remained seated at the control panel, her posture as straight as a javelin, her profile illuminated by the screen's cold light resembling a marble sculpture, devoid of any expression. She methodically operated the system, repairing the damaged communication lines, as if the suffering, weeping, fragility, and that glaring blood were merely data parameters to be recorded. Base communications established. Requesting urgent medical assistance. Coordinates have been sent. Repeat, the Abyss messenger has escaped, with 2 critically injured and 1 unidentified source of contamination, requesting the highest level of isolation and medical intervention. Nai's voice emanated through the communicator, steady and clear, devoid of any tremor, precisely articulating their condition. Severely injured personnel, an unidentified source of contamination, and the highest level of quarantine. Each word struck coldly against Dav's heart. Chapter 93. The Throat of the Abyss, 15. Dav lowered his gaze once more to his left arm, which had been tainted by an eerie blue hue. Cold, lifeless, it emanated an ominous aura. The word source of Nai's pollution echoed in his mind like a chilling verdict. Instinctively, he clutched his left arm with his right hand, as if attempting to peel the icy blue from his skin, yet this only resulted in a deeper, marrow-deep ache and a frigid sensation. The faint light from the Albatross transit platform finally penetrated the shattered observation window, revealing a blurred outline in the deep blue waters. The light, a beacon of survival, drew nearer, yet the atmosphere aboard the abyssal messenger was heavier and more oppressive than when they had fled the abyss. Hope for salvation was overshadowed by immense trauma, debilitating fatigue, the frigid isolation, and the silent flow of blood, all draped in a dense shroud named uncertainty and fear. The vessel slightly adjusted its position, drawing closer to the light that symbolized temporary safety, the engine issuing a few last desperate murmurs. Doff leaned against the cold wall of the cabin, closing his eyes, the chill of his arm coiled around him like a venomous serpent. The icy commands of Nai echoed in his ears, the vivid red at the corner of Sakura's lips lingering in the darkness. This battered ship, the Abyssal Messenger, carried scarred souls toward the shore of life fraught with uncertainty. The lights of Albatross 3 penetrated the deep blue waters, enveloping the battered hull of the Abyssal Messenger in a stark, cold halo of light. This illumination bore no warmth, only a sterile, disquieting cleanliness reminiscent of an operating table. A massive mechanical arm, akin to the tentacles of a deep-sea leviathan, silently and precisely seized the scarred transport vessel, drawing it into a brightly lit enclosed dock. With the shrill sound of equalizing pressure, The heavy isolation gate slowly descended, completely severing the vessel from the boundless, terrifying unknown of the inky blue outside. The dull thud of the gate closing struck Doff's taut nerves like a heavy hammer. Clutching his icy, bone-chilling arm, he could distinctly feel the pulsation of the blue bruise beneath his skin, no longer a searing sensation, but a slow, deathly cold throb, akin to the movement of a polar glacier. The sweet metallic scent of rust seemed to have seeped into his very bones, coursing through his veins with each heartbeat. Isolation? Source of pollution? Nye's cold voice reverberated in his mind like the echo of a judgment. As the gate opened, blinding white light and the strong scent of disinfectant surged in. The medical team, already on high alert, flowed into the disheveled cabin like a tide of white. Silent yet efficient. Priority to the severely injured. Stretcher. The team leader's voice emerged through their masks, imbued with undeniable authority. Two medics clad in fully enclosed protective gear swiftly approached Charlie's side. Lucy was gently pulled aside, clutching her camera with such intensity her nails nearly embedded in its plastic casing, tears streaming silently as she watched Charlie's lifeless face being carefully lifted onto the stretcher. Another medical team moved directly to the bow's corner. Sakura Katori remained leaning against the wall, seated on the frigid floor. The Raichi sword lay horizontally across her knees, her hands still resting upon the scabbard, as if it were her sole point of support. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, she gradually lifted her gaze. Her face, pale to the point of translucence, was adorned with damp, disheveled black hair, accentuating her skin's fragility, akin to thin ice. Chapter 94. The Throat of the Abyss, 16. At the corners of her tightly pressed lips, a half-congealed dark red stain, under the pallid light, appeared as strikingly beautiful as the last remnants of cherry blossoms on the verge of wilting. Her gaze remained icy, yet deep within her pupils lay an impenetrable mist, revealing an immense void and exhaustion born from the depletion of her very essence. She did not resist the medic's assistance. However, when the medic attempted to touch the blade resting on her knee, the hand draped over the sheath tightened imperceptibly for a brief moment. Ultimately, Sakura merely shook her head gently, declining the medic's offer to safeguard her weapon. Clutching the heavy katana tightly to her chest as though it were an integral part of her being, before she was supported onward, her steps wavering yet remarkably steady as she approached the opened isolation chamber door. Throughout, she uttered not a single groan, nor displayed any extraneous emotion. Only the profound weariness and the glaring crimson at her lips silently proclaimed the price she had paid. "Meili, duo fu, follow me," came Gonzalez's voice, cutting through the cacophony of medical commands, steady as a mechanical reading. He stood beside the open isolation door, the oil stains and traces of seawater on his work trousers failing to detract from his upright posture, reminiscent of a pine tree. His gaze behind the lenses scanned Meili and duo fu devoid of emotion, akin to a scanner confirming two samples in need of processing. Meili struggled to straighten herself, her drenched black hair limply cascading over her shoulders, the once vibrant sparks extinguished, leaving only a dark red soaked by seawater. She glanced at duo fu, then towards the direction from which Sakura and Charlie were taken. Her lips moved slightly, yet she ultimately followed in silence. Duo fu cradled his left arm, a cold, eerie blue appearing even more sinister and foreboding under the harsh white light. He trudged heavily behind Nye, each step feeling as though he were treading upon ice. The passage of the isolation chamber was narrow and frigid, its walls a lifeless metallic silver, illuminated only by rows of glaring white LED tubes overhead, casting shadows that compressed at their feet, yet elongated with disquiet. The air was filled solely with the sound of footsteps, the faint hum of the ventilation system, and an overwhelming scent of disinfectant mingled with the metallic tang of iron emanating from his very marrow. Fear coiled around his heart like a chilling vine, constricting to the point of near suffocation. Pollution's source, isolation. These frigid words spiraled in his mind, the icy pulsations in his left arm seeming to mock his helplessness. At the end of the passage stood a series of heavy isolation doors, flickering with an eerie green light. Gonzalez halted before one of the doors, swiping his ID card. As a cold electronic voice resonated, identity confirmed. Minister Gonzalez, authorization approved. Isolation Unit B7 ready. The heavy airtight door slid open soundlessly to reveal a pristine white space within. The walls, floor, and ceiling were composed of flawless white composite material, dazzling to the point of disorientation. At the center of the room stood a similarly stark white hard bed, while a corner housed equally immaculate washing facilities. There were no windows, no superfluous items. Only a few inconspicuous sensors in the corner, flickering with a faint red light. Duo Fu enter. Gonzalez stepped aside, clearing the passage, his voice devoid of inflection, as if directing an item to its rightful place. The system will conduct a comprehensive monitoring of you for a duration of 72 hours. Departure from this unit is prohibited without authorization. Chapter 95, The Throat of the Abyss, 17. Duo Fu stood at the threshold, gazing at the expanse of desolate white, feeling as though his very blood were congealing. Instinctively, he took a half-step back, clutching his left arm tighter, his knuckles turning pale. What is this? His voice emerged dry and hoarse, laden with an inescapable dread and confusion. My hand, the energy of an unknown entity is eroding. Threat level high. Gonzalez interrupted him, his gaze fixated on the eerie blue patch upon Duo Fu's left arm, his eyes behind the lenses resembling a frozen abyss, devoid of any emotion, merely observing and analyzing. Fear does not aid in resolving the predicament. Entering isolation is the first step to gathering data and seeking solutions, as well as a necessary measure to ensure the safety of others. His words were precise, cold, and logically unassailable. Yet they fell upon Duo Fu like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the last flicker of solace he sought. Ensuring the safety of others? Duo Fu's eyes swept over the chilling blue on his arm, and he seemed to glimpse the vivid red at the corner of a cherry blossom mouth. Gritting his teeth, he dragged his heavy feet, step by step, into that suffocating, pure white prison. The airtight door closed silently behind him, locking shut with a dull click, severing him from the outside world. Pale light flooded in from all directions, pinning his solitary figure at the center of the room, while the eerie blue mark on his left arm stood out starkly against the pristine backdrop, bizarre and jarring, like a brand from the abyss. The room was left with only the monotonous hum of the ventilation system and the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Coldness, silence, solitude, and the slow, stubborn pulse of chill emanating from deep within his arm, akin to a serpent coiled within his marrow. Duo Fu sank helplessly onto the frigid white bed, burying his head deep in the crook of his arm. The icy breath of the blue aura enveloped him, the sweet metallic tang of rust filling his nostrils. He felt himself plummeting into an endless, pure white nightmare. Outside the isolation observation room, behind the cold one-way glass, Gonzalez stood alone in the narrow observation corridor. The stark white light poured down from above, accentuating his upright figure. He faced the glass, his gaze penetrating the specially crafted mirror, landing upon the figure curled upon the white bed within the isolation unit. Duo Fu cradled his left arm, ravaged by the blue, his head buried deep within the crook of his arm, his shoulders trembling slightly. Even through the thick glass and complex monitoring systems, Gonzalez could sense the palpable fear, confusion, and chilling despair that almost materialized from the boy. His slender form appeared diminutive amidst the suffocating whiteness, like a speck of dust poised to be consumed. Only the blue patch on his left arm shimmered in the light, the sole discordant hue in this pure white cage, imbued with an ominous chill. Gonzalez's expression remained inscrutable. His gaze behind the lenses functioned like the most precise scanner, calmly recording the physiological data of Duo Fu as it danced across the screen. Tachycardia, elevated blood pressure, surging adrenaline levels, a quintessential extreme stress response. His fingers deftly glided over the compact, tactical tablet he carried, swiftly accessing the high-definition images transmitted in the final moments by the abyssal messenger. These depicted the eerie blue living walls and the colossal beast sigils within the chasm of the abyss, alongside the astonishing energy readings from Katori Sakura's Crimson Blade arc. The data cascaded before him like a waterfall, while his mind functioned as an overclocked processor, calmly analyzing, comparing, and deducing. Chapter 96. Throat of the Abyss, 18. According to the test data provided by Vera, the anomalous energy characteristics of Duff's arm exhibit an alarming similarity of 87.3 to the energetic fluctuations of the eerie blue substance within the rift. At that moment, the communication light at the end of the observation corridor flickered to life. Emitting a soft hum, Gonzalez raised his hand and tapped his earpiece lightly. "Minister Gonzalez," came the voice of the medical supervisor from the other end, the background filled with the rhythmic beeping of machinery. The preliminary examination results for Sakura Katori had arrived. There are multiple ruptured capillaries within the internal organs, and the energy core. To put it simply, the meridian system has suffered extensive traumatic damage. The force she forcibly exerted far exceeded her physical limits, as if she were burning the very essence of her life. The situation is dire. She remains in a deep coma, with unstable vital signs. We're doing everything we can to sustain her. Gonzalez's gaze remained fixed on the curled figure behind the one-way glass, his expression unchanging, though his fingers tightened minutely around the tactical tablet, knuckles paling. After a brief silence of 2 seconds, he spoke, his voice steady as ever. "Provide all necessary medical assistance. Any resources required, access my authority directly." "Understood." Additionally, there is Charlie Von Capet. The medical supervisor's voice took on a grave tone. "His condition is even more peculiar. So far, there are no signs of awakening powers, and we have yet to ascertain the cause. We detected a previously unseen energy vacuum state within him. It is as though the blinding white light he emitted instantly consumed everything, even siphoning away the fundamental energy that sustains life. His vital signs are extremely weak. But this is not merely a case of depletion. The sample of the blue crystal from the nape has been collected, and the analysis results also point to the unknown." The communication fell into a brief silence, the only sound being the steady beeping of medical instruments emanating faintly from the earpiece. "I understand." Gonzalez's voice remained unwavering, as if he were receiving a report on equipment where rather than a matter of life and death. "Maintain open lines of communication. Inform me immediately of any changes." The connection was severed, and silence reclaimed the observation corridor. Gonzalez shifted his gaze from the one-way glass to the tactical tablet in his hand. With a real-time monitoring graph of Duff's eerie blue energy fluctuations pulsated incessantly. The peaks and frequencies of the graph formed a disturbing dynamic triangular resonance with the faint life sign wave of Sakura in her coma and the enigmatic readings of energy vacuum state within Charlie. It was as if an invisible and frigid thread cruelly intertwined the lives of these three, all struggling on the precipice of the abyss. He raised his eyes again, looking towards the isolation chamber. Duff appeared to be in a semi-comatose state, overwhelmed by extreme fatigue and fear, his body trembling slightly, the eerie blue arm hanging limply over the white sheets like a cold foreign object that did not belong to him. At that moment, the tactical tablet suddenly emitted a series of urgent, low-frequency beeps. The screen instantly flooded with glaring red. A high-level encrypted communication request was forcibly initiated. Without hesitation, Gonzalez connected instantly. There exists no imagery, only a severely distorted and frigid electronic synthesized voice, devoid of any semblance of human emotion, reverberating through the void. Each syllable seems to be hewn from an abyss of unrelenting cold. "Minister Gonzalez. Directive 0 of the Project Zero. Target embryo has been confirmed as activated. The core energy readings of the Aitken-C hatchery have surged by 700. Final clearance window, 48 hours, Earth time." Chapter 97. The Throat of the Abyss, 19. Dorf, a first-year student at Flossin Academy, has been identified as an optimal incubation medium for the anomalous energy reaction within him. Deemed embryonic. Reiterating, target Dorf is classified as a high-risk contamination source and a core incubation medium. Directive, at all costs, ensure the survival of the key bearer until the commencement of the eradication operation. Should the activity of the medium within him breach the critical threshold or exhibit uncontrollable aberrations, execute the final purification protocol alpha. Countdown to eradication. Gomos. The communication abruptly ceased. The glaring red alert on the tablet screen remained an eye-catching specter. As the countdown numbers coldly flickered, 47, 59, 58. Gonzalez stood silently, his pale silhouette cast upon the frigid metallic floor by the stark lighting. His gaze, concealed behind lenses, resembled two frozen obsidian orbs, unfathomable and devoid of light. He methodically stowed away the tactical tablet, each movement precise and steady, devoid of even the slightest tremor. It was as if the chilling directive just received, one that could determine the fate of his comrades, was merely an ordinary stream of information to be processed. Footsteps approached from behind. Gonzalez did not turn, but caught a glimpse of the newcomer in the glass reflection. "How are you holding up?" he inquired. Nye's gaze traversed the glass, resting upon Dorf. "I'm fine. I came to check on them. You've worked hard this time. Thank you for bringing them back safely." Gonzalez, Sakura Katori would be a better fit to lead the team. She would make optimal judgments and ensure everyone's welfare, whereas I cannot. "Do not speak so," Gonzalez interjected. "Child, had it not been for your prowess, they would have perished entirely." The stark white light resembled frozen frost, pressing in from all directions upon this pure white prison. Dorf curled upon the unyielding cot, his left arm pressed tightly against his body, the bone-deep cold ache and the slow, stubborn pulsation reminiscent of a venomous serpent coiled within his marrow, incessantly reminding him of his own aberration. The cerulean bruises under the light took on a lifeless, mineral sheen, akin to sapphire veins embedded beneath his skin, emanating an eerie, inhuman aura. The sweet metallic scent of rust had ceased to be pungent, as if it had wholly fused with his essence, each breath imbued with this cold, sanguine stench originating from within. Fear, akin to a chill permeating his bones, had long surpassed the threshold of eruption, transforming into a heavy, suffocating numbness. He gazed at his cerulean arm, perceiving it as a frigid, alien appendage not belonging to him. The solitary window of the isolation chamber was a nondescript camera nestled in the corner, its red indicator light resembling the unblinking eye of a monstrous abyss, eternally scrutinizing him. Dorf found himself too weary to even glance at it. Time had lost its significance within these confines. Only the monotonous hum of the ventilation system persisted, akin to the dying breath of a leviathan, reverberating eternally in the silence. He closed his eyes, endeavoring to conjure the mist of the drum tower at dawn. The tantalizing aroma of freshly made Ruggiamo from the old Ma's shop wafting through the air, mingling with the familiar, slightly bitter scent of licorice and aged tangerine peel that pervaded the apothecary. Yet these warm fragments, in the face of the cold and palpable pulse emanating from his left arm, were as fragile as bubbles shimmering in sunlight, instantly frozen and shattered. He felt himself sinking into this pure white void, gradually consumed and assimilated by the icy, ethereal blue that enveloped his arm. Chapter 98, The Throat of the Abyss, Part 20. Within the corridor of observation, the frigid illumination radiated an unyielding chill. Nye stood immobile before the one-way glass, resembling a statue hewn from marble. As the shifts rotated, Gonzalez had departed to rest. Nye's gaze, tranquil and unwavering, penetrated the specialized glass, focusing on the curled figure within the isolation chamber, akin to observing an anomalous specimen in a petri dish. His breathing was steady and elongated, devoid of any disarray. A tactical tablet hovered beside him, its ethereal blue screen cascading with intricate streams of data. On the left side, real-time physiological monitoring of Dofu. Heart rate, 112 BPM, persistently elevated. Blood pressure, 145/90 millimeters of mercury. Adrenaline, consistently high. Neurotransmitter gamma-aminobutyric acid levels abnormally low. Fear suppression failure. Adjacent to it was the energy fluctuation graph of the Azure arm, exhibiting a peculiar, glacial rhythm with a stable frequency of 0.5 Hz. The intensity ascending at an exceedingly slow, yet irreversible pace. The right side of the split screen displayed two additional sets of data. Sakura Katori's vital signs. Heart rate, 45 BPM. In a profound coma. Blood pressure, 50 millimeters of mercury, blood oxygen saturation, 92 ventilator assisted. Assessment of the energy core or meridian system damage. Severe, multiple energy nodes ruptured. Dissipated energy readings consistently low, with a faint yet distinct resonance peak corresponding to Dofu's arm's energy fluctuations. Frequency overlap. 0. 5 Hz. Charlie's vital signs. Heart rate. 32 BPM, critical. Blood pressure. 60-40 millimeters of mercury. Blood oxygen saturation. 89. Internal energy readings. Nearing a vacuum state. Residual blue sand energy at the nape. Weak, yet also displaying faint signs of 0. 5 Hz resonance with Dofu's arm energy fluctuations. 3 distinct life states. Intertwined by the slow pulsations of energy curves at the identical frequency of 0. 5 Hz, wove together on the frigid screen, forming a chilling triangular cage that tightly bound the 3 lives teetering on the brink of existence and oblivion. Nye's fingertips glided silently over the tablet, retrieving the high-definition imagery captured in the final moments of the Abyss Messenger, depicting the cerulean living wall within the throat of the Abyss. In the imagery, a viscous substance pulsated and flowed, embedded with countless azure compound eyes. Its core frequency of energy fluctuations was undeniably 0. 5 Hz as well. With an expression devoid of emotion, he overlaid this graph onto the screen, achieving a perfect match with the data from Dofu's arm. Similarity, 93. 7. A chilling logical chain silently constructed and extended within his mind. Medium, incubation. The chilling term nestled within the highest directive, optimal incubation medium for embryos, dissecting the reality before him with the precision of a scalpel. The anomaly on Dofu's arm was not an isolated incident, but rather an anchor cast by the Abyss. An umbilical cord linking to the horror known as the embryo. The overextension of Sakura and the imminent demise of Charlie have drawn their vital energy into the 0. 5 Hz frequency of death, akin to sacrificial wood, being nourished by an unknown and cruel mechanism that accelerates the maturation of this conduit. The tactical tablet vibrated once more, silent yet illuminated by a blood-red glow along its edges. A high-security communication request. Nye raised a hand to connect. Chapter 99. Throat of the Abyss complete. Countdown. 42. 1837. Once again, the chilling and distorted electronic synthetic voice devoid of human emotion reverberated. Target medium energy activation index, rising rate, 0.7 per hour. The critical threshold has been reached at 73. Warning, should the activation index surpass 80, the embryo will acquire preliminary abilities to interfere with reality. A breakthrough of 90 will reduce the success rate of the eradication operation to below 30. Instruction update. Execute the medium stabilization plan Gamma immediately. Utilize the stock of 0 compound to suppress its energy activation surge. Objective. Keep the activation index below 80 until the eradication operation commences. Should the Gamma plan fail, or the activation index exceed 85, authorize immediate execution of the final purification protocol Alpha. Repeat, at all costs, prevent the embryo from prematurely awakening. Communication interrupted. The blood-red countdown cruelly pulsated on the screen. 42, 1832. Nye's gaze, for the first time, withdrew from the one-way glass, returning to the tactical panel where the crimson curve representing the aberrant energy activity of Dofu's arm continued to ascend. 73, steadily rising at a rate of 0.7 per hour. Behind the cold numbers lay the brutal fate of a life marked as a medium, deemed in need of stabilization or even purification. His fingers swiftly operated on the panel, calling up the database of the 0 compound. Complex molecular formulas, images of a sickly green liquid sample, annotated as a potent energy suppressor, with high neurotoxicity and potential side effects of permanent nerve damage. Lines of cold text and data scrolled across the screen. He slowly lifted his head, once again gazing at the curled figure behind the one-way glass. The boy's frail shoulders trembled slightly under the frigid white light. Was it fear cold, or the insidious azure slowly eroding his body? Nye's gaze seemed to penetrate the glass, piercing through Dofu's curled form. landing on the skin of his left arm that emitted an ominous blue glow. There, something was awakening, pulsing with the cold rhythm of 0.5 hertz, gradually connecting to the unfathomable depths of the abyss. At all costs, the synthetic voice's command echoed in his mind. Nye's eyes remained as still as a frozen pond, reflecting no light, only pure calculation and weighing of choices. He stood silently, like an ancient iceberg, his fingers gripping the tactical panel, the joints turning pale from excessive pressure, as if he were holding not a cold machine, but something teetering on the brink of the abyss. He issued no commands, merely observing the Scarlet Activation Index, which stealthily ticked from 73.0 to 73.1. In the medical area, the intensive care unit. The lights here were equally stark, yet accompanied by the rhythmic and cold beeping of life support systems, resembling the tolling of a funeral bell for the slumbering. The air was thick with a mingled scent of disinfectants and medications, heavy enough to render one breathless. Sakura Katori lay within the innermost isolation chamber. The myriad hues of the tubes entwined around her slender wrists and neck like peculiar vines, connecting her to the surrounding flickering instruments. Her complexion was more pallid than the walls of the isolation chamber, her lips devoid of all color, save for the long eyelashes that cast a delicate shadow under the cold glow of the devices. The ventilator functioned rhythmically, tiny droplets of moisture condensing on the transparent mask. She lay motionless, akin to an exquisite yet fragile glass figurine, with only the faint undulations of the electrocardiogram on the monitor attesting to the fact that life had not entirely forsaken her. The profound exhaustion and trauma penetrated her very bones, plunging her into the deepest protective coma, severing her from the external world and dulling the agonizing decay of her core energy. Chapter 100, The Key, Part 1, within the adjacent isolation chamber. Charlie's condition appeared even more harrowing. He, too, was connected to a complex life support system, yet the readings on the instruments were notably weaker and more perilous. His skin exhibited a peculiar translucence, as if the blood and muscle within him had thinned under some unseen force. His silver hair hung lifelessly, clinging to his pallid forehead. The small wounds left by the collection of blue sand samples on the nape of his neck had healed, yet the skin there seemed darker than the surrounding area. The monitor displayed a heart rate that was alarmingly low, with blood oxygen saturation teetering on the brink of danger. Most disturbingly, the energy monitor, which indicated his vital energy levels, showed not a mere decline, but an abyss of darkness, as if a black hole were consuming every ounce of energy from Charlie, leaving behind merely a physical shell. The medical director referred to this phenomenon as an energy vacuum state, a condition that should theoretically not exist within a living organism. He resembled a flickering lamp on the verge of extinguishment. Lucy curled up on a chair wedged between the two hospital beds, akin to a rain-soaked bird stripped of all shelter. She clutched a filthy Polaroid camera, as if it were the sole object offering her a semblance of security. Her tears had long since dried, and her swollen eyes gazed hollowly at the unconscious figures of Charlie and Sakura within the glass enclosure. Miri sat beside her, equally weary, her once vibrant orange hair now devoid of life, draping over her shoulders like faded satin. One of her hands rested gently on Lucy's trembling shoulder, silently conveying a fragile support. Sakura and Charlie. Lucy's voice was dry and raspy, thick with nasal congestion, her gaze fixated on the nearly straight line of Charlie's heart rate on the monitor. Minister Gonzalez had stated that he might not the remainder of her words caught in her throat, transforming into a silent sob. Miri's gaze shifted from Charlie to Sakura's pale face, where the depths of extinguished flames revealed uncontainable anguish and fury. "No," she murmured softly, as if attempting to persuade Lucy, yet also reassuring herself. "Sakura has sacrificed so much. We have barely escaped. They will be fine." Yet, the conviction in her words was so faint that even she could hear its fragility. The image of Sakura's blood gushing forth after that devastating blow, Charlie's face turning ashen in the wake of the blinding light, was etched into her memory like a brand. Especially haunting was Minister Gonzalez's calm, steady delivery of the news that Charlie might not survive the night. His tone was devoid of emotion, instilling a bone-chilling dread within her. How could he speak such words with such composure? At that moment, the heavy isolation door of the intensive care unit slid open silently. Nai's figure appeared at the threshold, still clad in the work uniform stained with grease and ocean remnants. However, his upright posture and icy demeanor rendered him incongruous with the atmosphere thick with suffering and death. He did not glance at Lucy or Miri. Instead, his gaze, sharp as a precise probe, swept directly toward the real-time data on the monitors within the glass chamber. Sakura Katori's vital signs remain low, yet relatively stable, while Charlie's readings hover perilously close to danger. The readings from the energy vacuum state resemble an unfathomable abyss, devouring the luminous points that symbolize life. Chapter 101. The Key Part 2. Master Scissor, please, Lucy exclaimed, as if she had grasped a lifeline. Rising abruptly, with a quivering voice. Charlie and Sister Sakura, I implore you. Think of something. Nai's gaze finally settled upon Lucy, his expression tranquil and unperturbed, offering no words of comfort, merely pure observation and assessment. The medical team was executing the utmost life support protocol. His voice was steady, as if reciting a maintenance report. Charlie's condition surpassed the bounds of current medical understanding, and maintaining the status quo was the only option. Sakura's internal injuries required time to heal, and the damage to her energy core might be irreversible. The duration of consciousness remained unpredictable. Irreversible. Millie abruptly lifted her head, the extinguished flames within her eyes seemingly rekindled with a spark, yet that ember was chilled by fury. What does irreversible mean? Sakura sacrificed herself to save us, stating facts. Nai interjected, shifting his focus to Sakura's isolation chamber. Behind his glasses, his gaze resembled a frozen abyss, reflecting no emotional ripples. Her choices had led to the current outcome. Emotional outbursts would not ameliorate the situation. His frigid words fell like a bucket of icy water upon Mealy's newly ignited wrath, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in Lucy's eyes. Mealy opened her mouth, yet felt as though her throat was constricted by an unseen force, rendering her voiceless. She could only clench her fists tightly, her nails digging deep in her palms, her body trembling slightly with a mix of rage and helplessness. Lucy, on the other hand, collapsed entirely onto her chair, clutching her camera, burying her face deep within it, her shoulders shaking silently. Nai paid no further heed to them. He approached the control console, scrutinizing the detailed medical data of Sakura and Charlie, his fingers gliding swiftly across the screen, clicking with precision as though he were resolving two intricate engineering dilemmas. His movements were efficient and exact, without a hint of superfluity. However, upon encountering the 3D simulation of Sakura's energy core damage, the model, torn asunder by countless blades and riddled with fractures, spun and magnified on the screen. For a fleeting moment, less than a second, his finger hesitated. In that suffocating silence, Nai's tactical tablet emitted a low hum once more, the screen illuminating with a blinding red light. A line of chilling text appeared. Media Activity Index, 75. 1. Gamma Contingency Plan ready for initiation. Nai's attention instantly diverted from the medical data to the scarlet text. Deep within the icy depths behind his glasses, something subtle seemed to ripple, so swift it could be mistaken for an illusion. He expressionlessly closed the medical data interface, turned, and his military boots struck the cold floor with a steady, clear cadence, reminiscent of precision clockwork. Step by step, he advanced toward the exit of the intensive care unit, casting not a single glance back at Sakura and Charlie within the glass chamber, nor at the despairing Mealy and Lucy behind him. The foremost priority now lay with Doph. The Media Activity Index was on the verge of breaching the critical threshold. Nai's silhouette, as straight as a javelin, vanished beyond the automatically closing isolation door, leaving only the chilling echoes of footsteps and the desolate silence of the intensive care unit. The rhythmic beeping of the machines punctuated the air alongside the silent, pulsating crimson countdown displayed on the screen. 42, 519. Chapter 102. The Key, Part 3. The heavy airtight door of the isolation chamber emitted a dull hydraulic sound as it slowly slid open. A stark white light poured in from outside, casting the elongated silhouette of Nye onto the pristine floor. He stepped inside, holding a silver-gray cryogenic metal case emblazoned with a black skull and crossed test tubes. The surface of the case was coated in fine frost, exuding a chilling aura. His footsteps were steady and precise, each measured distance echoing sharply on the metallic floor, producing a cold, resonant sound that pierced the silence of the prison cell. Dav was startled by the sound of the door opening and instinctively raised his head. Upon seeing the iconic skull symbol alongside Nye's impassive face, a wave of icy dread surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head, surpassing even the chilling grip of the ethereal blue that afflicted his left arm. He instinctively clutched his left arm, recoiling against the cold wall, his eyes betraying an unmistakable terror. "Brother, I presume you are not here to set me free." Nye offered no response. He walked to the center of the room, placing the cryogenic metal case steadily at the edge of the white bed. As the lid opened, a more intense wave of cold surged forth, instantly condensing a small cloud of white mist at the opening. Inside, several specially designed syringes were neatly arranged, filled with a viscous liquid that emitted an ominous, eerie green glow. Beside them lay a complex array of connecting tubes, sensors, and a miniature control terminal pulsating with a spectral blue light. Nye's movements were precise and efficient, resembling a rehearsal performed countless times before. He donned sterile gloves, grasping a syringe, its cold metallic surface gleaming in his grasp. He connected the sensors to the control terminal, and the screen illuminated, casting an ethereal blue light upon his expressionless face. According to the highest directive, executing medium stabilization protocol Gamma. Nye's voice remained steady and unperturbed, akin to the recitation of an operational manual. Objective: suppress the anomalous energy activity index escalation in the target individual's left arm. Agent: zero compound. Anticipated side effects: neurogenic pain, localized tissue paralysis, potentially accompanied by hallucinations and transient cognitive disorientation. As he spoke, he meticulously adhered the cold sensor patch around the eerie blue mark on Dav's left arm. The moment the patch made contact with the skin, Dav felt a penetrating chill seep into his very marrow. "Can we not discuss this further?" Dav's voice trembled with acute fear as he attempted to struggle. Yet his body was ensnared by overwhelming psychological pressure and the numbing cold of his left arm, rendering his movements clumsy and ineffective. "What is this abomination? Remove it. I'm not a medium. I'm not." He gazed at the syringe, its needle glimmering with a ghostly green light, as if it were the scythe of death itself. Nye remained indifferent to Dav's struggles and cries. With one hand firmly restraining Dav's trembling left arm, he steadied the syringe in the other, executing the motion with unwavering precision. His gaze, behind the lenses, resembled the unyielding surgical lights, coldly focused on the injection site. There was no malice, no compassion in that gaze, only an unwavering dedication to fulfill the command. Cooperation will alleviate the suffering. Nye's voice remained devoid of any fluctuation. The needle pierced the skin, and an indescribable, bone-chilling agony surged into the left arm in an instant. It was not merely a common chill, but a frigidness so profound it seemed capable of freezing the very soul. Imbued with an intensely corrosive cold. Chapter 103. The Key, Part 4. Dorf's body tensed abruptly, akin to a fish out of water, releasing a suppressed, fragmented roar from his throat. He felt as though his arms had been suddenly immersed in liquid nitrogen, with his muscles, veins, nerves, and even bones emitting a silent lament under the infusion of that eerie green liquid. Simultaneously, a powerful wave of dizziness crashed over his mind like a tsunami. The pure white space before him began to warp and spin, the pallid light transforming into a ghastly green flame. It seemed as if countless sharp, inhuman shrieks echoed in his ears, reminiscent of the terrifying whispers resonating from the depths of the sea, under the stimulus of the green liquid. The azure stains on his skin erupted with blinding brilliance. Within that radiance, it appeared as though myriad cold, ghostly compound eyes opened beneath his skin, regarding him with chilling indifference. The sweet metallic scent of rust intensified 100-fold, filling his nostrils and mouth, nearly suffocating him. Ugh! Dorf's body convulsed violently. His eyes wide open, pupils dilated from excruciating pain and hallucinations. He beheld the flying eaves of the bell tower, distorting into monstrous fangs in the ghastly green light. Viscous azure liquid oozing from the apothecary's cabinet, and the aroma of meat sandwiches turning into a nauseating stench of decay. The boundary between reality and a nightmarish illusion frantically intertwined and tore within his consciousness. Nye steadily controlled the syringe, disregarding Dorf's violent convulsions and agonized expression, meticulously regulating the speed and dosage of the injection. On the miniature control terminal, the scarlet curve representing the energy activity of Dorf's left arm, after a brief, intense fluctuation, began a visible descent. 75, 1. 74, 8. 74, 3. The suppressive effect was immediate. Yet, at the very moment, the activity index plummeted to 74. 0. Beep, beep, beep. A piercing alarm blared abruptly within the isolation chamber. It did not emanate from Nye's terminal, but rather from an inconspicuous camera nestled in the corner. The red indicator light flickered erratically. Nye's gaze sharpened instantly, darting towards the control terminal. On the screen, the scarlet curve representing Dorf's left arm's energy activity, after dipping to 74, did not continue its descent. Instead, it appeared as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. Subsequently, a surge of energy, far more violent and profound, imbued with endless cold malice, erupted from the depths of Dorf's left arm like a slumbering ancient beast stirred to wrath. The curve soared almost vertically, ascending with wild fervor. 74, 0, 75, 577, 279, 0. The terminal screen was engulfed by a blinding scarlet alarm. A line of cold text flickered madly. Warning: unknown high-dimensional energy backlash. Gamma protocol ineffective. Activity index surpasses 79, approaching level 1 interference threshold. Simultaneously, Dorf's convulsions intensified dramatically. He abruptly lifted his head, emitting a deep, unfathomably malicious roar that bore no resemblance to human sound. Within the depths of his pupils, clouded by pain and hallucination, a profound azure light, as vast as an ocean, suddenly ignited, cold and indifferent, as if enveloped in an absolute silence that devours all light. Nye's pupils, seldom affected by anything beyond pure calculation, suddenly constricted in response to an incomprehensible unknown. He made a swift decision, abruptly drawing out the syringe. Yet, it was already too late. Chapter 104. The Key, Part 5. A tremendous, invisible wave of frigid energy surged forth from Dov's body, erupting violently in every direction. Thick, ethereal blue ice crystals swiftly formed upon the pristine white walls. The lights in the room flickered wildly before extinguishing completely. Nye was violently hurled away by this ferocious force, crashing heavily against the sturdy, airtight door. The tactical tablet slipped from his grasp and shattered upon impact. The entire isolation chamber trembled violently. The piercing blare of alarms and the shrill wails of energy overload drowned out all else. Dov's body levitated half a foot above the bed, enveloped in a rich, writhing blue luminescence that resembled a living entity. His head hung low, and his black hair swayed without the slightest breeze, while the azure markings on his left arm seemed to animate, extending countless glowing veins that crept across his neck and half his face. His eyes, wide open, now reflected a pure, chilling blue light akin to the abyss itself. The sweet, metallic tang of rust filled the air, thick as a tangible mist of blood. Swirling within the blue glow, he slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the swirling ice crystals and chaotic energy currents, locking onto Nye, who had been flung against the door. This gaze no longer belonged to a frightened youth, but rather to a projection of an ancient, cold, and infinitely malevolent presence. A chilling, sticky voice, reminiscent of countless insects crawling through slime, echoed directly in Nye's mind. Imbued with a soul-freezing indifference, How dare an ant touch the seed of the abyss? The crimson countdown numbers continued to coldly flicker on the shattered tablet screen. 41, 58, 07. The frigid energy currents surged like a tangible tide, crashing violently within the pristine isolation chamber, emitting piercing shrieks. The blue ice crystals forming on the walls produced a grating sound, thickening and spreading, rapidly transforming this silent space into a bizarre and frigid ice cavern. The lights had long since gone dark, leaving only Dav's suspended form as the solitary source of illumination, radiating a rich blue glow that flowed like liquid. Within this glow, innumerable tiny, icy points of light floated around him, akin to living dust, flickering like countless indifferent compound eyes. Nai's body slammed heavily against the solid, airtight door, the immense impact causing the metal door panel to emit a muffled groan. The tactical tablet was violently dislodged, crashing onto the frost-laden ground with a sharp crack, its screen fracturing into a spiderweb of cracks. While the crimson countdown stubbornly continued, 41, 58, 06. The violent vibrations momentarily blackened his vision. A metallic sweetness surged in his throat, which he forced down. Sliding down against the door panel, the cold metallic sensation seeped through his drenched work attire. Half of his glasses shattered, revealing eyes that remained as deep and frozen as an ice-laden abyss. Yet at this moment, beneath the icy surface of that abyss, the visage of an inhuman entity radiating endless cold malice was reflected with startling clarity. Not Dav, but a vessel for an ancient will of the abyss. How dare an ant touch the seed of the abyss? The icy, viscous sound reverberated once more within his tumultuous consciousness, imbued with absolute indifference and a hint of pure malice that felt distinctly offensive. Each syllable pierced his nerves like frigid steel needles. The suspended figure of Dav slowly turned his head, his eyes entirely consumed by a profound and haunting azure. Chapter 105. The Key, Part 6. The suspended Dav slowly turned his head, his eyes entirely consumed by a profound, abyssal blue, fixating on Nai, who lounged against the doorframe. Lacking pupils and sclera, his eyes were mere swirling orbs, as if capable of devouring all light. In that moment, when Nai was ensnared by that gaze, he felt as though his very blood had frozen. An instinctual terror, stemming from the primal essence of life, gripped him with the chilling force of a colossal hand around his heart, confronting a predator of higher dimensions. Das' left hand, entirely enveloped in the azure veins resembling a living sapphire, rose slightly. Without any superfluous motion, his fingers began to open, agonizingly slow. Buzz! The ethereal blue light permeating the isolation chamber abruptly contracted inward, coalescing. The chilling points of light suspended in the air, summoned like soldiers, instantly converged into countless slender yet tangible azure beams. These beams, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness and a shrieking sound that ripped through space, cascaded toward Nai like a torrential downpour. Where they passed, the air crystallized into white frost, and the thick ice that had formed on the walls and ceiling was instantly shattered. The essence of death, cold and pure, descended in an instant. Nai's pupils constricted to the size of pinheads due to the overwhelming danger. His body, compelled by primal fear, sought to evade, but the agony from his injured insides slowed his movements by a fraction. As the lethal azure beams were about to pierce him, he was on the brink of disaster. In a moment of impending doom, Nai reacted instinctively as the energy wave collapsed into form. It was not a calculated action, but rather a reflex honed through countless encounters at the precipice of life and death, etched into his very bones. He lunged sideways, curling his body like a stone hurled with great force. Boom! The blinding torrent of energy crashed violently against the airtight door behind Nai. The superalloy door, capable of withstanding the impact of small meteors, emitted a sound akin to the groan of twisted metal, as if its very insides were being forcibly contorted. A massive, inwardly concave cavity formed instantly, the edges of which twisted and curled as if frozen in an absolute zero state, spiderweb-like cracks spreading furiously. The terrifying shockwave, accompanied by shards of ice, swept through the isolation chamber like a hailstorm. Although Nye had leaped out in time to avoid the brunt of the energy wave, the ferocious aftershock still slammed into his side. Pain surged through him. He let out a muffled groan, his body flung like a rag doll against the wall, thickly coated with ice crystals before collapsing to the ground. Ice shards mingled with a metallic taste of blood that he could no longer suppress, splattering onto the frozen floor, rapidly crystallizing into small, dark red blossoms. His vision dimmed, each breath accompanied by the sharp sting of ice scraping his throat. The shattered fragments of glass fell away, rendering his sight blurry and unstable. Struggling to prop himself up, he wiped the mixture of blood and ice from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, his deep-set eyes piercing through the swirling frost and chaotic energy currents, fixating intently on the entity suspended in the center of the room. There, at the heart of the ethereal azure glow, Doff's drooping head appeared to stir slightly. Upon his visage, which was entwined with ghostly blue veins, a countenance that straddled the line between youth and monstrosity, the corners of his mouth creaked upward with excruciating slowness and rigidity, forming a chilling smile devoid of any semblance of life. Chapter 106. The Key 7. The jarring alarm had long been drowned out by the piercing shriek of the energy storm. Fractured tactical panels lay amidst shards of ice, their screens illuminated by a ghostly blue light, which starkly displayed the crimson digits that continued to pulse coldly and relentlessly. 41, 58, 00. Time, in this frozen chaos, flowed with a cruel precision, ticking away second by second. Nye's fingers dug deeply into the icy, hard ground, the pain radiating from his fingertips, forcing his muddled consciousness to coalesce. He could not perish here. Doff, the Chinese youth who called him brother, was still trapped in that cerulean hell. And nearby, in the medical zone, were Mi Li, Lucy, the unconscious Charlie, and Sakura. They were exposed to this uncontrollable source of energy, akin to a solitary vessel caught in the eye of storm. A suppressed groan, strained to the utmost, emerged with the characteristic rasp of a boy's voice in transition, faint yet piercingly clear, cutting through the cacophony of energy turbulence and reaching Nye's eardrum. It was pain. It was struggle. It was the very essence of Doff's voice. The ghostly blue figure suspended in midair shuddered violently. That rigid smile instantly froze, contorting grotesquely. The dense cerulean light enveloping him surged like a lake disturbed by a boulder, violently roiling. The icy points of light within the brilliance flickered erratically. In those unfathomable azure eyes, a flicker of pure human fear and agony emerged, like a stone cast into a deep well, creating a momentary ripple, only to be swiftly consumed by an even more overwhelming and icy malice. Silence. Ant, the ancient, resonant voice rolled from Doff's own throat, laced with an offended fury. His body trembled violently, the living blue veins on his left arm flaring with blinding intensity, frantically spreading towards his heart. His remaining human right hand clutched desperately at his neck, nails sinking deep into his skin, as if trying to extract the alien essence within. A suffocating sound escaped his throat, gasping like a deflating bellows. Time was of the essence. Nye's pupils contracted sharply. That groan, that fleeting moment of struggle, was a brief crack in the battle for control between the abyssal will and its host. An exceedingly transient, ephemeral fissure. The body moved faster than thought. The agony seemed to be entirely muted in that instant. Nye sprang from the ground, like an arrow released from its bow, his target not the suspended Doff, but the emergency manual control panel, encrusted in ice, in the corner of the room. He glided perilously close to the ground, narrowly avoiding a beam of ghostly blue light that shot toward him from Doff's direction, nearly freezing his path. The beam grazed the tips of his hair, turning several strands of silver into icy dust that scattered in the air. The biting chill almost froze his scalp. Only 3 meters to the panel. 2 meters. Doff let out another agonizing scream, more excruciating than before. This time, the ancient will seem to gain an absolute upper hand. He lifted his head sharply, his azure eyes locking onto Nai's sprinting figure. An utterly pure and destructive malice surged forth like a tangible ice spear, poised to strike. In that moment, Nai could even feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The chilling shadow of death descended ominously. Without a moment to ponder, his body twisted forcefully in a desperate sprint, abruptly collapsing to the side. Chapter 107. The Key, Part 8. Boom. A torrent of blinding white energy, more formidable than any before, surged forth like the spear of a frozen reaper, narrowly grazing his body as it thundered past. The very spot where he had just fallen, along with a vast expanse of alloy wall cloaked in crystalline ice, was instantaneously perforated and vaporized. A colossal aperture, smooth-edged and exuding an absolute zero chill, materialized, directly connecting to the corridor beyond the isolation chamber. Fierce gusts of wind swept in, carrying fragments of corridor lights and the ominous red glow of alarms, violently flooding the room. The tremendous force of the impact hurled Nai away, his body akin to a severed kite, careening uncontrollably toward a wall adorned with sharp ice spikes. It was over. Nai's mind went blank, helplessly watching as those ice-like protrusions loomed larger in his vision, just as he was about to collide with the jagged spikes. A crimson light, akin to a dawn that tears through the frozen abyss, surged violently from the gaping hole. This light bore an insatiable fervor that obliterated all. It was not mere flame, but an existence far more concentrated, pure, and ferocious. The scarlet beam struck precisely at the area of ice spikes Nai was destined to crash into. The ear-splitting sound of vaporization erupted. The hard, steel-like azure ice spikes melted before the onslaught of the crimson beam, as if they were snow under a scorching sun, instantly dissolving, vaporizing, and releasing vast clouds of white steam. The searing wave of heat washed over Nai, dispelling the bone-chilling cold surrounding him, and physically cradling his flying form, softening his fall. "Brother Ace, don't dawdle." A familiar voice pierced through the chaotic energy and tumultuous steam, exploding in Nai's ears like thunder. It was Mealy. Through the swirling steam and erratic energy flows, Nai's blurred vision caught sight of the scene outside the hole. Mealy stood there, her feet seemingly rooted to the ground. Her black hair transformed into a raging torrent of molten lava, crimson, golden, and incandescent white, dancing wildly upward, flowing. Her hands thrust forward, palms extended, as a beam of concentrated crimson light continuously bombarded the ice spikes. She radiated an aura of terrifying heat. The metallic floor beneath her had softened and melted, taking on a dark red hue. Sweat streamed down her pale cheeks like a rivulet, evaporating into mist before it could even fall. And within her bright eyes burned an unrelenting madness and a tinge of forcibly suppressed pain directed at the azure figure within the chamber. She had forcefully breached this energy-forbidden zone. Alone, she faced the residual power of the royal predator's seed. Suspended in the center, Dofu seemed incensed by this sudden manifestation of pure and violent flame. He whirled around, his malicious azure eyes locking onto me outside the hole. The azure light enveloping him boiled with intensity, countless cold points of light vibrating like an enraged swarm of bees. A chilling intent, more terrifying than ever before, fused with a pure desire for annihilation, descended upon me like an invisible hammer. Mealy let out a muffled grunt, her body trembling violently. The crimson beam erupting from her palm dimmed and swayed precariously. The burning, molten hair appeared to be caressed by an invisible chill, causing the flames to flicker with instability. Her complexion turned as pale as parchment in an instant, a thin line of crimson trailing from the corner of her mouth, cascading down onto the molten floor below, emitting a faint hissing sound and rising in delicate wisps of blood mist. That frigid mental assault struck her consciousness like a multitude of steel needles, piercing deeply into her awareness. Chapter 108. The Key. 9. A muffled sound escaped Mealy's lips, her body trembling violently. The crimson beam emanating from her palm flickered and dimmed, wavering like a candle in the wind. The fiery tendrils of her molten hair, appeared to be buffeted by an invisible chill, their form becoming increasingly unstable. Her complexion turned ashen, lips bleeding crimson that trickled down onto the molten floor, producing a faint hissing sound and rising wisps of blood mist. The frigid mental assault pierced her consciousness like countless steel needles. "Sister Xiaomi!" A cry filled with despair rang out. Lucy's figure materialized behind me Li, desperately clinging to a protruding pipe fixed to the corridor wall, narrowly avoiding being swept away by the chaotic energy currents. She gazed at the blood trickling from Mi Li's lips, then at the monstrous Daf exuding an aura of terrifying malice within the room, and finally at Nai, who had just begun to rise from the ground, her eyes filled with sheer terror and helplessness, her small frame trembling like a leaf in the wind. "Brother, Sister Xiaomi can't hold on much longer. Daf, Lucy, be quiet," Mi Li cried hoarsely, straining to stabilize her faltering body. The dim crimson beam in her palm flickered back to life with great effort, bracing against the intangible weight pressing upon her mind. Her burning gaze fixated on the ethereal blue figure within the room. Her voice, twisted by pain and overwhelming fury, carried an undeniable resolve. "Ace, do what you must. Don't mind me. Bring him. Bring that bastard off back to me." Lucy's sobs and Mi Li's anguished shouts pierced through Nai's chaotic mind like two searing arrows. Dopes anguish struggle, Mi Li's burning determination. The crimson countdown ticking away. All images, sounds, and pain intertwined, collided, and erupted in an instant. Buzz! Nai's world seemed to be muted, as if an invisible button had been pressed. All the clamor, alarms, the shrill cries of energy, Mi Li's roars, Lucy's weeping, all bizarrely receded into the distance, vanishing in that moment. What remained in his vision was the emergency manual control panel, adorned with ice crystals and shimmering with a ghostly blue glow, and on it, a red circular button cloaked in frost. Distance, 5 steps. His heart thudded heavily in his chest, each contraction pressing against his wounded organs, delivering sharp pangs of pain. Yet in this moment, that pain became the only clear point of reference. He inhaled deeply, the icy air laced with crystalline shards stabbing into his lungs, akin to swallowing a blade. The shattered reflections in his deep-set eyes revealed a calmness that froze all things, the ice within them fully fracturing. Domain. A silent term formed upon his lips. There were no silver locks swirling without wind, no mystical symbols dancing within his pupils. Only an invisible force, akin to the precise mechanics of a clockwork mechanism, began to radiate from Nai, expanding outward with sudden ferocity. Within the domain, all things became threads. The scattered ice shards upon the ground, at the moment the domain descended, seemed to be imbued with life. They were no longer obstacles, but points of extension. Nai propelled himself off the ground, which was strewn with ice spikes, landing on a small patch of smooth surface left by the crimson beam that had just melted the ice. Thud! The first step. The body, akin to a taut bowstring, released with precision, deftly evading a stream of unconscious, ethereal azure energy that swept past overhead. The point of impact was a slightly raised seam of metallic flooring, not yet entirely concealed beneath a layer of ice. Chapter 109. The Key, Part 10. With a sharp sound, the second step was taken. The speed surged dramatically. As he tilted his body, a torrent of pale energy grazed the tip of his nose, crashing violently against the distant wall, leaving yet another terrifying ice cavity. The ferocious airflow whipped his garments. He seized the momentum to spin, landing on a fractured metallic component embedded in the icy ground. With a sharp sound, the third step followed. Like a specter, Daf seemed to sense the resilient intentions of this relentless insect, his haunting azure eyes snapping back to fixate on Nai. A frigid malice surged forth like a tangible tide. Nai felt a piercing pain in his mind, causing his movements to momentarily falter. At this critical juncture, outside the cavity, Mi Li emitted a beastly roar. The dim scarlet beam in her grasp suddenly flared with blinding brilliance, forcefully colliding with the mental assault that Daf had unleashed. The clash on the mental plane was silent yet brutal. Mi Li's body shook violently, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing backward. Lucy screamed and rushed forward, attempting to support her. Meanwhile, Nye, seizing this fleeting distraction bought with blood, forcibly broke free from the mental shackles. With a sharp sound, he took the fourth and fifth steps in one fluid motion. Like two icy bolts of lightning, Nye's figure finally surged to the control panel. The frost-covered crimson button lay within reach. His bloodied and ice-dusted fingers, imbued with unwavering resolve, pressed down decisively. A deep, soul-shaking hum resonated, not carried through the air, but vibrating directly within the very bones, blood, and consciousness of all present. The entire isolation chamber, along with the corridor outside, trembled violently in response to this hum. Duff, suspended in the center of the room, suddenly stiffened. For the first time, astonishment was clearly reflected in his malevolent azure gaze. The dense, azure light encasing him collapsed inward violently, as if struck by an invisible hammer. Countless cold light points emitted a dying shriek, their brightness fading at a visible pace. Centered around Doff, the ground, walls, and ceiling, once teeming with frantically spreading azure ice crystals, began to emit a cacophony of chilling cracks. Countless fine fissures instantaneously covered the ice layer. Subsequently, these azure ice crystals, emblematic of abyssal power, began to shatter and disintegrate inch by inch. They transformed into fine icy dust, cascading down like a flurry of azure snow. The bone-chilling coldness rapidly receded like a retreating tide. The turbulent energy currents within the room seemed to be forcefully suppressed by an unseen hand. The sharp screeches of energy abruptly ceased. Only the isolation chamber itself continued to tremble slightly, producing a low, resonating sound. Inside and outside the isolation chamber, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. The dim azure glow surrounding Doff flickered like a candle in the wind, flickering in uncertainty before finally extinguishing completely. His suspended body lost its support, akin to a marionette with severed strings, plummeting straight down. The dull thud echoed piercingly in the profound silence. He crashed heavily onto the cold ground, motionless. The grotesque azure veins upon his left arm, resembling vines deprived of their sanguine nourishment, rapidly dulled, shriveled, and ultimately vanished beneath the skin, leaving behind a faint, burn-like dark imprint. The sprawling lines upon his visage also dissipated, revealing only the pallid countenance of youth, devoid of any trace of color. With brows furrowed in anguish and the corners of his mouth stained with the remnants of blood drawn from his struggle. Chapter 110. The Key, Part 11. The heavy thud of hydraulic footsteps reverberated through the desolate corridor, imbued with the chilling essence of metal, echoing like the somber toll of a funeral bell, striking at the very nerves of all present. Minister Gonzalez's towering figure emerged before a massive breach, torn apart by torrents of energy, blocking the encroaching light and the ominous glow of alarm signals. He stood there, resembling a statue forged from the steel plates of a derelict warship. If Dofu were awake, he would undoubtedly mock the expressions of so-called exemplary officers, such as Nye and this very Minister Gonzalez, who bore the look as if they were burdened by a debt of 180,000. The emblem of the Frozen Academy, an abstract eagle encircled by a halo of stars, glimmered faintly on the left breast of Gonzalez's dark gray uniform. His gaze, akin to a searchlight, first swept over the jagged edges of the breach, where the metal twisted and froze in absolute cold, resembling a glass fracture, before slowly shifting into the chaotic isolation chamber. What lay within was a scene of shattered azure ice crystals strewn across the floor like fragmented stars. The walls marred by grotesque indentations and terrifying perforations, while the air still carried an eerie amalgamation of blood, charred remnants, and a bone-chilling cold. Finally, his eyes settled on the center of the room, where Dofu curled on the ground like a fledgling battered by storm. The boy's pale visage bore the remnants of agony and struggle. His left sleeve was torn, revealing a shocking dark mark beneath that appeared scorched as if by ethereal blue flames. At the heart of the mark, a minuscule point of azure light pulsed faintly, almost alive beneath the skin. Gonzalez's gaze lingered on Dofu for no longer than a second. His actions were cold and efficient, reminiscent of an assessment of a damaged weapon. Then, he turned his attention to Nai, who leaned against the emergency control panel, gasping violently, fresh blood staining the corner of his mouth. Nai's hair was matted with ice shards and dust. His eyes, bereft of lenses, squinted slightly in pain, revealing a tempest of fatigue born from a fleeting clash with the abyssal will. Gonzalez's gaze paused for half a second on the pale knuckles of Nai's hand pressing against the red button. "Report the situation, Commissioner Nai." Gonzalez's voice was steady, devoid of any ripple, akin to inquiring about a restaurant signature dish. He stepped forward, his heavy military boots crunching through the shards of ice, producing a sharp, jarring sound as he entered the battlefield that had only just quelled the wrath of the deities. Nai inhaled deeply, the frigid air piercing his injured lungs, forcing him to suppress the surging blood and the metallic taste in his throat. He released the button, his soiled hand bracing against the edge of the control panel as he endeavored to straighten himself, but the searing pain between his ribs caused him to falter. Target individual. Dofu. His voice was hoarse, laced with labored breaths, yet it retained a clarity and coherence etched into his very being. During the injection of Compound Zero, the parasitic energy in his left arm experienced an uncontrollable surge. Energy properties, extreme cold erosion, compounded mental pollution. Preliminary assessment indicates activation by the residual will of the royal-grade predator, Persephone. Surge level, Super A-class. He paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over the unconscious Doph lying on the ground, then glancing at the crimson countdown displayed on the tactical panel. The emergency cessation protocol had been activated. The anomalous energy activity within the target had been temporarily suppressed, yet the duration of stability remained uncertain. Countdown, 41 hours and 57 minutes. Chapter 111. The Key, Part 12. Gonzalez approached Doph, crouching beside him with a precision that belied his towering stature. He refrained from making contact, instead extending his right hand, clad in tactical gloves, hovering a few centimeters above the dark mark on Doph's left arm. The microsensor array embedded in the glove's palm illuminated silently, casting a soft green scanning beam that traversed the skin of the mark with rapidity. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly as the scanning raster revealed a chaotic energy reading at the pulsating, azure light at the center of the mark, akin to the eye of a tempest. "The key has been activated," Gonzalez murmured to himself, his voice barely audible. Rising to his feet, he cast a formidable shadow anew, his gaze like a blade, directed towards the breach outside the isolation chamber. "Commissioner Mealy, please elucidate your unauthorized intervention." Outside the breach, Mealy struggled to maintain her footing with Lucy's support. Her face was devoid of color, lips cracked, each breath eliciting a searing pain from deep within her chest, a remnant of her forced exertion against the abyssal will. Her once flaming hair lay extinguished, damp and plastered against her sweat-drenched cheeks, rendering her appearance disheveled. Yet, when her gaze met Gonzalez's frigid scrutiny, it ignited like smoldering embers, flaring into a defiant blaze. "Explain?" Mealy's voice was raspy, yet laced with a burning fury. "Minister Gonzalez, that person inside is nearly frozen solid and almost driven mad by your infernal syringe. He is my junior, the only sixth tier in the history of Flow Sun, a living being, not merely a target individual." She erupted into a fit of violent coughing, her body swaying precariously, prompting Lucy to steady her with urgency. "Your intervention has resulted in severe psychological trauma, a disruption of the energy core, and indirectly caused the isolation barrier to be breached by an energy surge." Gonzalez's tone was devoid of inflection, stating cold, hard facts. Emotional pleas would not alter protocol. "Commissioner Mealy, your actions were reckless and devoid of forethought." "Consequences?" Mealy shot her head up, her burning gaze locked onto Gonzalez. Watching a classmate being treated as an experimental subject, injected with that abhorrent substance, witnessing him transform into that monstrosity, seeing Nine nearly obliterated. Is this the price of adhering to protocol? She gestured towards the frozen hellscape within the isolation chamber, her voice trembling with profound anger and fatigue. "If it weren't for me, if it weren't for Nye. Enough. Gonzalez's voice rose sharply, imbued with an undeniable, ironclad authority that swiftly silenced Lee's outcry. The entire corridor seemed to still in response. He stepped forward, an overwhelming sense of oppression descending like a tangible mountain upon Lee and Lucy's hearts. Article 3 of the Bureau's Operational Code. In incidents involving royal-level threats, the highest directive takes precedence over all personal emotions and conventional protocols. The injection of Compound Zero is the only viable solution calculated to suppress the medium's escalating activity. The risks have been accounted for in the contingency plan. His gaze swept over the pallid face of the rice grain and the bloodstains at the corners of its mouth. His cold demeanor remained. Yet there seemed to be a subtle complexity that was difficult to discern. Now, suppress your emotions. Medical team, he bellowed into the communicator. Almost as soon as his words fell, hurried footsteps echoed from around the corner of the corridor. A team of medical personnel, clad in white protective suits and wearing full-cover helmets, swiftly emerged, pushing two mobile life support pods equipped with intricate restraint devices, appearing like phantoms. Their movements were swift, professional, and silent, exuding an air of chilling efficiency born from rigorous training. Chapter 112. The Key, 13. Two medical personnel swiftly entered the isolation room, their objective clear as they approached the unconscious Doff. With no hesitation, they expertly lifted him and carefully yet firmly placed him into one of the life pods. The transparent lid slowly closed, and a pale blue life-sustaining fluid began to infuse the chamber, while several luminescent tubes emerged like serpents, deftly connecting to the critical points on Doff's neck and left arm, particularly around the dark mark. Soft lights illuminated the interior of the pod, casting a glow upon Doff's pale and tormented visage. Take him to the deep isolation area. Initiate the highest level of life support and energy monitoring. No one is to make contact without my direct command. Gonzalez issued the order, his gaze fixed intently on the position of Doff's left arm. Understood. The medical personnel complied, swiftly maneuvering the life pod away, the heavy sound of rolling wheels crunching over icy debris, fading into the depths of the corridor. Another medical officer approached the nearly unsteady Millie, who leaned against the wall. Commissioner Millie, please cooperate with the examination. His voice emerged coldly through the helmet's visor, infused with an electronic tone. Millie gazed in the direction Doff had been taken, the fire in her eyes dimming to reveal profound fatigue and helplessness. She offered no resistance as the officer affixed a portable vital signs monitor to her wrist and forehead. The device emitted a rhythmic ticking sound, with data flickering rapidly across the screen. Gonzalez's attention finally returned to Nye. Commissioner Nye, how severe are your injuries? Manageable, Nye replied succinctly, leaning against the control panel, having already regulated his breathing. Although his complexion remained pale, the storm within his eyes had subsided, now frozen into a tranquil abyss. He bent down, enduring the sharp pain in his ribs, and retrieved a shattered tactical tablet from the icy debris. The crimson countdown continued to pulse behind the cracks. 41, 57, 00. He silently extended the tablet towards Gonzalez. Gonzalez did not take it, merely casting a glance at the glaring numbers. Briefing room, 10 minutes. I require all energy fluctuation graphs following the activation of the silent cradle, as well as your preliminary assessment of the key activation status. His gaze pierced sharply into Nye. Additionally, I need a detailed account of the brief moments of lucidity exhibited by Doff during his episode. Every detail. Nye's fingers tightened around the tablet, the cold edge pressing against his palm. Understood. Gonzalez cast one last glance at the cage ravaged by ice and fire, pausing momentarily at the spot where Doff had fallen and the massive hole in the wall. Then he turned, the weight of his footsteps echoing once more as he strode toward the briefing room, his imposing figure soon swallowed by the shadows of the corridor. The oppressive atmosphere lightened with his departure. Millie leaned against the wall as the medical officer administered a light green stabilizer. Lucy curled up at Millie's feet, clutching her knees, her small face buried in her arms, shoulders still quivering slightly. Nye straightened, the sharp pain in his ribs sharply reminding him of the peril he had just faced. He lowered his gaze, fixated on the crimson countdown on the tactical panel, resembling a bloodied scar. 41, 56, 48. The seed of the abyss merely slumbered, lying dormant within Doff's blood, nestled in the depths of that pulsating azure light. The countdown, heralding its awakening, relentlessly surged toward its conclusion. The eye of the storm had merely shifted temporarily. A far greater shadow loomed over the lunar base, enveloping the hearts of all. Chapter 113. The Key, 14. The medical area was permeated with a chilling and thin atmosphere, infused with the mingled sense of disinfectant, residual energy, and a sense of oppression. The pallid light evenly illuminated every corner, casting a cold sheen upon the metallic walls. Lucy curled up on a chair beside the bed of Meili, her petite frame swathed in an oversized gray base uniform, her chin resting upon her knees, eyes red and swollen, resembling two ripe peaches. She gazed at Meili, who lay asleep in the adjacent bed, observing the fine beads of sweat glistening on her pale face, and listening to the faint yet hurried breaths, each inhalation resembling the strained pull of a weathered bellows, tugging at Lucy's taut nerves. Meili's right arm was connected to several tubes that glimmered with a faint light, and the energy readings on the instrument's screen oscillated dramatically. The peaks painted in a blinding crimson, as if forcefully resisting the imprints left by the abyss's will. The door slid open silently. Startled, Lucy jerked her head up, her gaze landing on Nye's silhouette appearing in the doorway. He had changed into clean work attire, yet his complexion remained pallid, dark shadows lingering beneath his lensless eyes, his pupils harboring an inexplicable fatigue and a near-solid focus. Wrapped in pressure bandages around his ribs, his movements were slightly slower than usual, marked by a barely perceptible stiffness. Lucy parted her lips, yearning to inquire about Dufu, to question the dreadful countdown, but her throat felt constricted, producing only a faint whisper. Nye's gaze swept over the instrument screen beside Meili's bed, lingering for a brief moment on the crimson display, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. He remained silent, proceeding directly to the two adjacent beds. Charlie and Sakura Katori lay side by side, similarly connected to life sign monitors. Charlie's silver hair was somewhat disheveled upon the pillow, his complexion pale from the depletion of energy, yet his breathing was steady and prolonged, as if he had merely succumbed to a profound slumber. Beside him, Sakura Katori appeared even paler, akin to exquisite porcelain, exuding a fragile translucence. Her eyes were tightly shut, long lashes casting a small shadow upon her eyelids. Her hands quietly folded over her abdomen, maintaining an almost rigid tranquility. Only the slightly sluggish yet stable heartbeat line on the monitor attested to her resilient existence in this world. Nye stood between the two beds, his gaze flitting over their faces. The depths of his eyes bore no emotional fluctuations, only a pure observation, as if scrutinizing two intricate instruments in need of assessment. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze settling on Sakura Katori's clasped hands, where a barely visible scratch, now scabbed, marked the tip of her right index finger. This was a minuscule wound, a synchronous feedback from the tendril that had torn her doppelganger apart in the active seawater. At that moment, Charlie's tightly shut eyelids quivered ever so slightly, a minuscule movement, akin to a butterfly's wing brushing the surface of water. Soon after, his long lashes trembled as if disturbed, slowly lifting. Those blue-gray eyes, usually veiled in a languid sleepiness, now appeared shrouded in a thin mist, vacantly focusing on the stark white ceiling of the medical area. A deep, nasal groan escaped his throat, shattering the oppressive silence of the medical bay. He sluggishly turned his gaze, first glancing at the cold metallic grid of the ceiling, then vacantly settling upon the pulsating green lights on the nearby instrument screen, and finally, his focus sharpened upon Nye's face, standing beside his bed. Chapter 114. The Key, 15. Senior Brother? Charlie's voice was hoarse and dry, tinged with the disorientation of recent awakening. I'm truly delighted to see you. Thankfully, it is not a little angel in a strappy outfit speaking to me. It seemed he suddenly recalled something, his pupils dilating in alarm, and his body instinctively attempted to rise, only to be met with a sharp pain in his ribs that elicited a gasp. He fell back onto the bed with a heavy thud, emitting a muffled groan of agony. "Do not move." Nye's voice was calm and unwavering, as he placed a hand on Charlie's shoulder. The pressure was gentle, yet conveyed an undeniable sense of stability. "The mission has concluded. You are in a medical area. What about Sakura? How is she?" Charlie, disregarding his own pain, turned anxiously toward the adjacent bed. Upon seeing Katori Sakura lying there quietly, her complexion pale, yet her breathing steady, his tense body deflated like a punctured balloon. He exhaled deeply, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Thank heavens! Thank heavens!" he murmured, his blue-gray eyes filled with a lingering fear. "She has exhausted her strength, and her energy core has sustained damage. But she has passed the critical period," Nye stated succinctly, his gaze fixed on Katori Sakura as if verifying each sign of her vitality. Charlie followed Nye's gaze, his expression fraught with concern. His brow involuntarily furrowed slightly. His lips moved silently, as if to say something, yet an invisible force stifled his words. This subtle change lasted less than half a second, before being overshadowed by a more profound fatigue and relief. "It is good that she is all right. It is good that she is all right," Charlie repeated, his voice dwindling, as if the momentary struggle had sapped the energy he had just regained. His eyelids began to grow heavy once more. Yet he persevered, turning his gaze toward the others in the medical area. After a laborious search, he noted the absence of a certain figure. "Is my useless roommate okay?" Nye withdrew his gaze and looked back at Charlie, his deep-set eyes reflecting the boy's pale and bewildered face. "You have completed the mission. That's splendid. The credits promised by Professor Sexton are secured." Charlie managed a weak smile, struggling to lift the corners of his mouth, only to be engulfed once again by profound exhaustion. "Then I shall sleep a little longer." Before he could finish his sentence, his heavy eyelids closed, and his breathing once more became long and even. The medical area returned to silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic ticking of machinery and the faint, crackling breaths of the patients. Nye stood still, his gaze returning to Charlie's serene face, beneath which something seemed to stir slowly. He turned his head, directing his attention to a corner of the medical area. There, Lucy remained curled up in her chair, her small face buried in the crook of her arm, her shoulders slightly heaving as intermittent, muffled sobs broke the stillness. The sound of her weeping resembled the whimpering of a wounded creature, imbued with helplessness and fear, starkly contrasting with the cold and perilous unknown of the moon. Nye felt that his feelings towards this girl were not merely pity, but rather a sense of helplessness towards the fragility itself. He fell silent for a few moments, then took a step forward, not towards Lucy, but towards the control panel at the entrance of the medical area. His movements remained steady and precise, his fingers swiftly inputting commands on the console. Soon, a concealed storage compartment beneath the control panel silently slid open. Chapter 115. The Key, 16. Nye retrieved an object from within. It was a flat metal thermos adorned with a cartoon bear motif, its surface somewhat worn, with a few minor dents marring its edges, starkly contrasting with the frigid instruments and somber atmosphere surrounding it. He approached Lucy, holding the thermos, devoid of comforting words or inquiries, and calmly placed the cup upon the low table beside her. The soft thud as the thermos settled momentarily stilled Lucy's sobs. She lifted her tear-streaked face, bewilderedly gazing at the suddenly appeared cup adorned with the charming bear, then glanced at the impassive Nye standing nearby. "Hot cocoa." Nye's voice remained steady, devoid of emotion, yet pleasantly sweet. After speaking, he did not linger, turning instead toward the doorway. The heavy metal door slid open silently, revealing his upright figure, which bore an almost imperceptible stiffness as he vanished into the shadows of the corridor beyond. The door closed once more. Lucy stared blankly at the thermos, the bear's endearing smile appearing jarringly under the stark white light. After a moment's hesitation, she extended her slightly trembling hand and cautiously twisted off the lid. A rich, warm sweetness enveloped her, infused with the distinct aroma of cocoa beans, gently wrapping around her icy fingertips and her tumultuous, fearful mind. Cradling the cup, the searing warmth seeped through the walls into her palms, the heat carrying an extraordinary power that gradually dispelled the chill deep within her bones. Bowing her head, she sipped the hot cocoa, the warm liquid gliding down her throat, offering a clumsy yet genuine solace. Silent tears fell, joyfully mingling with the brown liquid, creating small ripples. The cold, sterile silence of the medical bay was disrupted by this faint warmth and the sound of weeping, yet it seemed to amplify the heaviness of the atmosphere. On the screens of the instruments, the glaring crimson area denoting Lee's psychological trauma remained glaringly vivid. Nearby, Charlie slept, and Sakura Katori lay in slumber. Meanwhile, deeper within the lunar division, in a colder, more isolated realm, Dov lay submerged in the icy blue liquid of the life pod. Beneath his left arm, a ghostly blue light pulsed, reminiscent of a slumbering demon's heart, stubbornly beating under the cold gaze of the crimson countdown. Nye strode briskly down the icy corridor leading to the briefing room, his steps steadier than before, the pain in his ribs suppressed by sheer willpower. Clutched tightly in his hand was a shattered tactical tablet. The crimson countdown flickered behind the cracks, akin to a malevolent curse. 41, 55, 18. Gonzalez's cold command echoed in his ears from moments earlier. Briefing room. In 10 minutes. I require the complete energy fluctuation graph following the activation of the silent cradle, as well as your preliminary assessment regarding the activation status of the key. Concerning the brief signs of lucidity exhibited by Dov during his rampage. I need your detailed account. Every single detail. Every detail. Raced through Nye's mind, replaying the hellish scene within the isolation chamber. Dov suspended within a cerulean glow, that frigid, inhuman gaze, the violent impact of extreme cold. The crystalline ice that crystallized upon the walls, the piercing wail of the alarm, and then the muffled groan. A sound born from the depths of the youth's own being. In that moment, pure terror and struggle flashed in Dov's eyes, along with the fleeting glimpse of the moment when he, in a final surge, pressed the button. These images flickered through his intensely focused consciousness like a series of rapidly projected slides. He needed to organize, to analyze, to strip away the emotions, leaving only the cold, objective facts and data to present to that iron-willed division chief. Chapter 116. The Key, 17. As he approached the door to the briefing room, the tactical tablet emitted an extraordinarily piercing sound, a high-pitched beep that nearly transcended the limits of human hearing. This beeping did not originate from a countdown alarm, but from a separate channel representing the utmost priority encrypted communication. Nei's footsteps halted abruptly, as if pinned to the spot. He swiftly glanced down at the tablet. Although the screen was shattered, its core functionalities remained intact. At that moment, a minuscule yet strikingly clear icon pulsed erratically in the center of the display. A hawk encircled by a ring of stars, the emblem of the highest secrecy of Flossen Academy. His heart thudded heavily within his chest. Without a moment's hesitation, Nei pivoted and strode towards an inconspicuous alloy door on the side of the corridor, devoid of any markings. He raised his hand, aligning a concealed interface on the side of the tactical tablet with the access sensor. Identity confirmed. Kashmir Nei. Authorization level, A-class. A cold, synthetic voice resonated. Access request. Flossen highest encryption channel. Code, sample 0. Nei's voice was low and swift. The door slid open silently, revealing a compact, encrypted communication chamber barely large enough for one person to stand. Nei slipped inside, and the door swiftly closed behind him, severing all light and sound from the outside world. Within the chamber, there existed only an absolute darkness and silence. Leaning against the cold metal wall, Nei raised the tactical tablet before him. The faint glow of the screen illuminated the sharp contours of his jaw and the depths of his eyes. He took a deep breath and established the connection. There were no holographic projections, no sounds. Only lines of cold, continuously refreshing text materialized like phantoms upon the fractured screen. Bearing the highest level of encryption, sender, Flossen Academy, Office of the President, Direct Order, Receiver, Lunar Division, Kashmir Nei, Sole Recipient, Command Level, Top Secret Subject, Sample 0, Urgent Status Update Body. 1. Confirmation of Cradle Activation. Lunar Feedback Data Stream has been captured. Suppression effects conform to the expected decay curve. Countdown, synchronization, calibration. 2. Key activation status, deep slumber. Core parasitic energy activity has fallen below threshold levels. Residual mental contamination index, dangerous level, continuous monitoring. 3. Critical directive. Immediately destroy all biological tissue samples obtained during the Aitken seabed operation. Repeat, immediately destroy. This includes, but is not limited to, embryonic fluids, cocoon membrane fragments, and any non-living residuals that have come into contact with the target. Dwarf, surge energy. Physical destruction program initiation code, Prometheus fire. Execution confirmation must be reported within 30 minutes. 4. Warning. Samples pose unpredictable risks of genetic assimilation and mental contamination, reverse erosion. Any retention actions will trigger an annihilation level threat assessment. A countdown for confirmation of the directive begins. 29, 59. Information flow terminated. An eerie silence envelopes the chamber. Only the faint glow of the tactical tablet casts a dim light upon Nye's face. In the depths of his eyes, an unspoken tempest stirs. His fingers tighten involuntarily, nearly distorting the fractured edges of the tablet. A vision flashes in his mind of the corridor outside the isolation chamber. Dr. Janet, amidst the chaos, hastily concealing a test tube labeled with Nye's compatibility score of 87. Chapter 117. The key, the absolute darkness of the encrypted compartment consumed light as well as sound. Only the cold luminescence of the shattered tactical tablet illuminated Nye's pale knuckles and the silent tsunami that surged within his deep, abyss-like eyes. 2 crimson digits pulsated side by side, resembling the twin pupils of a demon. 41, 54, 33. 29, 57. 41, 54, 32. 29, 56. Destroy all samples. Immediately. Class S threat. The principal's icy directive pierced through his customary logical barriers, which he relied upon to maintain absolute composure. Like poison ice shards, each letter radiated an undeniable, ironclad significance. The highest command of Flossin Academy, Class S. This implied that any hesitation, any reservation, could trigger a catastrophic chain reaction, the consequences of which extended far beyond individual survival. Yet, deep within the recesses of his mind, another image stubbornly emerged. Inside the isolation chamber, Doff curled on the floor, the azure glow beneath the skin of his left arm pulsing as if alive. His youthful face interwoven with a chilling inhumanity and an excruciating personal torment. A muffled groan, originating from the depths of his soul, resonated in the air. And there was Dr. Janet, the woman whose fervent scientific zeal shimmered behind her glasses. The test tube concealed in the pocket of her protective suit bore a label with the clear inscription, 87 compatibility with Nye. This was not merely a number. It was a key, a potential gateway to understanding or even controlling the entity within Doff. A key that could either save or hasten the obliteration of everything. Destroy? Every cell of reason within him screamed for obedience. Obedience to the protocols, to the calculations, to the will of the principal who wielded control from Anchorage. Eradicating the danger in its infancy was the safest, most prudent, and most compliant choice according to the ironclad regulations of the Action Bureau. But what of Doff? What the boy treated as a key, as a conduit? Did the complete destruction of all samples also imply a total severance of even the slightest chance, 1 in 10,000, of salvaging him? A severance of the opportunity to comprehend the essence of this abyssal being? Cold beads of sweat trickled slowly down Nye's spine. 2 utterly opposing forces violently tore at his insides. 1, a discipline etched into his very marrow and an absolute reverence for greater calamities. The other, a profound, almost instinctual sense of responsibility toward the boy who called him senior brother, coupled with an insatiable curiosity that drove researchers to confront the unknown core at any cost. Time slipped away second by second. The countdown of the encrypted communication echoed like a death knell. 29, 48. The storm in Nye's eyes abruptly stilled, freezing into a tranquility colder than absolute zero, an almost void-like calmness that came after a choice had been made, stripping away all emotional consequences. His fingers moved swiftly across the fractured tactical tablet, inputting commands. Command reception confirmed. Executing code. Prometheus fire. Estimated completion time, 28 minutes. Feedback will be sent on schedule. This message was dispatched to the Flossin encrypted channel. In almost the same instant, he silently deployed another command to his personal tactical network, targeting several highly autonomous analytical subroutines pre-configured within the lunar base database. Objective: Aitken Abyss Operation. All records of non-standard biological sample collections. Execution: Deep cover erasure. Priority: Highest. Executor's permission mask. Minister Gonzalez. Chapter 118. The key. 19. Nye had no choice but to submit. Instead, he chose to conceal and withhold. For the sake of an elusive possibility, he treaded upon a tightrope, with an abyss of irretrievable despair beneath him. Having completed this act, he forcefully pushed open the door to the secured compartment and stepped back into the cold light of the corridor. His complexion remained pallid. His gait still bore the stiffness of injury, yet deep within his eyes, something had irrevocably changed. A resolute determination, akin to a last gamble, lay perfectly hidden beneath an icy facade. He strode purposefully towards the briefing room, without a hint of hesitation. The door to the briefing room slid open silently. Minister Gonzalez stood with his back to the entrance, a towering figure before a massive holographic star map. At the center of the map, a three-dimensional model of the Aitken Basin on the moon rotated slowly, marking the 32 destroyed incubation sites, with the last and largest now reduced to a silent wasteland at its core. Upon hearing the door open, Gonzalez turned slowly, his hawk-like eyes immediately locking onto Nye, scrutinizing every subtle shift in his expression, from the absence of his lens to the remnants of frost and dust in his brown hair, ultimately resting on the shattered tablet in his hand. "Your report is 47 seconds late, Commissioner Nye." Gonzalez's voice was low, possessing a metallic rasp. "Handling encrypted communication requests, Minister." Nye replied calmly, placing the tactical tablet on the alloy table at the center and pushing it forward. On the screen, the glaring crimson countdown remained prominent. 41, 53, 10. The Flossin headquarters demanded synchronization of the silent cradle data stream. This request has been fulfilled. Gonzalez's gaze lingered on the countdown for a moment before lifting his eyes to meet Nye's. Assessment of the key activation status. Energy peaks have reached the theoretical superclass limit. Its nature has been confirmed as a dual attribute of extreme cold and mental contamination, belonging to Persephone. The silent cradle protocol effectively suppresses it back to a dormant state. However, the core activity cannot be eradicated. The countdown remains the sole effective constraint. Nye's report was clear and composed, devoid of any superfluous words, perfectly aligning with his usual demeanor. Brief signs of consciousness. Gonzalez pressed, his gaze sharp as a blade, seemingly intent on piercing through Nye's calm exterior to unveil the truth beneath. Nye met his gaze, the depths of his eyes as still as a tranquil abyss. In the extreme pressure zone prior to the energy peak and the activation of the silent cradle, the target individual exhibited approximately 3 seconds of intense physiological struggle. A meaningless vocalization of pain was observed, along with rapid eye movement. It is indeterminate whether this was a manifestation of consciousness or merely a neurogenic response to extreme energy shock. There is a lack of sufficient data to support any definitive conclusions. He concealed Doff's clear whimper of pain, veiling the fleeting moment of human terror reflected in his eyes. He categorized that crucial fissure as an inconsequential physiological response. Gonzalez stared at him, the silence stretching for a full 5 seconds. The only sound in the briefing room was the low hum of the air circulation system. An immense pressure weighed upon Nye, as tangible as a physical burden. Your domain of authority, the realm of reason, should be capable of perceiving more subtle psychic fluctuations in such an environment. Gonzalez spoke slowly, each word laden with profound significance. The intensity of the chaotic energy exceeded the analytical limits of the realm of reason. The priority was to ensure the activation of the silent cradle. All perceptual resources were concentrated on physical evasion and the execution of commands. Nye's response was impeccable, even imbued with a touch of serene acceptance born from his inadequacies. He transformed the limitations of his abilities into the most effective veil for concealing the truth. Chapter 119. The Key, Part 20. Gonzalez's gaze remained piercing, though the intensity of his scrutiny seemed to have softened slightly. He turned away, refocusing on the holographic star map. The Academy's concern regarding the activation of the key was palpable. This indicated that the oscillation frequency of the gate was on the rise. Our time is running short. He raised his gloved hand, pointing towards the location of Flossen Academy on the star map. Nai's heart tightened abruptly, yet his countenance betrayed no emotion. We must assume that when the countdown reaches 0, regardless of the key state, it will inflict an irreversible impact on the Academy. Gonzalez's voice was as unyielding as iron. Commissioner Nai, based on your formal report, I require you to immediately draft the final contingency plan. The final contingency plan? Nai repeated, his tone steady. To address the worst-case scenario in which the key spirals out of control at the moment the countdown reaches 0. Gonzalez turned, his eyes cold and devoid of personal emotion, embodying an unwavering commitment to duty. There was only the absolute priority of the mission, a comprehensive scheme to ensure the total destruction of the lunar base and the key. Employ all necessary means. Authorization level, S-Class. S-Class. The highest level of authority. A chill coursed through Nai, more intense than the frigid air of the isolation chamber, instantly freezing his blood. Draft the annihilation plan for Dofu. Understood. He heard his own voice emerge, steady and unwavering, akin to the most precise machinery. The draft will be submitted to you within the final 24 hours of the countdown. Excellent. Gonzalez nodded, seemingly satisfied at last. You should check on the others in the medical area, particularly Charlie Von Cape and Sakura Katori. They are the closest to the core of the incubation facility, and I need to confirm they have no lingering effects. Report any anomalies immediately. Yes, Nai replied, picking up the shattered tablet from the table and turning towards the door. Just as his hand was about to touch the access sensor, Gonzalez's voice once again resonated from behind him, flat yet laden with a somber weight. Nai Pauset, refraining from turning back. Do not forget why we are here. Gonzalez's voice echoed in the empty briefing room. To ensure that more lives are not harmed by those entities beneath the 8 can see. Necessary sacrifices are a part of the equation. For a brief moment, Nai's silhouette stiffened. Imperceptibly so. I have never forgotten, Minister, he murmured, then pressed the access button. The door slid open, sealing behind him and isolating him from the oppressive atmosphere of the briefing room. He stood in the corridor, the cold air flooding his lungs. On the tactical tablet, 2 countdowns continued to tick silently. 41, 52, 01, 29, 02. He glanced towards the medical area, then resolutely turned and strode swiftly towards the corridor leading to Dr. Janet's laboratory. His steps were steady and swift, imbued with a chilling determination. Dr. Janet's laboratory is situated in the relatively secluded west wing of the base, where the air carries an unfiltered essence of metal and ozone, imbued with a primal chill. Nai's footsteps came to a halt before the airtight door leading to the main laboratory. The access identifier beside the door flickered with a ghostly blue light. Instead of employing his usual access card, he once more activated the interface of the Flossen encrypted channel on his tactical tablet, directing it towards the identifier. An exceedingly brief data exchange transpired, temporarily elevating his clearance to a level equivalent to that of Gonzalez, granting him passage throughout any area of the base in a non-combat scenario. The door slid open silently. Chapter 120. The key to the interior of the laboratory was shrouded in a dimness more profound than that of the corridor, illuminated only by the faint glimmers of indicator lights from several large analytical instruments and cooling units. The outlines of numerous intricate glassware and metallic frameworks were cast in shadow, resembling the inner sanctum of a colossal insect nest. A peculiar aroma, a blend of faint sweetness and chemical reagents, pervaded the air. Nai's gaze functioned like a precise scanner, swiftly traversing the main experimental table. Scattered across it were data boards and sample containers, yet they only contained conventional geological or energy crystal specimens, nothing of the sought-after item. His attention shifted to the side sample storage area. Rows of cryogenic cabinets stood like cold tombstones, silently looming in the shadows. His target was clear, the seventh number cabinet, designated as the exclusive domain of Dr. Jeanette's personal project. He hurried over, employing encrypted access privileges to effortlessly unlock the heavy sealed door of the seventh cabinet. A rush of icy white mist surged forth. Inside, dozens of cryogenic test tubes were neatly arranged, most labeled with samples collected from various depths of the ether sea, each containing diverse embryonic fluids and fragments of biological tissues. Nye's fingers skimmed quickly over the test tube rack, his sharp gaze scanning each label. None matched. The labels bore various numbers and coordinates, yet none displayed the glaring 9-match-87 nor the initials of Dr. Jeanette. A slight heaviness enveloped his heart. Had they already been destroyed? Or perhaps relocated? His eyes meticulously scanned every detail within the cabinet once more. Suddenly, they fixed upon a minuscule, peculiar, dried residue of an eerie blue slime in the corner of the cabinet's bottom inner wall. The trace was fresh, resembling a remnant from a test tube that had shattered and had not been thoroughly cleaned. Nye crouched down, his fingertips gently brushing against the residue. A faint yet unmistakably familiar energy fluctuation, imbued with the abyss's characteristic cold malice, surged into his perception like the flicker of a serpent's tongue. It was it. Dr. Jeanette had indeed illicitly intercepted samples. Moreover, the test tube had shattered. Was it an accident, or something more? Just then, from the depths of the laboratory, an exceedingly concealed alloy door, previously thought to be part of the wall, emitted a faint hydraulic sound as it slid open slightly. A figure stumbled forth from within. It was Dr. Jeanette. Yet at this moment, her appearance was a stark contrast to the meticulous and sharp-eyed research supervisor he knew. Her protective suit helmet was missing, her hair disheveled, her face drenched in sweat, her eyes vacant, pupils sharply constricted, filled with exquisite terror and an unfathomable bewilderment. One hand gripped her forehead tightly, nails nearly digging in her flesh, while the other trembled uncontrollably. "No, don't come closer. It's not me. I can't see." "Those eyes," she whispered incoherently, her voice fractured, as if her throat were filled with sand. Her steps faltered, and she stumbled, knocking over a nearby alloy chair with a jarring clatter. Mental contamination, and of a high intensity, directly eroding the layers of consciousness. Nye abruptly rose to his feet, his deep-set eyes narrowing with intensity. He did not rush forward immediately. Instead, he calmly assessed her condition. Simultaneously, the domain around him silently expanded, allowing him to perceive every subtle fluctuation of energy and intricate detail of the surrounding environment. Chapter 121, The Key, Part 22. Janet seemed utterly oblivious to Nye's presence. She was ensnared in her own nightmare, wildly waving her trembling arms as if to ward off unseen terrors. "Go away, go away. The sample is correct. The resonance matches, it recognizes me." Suddenly, she emitted a shrill, inhuman wail, violently sweeping all the glassware from the nearby lab table to the floor, where it shattered with a piercing clamor. "Doctor," Nye's voice rang out calmly, akin to an ice cube dropped into a pot of boiling oil, attempting to interrupt her hysteria. Janet abruptly turned her head, her vacant gaze laboriously focusing on Nye. For a fleeting moment, she appeared to recognize him, her face momentarily contorting with a grotesque blend of fear and some bizarre exhilaration. "Nye, it's you. You've come." Her voice took on an eerie, ethereal quality, laced with a chilling stickiness as her lips curled into a rigid smile. It knows you too. We are the same, both marked the key." Before she could finish, her expression was suddenly overtaken by sheer terror. She clutched her head tightly, curling into herself, emitting a pained whimper. Eyes. So many eyes. They are watching me. In my head. Take it away. Get it away. Nye's brow furrowed deeply. Janet's fragmented words conveyed a lethal message. The contamination of the sample exceeded all estimations. It not only induced psychological breakdowns, but seemed to trigger a strange resonance based on genetic or energy levels. She mentioned being marked, and something being the same. There could be no further hesitation. Nye advanced swiftly, his movements as quick as lightning. He did not attempt to subdue the frantically struggling Janet, but instead, with a clear objective, darted towards the dark door she had just burst through. With all his might, he activated his domain. Within this realm, the trajectories of all things were as clear as strands of hair. He deftly avoided Janet's wildly flailing arms, slipping into the dark door. Inside lay a smaller, more intimate analysis room. The lighting was dimmer, with only a high-precision bioenergy analyzer in the center still operational. Its screen displayed a chaotic, frenzied energy spectrum, flickering erratically, accompanied by a crackling electrical noise. On the analyzer's sample platform lay a broken test tube. The upper half had vanished, leaving only a tilted lower half. The viscous, ominously glowing green compound, designated as 0, had long since leaked out, leaving behind a slowly evaporating stain on the surface. Beside that stain, another slender glass test tube, which should have been sealed within an independent protective case, lay quietly. The test tube was intact. Within its transparent walls, a small portion of viscous, deep blue liquid, seemingly alive, pulsed rhythmically in sync with the chaotic energy fluctuations displayed on the analyzer screen, akin to a slumbering, malevolent heart. A handwritten label was affixed to the test tube. The handwriting, slightly askew due to the tremors of the hand, remains distinctly legible. Sample -7. Source: Aitken's primordial embryonic fluid. Match rate: 87, compared to the Kashmiri Ney gene sequence. High risk: active psychic contamination. Ney's breath momentarily halts. This is it. Without any hesitation, he reaches out for the ethereal blue test tube, just as his fingertips are about to graze the surface of the tube. Chapter 122. The Key, 23. A chilling, inhuman wail erupted from the main laboratory, where Dr. Janet's anguished scream pierced the air, followed by the dull thud of her body colliding violently against the metal wall. Then, silence descended, an oppressive stillness enveloping the space, save for the frantic beeping of the diagnostic screens. Nye's fingers firmly grasped the cold test tube, as the cerulean liquid within swirled languidly at his fingertips, emanating a frigid, viscous energy that, like a sentient being, sought to penetrate his skin at the point of contact, threatening to erode his resolve. In an instant, the power of the realm coalesced at his fingertips, forming an imperceptible barrier that repelled the encroaching force. He swiftly stowed the test tube into a specially designed isolation pouch within his uniform and turned on his heel, hastening through the darkened door. Inside the main laboratory, Dr. Janet lay crumpled against the wall, her eyes wide open, pupils utterly dilated, devoid of life, with traces of frothy saliva lingering at the corners of her mouth, contorted in a grotesque semblance of a smile. Her vital signs had completely vanished, an initial assessment indicating brain death resulting from utter psychological collapse. Nye's gaze swept over her lifeless form, revealing no trace of emotion. He raised his tactical tablet, re-establishing encrypted access. Emergency Situation Report. Research Supervisor Dr. Janet Lee suffered fatal psychological contamination during unauthorized high-risk sample analysis. Residual prohibited samples have been duly disposed of on-site. Request immediate takeover and decontamination of the laboratory area by security personnel. Reporter, Kashmir Nye. The message dispatched, he retrieved a high-explosive incendiary beacon from the nearby emergency kit, programmed the detonation sequence, and casually tossed it beside the analyzer next to the darkened door. Having completed his task, he turned without a backward glance, striding out of the laboratory area. Behind him, the heavy airtight door slowly closed, sealing away the cold chaos and death within. The corridor lights remained starkly white. Nye's fingers, through the fabric of his uniform, discerned the chilling outline of the test tube and the eerie pulsation of the liquid inside. It felt like a shard of ice pressed against his chest, akin to a bomb with its fuse already ignited. The crimson countdown flickered on the tablet. 41, 49, 18. He quickened his pace, not towards the medical area, but deeper into the more remote sections of the base, where signal interference was heightened. He needed to find an absolutely secure location to analyze the test tube swiftly, to unearth any clue that might save Dov before the deadly countdown reached its end. In his quest to protect Dov, he had already crossed a precipice. Beneath his feet lay an abyss, yet he pressed onward. In the depths of the lunar base, silence reigned supreme. The corridors grew narrower, the metallic panels exuding a time-worn, matte finish neglected for years. The hum of the air circulation system sounded distant and muffled, as if emanating from another realm. Nye halted before an unremarkable alloy door, its identification plate long since fallen away, leaving only indistinct impressions behind. Here lies an abandoned signal relay station from a bygone era, deeply ensconced within the depths of the base's structure, equipped with autonomous power supply and the utmost levels of physical and signal shielding. It stands as one of the several safe havens he had meticulously preordained to confront extreme circumstances. The encryption permissions reactivated, the door glided open silently, only to close behind him, completely severing the connection to the outside world. Chapter 123, The Key, Part 24. The space was modest, merely a few square meters. The pallid emergency light served as the sole source of illumination, casting a glow upon the dust-laden control console and the antiquated server racks that had long ceased their operations. The air was frigid, imbued with the scent of metal and dust. Nye showed no sign of hesitation. He stepped into the center of the room, clearing a small area, and retrieved a silver-gray suitcase from a concealed storage compartment in the wall. Upon opening the case, it revealed a compact yet powerful portable analytical unit alongside several distinct sample isolation containers. He delicately extracted a deep blue test tube, carefully stored away. Even through the invisible barrier formed by the realm, the chilling, viscous, malevolent energy fluctuations were unmistakably perceptible, akin to a venomous serpent slumbering in the palm of his hand. He did not commence the analysis immediately. Instead, he swiftly connected the analytical unit and initiated a self-check program. Simultaneously, he linked his tactical tablet to a hidden interface on the control console, his fingers dancing across the virtual keyboard as intricate commands cascaded forth. He activated several exceedingly clandestine backdoor programs he had left deep within the database of the Flossin Academy, attempting to bypass the encryption of the Principal S office to trace the source of the disrupted, garbled information and access all non-public records concerning the Zero sample and the events from 3 years prior. The data stream on the screen refreshed like a waterfall, the progress bar crawling at a painfully slow pace. The encryption level was astoundingly high. Nye inhaled the frigid air deeply, redirecting his attention to the test tube. He placed it into the core detection slot of the analytical unit, and layers of energy shielding fields activated instantaneously, isolating the test tube's fluctuations from the external environment. High-precision probes extended silently, commencing a scan of the microscopic structure of the viscous azure liquid within the test tube. Spectral analysis, energy field mapping, and the capture of genetic sequence fragments, all possible non-destructive testing procedures, were initiated simultaneously. The screen of the analytical unit illuminated, data began to surge wildly. Nye's deep-set eyes fixated on the screen, his entire being immersed in the continuously refreshing ocean of data. Time ticked away, the crimson countdown on the tactical tablet mercilessly pulsating. 41, 45, 33. Suddenly, the analytical unit emitted an excruciatingly sharp alarm. In the center of the screen, the energy field mapping graph exhibited an unanticipated and violent surge of energy signals representing the sample within the test tube, akin to a volcanic eruption. The azure liquid within the test tube began to boil furiously, no longer pulsating slowly but violently churning and expanding like boiling tar, relentlessly battering against the walls of the tube. Concurrently, the back-end program connected to the tactical tablet abruptly displayed a crimson warning box. Warning, detected ultra-high intensity unknown energy resonance wave. Source frequency highly coincides with target sample. Test tube -7. Locating resonance wave source. Location complete. Source identified in the medical area. Individual, Charlie Von Cape. Energy resonance intensity. Exponentially escalating. Surpassed the safety threshold. Associated warning. Target sample, test tube -7. Activity out of control. Mental contamination, radiation intensity sharply rising. Nye's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. Kappa. Almost in the same instant, he felt the isolation bag containing the test tubes suddenly become searing hot. It was not a physical heat, but rather an intensely violent sensation of energy burning through him. Even with multiple layers of energy shields in place, the catastrophic energy fluctuations, resonating in synchrony, still penetrated through, fiercely assaulting his senses. Chapter 124. The Key, Part 25. The azure liquid within the test tube had ceased to exist as a liquid. It had transformed into a frenzied, flickering and violently swirling mist of azure light, as if it were on the verge of tearing apart the confines of the test tube. The shielding field of the analytical unit emitted a burdensome hum, while the screen was engulfed in chaotic garbled data and blinding red alerts. There was no time to spare. A glint of cold determination flashed in Nye's eyes. He abruptly severed all energy supplies to the analytical unit, physically isolating the sample from the equipment. At the same moment, his right hand shot forward like lightning, fingers splayed, as the power of the realm coalesced with unprecedented intensity in his palm, resembling an invisible yet undeniably forceful hand that grasped fiercely at the impending explosion of the test tube. This was not control, nor was it analysis. It was the most brutal and direct suppression. The intangible force field of the realm collided violently with the tumultuous azure energy within the test tube. Buzz! A silent yet soul-rending shockwave of energy erupted within the confines of the small, safe room. All lights extinguished in an instant, leaving only the blinding azure radiance erupting between the test tube and Nye's palm, casting his face in a ghostly glow. His arm muscles tightened to their utmost limit. Silver hair defying gravity, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet his hand remained steady and unwavering upon the test tube, as if welded to the air without a trace of tremor. The absolute control of the realm stood resolute against the ferocious energy emanating from the royal predator. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The azure light within Nye's palm crashed and screeched in frenzy, unable to breach the invisible barrier. The test tube emitted a disconcerting groan, its surface marred by countless fine cracks. Moments later, the raging energy receded like a surging tide. The azure mist within the test tube rapidly dimmed and contracted, reverting to a viscous, pulsing liquid, now seemingly darker in hue, its malice more restrained. Like a venomous serpent poised to strike, Nye slowly released his grip. The surface of the test tube remained cold, yet the lethal resonance appeared to have been forcibly severed, at least for the time being. The emergency lights flickered a few times before reigniting, their glow considerably dimmed. He raised a hand to wipe the blood from his lips, breathing slightly labored. His deep-set eyes turned towards the tactical panel. The background programs on the screen continued to operate. The crimson warning box persisted, yet the readings of the resonance intensity were rapidly declining. Resonance wave intensity continues to diminish. Source individual Charlie Von Capet, exhibiting violent fluctuations in vital signs, with mental readings soaring before plummeting, re-entering a stable dormant state. Associated sample, test tube -7, activity restored to baseline levels. Warning lifted. Silence returned to the safe room, broken only by the faint hum of the emergency lights and Nye's still unsettled breaths. He stood motionless, his gaze slowly shifting from the panel screen to the temporarily tranquil, yet perilously charged test tube. Capet? Why would Capet trigger the resonance of a sample? Such an intensity of energy eruption was anything but ordinary. A detail, nearly overlooked, suddenly struck his mind. In the medical ward, when Charlie awakened and gazed upon Sakura Katori, a fleeting moment of inscrutable bewilderment flickered in his eyes. Moreover, the frantic murmurs of Dr. Janet before her demise echoed in his thoughts. It recognizes you. We are the same, both marked. A chilling sensation, more frigid than the bone-chilling waters of the Aitken Sea, instantaneously enveloped Nye's entire being. Chapter 125. The Key, 26. He abruptly pivoted, lunging back towards the console, his fingers dancing like phantoms across the virtual keyboard. No longer attempting to decipher the encryption of the principal's office, he activated all remaining backdoor privileges, forcibly infiltrating the real-time surveillance system of the lunar base's medical area. He summoned the entirety of Charlie Von Kapp's extensive medical examination data, particularly the preliminary comparative report of his genetic sequences and the records of anomalous energy attachments. The progress bar crept forward at a sluggish pace. Nye's fingers unconsciously clenched into a fist, his nails digging deeply into his palm. His earlier assumptions may have been entirely erroneous. The true variable, a potentially more perilous key, perhaps had never been singular. At last, the data stream on the screen halted. A document marked as the preliminary analysis report emerged. Nye's gaze swiftly traversed the conventional physiological data, directly honing in on the sections regarding genetic sequence comparisons and energy attachment analyses. When his eyes fell upon the value highlighted in bold red, even his heart, which had long been as frozen as a deep abyss, was momentarily encased in ice. Abnormal genetic sequence fragment matches sample 0, Persephone core gene fragment, with a compatibility of 91. 3. Anomalous energy attachment, confirmed presence. Energy signature correlating with the Kidav, left arm parasitic energy, 89. 7. Nature, deeply dormant, highly active, strong resonance tendency. Risk assessment, extremely high. Suspected secondary courier resonant entity. Immediate implementation of the highest level of isolation and monitoring measures is advised. 91.3. A compatibility surpassing his own, more clandestine and perilous than the entity residing within Dov's left arm. Charlie Von Kapp, the seemingly innocuous German youth, perpetually appearing drowsy, calling out for Sister Sakura. Nye slowly straightened up. The frigid air of the safe house felt as if it had solidified. He gazed at the ethereal blue test tube, as if peering through the walls towards the medical area. On the tactical panel, the scarlet countdown continued to tick away, 41, 43, 07. Yet at this moment, the meaning of this countdown had shifted entirely. It was no longer merely a guillotine suspended above Dov's head. It might very well be a fuse, a connection between two keys capable of dragging the entire lunar base and even Flossin Academy into a profound abyss. His concealment, his unilateral actions, the immense risks he had taken. All of these repercussions were spiraling towards an uncontrollable abyss at a pace far exceeding his expectations. The abyss never gazes at just one point. The icy air of the safe house felt as though it had materialized into a tangible weight, pressing heavily upon Nye's chest. The glaring 91. 3 on the tactical panel seared into his retina like a branding iron, igniting his reason. The secondary key, the resonant entity, Charlie Von Kapp. In that moment, all clues frantically converged, colliding into a suffocating conclusion. Dov was not the sole variable. He might not even be the primary one. The dormant entity within Charlie was far more concealed, more hazardous, its activity and resonance tendencies exceeding all estimations. The recent act of forcibly suppressing the test tube sample has undoubtedly stirred a slumbering beast, akin to a harshly plucked string. The medical zone. It is imperative to return at once. In the fleeting moment that this thought flashed through my mind like a bolt of lightning. Woo woo woo. Chapter 126. The key, 27. The piercing wail of the highest priority alarm, akin to the death throes of a colossal beast, abruptly tore through all communication channels and broadcasting systems of the lunar base. It was no longer confined to a specific area, but rather it comprehensively enveloped the entire facility. This signaled a comprehensive alert for the onset of a catastrophe of the utmost severity. The tactical tablet in Nye's hands was instantly engulfed by a blinding crimson hue. All data interfaces were forcibly switched to a three-dimensional structural diagram of the base. On this diagram, the section representing the medical area was flashing with an unprecedented frequency of blood-red light. The shrill, electronic synthesized voice coldly repeated alongside the alarm. Alert! Alert! The medical area has detected a massive, unknown energy surge. Energy signature unidentifiable. Intensity has surpassed measurement limits. Alert! Structural force field collapse. Integrity of the peripheral barriers of the medical area is plummeting. 12. 9. Alert. High concentration of psychic contamination radiation leakage. Spreading to adjacent zones B7 and B8. Alert. Composition of the Aitken Sea detected. High energy reaction. Certain environmental parameters within the medical area are being forcibly assimilated into the deep sea environment of the Aitken Sea. Repeating. The cold electronic voice even exhibited a hint of distortion and stuttering, as if the base's AI could not comprehend the bizarre transformations occurring. Nye's heart felt as though it were gripped by an icy hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he propelled his body forward like a taut bowstring, racing towards the entrance of the safe room. He could not afford to linger over that crucial test tube, hastily securing it back into the briefcase, and surged into the corridor like a whirlwind. Inside the corridor, the scene had dramatically transformed. The once pale and stable lighting now flickered erratically, casting distorted, wavering shadows upon the metallic walls. The cacophonous alarm reverberated everywhere, causing a painful throb in the eardrums. A nauseating, unprecedented scent of briny seawater permeated the air. It was the cold taste of the Aitken Sea's depths, mingled with peculiar minerals and unknown biological pheromones. Even more chilling, a thick layer of ice crystals, shimmering with a ghostly blue luminescence, was visibly coalescing on the corridor's metallic walls and ceiling. This was no ordinary ice. It was active ice crystals imbued with faint energy fluctuations, characteristic of the Aitken Sea. A frigid chill surged through the corridor like a tidal wave, causing the thermometer's readings to plummet dramatically. Nye pushed his speed to the utmost limits, disregarding the agonizing pain in his ribs, his figure blurring through the flickering corridor, now beset by the encroaching ice crystals. The closer he drew to the medical area, the more pungent the scent of briny seawater became, and the chill intensified, becoming almost unbearable. He could even discern faint sounds reminiscent of deep-sea currents and the low-frequency hum of some colossal creature. The entrance to the medical area lay just ahead. Yet, the alloy isolation door, which should have been immensely sturdy, was now grotesquely warped and covered in a thick layer of ghostly blue ice crystals. The door is adorned with a multitude of spiderweb-like fissures, while the central region bears a colossal and terrifying dent, as if it were struck with immense force. The edges are marked by bizarre patterns, reminiscent of being constricted and compressed by some colossal tentacle. A hissing current of air incessantly escapes from the cracks and crevices, carrying with it a chilling, ethereal mist imbued with anomalous energy. Chapter 127. The Key, Part 28. At the entrance stood two soldiers from the security forces, their powered armor encrusted with a thick layer of frost. Their faces, twisted beneath the visors, bore wide, vacant eyes, and their mouths were rimmed with icy shards and white foam, clearly victims of an instantaneous dual assault from extreme cold and mental shock. Nye's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He abruptly halted, his perception expanding to its limits, attuning to the chaotic situation beyond the door. Chaos. Utter chaos. Behind the door lay not the familiar medical area, but rather a bizarre realm where a frozen hell intertwined with a nightmarish deep sea. A dense, nearly impenetrable mist of deep blue swirled and surged, obstructing visibility. Icy seawater had engulfed the floor, rising to at least knee depth, continuously pouring in from the cracks in the walls and ceiling. Flotsam of shattered instruments, overturned medical equipment, and massive, chilling blocks of deep blue ice floated in the water. The air was thick with a cacophony of terrifying sounds. The shrill wail of the base alarm, the crashing rush of seawater, the crackling of expanding ice, and a deep, malevolent hum that seemed to emanate from the abyss, intermingled with the screams and cries of human terror and despair. Nye's perception pierced through the mist and obstacles, instantly capturing the harrowing scene in the core area. It was enough to make one's skin crawl. The bed area where Charlie Von Cape lay was now entirely enveloped in a colossal, semi-transparent mass of shimmering blue light and seawater, resembling a monstrous jellyfish or an embryonic cocoon. This entity pulsed slowly and rhythmically, each throb causing the surrounding seawater to churn violently. Countless illusory tendrils, formed of blue energy and seawater, extended from the luminous cocoon, flailing like the nerves of a beast, effortlessly tearing through alloy walls and smashing instruments into scrap. Charlie's figure had completely vanished within the pulsating blue cocoon, leaving only a vague silhouette discernible. Directly beneath the cocoon, submerged in the frigid seawater, Lucy lay collapsed, her small body curled up tightly, desperately clutching the unconscious Mi Li. Mi Li's complexion was ashen, blood continuously oozing from the corners of her mouth, clearly suffering further internal injuries from the extreme cold and mental shock. Lucy shielded Mi Li with her own body, striving to block the relentless cascade of ice shards and residual energy, her face streaked with tears and fear, her lips frozen and purple. Yet she futilely attempted to rouse Mi Li. "Sister Mi Li, wake up, wake up." Further away, Sakura Katori's bed had been swept away by the rampaging energy tendrils, crashing against the distant wall and contorting into a pile of scrap metal. Yet, to Nai's astonishment, there stood Sakura. She had evidently been jolted from her stupor by the sudden upheaval, her face pale as snow, her body swaying precariously, barely able to stand. Yet in her hand, she clutched her katana, Raikiri, tightly. The blade crackled with blinding blue arcs of electricity, forming a relatively fragile barrier that barely shielded her and a small surrounding area, deflecting the wildly thrashing blue tendrils and flying ice shards. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, imbued with a lingering weakness from unhealed wounds, yet exuding an undeniable resilience and determination. She was valiantly utilizing her strength to protect a small area behind her, where several trembling medical personnel appeared to be trapped.